California.
George Herbert Walker Bush, 41st President of the United States.
Governor Clinton is now President Bill Clinton, too close to call.
Here it is, George W. Bush re-elected.
Barack Obama, President-elect of the United States.
This is CNN.
This is it, a crucial moment for the presidential candidates and for the American people.
We are counting down to the first results on this election night in America.
It's the tense finale of a long and heated presidential race.
Refusing to answer questions about the details of your policies isn't change.
Attacking me doesn't make an agenda, doesn't get people back to work.
Voters are choosing, and America is waiting for the first results and the last word on who wins the White House.
The next president of the United States, Mitt Romney.
Our president, Barack Obama.
Tonight, Barack Obama and Mitt Romney battle for the highest office in the land, knowing a handful of swing states will be the ultimate deciders.
Ohio, you're going to make it happen.
That's what's at stake, New Hampshire.
Colorado is at the cusp of the battleground states.
Together we can win Florida.
A contest that's been close for months in a nation divided between red and blue. We don't know who will win.
We need to make sure that we win this one. It counts.
Or how soon the outcome will be clear.
Are you fired up? Are you ready to go?
Now, CNN's coverage of election night in America. The fight for the presidency. The battle
And the edge to fighting the nation.
Do you want more of the same or do you want change?
I'm not ready to give up on the fight.
The polls are open. The nation is watching. And history is in the making right now.
It's all in the hands of the voters right now. You're looking at a live picture of a polling place in Nashua, New Hampshire, one of the critical battleground states we're watching as we get closer and closer to the first election results. We'd like to welcome our viewers in the United States and around the world. I'm Wolf Blitzer. About an hour from now, we may be able to make the first projections in the presidential race, and we'll get our first clues about how tonight may go for President Obama and former Governor Mitt Romney. We're counting down to the top of the hour when all the polls will close in the states of Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Vermont, and the battleground state of Virginia. Some polls in Indiana and Kentucky, by the way, they are closing right now. A total of 60 electoral votes are on the line in those states. 270, you'll be hearing that number a lot, 270 are needed to win the White House. We're getting an early snapshot of voters, what they care about from our exit polls. Let's bring in John King over at the Magic Wall. John?
And Wolf, the demographics of the electorate, what the electorate looks like, who's voting, tells you a lot about who's going to do well today. Let's look nationally at who's voting in our presidential election today. Voters aged 18 to 29 make up 18% of the national electorate. That is exactly the same percentage as 2008. The young vote, a key part of the Obama constituency, that is the same percentage as 2008. Voters aged 30 to 44 at 26%. That's down a bit. That's down a little bit from 2008. This is a big group of voters. 37% of those voting today, the largest group out there, are in the age group from 45 to 64. That is very consistent with 4 years ago in the size of the electorate. And voters 65 and older, Governor Romney counting. Republicans tend to get higher support among the elderly. This is up some. It was 16% 4 years ago. More voters aged 65 and older in the electorate today. Governor Romney will be encouraged by that number. The president will be encouraged by this number. Young voters coming out, there was a fear they would drop off in a significant percentage. How about by race? This is almost identical to the 2008 electorate nationally. Again, key battleground states could be a little different. 73% of the voters today are white. That was 74% 4 years ago. African Americans, 13% of the electorate. That's identical. Latinos were 9% of the electorate 4 years ago. 10%. If that number holds up throughout the later waves of exit polls, it will be the first election in American history where Latinos vote in double digits, 10% right there. Let's also look across by party ID. This is not how they voted. This tells you how they identified themselves. 37% of those voting today say they're Democrats. 34% say Republicans, and Wolf, 29% say independents. So roughly, there's a bit of variation there, but roughly, you see an evenly divided America, that independent number been on the rise.
John, thank you. We're getting the first real numbers coming in right now from the state of Kentucky. Let's show our viewers what we have. Only 1% of the vote is in, and you see Mitt Romney way ahead of Barack Obama, 79% to 19%. But it's very, very early in Kentucky. That usually, in a presidential contest, pretty reliable red state. We'll continue to watch the numbers. A lot more numbers, by the way, are going to start coming in this hour. Anderson?
Yeah, well, CNN has the most reporters in the battleground states that'll decide the presidential election. Many of them are embedded with election officials to monitor vote tallies and be on alert for any problems. We also have correspondents at both candidates' headquarters, Jessica Yellen in Chicago with the Obama campaign and Candy Crowley in Boston with the Romney campaign. First, we start with Jessica. Jessica?
Hi, Anderson. Well, Obama campaign officials say so far they like what they're seeing. They are seeing absolutely no surprises in the data, and they were expecting turnout to be good for them, so they are happy. What they see so far is no surge for Governor Romney, they say, and they see that both Florida and North Carolina are dead heats. That's what they tell us. Of course, you have to factor in pro-Obama spin. It's coming from Obama aides, but dead heats in Florida and North Carolina, positive for the president because going in, those states saw polling advantage Governor Romney. Now, just before I spoke to you, I interviewed one of the president's top campaign aides, Stephanie Cutter, and I asked her the president's mood today. This is what she had to say.
Serene, he's calm, he's excited. We had an amazing rally last night in Des Moines, very emotional. This is his last campaign. That was his last campaign event. He's looking forward to tonight. He did his traditional game of basketball. And now he's spending time with his family. Michelle's brother is here. The president's sister is here, and their families. There'll be lots of nieces and nephews running around. He's going to have dinner with his family. And then as the returns start to come in, he'll come downtown, and we'll watch the returns together. And then we will come here and have a big celebration.
And Anderson, he won that basketball game today, so I'm sure they consider that a good sign, a good omen. I told you last night they are a superstitious bunch, and the president, he likes to win. Anderson?
Jessica, he was also making calls and thanking campaign workers at a stop today.
Yes, he did. He visited one of his campaign offices, and he thanked people. He also thanked Governor Romney for a vigorous campaign and acknowledged that there has been a lot of enthusiasm on both sides. And he encouraged people to get out and vote. Anderson.
Yep. Well, let's check in with Candy Crowley at the Romney headquarters in Boston. Candy?
Hey, Anderson, they are striking up the band. I don't want to rain on Stephanie's parade, but they're also expecting a victory here tonight. If there is any kind of worry behind the scenes, there is certainly no sign, no crack when you talk to senior advisors, either on background or on the record. They particularly say they think Florida looks great for them. They believe that Ohio and Virginia look good. So they are like, most of us still waiting to see when those polls come in. But they do have folks out in those counties, in Ohio, in Florida, in Virginia, where they need to turn out big numbers. And two of the three advisors I spoke with today about this specific thing both said that they are seeing high numbers coming out in the counties where they really need to do well. So they're expecting about maybe 5,000 people here tonight, but not until much later. The two of them, Mitt Romney and his wife, Ann, are expected to come here at a Newbury hotel and stay and await the election results and come over here for what they hope will be a victory party.
It's going to be a long night. Candy, appreciate it. Romney headquarters. Let's check in with our analysts, Dave Gergen, Gloria Borger, also John King. You've all been looking at the early exit polls, the numbers. John, what jumps out at you?
I think if you look at the demographics of the electorate, there's some things we see in the exit polls we can't talk about till all the polls close. But if you look at the demographics of the electorate, it's very interesting. A lot of conversation last night. Democrats were worried the youth vote would go down. Seems pretty stable. Nationally, we'll go state by state in the battleground states and see that's what matters most. But that's an encouraging number for the Obama campaign. The fact that the senior vote is a little bigger this time, if Republicans can hold it, that has been a constituency that trends their way. It's also very important in some of the key battleground states. Iowa is an older state. Florida is an older state. So if you look at the first wave of data we have, it tells you that we have a very competitive election on our hands.
Yeah, which we knew before we looked at the data.
Exactly. It looks very competitive. It looks like a long night, really. We'll have to wait and see. And let's wait and see how reliable these are. Remember, famously in 2004, it looked like John Kerry had won it, and he ordered up a victory speech, and then the later exits came in, and it changed dramatically, and he lost. So we have to wait and see. I was also struck by the conversation we've had in the past about the white versus minority percentage of vote, and it was very, very important for Governor Romney to get at least 74% of the electorate white, maybe a little higher. It looks like a little under that right now.
We have clearly a divided electorate. Identity politics is alive and well in this country. I think it's very clear that Mitt Romney was right to run on the economy. Everybody cares about the economy, but, you know, it's a question of which matters to most voters. Some of them talk about the vision of the candidate matters. Others say it matters that he shares my values or that he understands my problems. That's always an area that Mitt Romney has had problems with. So as we look at these going down the road, I think we're going to see that the differences in their number one issue is going to matter. What they
both
care
in the
about
look, our short-term concern tonight is who will be the next president of the United States and what will the balance of power in Congress be, and that's what we'll focus on. But as we do, there's a lesson for the Republican Party here, and that is when you watch Latinos now become 10%. In the next presidential election, they will likely be 12 or 13 or 14%, and they are in the key swing states. It's where their population is growing the fastest. The Republican Party either deals with its crisis with Latino voters, or it becomes very hard to be a nationally competitive Republican Party. If Governor Romney were getting 32, 33% of the Latino vote, we expect him, this is not from an exit poll, the polls going into the election had him below 30, then Colorado would be more competitive. Florida would be his. Virginia would be his. And probably other states as well.
Does that speak to some sort of immigration reform, no matter which candidate wins?
It's tone and policy. It's not. There are a lot of conservative Latinos who agree with Governor Romney or agree with Republicans that you don't want to, let people illegals stay. But it's the tone.
But the president himself said it in his Des Moines Register interview, which is off the record. He said we got to do immigration.
Let's check in with Wolf. Wolf.
Getting more results coming in. These are real numbers, not exit poll numbers. In Kentucky, you can see 1% of the vote is in overwhelmingly so far. Very early, 69% for Mitt Romney, 29% for the president. In Indiana, similarly, only 1% of the vote is in, but you can see Mitt Romney, 59%, President Obama, 39%. Very, very early in the process. We'll continue to check real numbers coming in. We're also getting more early exit poll information. Stand by for that. And we've been seeing enormous lines for voting in Florida. We'll have the latest on whether that could delay results in one of the most important swing states. Our battleground reporters, they're out in full force. They are across the country right now.
Election night in America is brought to you by coal, the dominant source of our electricity. Clean coal. Now's the time. And by Cadillac, the standard of the world. Go to CNN.com/election to get up-to-the-minute news on the races and for results from around the country.
The clock is ticking, America. It's time we focused on reality instead of rhetoric. It's time to recognize that the nearly $100 billion spent on clean coal technologies have resulted in real environmental progress. And it's time we finally get serious about energy prices and energy independence. The clock is ticking. There's never been a more important time for America's most abundant, domestically produced energy resource, coal. Visit americaspower.org to get the facts.
The streets of Monaco, home of the legendary Grand Prix circuit. The perfect place to bring the all-new Cadillac ATS to test the 2.0-liter turbo engine.
272 horsepower, the lightest in its class. Cadillac ATS outmatches the BMW 3 Series. I cannot believe I've ended the day not scraping some red paint off on these barriers.
The all-new Cadillac ATS.
The idea of an inside man is somebody who's giving you information that you normally don't get. What I want to do is show you what people are dealing with on a daily basis. You know, we're making a show that starts to pull back the curtain on things in our country that we're afraid to talk about. You really do get this window into what makes America tick.
Morgan Spurlock, Inside Man, premieres this spring, only on CNN. Who will become the CNN Hero of the Year? Join Anderson Cooper for CNN Heroes and All-Star Tribute, live, Sunday, December 2nd, 9 Eastern.
Silver Legacy Resort Casino, Reno. Rooms from $49.99. Call today.
Phil Slugger has been making bats since 1884 and is the official bat of Major League Baseball and is now commemorating the San Francisco Giants with this just-released Giants National League Champions World Series bat. You can see this beautiful historic 35-inch bat at BigTimeBats.com. The bat is numbered and limited to only 500 bats. You can purchase this full-size historic bat by calling BigTimeBats.com at 1-866-280-BATS.
Silver Legacy Resort Casino, Reno. Rooms from $49.99. Dennis Miller, November 17th. Rodney Carrington, November 24th. 5-star fabulous.
Field at home. Special night Saturday, 8 Eastern on CNN.
You're looking at Faneuil Hall in Boston. That's where Mitt Romney's in Boston right now with his entire family. But this is a watch party underway right now. They're getting ready to see what's going on in Boston. We have watch parties we're watching all over the country, indeed all over the world. We're going to get more official results coming in soon here in the CNN Election Center. But right now, let's get some additional early clues about what voters are thinking as they exited the polling stations across the country. John King is back at the Magic Wall. We're getting some more clues right now.
We are, and let's focus on two of our key battleground states, and two of the key states we'll learn early from, Virginia and Ohio. Of course, Eastern time zone, they will close early. Who would better handle the economy? Here's your definition, folks, of a competitive election. Who would better handle the economy? Governor Romney, 49. President Obama, 48. These are among voters in the key battleground state of Ohio today, so a split on who would better handle the top issue in the election. Are U.S. economic conditions getting better, getting worse, or about the same? 37% say getting better. That's an encouraging number for the president. That number has grown in our pre-election polls, and in the exit poll, 37% of Ohio voters say things are getting better. That's certainly helpful to an incumbent. But close second, 33% say it's getting worse. You would assume those voters are thinking maybe we need a new president, and about 29% say it's staying about the same. How those voters vote may determine who wins the state. Those who say things are about the same. That's, again, more from Battleground Ohio. One more here. What's your opinion of the Obama administration? After all, they're deciding whether to keep an incumbent president. 27% of Ohioans, the largest group, say they're dissatisfied. 23% angry. So that's half of the electorate today in Ohio say they're dissatisfied or angry with the Obama administration. But again, pretty even split. 24% say satisfied, 24% say enthusiastic. That tells you you've got a competitive race in Battleground Ohio. Virginia results will start to come in about the same time. 53% say Governor Romney would better handle the economy, 45% President Obama. So a better edge for Governor Romney in Battleground Virginia. We're waiting the results there to come up pretty soon. Yet U.S. economic conditions, 43% say getting better. Again, that wolf would be encouraging to the incumbent. 36% say getting worse. 2 in 10 voters in Battleground Virginia today say things are just about the same from an economic perspective. And one more from Virginia.
Dissatisfied.
About the Obama administration, 18% satisfied.
We'll add up this right here. That's 48.
Add up this. That's 48.
Again, roughly an even. When the voters are evenly divided, guess what? It means we got to count. We're going to be here a while.
We are indeed, but that's why they pay us to be here all night if necessary and beyond. Anderson.
Well, thanks. We're counting down at the top of the hour, and the first results for one of the crucial battleground states, which, of course, is Virginia. Let's check in with some of our correspondents embedded with election officials in toss-up states. First to Gary Tuchman in Virginia. Gary?
Anderson, we're at the election headquarters in Henrico County, Virginia. Henrico County is a critical county and a critical state. It's look at it, and I look at it, because the I look at it, and I look at it, and Shelly, they're on this or that.
You're right, and it's the very good states, but some solution shall the way me. Then officer, I must so we can still in this so yes, and I will shoot with the slows surf and their way the past, and I you know, groups in the flow.
Sir, yeah, that's that the bad isn't it? Where are you?
How are you? I can I give you. Oh, say, now, in the meters are open. When the voters are evenly divided, guess what? It means we got to count. We're going to be here a while.
We are indeed, but that's why they pay us to be here all night if necessary and beyond. Anderson.
Well, thanks. We're crucial battleground states, which of course is Virginia. Let's check in with some of our correspondents embedded with election officials in toss-up states. First to Gary Tuchman in Virginia. Gary?
Anderson, we're at the election headquarters in Henrico County, Virginia. Henrico County is a critical county in a critical state.
People cast their votes absentee or early, the Secretary of State of Ohio told me today. And it turns out that it would be reasonable, election officials tell me, to say 250,000 of those votes. We may not know who they voted for tonight. So that could mean that it's up to 10 days before they start counting those ballots and we know who won. Those people who come in and their address changed or their name changed, they had to file one of these, a yellow ballot, a provisional ballot. That's the nightmare scenario. If we don't know, if it comes down to these yellow ballots, we may not know for another 10 days who wins this election. The good news, Anderson, though, is I spoke to the Secretary of State from Ohio today, and he told me firmly the same thing he told me last night. He said, I don't think it's going to come early tonight, but I do think here in Ohio we will be able to project a winner. And I'm, talking to a few election officials here. They're saying, hopefully, they think possibly around midnight tonight. So we will see, but it could all come down where we are tonight here in Columbus, Anderson.
All right, Aaron, thanks for that. We'll check later. Let's go to John Zarella in Florida. John?
Anderson, record turnout possible in Florida. Up to 9 million votes might be cast when all is said and done. 4.5 million already cast, absentee balloting and early voting. Long lines to report today in a lot of places. Hialeah, Florida, down in Miami-Dade County, one area. The lines were long, hours-long lines there all day long. But it's not across the board. Some places, precincts you went to, the lines were 10, 15, 20 minutes, and that was it. We're at the tabulation center in Palm Beach County. What I want to show you, what these people behind me are doing right now, counting absentee ballots. What they are doing is transposing faulty ballots that went out. And let me show you what we had. Right here, Anderson, 35,000 of these went out that were wrong. The Justice of the Supreme Court header here was left off. So when they came back in, the machines couldn't scan them. So what these people are doing, and there are Republican and Democratic monitors behind each of these volunteer workers, they're taking the faulty ballots and transposing them onto correct ballots, and then they will be put into the machine. So far, they've corrected 23,000 ballots. They do not expect to have all the rest of them in those boxes back there done before the end of the night. It's going to be a long time before all of them, the absentee ballots, are counted here in Palm Beach County. Anderson.
And we're watching any irregularities in voting in a lot of the different battleground states. John Zarella, appreciate that. Let's go back to Will.
We're following also the battle for control of the United States Senate in a brand new way in CNN's virtual Senate. Tom Foreman is there. Tom?
Hey, Wolf, we're going to be watching the Senate races all evening because the simple truth is whomever wins the presidency, his ability to get the job done and do what he wants is going to depend on what happens in the U.S. Senate tonight. These races are critical. So let me take you up high in our virtual U.S. Senate here and show you where we stand right now. The Republicans very much want to expand on the 47 red seats they have here. They would love to eat into those 3 blue seats in the back seat because that's the Democratic advantage. The Democrats have 53 seats here, including the 2 independents who caucus with them. You may see their desks out there. We made them purple. The Democrats also have the White House, of course, with President Obama. And the one Republican stronghold is the U.S. House of Representatives, which is not likely to change. So if nothing else changes, what will we see in terms of a difference in the U.S. Senate if President Obama is reelected? Well, we might see a lot of the same arguments as before, but a new agenda. Way up on the list, higher taxes upon the wealthy. The president has said this is part of making the economy more fair, getting the economy moving again, and dealing with the deficit. Here's another item he's been talking about. Immigration reform. He talked about this last time, and he took a lot of criticism for not getting the job done. But if he says he gets reelected, he'll take another crack at it. And this is the wild card back here, and it's a big one. He could have a Supreme Court seat to fill. Justice Ginsburg has suggested she might want to retire. She's a liberal-leaning justice. If she goes away, he would probably put a liberal-leaning justice in her seat. That would maintain the status quo on the court. Basically, things wouldn't change. But imagine this isn't what happens. Imagine that everything stays the same, but Mitt Romney takes control. What agenda is he going to bring to the U.S. Senate? Well, first of all, lower taxes. He wants a 20% tax cut for everybody. He also wants to close some loopholes in the tax code. That's his way of getting the economy moving and dealing with the deficit. He also wants to repeal Obamacare. You heard this over and over again out on the stump. It's not really clear if he can get it done, but he'd certainly need the Senate's help to really do much on it. It says he's going to keep the most popular parts of it, by the way. And he, too, could face a Supreme Court seat. Big difference, though. If it's a seat held by a liberal, he would no doubt put a more conservative justice into that seat, and that would change the status quo of the court. It would change the balance, and you would probably see, Wolf, some changes in the types of rulings we saw coming out of the court. Wolf?
Tom, as you say, we think the Republicans will hold on to their majority in the House of Representatives, but what about the balance of power in the Senate?
Yeah, well, the numbers have sort of suggested that the Democrats have a fair chance of holding on to their advantage here, but you never really know because so much is up in the air right now. The Republicans would love to at least pick off those 3 seats back there. If they did that, you would have a tie here on many votes. That tie would have to be broken by the vice president, either Joe Biden or Paul Ryan, depending on who wins. And if the Republicans really did well tonight, they might be able to pick up a seat or 2 over here and have a majority. But, Wolf, here is the thing that we cannot impress enough as you watch the returns tonight on the Senate. The simple truth is there is no indication that either party could get a 60-vote supermajority here. That's what you need to overcome a filibuster. And if you don't have that, no matter who becomes the president, he's going to have a hard time pushing his agenda unless he can find a way to get people working together across this aisle, and that has eluded them here for quite some time. Wolf?
Good point, Tom. Thank you. Tom's in our virtual Senate. We're counting down to the top of the hour when polls close in the battleground state of Virginia. It's our first important sign of how this night may go. Also, the first official results. Early vote tallies are coming in from parts of Indiana and Kentucky right now where the polls already have closed. And wait until you see how CNN is changing one of the world's most famous landmarks, the Empire State Building, on this Election Night in America.
Election Night in America is brought to you by ExxonMobil, taking on the world's toughest energy challenges. And by Norfolk Southern, one line, infinite possibilities. Go to CNN.com/election to get up-to-the-minute news on the races and for results from around the country.
If we want to improve our schools, what should we invest in? Maybe new buildings? What about updated equipment? They can help. But recent research shows nothing transforms schools like investing in advanced teacher education. Let's build a strong foundation. Let's invest in our teachers so they can inspire our students. Let's solve this.
trains go, the economy comes to life. Norfolk Southern, one line, infinite possibilities.
You see us at the start of the day. On the company phone list that's a few names longer. You see U.S. Bank on busier highways, on once empty fields. Every day, you see all the ways all of us at U.S. Bank are helping grow our economy, lending more so companies and communities can expand, grow stronger, and get back to work. Every day, you see all of us serving you around the country, around the corner. U.S. Bank.
When this hotel added Aflac to provide a better benefits package, it made a big splash with the employees. Find out more at forbusiness.com.
The idea of an inside man is somebody who's giving you information that you normally don't get. You really do get this window into what makes America tick.
Morgan Spurlock, Inside Man, premieres this spring, only on CNN.
Our soldiers defend our freedom, but face unexpected conflicts when they return home. The Battlefield at Home, an Anderson Cooper Veterans Day special, Saturday, 8 Eastern on CNN.
Some people say travel isn't what it used to be. Well, I think travel is what you make it, so I made it better.
The Gold Delta Sky Miles credit card from American Express? Sure, it earns you miles, but what you'll really appreciate is everything it does to make traveling on Delta a little bit easier. Like when you get to the airport, you get a free check bag on any Delta flight every time you fly. And then when you're at the gate, you get on board sooner with priority boarding. So you can get to your seat, settle in, and do Well, whatever you want. And once you're on your way, you'll even save on drinks, movies, games. You know, the little things that make your flight more relaxing. Call 1-800-SkyMiles to apply now. You can earn 30,000 bonus miles. With a $0 introductory annual fee for the first year, then it's $95.
Can your card make getting there a little bit easier? My card can.
Piers looks at what it means for you. CNN tomorrow night live, 9 Eastern.
They're voting in the key battleground state of New Hampshire. These are live pictures coming in from Nashua, New Hampshire. We're watching voting there all across the country. We're also beginning to get real election results coming in from two states, Kentucky and Indiana. Kentucky right now still very, very early. 1% of the vote is in. You see a lopsided lead for Mitt Romney, 69% to 29% in Kentucky so far. Similarly in Indiana, 2% of the vote is now in. Another lopsided lead, 65% for Mitt Romney, 34% for President Obama, but it's very, very early. Let's get some more exit poll results. John King has been going through those numbers, and we're beginning to learn a little bit more about what the voters are thinking.
We are. Let's take a glimpse nationally at two key questions, and then we want to go into another battleground state. Moments ago, we showed you a bit from Ohio and from Virginia. Well, this is nationally. Who would better handle the economy? It's the #1 question for voters right now. You see a pretty close divide. Governor Romney, the Republican, 50. President Obama, the incumbent Democrat, 47. So an even divide on the biggest question facing the electorate, who would better handle the economy. That suggests we will have a close election. Who's more in touch with people like you? Throughout the campaign, the empathy question, if you will, has been an advantage for President Obama. It is an advantage on Election Day. 52% of the voters nationally today say the president is more in touch with people like them. 44% gave that mark to Governor Romney. Now let's look at battleground Florida, the demographics of the electorate. 67% of the electorate in Florida today, white. 13% African-American, 16% Latino. Now, remember these numbers, because the next slide I'm going to show you is the 2008 Florida electorate. Remember, 67, 13, 16. What was the electorate like 4 years ago? 71% of the electorate was white in Florida. A higher number 4 years ago, and that's red because John McCain won the white vote in Florida 4 years ago. 13% African-American. That has been constant. 13% matches up with 4 years ago. Latino was 14%. It's 16% this year. So again, in another key battleground state, the Latino population, it might be slight, but that's growth, a change in the electorate there. We'll watch how that plays out in battleground Florida. Another big question, Florida, one of the older states in America. Who would better handle Medicare? A question that seniors care about, a question also that voters in that 40 to 55 to 60 age group care about, especially the Democrats tried to make an issue of the Ryan budget because of the changes in Medicare. The president gets a slight edge, Wolf, but essentially an even divide on the Medicare question in the state of Florida. One little ad lib here, if I can. I'm going to walk over here. Stay with me on the magic wall. We're starting to get results in Kentucky and in Indiana. Tiny results, 2% of the vote. I want to show you a little place in Indiana. Vigo County, 1.7% of the population. I'm going to look here a little bit later here tonight just for trivia purposes. You know why? Only twice since 1888 has Vigo County been wrong in picking a president. Why? Good question. But since the 1950s, this county has been right. Whoop, it's filling in blue at the moment. Ooh, look at that. Now, that's only 17% of the vote. We'll see how it goes tonight. But you watch it blue now. If it's blue at the end of the night, we'll see if Vigo County's streak continues.
Could be a bellwether, as they say. Could be an indication of what's going on. Right. We're going to watch all these states, all these counties, all these polling precincts very closely. Anderson?
Who knew? As Vigo County goes, so goes the country. Often said. Let's check in with our contributors. Alex Castellanos, Republican. What are you looking at tonight? What do you see in those numbers so far from these exit polls?
Well, that we're going to have a long night, I guess. But
that's going to be the most overused phrase, by the way, of tonight. Long night. Just watch for it.
Every time I'm sitting here at the CNN bar, I'll be happy. So right, okay. No, it's so hard to tell with these early exits. I still think there's a reticent Republican factor. I think we know as Republicans that all the cool kids, Hollywood, the music industry, fashion, academia, news media, a lot of people are on the other side. The uncool kids, the kids that wear socks with sandals, we're Republicans. And when you get interviewed...
You're saying Kid Rock is not cool?
Yeah. You have Democrats have more. Let's put it that way. And what happens when you get interviewed is, are you for the cool guy or are you the uncool Republican? We underreport. We underreport on surveys. We underreport on exit polls. So and that's, I think, one reason why Kerry thought he'd won the election when he ran, and he didn't. So I'm looking to see if these, or if we start getting the real data, there's a little bit more of a Republican bump here. This is a very tight race, but if you add a Republican bump, Mitt Romney's got a real shot at winning this thing.
James Carville, Democratic.
Yeah, you know what? We're just going to have to wait and see what happens. My point is simply this. The consequences for the losing party are going to be dramatic. If the Democrats lose this election, that means they will have lost every election of any consequence since President Obama won in 2008. If the Republicans lose this election, this will be the 5th time in the last 6 elections they've lost a popular vote to the Democrats. It's going to be enormous. They're going to have to rethink their entire party. So I think that my focus is a little bit, as we watch this, what does it mean for the losing party? And it's going to be dramatic. I mean, every election has consequences. The consequences to the losing party in this election seem to me to be pretty doggone profound. And, you know, it's a cliche, but like everybody else, we're going to wait and start counting votes here pretty soon.
The other question is, what does it mean for governorship, no matter who wins? And that's something we'll talk about a lot tonight as well. Margaret Hoover, Republican strategist.
What we're all looking at is enthusiasm numbers in these early numbers. In the exit polling for the millennial data, the 18 to 29-year-old data, says 18% of them turned out. Well, guess what? The millennial generation is the largest generation in history. There are 17 million more of them than baby boomers. If all of them turned out at the same proportion that they turned out in 2008, 65 million of them are eligible to vote. 51% turns out, that would make them 24% of the electorate. That would mean that if 18% have turned out, there's a depression in enthusiasm in the youth vote.
Van Jones, Democratic.
I think that's true, but I'm actually still encouraged by that 18% number, because if you just look at the number as it is, 18% is the same percentage that they had before. There was a concern you're going to have a collapse of the youth vote, not a contraction, but a collapse. And in fact, you don't. And I think that even if the youth vote for Obama at 60, instead of 67%, say 57, it's still a huge, huge bump for Obama.
And one thing we also saw in the exits is the battle for Medicare is a fair fight, even Republicans and Democrats. Medicare, picking Paul Ryan, the ending Medicare as we know it, was supposed to wipe out the Republican Party. It hasn't.
Right. We got to take a break. We're live at landmarks across America where people are gathering tonight to watch CNN's election coverage. We're in the president's hometown of Chicago at Thompson Center Plaza downtown. CNN has provided the largest screen in the city for free public viewing of election coverage. We're also in Boston, Mitt Romney's home base at historic Faneuil Hall Marketplace. More than 350,000 LED lights are illuminating the area. It's a special election preview of the holiday light and sound show called Blink. Let's head also to the Las Vegas Strip, the Miracle Mile shops. It's another place where people can stop, watch election results on CNN. And back here on the East Coast, check out the scene at Times Square, CNN's official election watch party. We expect it to be a busy place throughout the evening. Wolf?
And tonight, Anderson, get this. You can keep tabs on the changing electoral vote count in a whole new way right here on CNN. Look at the Empire State Building in New York. Now take a close look at the very top, the mast. It will be following CNN's official electoral count. So as we make projections, those red and blue columns will rise throughout the night. Blue for Obama, red for Romney. Once we have a winner, those red, white, and blue lights on the upper floors will change colors. Check this out. If President Obama wins, the top of the Empire State Building will light up in bright blue. If Governor Romney wins, the building's mast will shine bright red. New Yorkers, by the way, will be able to look up and see the results throughout the night. The rest of the nation, of course, can see it right here on CNN. There's a heated fight underway right now to win in Wisconsin, the home state of Paul Ryan. The election system there is surprisingly old school and will affect the vote counting. We're going there live. And we're counting down to the top of the hour when the polls close in 6 states, including the battleground state of Virginia. We're live at Obama and Romney headquarters. They're waiting for the first results, and they're watching it on CNN on this election night in America.
Wreck-It Ralph has made his mama proud.
I love my mama!
Disney's Wreck-It Ralph is the #1 movie in the nation. Time magazine raves it's packed with wickedly smart humor, and USA Today calls it dazzling. Wow. Disney's Wreck-It Ralph, now playing in 3D, rated PG.
The clock is ticking, America. It's time we focused on reality instead of rhetoric. It's time to recognize that the nearly $100 billion spent on clean coal technologies have resulted in real environmental progress. And it's time we finally get serious about energy prices and energy independence. The clock is ticking. There's never been a more important time for America's most abundant, domestically produced energy resource, coal. Visit americaspower.org to get the facts.
Music is a universal language. But when I was in an accident, I was worried the healthcare system spoke a language all its own. With United Healthcare, I got help that fit my life. Information on my phone, connection to doctors who get where I'm from, and tools to estimate what my care may cost. So I never missed a beat.
We're more than 78,000 people looking out for more than 70 million Americans. That's health in numbers. United Healthcare.
Customer Aaron Swenson bought from us online today, so I'm happy.
Sales go up, I'm happy.
You went out today, I'm happy.
What if she's not at home?
She won't be happy.
Use UPS. She can get a text alert, reroute, even reschedule a package. It's UPS My Choice.
You happy? I'm happy.
I'm happy.
I'm happy.
I'm happy. I'm happy.
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 Happy. Happy.
Happy. I love logistics.
Get a flu shot at Rite Aid today and protect your family from this season's strains of flu. No appointment necessary.
Who will become the CNN Hero of the Year? Join Anderson Cooper for CNN Heroes and All-Star Tribute live Sunday, December 2nd, 9 Eastern.
Election night on NBC. Join Brian Williams and the NBC News political team for results and analysis. Stay with NBC News and NBCNews.com tonight on NBC.
On Election Day, voting problems aren't a matter of if, but when. That's why NBC Bay Area's investigative unit will be out making sure your vote counts. If you see problems, call our tip line or email the unit at NBCBayArea.com.
That was then. This is now. For almost 60 years, Bailey Rug Company, a family-owned and award-winning business, has provided the highest quality and most thorough cleaning of your Oriental and area rugs possible. With over 400,000 rugs cleaned, it's easy to see why Bailey Rug Company is the best choice to maintain your valued rugs. Save 20% on your rug cleaning when you bring in and pick up. Bailey Rug Company. We're the experts.
After, Piers looks at what it means for you. CNN tomorrow night live, 9 Eastern.
We've got some real votes coming in from Kentucky and Indiana. Let's update you on what's happening right now. It's still very, very early in Kentucky, but it's a lopsided lead for Mitt Romney, 69% to 29%. Only 1% of the vote is in. 3% of the vote is in Indiana, 60% for Mitt Romney, 38% for the president, but it's still very early. The president did carry Indiana, as you remember, 4 years ago. Candy Crowley is over at Romney headquarters in Boston. She's watching what's going on. What's going on over there, Candy? You got some news.
Hey, Wolf, yes. I want to bring in one of our political reporters, Peter Hamby, who has been out and about covering actually both these campaigns for the last couple of years. Peter, what have you found out?
Well, we've actually found out, we've gotten a glimpse into the Romney campaign's internal polling. Through the last day they did internal tracking. Neil Newhouse, their pollster, does daily tracking every day throughout the campaign to kind of figure out strategy. Through Sunday, the last day that they did tracking, the Romney campaign had Obama winning Ohio by 5 points. That's, you know, it changes day to day, but that's up from winning Ohio by 1, losing Ohio by 1, tied. So that we saw a big final jump the last day for Romney, for Obama inside the Romney campaign, Candy.
Well, one of the things this tells us is that public optimism, as we know, is required on Election Day.
Right.
But behind the scenes, it tells us a little bit more about what they're really thinking.
Exactly. I mean, this is not an authorized leak. I got these polls from a very good source of mine. They project confidence outwardly, but there was a reason that they went to Ohio and Pennsylvania on today at the last minute. It's because they saw the numbers on the last day. They saw Obama jumping to a stronger lead than he had before, according to their numbers. And they saw Pennsylvania really tight. The numbers also show Pennsylvania really tight. So we're seeing how polling informs strategy, but the polls goes in Ohio pretty soon. So those numbers are pretty much out the window at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. Our political reporter, Peter Hamby, thanks so much. Great cat.
Thanks.
Back to you, Wolf.
Candy, thanks very much. Peter, thanks to you as well. Let's go back to John King. You're taking a look at the Electoral College map because the popular vote out there is important, but it's 270 electoral votes that will be needed to elect the next president.
And let's follow up on what Peter Hamby just told our Candy Crowley there, that he says inside the Romney campaign, at the end, they were increasingly pessimistic about this. 18 electoral votes in the state of Florida. Wolf, no Republicans, Ohio, I'm sorry, no Republicans ever won without it. Let's say that goes blue. Look where it put the president, on the doorstep of being reelected if nothing else changes. So could Governor Romney get to 270 without Ohio will be the question we will ask tonight. Well, let's assume, for the sake of argument, Democrats will give him the state of Florida. Let's assume, again, no Democrats who disagree, let's give him Virginia. That puts him in play, but then he comes out here. How does he make up for this? The Obama campaign is very confident about this. We'll see if Paul Ryan can make a difference, but the Obama campaign is very confident about this.
About Wisconsin.
About Wisconsin. Obama campaign is extremely confident because of the Latino vote about Nevada. So now you're in this position here. Can Governor Romney get there? Can he get there without, even if he won Colorado, even if he won Iowa, and even if he won New Hampshire, he's short. So what would he have to do? That's the Pennsylvania strategy they were just thinking about. He would have to somehow take that away and turn it red. That would make the difference, but it's improbable.
That's
Given
Pennsylvania.
The deep blue DNA of Pennsylvania makes that somewhat improbable, which is why we are going to spend a long time tonight. Late campaign polling is not always what happens on Election Day. I talked to some people in Hamilton County, Ohio, the Cincinnati area. They were much more encouraged today than they were last night. If that one is blue at the end of the night, it's not impossible, but it is improbable, I would say, to find a Romney path to 270.
In the past, as we say often, no Republican has won the White House without Ohio. Anderson.
I just want to quickly check in with our analysts, David Gergen and Gloria Borger, about what Peter Hamby just reported, a source from inside the Romney campaign saying that their internal numbers in their last poll showed Obama +5 in Ohio. That's surprising.
It's surprising because in talking to them every day, that's not what they were saying. They were saying that their internal polls,
what they were saying publicly.
Well, yeah, or even on background, saying to reporters, this is a dead heat. Which shows you that in campaigns, they're not going to give away the keys. And they were always saying to us, by the way, that their polls were much more accurate than ours, which always showed a disparity, and that theirs were tight. And it may explain why the campaign threw in that Jeep ad about exporting.
Also may explain a trip to
exporting jobs
Pennsylvania.
to Italy. Yeah,
I think what it suggests is, listen, it seemed to me that it maybe was breaking for Obama in the last few days. The exit polls, the early exit polls, don't suggest that. And so Ohio may be a special case, in which case this whole controversy about the Jeep was backfiring on Mitt Romney. His allegations out there, which were rebuffed by 2 of the car companies as well as by a number of others, were pretty wild. And I think it was, Obama's doing better among working class people in Ohio than he is elsewhere. And this whole thing about the automobile bailout and the Jeep ad could make the difference this election.
And that was a point Rahm Emanuel made earlier today on our program about the impact that the auto bailout has had in Ohio.
Absolutely. Right. And you look at the unemployment numbers in some of these states like Ohio, they're lower than the national average. Voters there may be more optimistic, as the exit polls show, about the future of the economy. And on the economy issue, I don't think that Romney is doing as well as he needs to be doing overall. It's his key issue. He was way ahead on it. The exit polls show just a few points of difference.
It's fascinating what Peter Hamby just reported. We'll continue to follow it. Obviously, we are just minutes away from the first wave of poll closings. Battleground state of Virginia is on the line. We're at election watch parties in the president's hometown of Chicago as well, and Mitt Romney's hometown of Boston. They're obviously anxious to see if we can make our first battleground state projection ahead. Stay tuned.
Election Night in America is brought to you by Cisco, a primary provider of the network technology for CNN's news coverage, and by America's Natural Gas Alliance. Smarter power. Today, go to cnn.com/election to get up-to-the-minute news on the races and for results from around the country.
It's 32 minutes to go time, and the candidate's speech is in pieces all over the district. The writer's desktop and the coordinator's phone are working out a joke with local color. The secure cloud just received a revised intro from the strategist tablet. And while I make my way into the venue, the candidate will be rehearsing off his phone.
And thanks to every young face
his phone is one of his biggest supporters.
With Cisco at the center, working together has never worked so well.
We have big dreams. One is for a clean domestic energy future that puts us in control. Our abundant natural gas is already saving us money, producing cleaner electricity, putting us to work here in America, and supporting wind and solar. Though all energy development comes with some risk, we're committed to safely and responsibly producing natural gas. It's not a dream. America's natural gas, putting us in control of our energy future now.
Let me see. Are you kidding me? I say no. Mr. Woodson?
Hello. 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 Caleb, I got someone I want you to meet.
Hello. AT&T, the nation's largest 4G network, covering 3,000 more 4G cities and towns than Verizon. Rethink possible.
The Caterpillar Foundation makes progress possible around the world. We bring health and hope through access to medical facilities, schools, and markets. Our conservation and restoration projects help millions of families who depend on river systems for food, water, jobs, energy, and transportation. Microfinance opportunities create new businesses that are transforming poverty-stricken communities. Sometimes the most important measure of progress isn't found on a financial statement.
A European-inspired suspension, but not from Germany. A powerful, fuel-efficient engine, but it's not from Japan. It's a car like no other, inspired by a place like no other. Introducing the all-new 2013 Chevrolet Malibu, our greatest Malibu ever.
Audiences want something different. Psycho is it.
You're kidding.
This is the boy who dug up his own mother.
How are you going to shoot this shower scene? Married to a man obsessed by murder.
Your movie will not be released in this country. Am I making a terrible mistake?
Academy Award winner Anthony Hopkins. Academy Award winner Helen Mirren.
I demand to see some footage. Get off my set.
This could be the biggest success of your career.
Our career.
Hitchcock, rated PG-13. In select theaters November 23rd.
The presidential race has been won by Governor Ronald Reagan of California.
George Herbert Walker Bush, 41st President of the United States. Governor Clinton is now President Bill Clinton, too close to call.
There it is, George W. Bush re-elected. Barack Obama, President-elect of the United States.
This is CNN.
We're closing in on the first results in the battle for the White House.
We can only guess how late the night will go. It is going to be an exciting night and how close it will be.
Across the land, this is the moment when Americans choose their leader and chart their future.
A bigger, better country. That is what's in store with new leadership.
You know I'll fight for you and your families.
This is the moment when a long, bitter campaign ends.
You don't scare hard-working Americans just to scare up some votes. That's not what being president's all about.
And a long, suspenseful night begins.
You want 4 more years with 23 million Americans looking for a good job.
This is the moment when everything is on the line and anything can happen. Tonight, the results the world has been waiting for. Barack Obama and Mitt Romney vying for every vote and every battleground that will decide the election.
We'll win Ohio.
America is counting on Florida.
Right here in Iowa.
We're going to win Wisconsin.
A presidential contest that's been neck and neck for months, maybe razor close in the final hour. Who will be the winner tonight? Or could there be a cliffhanger?
This is the time to elect a leader.
I'd like to win this thing earlier than later, so go out there.
Now, CNN's coverage of election night in America, the fight for the presidency, the battle for Congress, and the issues dividing the nation.
I'm not ready to give up on the fight.
Do you want more of the same or do you want change?
The first polls are closing. The nation is watching, and history is in the making right now.
We're live at the presidential candidates' campaign headquarters, the Obama camp in Chicago, the Romney camp in Boston, Both campaigns are anxiously waiting for the final word from voters on this election night in America. We'd like to welcome our viewers in the United States and around the world. I'm Wolf Blitzer. We're counting down to the first projections in the race for the White House and for control of the United States Congress. Just minutes from now, all polls close in Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Vermont, and the battleground state of Virginia. A total of 60 electoral votes are up for grabs in those states. And remember, it takes 270 electoral votes to win this election. Let's go to our correspondents over at the presidential candidates' headquarters. Jessica Yellen is with the president in Chicago. Candy Crowley with Governor Romney in Boston. Jessica, first to you. Set the scene.
Hi, Wolf. I have been speaking to Obama aides throughout the day, and they tell me that they are feeling calm, as is the president. They describe him as calm, serene, and excited. They say that they feel that this is not only going to be a good night for them, but also an early night. They tell me that they do not trust exit polls. You know, Wolf, they don't even trust media reports. What they do trust is their operation and the models they built. And they say nothing they have seen in the data so far is diverging from their models. They are seeing, to quote them, no surprises. But, you know, election nights have seen surprises before, and this night is still early.
Only just beginning. Candy, what's it like in Boston?
Well, they've just opened the doors here, so people are starting to trickle in, but they are expecting actually a long night here, just in keeping with the parallel universes we see between these two campaigns. So there's plenty of time to go out for dinner, etc., before they come here to what they hope will be a victory rally. We know that Mitt Romney is now back in Boston after going to Ohio and Pennsylvania today. He will wait out the evening results here in a hotel very close to the Boston Convention Center. Again, lots of public and even on background optimism from campaign aides. But as we know from what our Peter Hamby just reported on Sunday, just 2 days ago, the internal campaign polling for the Romney campaign showed Mitt Romney down 5 points in Ohio. That is critical. Certainly tells you why they paid so much attention to Ohio early on, Wolf.
Certainly is, Candy. Thanks very much. Anderson Cooper, of course, joins us for this historic night.
Yeah, Wolf, it certainly is. We are moments away from the first results in Virginia, traditionally red state that turned blue when it went for President Obama 4 years ago. We've got two correspondents on the ground, Kate Baldwin in Manassas, and Gary Tuchman is just outside of Richmond. Let's start with Kate Baldwin. Kate?
Hey there, Anderson. The polls are just minutes away from closing here in Prince William County, Virginia. And when that happens, that is when the phones are going to start ringing here at the Board of Elections headquarters. This is one of the locations where they'll be taking in the calls with results, first writing in the results here, and then later physically having the results brought in these bags. The results, though, we're hearing could be delayed even by hours because of the hours-long wait at some polling stations in the precinct. Why does this matter? Because everyone is watching what happens here in Prince William County as well as what happens in Loudoun County just to our north. If people are watching it as a key indicator of how this state and its 13 electoral votes will go. Anderson?
Gary Tuchman. Gary?
Anderson, Henrico County, Virginia, just north of Richmond, is a battleground county in this battleground state. Barack Obama is expected to do well in the Washington suburbs. Mitt Romney is expected to do well in the rural areas of the state. Both need this county, and the raw numbers should be coming in any minute. Real numbers, Anderson.
Well, our election team is in the field. Also, obviously, here in the studio, let's go to John King at the Magic Wall. John?
And Anderson, Virginia early up, the key battleground. We talk a lot about Ohio, but if Governor Romney doesn't win Virginia, it's hard to see him getting to 270. What are the voters in Virginia thinking tonight? More than 6 in 10, 62% say the economy is the #1 issue in the country. 13% say the deficit, 17% say health care. So pocketbook issues driving the electorate in Virginia today. Let's take a look at this. Should the health care law be repealed? That's been a big question in the campaign. Governor Romney says yes. 49% of the Virginia voters today agree with the governor, but 46% say no. That tells you a very evenly divided Virginia electorate on one of the big policy questions in this presidential campaign. Vote by party identification. 39% of those voting today in Virginia are Democrats. 33% are Republicans, and 28% are independents. Now, a lot of Southern Democrats sometimes vote Republican for president, so you could look at this number and say the candidate who wins the independents is likely to carry the day in the state of Virginia. Let's look a little bit more here. Are you a white, born-again Christian? Virginia, one of the states where evangelical turnout is critical for the Republicans, and Mitt Romney 21% of the electorate in the Commonwealth of Virginia tonight says, yes, I'm a white evangelical Christian. That's down from 28% 4 years ago. That could be an interesting question as the night wears on. 79% say no, so evangelical turnout is down. And you want to see an evenly divided electorate? What do they think of the president? 50% of Virginians say favorable, 49% say unfavorable. What do they think of the Republican challenger, Mitt Romney? 50% say unfavorable, 48% say favorable. So this is an evenly divided electorate in the state of Virginia, Wolf, and we're going to be watching the key vote in the northern suburbs.
Every step of the way, we're getting ready for the top of the hour when we will be able to make some projections. 6 states will close all polling in those states, so get ready right now. And CNN projects President Obama will carry Vermont and its 3 electoral votes. The President of the United States carries that New England state. CNN projects Mitt Romney will carry Kentucky and its 8 electoral votes. Neither one of these 2 states a big surprise. This is fully expected. We are not able to make projections at this point in these states. Georgia, Indiana, South Carolina, and the battleground state of Virginia. Even though all polls in all 4 of those states have closed, we are not yet ready to make a projection in any of those 4 states. Right now, on the race to 270, Mitt Romney has 8 electoral votes based on our projection, 3 Vermont for the President of the United States. As we wait for more real votes to come in that will help us make projections, we want to share with you what our exit polls are revealing. But remember, these are estimates. They're based on interviews with a sampling of voters as they left select polling stations. All right, we have exit poll results in Indiana. First of all, this is what the exit poll shows us. Estimates: 55% for Mitt Romney, 43% for the President of the United States. The President carried Indiana 4 years ago. This is a preliminary estimate. Exit polls in Virginia. Take a look at this. The exit poll shows a tie, 49% to 49% in Virginia. Doesn't get much closer than that. Again, though, these are estimates based on our survey of voters leaving select polling places. The final outcome may be different. We want to let you know we use these exit polls to make projections only, repeat, only in non-competitive races. In battleground states like Virginia, for example, the exit polls show us that the contests we expected to be close are indeed close. We're going to share more exit poll data like this throughout the night as polling places close in critical swing states. Here's why. We want to be fully transparent with all of our viewers in the United States and around the world. We want to make sure our viewers get the same information we have, that it's accurate, and that they hear it directly from us. Anderson?
We want to be checking in with some of our correspondents all throughout the region. Let's check in with Jessica Yellen, who is over at Obama headquarters in Chicago. Also checking with Candy Crowley, who is in Boston at Mitt Romney headquarters. First, we go to Jessica. Jessica, for the state of Virginia, how confident does the Obama campaign feel about their position in Virginia?
I've been talking to them throughout the day, Anderson, and they feel incredibly bullish about Virginia. As you know, this is one of those states, if Governor Romney does not win Virginia, his path to 270 is very difficult. And they like, in particular, they say in the data, the African-American turnout that they are seeing there. They say it is beating what they saw in 2008, better than the turnout in 2008. If that does hold up, if that proves to be true, that would be very good news for the president indeed. Now, this is based on their internal numbers, and that's what they're telling me. But if that proves to be true in the actual vote totals, it would be a good night for the president indeed, Anderson. Yeah,
let's check in with Candy. Candy, what are you hearing about Virginia? I also then want to talk to you about Ohio and what Peter Hamby just reported. But what are you hearing from the Romney campaign about Virginia?
Well, I can tell you this. When I asked them about 3 states, Florida, Virginia, and Ohio, they were bullish about Florida. They said great. They said okay when I asked about how they thought things were going in Ohio and Virginia. They are going on these same numbers. They do get obviously reports from certain key counties, but they see this coming in. They say we knew it was going to be tight, but they still feel good about Virginia, and it would be awfully difficult for Mitt Romney to put together 270 if you drop Virginia sort of right away. So you can imagine when that first result came up with Kentucky, there was applause from this room. So they are still gearing up here, in fact, for a victory celebration. Mitt Romney and his family watching this from their hotel room not far from here, Anderson.
And for our viewers who have just joined, Candy, just remind us what Peter Hamby was just reporting at the end of the last hour.
Peter reported that he had gotten a hold of the polling from the Romney campaign's internal pollster, Neil Newhouse, which showed Mitt Romney down in Ohio by 5 points on Sunday. Now, I'm getting some blowback about that, and I need some time to kind of check this out. But Peter, got this from a very good source of his, he says, and it showed them down 5 points in Ohio. Now, that would explain the last minute going back to Ohio on Election Day, and it also sort of undercuts the public confidence that they've seemed to have over the past couple of days, Anderson.
All right. We'll continue to check on that. Candy working her sources. Let's check in with John Kane, who's getting new information from those exit polls in Virginia that we couldn't reveal to you until now. What is it, John?
Anderson, we're going to break it down now, and it shows a very close, competitive, actually a fascinating race in the state of Virginia. We've talked about this in the days leading up to the election. The most important part for Governor Romney is do well in the D.C. suburbs and the Northern Virginia exurbs. You see the D.C. suburbs, it's shaded blue. Think about this all night long. If we show you a region, a demographic, a breakdown, and you see the shading, blue means Obama carried it, red means Romney carried it. In the D.C. suburbs, President Obama is getting 61% of the vote to 38% for Governor Romney. Now, that's a big win for the president in the closest in D.C. suburbs, but Governor Romney is actually doing better than John McCain, a little better than John McCain in those closest in suburbs, those just over the river, just across the river from Washington, D.C. The next big challenge is the Northern Virginia exurbs. When you move a little bit further out from Washington, D.C., Governor Romney winning the vote there by a narrow margin. But again, that's an area where John McCain struggled 4 years ago. So Governor Romney is in play. He's more competitive, if you will, in the close-in areas than John McCain was 4 years ago. Richmond area, big African-American vote down near the central part of the state where the capital is. 23% of the electorate statewide, the president winning in the Richmond area. You have an African-American center in Richmond, then you get out into the suburban areas, Governor Romney holding his own as you get away from the capital city. All this adds up to a competitive race in the state of Virginia. And let's move it the other way. We'll look a little bit more at what's happening here. This is the defining issue in the election, and it is the defining issue in the state of Virginia. Who would better handle the economy? 52% of Virginia voters said Governor Romney would. You see that section shaded red. That's because he carried those voters. Voters who said Governor Romney will do a better job handling the economy, 95% of them. An overwhelming win for Governor Romney among those voters. But not surprising, among the nearly half of the voters who said the president would do a better job with the economy, 99% for him. So how you view the economy and who would better handle it is a huge driving force in the vote in Virginia today. Let's come over here. Another big question. I don't even need to break down the chart for you. 49% of voters said yes, repeal the health care law. They voted for Governor Romney. 46% said no. They stuck with the president. Pretty evenly divided there. The most important issue facing the country, 62%, as I noted up top, say the economy. That's by far. Look at the difference in the size. The big chunk of the electorate voting for that, and 57% of those to 42% for the president, Anderson, going for Governor Romney. A very close, very competitive race in battleground Virginia.
And checking again in with our analyst, David Gergen, Gloria Borger. It is amazing how close this is in these states.
And on the economic issues, it mirrors what John is talking about in the state of Virginia. I mean, the best case Mitt Romney had to make to the American public is that he would be better on handling the economy, period. That's it. That was the case everyone had to buy into. When you look at the exit polls that I'm looking at, the president's job approval rating is over 50%. So far in early exits, and on the deficit, Romney does better but just by 4 points, and on who's better able to handle the economy, Mitt Romney does better, but just by a few points. He really needs to get those numbers up on handling the economy because that's what people are voting on.
And again, we need a huge grain of salt on the early exit polls.
Exactly.
Because if we believe them, John Kerry would be president.
We absolutely have to have a grain of salt, but the news out of Virginia is not good for Mitt Romney. When you're 49-49 in Virginia, a state he must carry, a state I think many people assumed he would carry North Carolina, carry Florida. Alex is shaking his head, but I really do believe that those states are essential because if you look at the data in the Midwest, President's doing very well in the Midwest, and Romney has got to get those 3 states.
And Alex, you're shaking your head just because of early hours?
David is right if the exit polls turn out to reflect what actually happens when people vote. It's like Alan Simpson used to say, the problem with democracy is we have to let these damn people vote. And they're going to vote. But, I do think that we should wait and see if the same thing happens to Mitt Romney that happened to George Bush running against John Kerry. That is that there's a little bump that is not reflected here. If so, then Virginia might be okay. If so, then some of these states that look a little tight.
What about the economic numbers, though, too?
But no, Gloria's point on the economy, though, I think is dead on. Here's Mitt Romney, business guy, running against a guy who has, unemployment is higher today than the day he was sworn into office. The economy's a mess, and guess what? Mitt Romney hasn't quite been able to
you're saying
separate himself
something out of Virginia.
Yeah, one thing that hasn't been reported on well yet, in Virginia, Ben Jealous, the head of the NAACP, put a huge effort to get African Americans registered to vote, and I think that you're going to see a bigger bump out of the black community than you otherwise had.
Well, let's check in with Wolf. He's got some new information. Wolf?
We want to show our viewers the actual numbers coming in from 2 states, Florida and Indiana, right now. Let's start with Florida. The polls have closed in most of the state, not necessarily in all of the panhandle, but in most of the state, they're releasing these numbers. Let's show you what we have with 4% of the vote now in the state of Florida. The president has 55%, Governor Romney 45%. There's about a 32,795 advantage for the president in Florida right now. 29 electoral votes at stake. The president ahead right now, but it's very early. Only 4% of the vote is in. In Indiana, 6% of the vote is in. Mitt Romney has an impressive lead so far, 58% to 40%, but it's still very early. Those 11 electoral votes in Indiana still up in the air. We have not made a projection in Indiana. Let's bring in some of our reporters in the battleground states. Brian Todd is in Nashua, New Hampshire. Kyung La is in Littleton, Colorado. Brian, first to you. What's going on over there?
Well, big story here in New Hampshire. Voter registration, same-day voters. Look at the line here in Nashua, Precinct 3. This line goes all the way out the door. They want to try to prevent people from waiting out in the cold. Goes all the way down the hall here. Same-day registration voters. This is what they're waiting in line for. It's gotten so big here as far as the wait here and in Salem and in Manchester that they've had to, at least in Nashua, I'm told by the city clerk, they have had to deputize volunteers from the both campaigns to help process people through. And again, these aren't people who are already registered. These are people here who are registering for the first time to vote in this precinct or registering to vote for the first time ever in their lives. Big excitement here in Nashua, New Hampshire. This is where the line goes. And but we are told that people will be able to vote if they're in line when the polls close, Wolf. So that's the good news. These people are sticking it out. They want to vote for the first time, some of them.
Yeah, it's a key battleground state in New Hampshire. Let's go to Kyung La in Colorado. Kyung, what are you seeing there?
Votes are counted in a battleground county. This is Arapahoe County within this battleground, and we're expecting the pace to really pick up here. What you're seeing over here, this is where those ballots, those are the absentee ballots that were just pulled off of a van that came in. And then over this way, those ballots then head over here, that they're scanned by that machine, and then from there they have to signature, verify everything, and then they get pulled out of the envelope by these people. Something that I found interesting, one Republican, one Democrat at every single table to make sure that this is absolutely fair. Turnout has been very robust, 1.9 million so far, according to the Colorado Secretary of State. 2 million is how many they had turnout in 2008. We're just talking about the early voting. So right now, turnout very high, very robust. The Republicans are slightly edging the Democrats by 35,000 votes here in the state of Colorado, Wolf. Republicans say that gives them the advantage here.
Kyung La in Colorado, Brian Todd in New Hampshire. Guys, thanks very much. Let's go over to John King right now. Florida, I want to take a closer look at what's going on because some of the results are coming in from various parts of the state, not the Panhandle.
It's early in the night, Wolf. This is our 2012 map. Just to remind folks, that's what it looked like 4 years ago when it was all filled in. That was the big Obama victory. Here's where we are now. The results are early. They're just coming in. So when we click into these states, you see Virginia blue, Florida blue, Kentucky and Indiana red. It's early. They're red now because that candidate, blue for Obama, red for Romney, is leading. Let's go in, battleground Florida, 29 electoral votes. Now you see what I'm talking about. Just 4% of the vote in. 55 to 45. But where is the vote? One of the reasons the president's winning is because some of the early vote is coming in from Orlando, 61-38. Let's just go back and do a little historical check. 59-41 last time when the president won Florida. He won Florida statewide, if you want to come back out and look statewide. The president won Florida statewide last time, 51-48, and he won right here in Orange County, 59-41. Again, these are preliminary results. At the moment, he's running a little bit of ahead of his totals from there. That's one of the things we watch as the night goes on. Is he overperforming or underperforming where he was before? The top up here, Nassau County, is a tiny rural county. This is one of the counties where Governor Romney has to rack up the numbers. It's 100% in. As you see, it's not a lot of votes. But Governor Romney needs to do this in almost every state he's competitive in. In small rural communities, he needs to rack up big numbers to offset the president's margin in urban areas. So looking at this with just 4% of the vote in doesn't tell you much. It tells you the president's doing well where he's supposed to do well, and Governor Romney's doing well where he's supposed to do well. More is starting to come in here. This is a bit more interesting, but as you see, 1% of the vote. And again, what does it tell you? We do know this. We know this state will be decided right around in here, the Northern Virginia suburbs and the exurbs. Governor Romney must run better and stronger than John McCain. This is where the population growth is in Virginia. This is where you have the suburban voters, college-educated women. Governor Romney has to do better than John McCain. If you go back again 4 years ago, you'll see what I'm talking about. All blue in here. Governor Romney doesn't have to win all these counties, but he's got to be more competitive. If he could make the map look more like that, that's how George W. Bush won Virginia a few years back. Those are the battleground states that you're starting to see the results already, Wolf, come into play. And again, we need to watch them. Just one footnote. I told you a bit earlier, there's a little county over here in western Indiana, Vigo County. It has been right, Vigo County, it's been right all but twice. The last time it was wrong was 1952. Since 1888, the winner of this county has won the presidency, except for in 2 presidential elections. What kind of night are we in for?
With 78% of the vote in, look at the difference, 14,282 to 14,036. I want you to watch that county for us and see what happens there. Maybe it's a bellwether, maybe it's an indicator, maybe not.
Like the country, it seems to be not so sure at the moment. Let's keep counting.
Let's see, we'll continue to watch. Anderson, who would have thought?
Yeah, let's check in with our contributors. James Carville, you've been looking at the numbers closely.
I have, and I want to share our voters on our viewers on one thing. We don't know. We're not in possession of some secret thing here that we manipulate and we kind of know the result, but we're going to tease you and make you stay and watch us later.
People are actually going to have to vote.
They're going to have to vote and have to count. I want to be very clear to our viewers about that. But what we do know is this, and this is indisputable, is we know these critical states are close, Virginia, North Carolina, Florida, okay? If Governor Romney loses any one of them, he's out. He's got to keep, as Alex just said, he's like a guy at the blackjack table. He's got to, if he wins one, he's got to double down on the next one and the next one.
You're saying without Ohio, he can't win?
If he loses Virginia, it's going to be very, very hard for him.
And on the other hand,
Florida, he's done.
If Obama loses any of those states, then his 08 coalition is coming apart, except for Florida.
Right.
He loses North Carolina.
If he loses North Carolina, if President Obama loses North Carolina by a point, his coalition is not coming apart. I mean,
he doesn't have his 08 coalition.
Again, he barely won North Carolina. Yeah, he won by 14,000 votes.
Doesn't mean he, no, hey, James, you can yell a little later. My point is he could still win tactically in Ohio, but his big strategic, there's this brand new world with all these different voters, and the old Republican Party is dead. It didn't work for him.
You know, Alex, let me make a point. Let me finish. If he carried it by 14,000, he loses that by 14,000. His coalition is not coming apart. Right. I mean, let's don't.
If he doesn't win Virginia, if he doesn't win North Carolina,
what we know though is that the president has run a play.
It's not what it was in 08, James. That's just the way it is.
I know he won by 7.3 in 08. No one thinks he's going to win by 7.3.
So if Romney falls a point short, then his world is totally different. But if Obama falls a point short, nothing's changed.
He has a 7%. He has a 7% margin. Can I explain? He won by 7.3. He is not going to replicate that. He carried Virginia by 6.3. He's not going to carry it by 6.3. But if he carries it by 6 votes, he's probably going to be the next president.
Did the president run a play to the base strategy?
Look, he ran a strategy. According to them, they have this vaunted turnout operation. We're going to know what happens here in a couple of 3 hours. We just got to wait. But I'm just making a point. I don't know. I'm looking at these numbers. I'm telling our viewers, we don't know for sure. We're just going to have to wait.
Well, you're right about Romney has to win each succeeding state. Romney is, this is like the NCAA playoffs. Romney's got to win every game to make it to the finals.
Right. That's true. We agree on that. Yeah.
That we do.
Well, the point that you're making is that there was a hope that we would be able to do well in the South, as well as the West, as well as the East. And that is in danger. You could be, I agree with you, you could be in a situation where we are unable to pull that off. But I don't agree that it means the entire vision collapses, because you are going to see, I think, extraordinary success in places like Colorado.
I want to continue this discussion, but let's just quickly check in. Wolf, you got some new numbers, I think, in Florida?
All right, take a look at this, guys. Florida, look at this, 50-50. 5% of the vote is now in the state of Florida. The president of the United States has 50%. Mitt Romney has 50%. Romney is ahead by 712 votes right now. It's still early. Only 5% of the vote is in, but this is as close as you get in Florida. Anderson, a lot of us remember what happened in 2000.
Yeah, it certainly does. But again, 5% of the vote, still very early hours here.
It does, but it's really, really close. We have to come back to this. I actually support what James is saying. So far, President Obama looks very strong in the Midwest. He looks like he's holding. The only way Romney gets there, he's got to take Florida, North Carolina, Virginia, and then he is competitive. He can break through somewhere else. But if he starts losing one of those three states, and Obama also holds the Midwest, it's a really hard job.
I mean, that's his, that's his firewall. That's completely firewall.
Yeah,
and if he gets it, it's over.
We're counting down to the state that could decide the presidency. Also, Ohio. Once the polls close, our correspondents on the ground are going to get a briefing from the Secretary of State on early voting. That should be very interesting. And also absentee ballots. We'll be watching for any reaction at the candidates' headquarters when those first Ohio results come in. Stay tuned for that.
Election Night in America is brought to you by AT&T, the nation's largest 4G network. AT&T, rethink possible. And by U.S. Bank, all of us serving you. Member FDIC. Go to CNN.com/election to get up-to-the-minute news on the races and for results from around the country.
Whether it's Kevin's smartphone, Mom's smartphone, Dad's tablet, or Lauren's smartphone, AT&T has a plan built to help make families' lives easier. Introducing AT&T Mobile Share. One plan lets you share data on up to 10 devices with unlimited talk and text. Add a tablet for only $10 per month. AT&T.
You see us at the start of the day. On the company phone list that's a few names longer. You see U.S. Bank on busier highways, on once empty fields. Every day, you see all the ways all of us at U.S. Bank are helping grow our economy, lending more so companies and communities can expand, grow stronger, and get back to work. Every day, you see all of us serving you around the country, around the corner. U.S. Bank.
The clock is ticking, America. It's time we focused on reality instead of rhetoric. It's time to recognize that the nearly $100 billion spent on clean coal technologies have resulted in real environmental progress. And it's time we finally get serious about energy prices and energy independence. The clock is ticking. There's never been a more important time for America's most abundant, domestically produced energy resource, coal. Visit americaspower.org to get the facts.
CNN tomorrow night at 8 and 10. Anderson Cooper breaks down the results. What will it mean for America's future? Anderson Cooper 360, live tomorrow night, 8 and 10 Eastern on CNN.
This election year, stay with KTVU Channel 2 News for complete Bay Area election coverage. Depend on KTVU Channel 2 for up-to-the-minute election results.
A lot of debate over this one.
And the expertise to learn how those results will affect you.
Live team coverage this evening. We'll check in with Channel 2 reporters across the Bay Area and the state.
Extended Election Day coverage starts today at 4 p.m. and continues all night. KTVU Channel 2 News. Complete Bay Area election coverage.
Xfinity On Demand presents, in this race, two losers don't make a winner.
It's a real spirited campaign, but we kept it civil.
Your face is like a butt. But now everyone can be a winner.
I don't know if that's supposed to be pushing or pulling. Hey!
Rent the campaign now. Don't wait almost 8 weeks until Netflix delivers it.
Marty Huggins works out at Curves.
Where did you get that photo? Grab the remote.
Is that a crossbow? Ah! Black Hawk down!
And rent the campaign now. Find it here with Xfinity On Demand.
After, Piers looks at what it means for you. CNN tomorrow night live, 9 Eastern.
We can make a projection right now that Mitt Romney will win the state of Indiana and its 11 electoral votes. Mitt Romney winning a state the president won 4 years ago. Right now, with 8% of the vote in, Romney has 57% to President Obama's 41%. A win for Mitt Romney in Indiana. Let's show you where the tally stands right now on the road to 270. Romney up to 19, the president of the United States with 3 electoral votes. We projected a win for him earlier in Vermont. We're live, by the way, at election watch parties in the home cities of the presidential candidates in Mitt Romney's Boston and President Obama's Chicago. Both candidates' supporters are eagerly awaiting the first results from the all-important battleground state of Ohio. We want to welcome back our viewers in the United States and around the world. I'm Wolf Blitzer in the CNN Election Center. Just moments from now, the polls close in 3 more states. North Carolina, as well as Ohio and neighboring West Virginia. Together, those states account for 38 of the 270 electoral votes needed to win the White House. Let's check the anxiety level over at the candidates' headquarters. Candy Crowley is with the Romney campaign in Boston. Jessica Yellen is with the president in Chicago. Candy, let's go to you first.
It's pretty quiet right here now, Wolf. As you know, the candidate is back in Boston after last-minute swing today through both Pennsylvania and Ohio. We are seeing people beginning to trickle in, still in upbeat group, still, you know, big cheer when they won Kentucky, although they know that's one that they were supposed to get. So there's still an air of optimism here. They are looking at the same kind of things we are, although they're getting added reports from their folks at the poll who've been checking, you know, which Romney supporters have shown up and which haven't. But they still are feeling pretty good about it here, Wolf.
All right, let's go to Jessica. How are they feeling in Chicago?
Hi, Wolf. They are liking what they're seeing. It is also quiet still here. The president is at home, at his own home in Chicago, where he's having dinner with some family and friends. The girls, Sasha and Malia, flew in from the White House. They landed this afternoon, and he's going to sit down and eat with them there before going to watch the returns with staff at the hotel in town. They like especially what they're seeing in Cuyahoga County, Ohio. That's where Cleveland is. It's a Democratic stronghold, and it was the turnout in Cuyahoga that helped him carry the state in 2008. They're looking for it again tonight, Wolf.
Thanks very much. We'll be checking back with both of you, but let's check in with Anderson right now.
Yeah, well, thanks very much. We have obviously checked in with our reporters, counting down the first results from Ohio, which could be the decider in this election. As you know, no Republican has been elected president without winning the state of Ohio. We've got correspondents all across the state. First, let's check in with Aaron Burnett in Columbus. Aaron?
All right, well, Anderson, I'm here in what really could be the kingmaker state. I'm standing outside the State House here in Columbus, Ohio. The question is, will we know the winner tonight? In just a few moments, the polls are going to close, and we're going to get our first briefing from the Secretary of State here in Ohio, who some say could be the most important man tonight, election night. John Husted, will he be the man that ends up deciding this election? We have reporters across the state. I want to start first with Don Lemon. He's in Cincinnati. Don?
I'm in Cincinnati. Hamilton County, heavily Republican, but I'm being told by an election official it's going to come down to this. These provisional ballots, they said they have issued more than usual, and if that happens, of course, they can't be counted until 10 days after the election. 20,000 or more provisional ballots it could come down to, and if it's any indication, we're going to be here for a while, and the rest of the state could go the same way, Aaron.
All right, well, Don, and of course, you just heard Jessica Yellen talking about the importance of Cuyahoga County to both candidates, but particularly to the president. Martin Savage is in Cleveland there. Martin.
Hey, Aaron, yeah, Cleveland likes to call itself the best location in the nation. It was certainly that today for both campaigns. Paul Ryan, that is, and Mitt Romney, they were both here. They went to the east side, and then literally dropping out of the sky, the vice president of the United States, Joe Biden, with a surprise visit, lands in Cleveland, goes to a restaurant, and then is gone. Ohio, Ohio, Ohio. Aaron?
That's what it's all about. Anderson, back to you in Washington.
Yeah, you just heard Jessica Yellen talking about Cuyahoga County. As the votes start coming in, it's really important to pay close attention to exactly what part of the states they're coming in from. That tells us a lot. John King is at the magic wall with that, John.
Anderson, it is in many ways the ultimate bellwether. No Republican has ever won the White House without Ohio. Ohio has been right in every presidential election since 1964, meaning the winner of Ohio has gone on to win the White House. Who's voting today in Ohio? Prior to the election, when you saw some of the polls, you'd see more Democratic sample in the polls. Some Republicans would complain. But look, 39% of the electorate in Ohio today says they're Democrats. 30% say they're Republicans. 31% say they're independents. These independents, assuming Democrats vote Obama, Republicans vote Romney, the independents will be decisive in Ohio today. Now, this is a big question in Ohio. Do you approve or disapprove of the federal government's aid to automakers? Second to Michigan, Ohio is in terms of the U.S. auto industry impact on the economy. This should be encouraging news for the Democratic incumbent. 6 in 10 voters in Ohio today say they approve of the federal government's aid to automakers. This has been a huge issue in this campaign, especially in battleground Ohio. 36% disapprove of that aid. Let's watch this as it plays out. The economic questions dominating Ohio. And here's another key one. Ohio is one of the battleground states. In some, unemployment situation is worse since the president took office. Ohio, the unemployment rate has improved. Now, Republicans say it's their governor, John Kasich, who should get the credit, but 37% of the voters in Ohio today say things are getting better. That tends to help an incumbent. 33% say they're getting worse. 29% say things are about the same. So that's an interesting split on the economy, but the fact that more people are getting optimistic about the economy generally helps an incumbent. We'll watch that one play out. And there's a more personal take on the same question. Is your family's financial situation getting better, worse, or the same? A plurality. 43% say it's the same, 31% say worse, 26% say better. So a test of economic optimism, a test of who has the better plan for the future, and Wolf, the auto bailout question potentially decisive in battleground Ohio.
We're getting more ready for more projections right now. And we can make this projection right now at 7:30 p.m. on the East Coast. West Virginia, we project, will be won by Mitt Romney. All 5 electoral votes will be going for Mitt Romney in West Virginia. West Virginia will be won, we project, by Mitt Romney. We cannot make projections right now, even though the polls have closed in North Carolina and Ohio, both key battleground states. We cannot make projections, at least not yet, in both of those states. On the race to 270, Mitt Romney right now has 24 electoral college votes compared to 3 for the president of the United States. We're watching this very closely. And as we wait for more real votes to come in, we want to share with you what our exit polls are revealing. Remember, these are estimates. They're based on interviews with a sampling of voters as they actually left select polling stations. All right, here are the exit poll results we can share with you. First, in North Carolina. Wow, look at how close it is. 49% to 49% in North Carolina. This is a state the president barely won 4 years ago. Usually in a presidential election, it goes for a Republican. The exit polls showing 49 to 49. In Ohio, right now, the key battleground state, maybe the most important battleground state, our exit poll estimate shows 51% for the president, 48% for Mitt Romney. Again, these are estimates that reflect the votes of the people we interviewed at select polling places that may not necessarily reflect the actual outcome in a particular state once we get the final vote tallies, but we're watching very closely. Let's take a look at some actual votes that are coming in right now, and they're coming in from Florida. Almost a quarter of the vote in Florida is now in. 23%. The president of the United States has a slight advantage, 52% to 48%. He's almost 90,000 votes ahead in Florida as of right now. In Virginia, a much smaller percentage of the vote has actually been counted, only 2%. Mitt Romney has a lead, 58% to 40%. He's got a lead of about 11,000 votes. It's very, very early in Virginia right now. Let's go over to John King over at the Magic Wall. I'll tell you, in Florida, it's close, very close. In Virginia, based on these exit poll results. But in Florida, we're getting some significant numbers.
Let's start in Florida. You start to see the numbers fill in. One of the most significant parts of the state of Florida, Wolf, is right across here. That's the I-4 corridor from Tampa, St. Pete, across to Orlando, over to the coast. You look there, President's starting to fill it in right here. Let's just get a little historical perspective. In 2008, he won the Tampa area. He won the Orlando area. The more rural areas go red. So he's tracking his performance there at the moment right now. You expect the Republicans to do very well up here. But you know the old saying about Florida, the further south you go, the further north you get. These are a lot of transplants, retirees from New York and elsewhere in the Northeast. These are the 3 most Democratic counties in Florida, 2 of them filling in blue so far. One of the questions as we get down here will be the margin, though. A lot of Jewish voters down here. Governor Romney tried to stress the president's relationship with Jewish voters by talking about his relationship with Israel, the Iran nuclear crisis. Let's just look. Very early results in Palm Beach County. The president getting 66%. Got 61% 4 years ago. So the president's going to be happy with those very early results. We'll see if that stands up in battleground Florida as the map slowly begins to fill in. Let's come on up the coast a little bit as we watch Florida fill in. If that one stays blue all night long, that's the end of Mitt Romney's path to 270. He needs the 29 from Florida to get there. You see, Virginia at the moment, it is lit up red at the moment, but 2% of the vote. Just 2% of the vote. Mitt Romney, 59. President Obama. This is one of the reasons why we don't have much here. The most important part of the state is right here. Governor Romney.
Hold on one second, John.
Sure.
I want to go to Kate Baldwin. She's in Virginia right now. That's one of the key battleground states. You're getting some fresh, updated numbers, Kate?
We're getting our first results coming in from our first precinct here in Prince William County, Virginia. I'm going to go over to the vice chairman of the County Board of Elections, Rick Hendricks. He took the first call. Rick, tell us the results that you got and from where you got it in.
It was from Piney Branch Precinct in Bristow. It went 799 for Mitt Romney, 966 for Barack Obama. If you know Northern Virginia, Jiffy Lube Live concert venue, that's where that precinct is.
And you told me earlier that this is a new precinct, but tell me about historically what this area how this went in 2008.
It used to be part of Victory Precinct, and in 2008, Obama did carry Victory Precincts.
All right, so there's our first reporting out of Prince William County, Virginia. We're watching the calls as they come in. We'll have more coming in very shortly, we hope. Back to you.
All right, Kate, thank you. John, what do you think? Virginia is obviously the northern part, the suburbs of Washington. The president has to do well there.
The president has to do well. Governor Romney has to narrow the gap, though. I want to show this is the current map. We don't have the results filled in yet. This is the county Kate's talking about, Prince William County. I was just out there a couple of weeks ago.
We're the first ones, by the way, to get these results. Right. They haven't officially come in yet.
As the elections official noted, President Obama carried this county 4 years ago, Prince William County. Here's Washington, D.C. Here's your close-in suburbs just across the river. As you move out here, the suburbs here, now you're getting into the exurbs out here. This is traditionally Republican territory, meaning when George Bush won the state in 2004, this was red. Governor Romney, to be competitive in the state, really needs to turn it red tonight. Could this be blue at the end of the night like it was in 2008 and Romney still win Virginia? Yes, it could be, but the margins would have to be much, much smaller. If you look at the 2008 margin, this is just Prince William County, 58 to 42. There's no way Governor Romney can be competitive elsewhere in the state if he's losing by that much in Prince William County. So we'll have to watch as this comes in. He hopes this is red. If nothing else, he has to do a better job, has to run closer in the suburbs. If you look at 2008, see all this out here? See all this red? Well, guess what? Because of the population up here, the president won Virginia by 234,000 votes. The president won Northern Virginia by 234,000 votes. They tied. In the rest of the state, you see all this red, you think this John McCain. You think John McCain has to be running up huge numbers down here, but these are tiny counties, 0.5% of the state population, 0.3% of the state population. So the president tends to win in the population centers, Norfolk, Richmond, and the suburbs here, and the Republicans run up huge numbers in the rural areas, but they have to get more. Governor Romney needs turnout to be up out here, without a doubt, but he also needs to cut into the margins in the suburban areas as you go forward, as you come into 2012. As we watch it fill in, this is filling in as you would expect. The question is what happens up here, and that's what we'll be watching. And again, like Florida, this one, crucial, capital C, to the Romney path to 270.
Doesn't look like we have any results yet from Fairfax.
Not enough.
Some of the counties outside of Washington, D.C., but we'll be watching those very closely. Anderson, back to you.
We've got brand new information on the absentee balloting in Florida and some of the key precincts that have already closed. Our battleground reporters are standing by for that. We're awaiting poll closings also in a large number of states at the top of the hour, including the swing state of New Hampshire. The last open polls in Florida will close as well. And, of course, we'll get results from Massachusetts, where Boston's historic Faneuil Hall Marketplace, where they're showing election results live on CNN.
Election Night in America is brought to you by Cadillac, the standard of the world, and by VoteForEnergy.org, a program of the American Petroleum Institute. Log on to learn more. Go to CNN.com/election to get up-to-the-minute news on the races and for results from around the country.
There are a lot of warning lights and sounds vying for your attention. So we invented a warning you can feel. Introducing the all-new Cadillac XTS, available with the patented safety alert seat. When there's danger you might not see, you're warned by a pulse in the seat. It's technology you won't find in a Mercedes E-Class.
Cadillac XTS has arrived. It's bringing the future forward.
For me, this election's about jobs. Millions of people are out of work. Developing more energy here is vital to turning this economy around. We've got to do it. I'm Kelsey, and I'm an energy voter.
We're going to try and stump some political junkies with questions from Bing Elections. Do you know where your polling place is?
Maybe somewhere around my house.
Mine's this right over that way. But you can find out exactly where it is using Bing Elections. But it's a good day for politics. Which way do you lean politically?
Conservative, Republican.
Well, using the Bing News selector, you can find news from whichever way you lean. Social on this side, financial. Which party is currently predicted to win a majority in the Senate?
The Republicans?
Would you make a bet on that?
No.
Are you a chicken?
There's a big deficit, and we have priorities to pay for. Schools, roads, healthcare. Developing domestic energy will not only generate revenue, it'll make us more secure. It's a win-win. I'm Aaron, and I'm an energy voter.
I grew up in a socialist country, and I have seen what that does to people. There is no hope, no freedom, no pride in achievement. The nation became poorer and poorer, and that's what I see happening here. As a young boy, I was fantasizing about one day going to America, making a success of myself, the American dream. America's wealth comes from the efforts of people striving for success. Take away their incentive with bad-mouthing success, and you take away the wealth that helps us take care of the needy. Yes, in socialism, the rich will be poorer, but the poor will also be poorer. People will lose interest in really working hard and creating jobs. I think this is a very slippery slope. It seems like people don't learn from the past. That's why I'm voting Republican and putting this ad on television. I'm Thomas Peterffy, and I'm responsible for the content of this advertising.
You made such a bold entrance into our little drama. Mr.
Bond. James Bond.
We have another projection we can make right now. Take a look at this. South Carolina, we project will be won by Mitt Romney. There it is, the check right there. 1% of the vote is in. Shows President Obama way ahead, but based on information that we're getting, exit polls and other real numbers coming in, South Carolina, we project will go for Mitt Romney as fully expected. Let's see where the tally stands right now with South Carolina. Red, Mitt Romney has 33 electoral votes, we project, compared to 3 so far for the President of the United States, 270 needed to win the presidency. Let's take a look at Florida right now. We have real votes coming in from Florida. I want to update you on what we know. 28% of the vote is in, the president maintaining a slight advantage, 51% to 48%, 63,000 vote advantage for the president. He's got 1,200,000 to 1,100,000 plus for Mitt Romney. We have reporters standing by in that battleground state of Florida, Drew Griffin and John Zarrella. Let me go to John Zarrella first. John, tell us what you're seeing in Riviera Beach. I'm not sure that John Zarrella is hearing me. We'll go back to you. Drew Griffin, what are you seeing in Jacksonville?
John, this is Duval County, traditionally a Republican county, Wolf. And let me just give you some background. In 2000, Bush beat Gore by 17%. 2004, Bush beats Kerry by 16%. In 2008, John McCain won here, but won by less than 1%. Now tonight we have 44% of the votes in. That's early voting and absentee ballots that have been counted. And it is razor-thin close. It is 50.44 Mitt Romney to 48.83 for Barack Obama. Now, that is a razor-thin margin, somewhat similar to what they had in the final results in the last election. But again, this is 44% of the hard vote in Duval County. Wolf?
Drew, thanks very much. I hope we could get connected with John Zarrella right now. He's also in Florida. What's going on, John? Can you hear me right now? If not, let's go to Gary Tuchman first in Virginia. Gary, Virginia, key battleground state. You got some numbers coming in from there as well.
Well, that's right, Wolf. We're in Henrico County, which is a battleground county in this battleground state. Very important. Each candidate desperately wants to win this county, which is just north of Richmond. And they trust me enough here, the elections officials, to give me the raw numbers for some of the precincts. There are 93 precincts. A handful have now reported. And I want to analyze them a little bit with the two top bosses here. This is Mark Coakley, who's the general registrar here. Anne-Marie Middlesworth, the deputy. And what's interesting about these numbers, they're very similar to 2008 numbers when Barack Obama won here. For example, here in this precinct, Mitt Romney, 1,096 votes. Barack Obama, 824 votes. This is the West End precinct. How does that compare to 2008?
I had 1,078 votes for Obama and 746 votes for Obama and 1,058 for McCain.
Okay, so that was almost exactly similar percentage. I actually calculated it before. Then this other precinct called Laburnum. Barack Obama, 941 votes today. Mitt Romney, 340 votes. So Barack Obama won that precinct very big. What was it in 2008 between Obama and McCain?
McCain had 1,059.
This is Laburnum.
Laburnum, I'm sorry.
Yeah, let's go to the other one, Laburnum.
Okay. Laburnum was 421 McCain to 1,065 Obama.
Okay, so it's almost the same percentage. This is time of 941 to 310. We have one more here. And remember, these are the real numbers. These are the numbers that will be counted to help determine who the president of the United States is. This is an Oakview. Oakview, Mitt Romney, this is small. Mitt Romney, 68, Barack Obama, 48 tonight. What was it in 2008?
Obama, 50, McCain, 66.
So 66 to 50 Republican 4 years ago, 68 to 48 Republican today. Almost exactly similar. The reason that possibly, I emphasize possibly, may bode well so far for Barack Obama is because Barack Obama won this county 4 years ago. It was the first time since 1964 that a Democrat won in this county, just like the state of Virginia as a whole. Wolf?
Gary, thanks very much. All right, let's try to make some sense of what's going on. Those are indicators that you're seeing. You see those numbers, you compare them to 2008. What's the bottom line?
Well, the bottom line is we're starting to slowly fill in. The red states, again, we've got to be careful. You're looking at these states. We have this one. We've already called it. South Carolina, the early results show the president leading. So beware of glancing at the wall. Beware of looking at any early results. Sometimes they're misleading. But as you start to fill them in Florida, for example, where Drew just was, he just told us he's right here. He's in Duval County. It's 5% of the state population. So that starts to add up. And we look at the numbers here. Mitt Romney, 51. President Obama, 49. Early part of the vote. But sometimes you just want to take a peek. And as Drew said, very competitive. The question is, one of the things we're going to watch as we start to get more results in, is Governor Romney overperforming John McCain, and is President Obama underperforming his 2008 performance? Up there right now, that's pretty much a dead heat. This, as we've talked about before, a very important area of the state, Hillsborough County, 6% of the state population. President slightly ahead right now. We're going to watch this, Wolf, as we come all the way across the I-4 corridor.
We're getting some votes in Ohio that are coming in right now, a crucial battleground state. Still relatively early, but these are votes that are coming in.
Early votes coming in. I'm going to tap it. Before I do, I'm going to say the early results obviously show red. Get used to the color scheme as we go through the night. So Governor Romney is leading, but Ohio's a pretty big state. Yeah. It's not going to be 8,000 to 5,000 by the time we're done. These votes are coming in right now in pretty small rural areas. If you look at the state, this matters, this matters. This matters, and this matters. We got a lot to wait for in Ohio.
He carried Ohio last time because he carried those areas, including down Hamilton County around Cincinnati.
52% last time. The fact that that was blue last time was part of the difference. If that's blue this time, Governor Romney's in trouble.
Yeah, he certainly is. Anderson is with Dana Bash for a little update on the balance of power in Congress. Anderson.
Yeah, we're closely watching a number of Senate races, obviously, right now. What do we know at this point?
Well, we can make our first projections of the evening. CNN is projecting that West Virginia Democrat Joe Manchin is going on to win another term, actually his first full term. And Bernie Sanders, the independent senator from Vermont, is also winning re-election. He caucuses with the Democrats. So those are the two calls that we're going to make. But really, the drama is in so many of these critical competitive races. And look at this. Indiana, that is really, look at that. Look how close it is, 47 to 47. Incredible. Only 16% reporting. Here's the key on this race. This is going to be an early bellwether as to whether or not Republicans can retake control of Congress. Why? Because it's a Republican seat. It's an open Republican seat. Remember Richard Murdoch? He was the one who made those comments about rape and pregnancy recently. That has hurt him in the polls. Republicans I'm talking to tonight say that he has to overperform Romney by 10% in order to win. So we're really watching that closely. In Virginia, another neck-and-neck race. We've been talking about the presidential being too close to call. Same with Virginia. George Allen, the Republican, is ahead by almost 35,000 points, but it's very early in that state.
And obviously, one of the things that we're watching for is the balance of power on Capitol Hill.
Exactly. And let's just take a look at that at this hour. Very early in the night, but right now, Republicans you see here have 37 seats. Democrats have 31. If you add that one independent that I just talked about, Bernie Sanders, that's 32. But it's it's very early in the night. All of those white seats in the middle, those are all the seats that are up for re-election. And we should remind our viewers that that's 33 seats on this day that are up for re-election. Of course, 51 needed to have control, outright control of the Senate.
Right. Dana, thanks very much. We'll continue checking with Dana. Look at the, let's check in with some of our analysts, with David Gergen and Gloria Borger. Are there Senate races that you're particularly watching tonight?
Well, I'm looking at the Murdoch race. I'm looking at Missouri.
Which should not have been as close as it seems to be right now.
And
he was far ahead in the polls until he started making
I'm looking at Todd Akin in Missouri. And what I'm thinking about in a larger picture is, has the Tea Party really hurt the Republican chances in the last two elections to take control of the Senate? You can argue that perhaps by the end of the evening would have cost them half a dozen seats since 2010, and they might have been able to have control of the Senate if they had nominated different kinds of candidates, if perhaps Dick Lugar were up there instead of Murdoch, for example.
I think Gloria's right on both points. I would point out that in the exit poll, Murdoch is losing. And I think that you may see Akin go down in the exit polls as well. Let's wait and see on that. But the larger point here, Anderson, is how frequently the results we're seeing do mirror the public polls coming into the day. And that is good news for the Democrats keeping the Senate. It's good news for their Democrats winning the presidency. It's good news for Republicans keeping the House. But it's very interesting that the public polls so far have been pretty close.
And again, we'll continue to watch that as well. Wolf?
We're getting, Anderson, the first early results coming in from the battleground state of Florida, where many polling places have already closed. Take a look at this. 34%, more than a third of the vote has been counted. The president maintaining a lead, 52% to 47%, 52 to 48%. Now it has just changed. Of the 3 million votes that have already been counted, he's ahead, the president, by about 130 plus 1,000 votes. So the president maintaining his lead in Florida. By the way, at the top of the hour, the last Florida polls out in the Pensacola in the Panhandle will close. We might be able, maybe, we'll see if we can make a projection. It's part of a huge wave of results that we'll be getting in just a matter of a few minutes. Polls are also about to close in Illinois. Crowds are gathered in the president's hometown of Chicago. They are watching the results. We'll be right back.
Election Night in America is brought to you by ExxonMobil, taking on the world's toughest energy challenges. Go to CNN.com/election to get up-to-the-minute news on the races and for results from around the country.
When you take a closer look at the best schools in the world, you see they all have something very interesting in common. They have teachers with a deeper knowledge of their subjects. As a result, their students achieve at a higher level. Let's develop more stars in education. Let's invest in our teachers so they can inspire our students. Let's solve this.
Welcome to the new MI6.
Author PPKS 9mm short. Coded to your palm print so only you can fire it. Less of a random killing machine, more of a personal statement. Q 007.
Skyfall, rated PG-13, in IMAX Friday.
I know the name of 8 princesses. I'm an expert on softball and tea parties. I'll have more awkward conversations than I'm equipped for because I'm raising 2 girls on my own. I worry about the economy more than a few times before they're grown, but it's for them, so I found a way.
Who matters most to you says the most about you. Mass Mutual is owned by our policyholders, so they matter most to us. Mass Mutual, we'll help you get there.
There you go. I'm gonna stand up to her.
No, you're not.
I know.
You know, Ronnie, folks who save hundreds of dollars switching to Geico sure are happy. How happy are they, Jimmy?
Happier than a witch in a broom factory.
Get happy. Get Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
Our soldiers defend our freedom, but face unexpected conflicts when they return home. The Battlefield at Home, an Anderson Cooper Veterans Day special, Saturday, 8 Eastern on CNN.
83% of addicts who go through treatment relapse within a year. At Cliffside Malibu, our treatment program is so successful, we guarantee it. Our success rate is among the highest in the country. Learn how we overcome addiction in this free report. Call 888-CLIFFSIDE now.
Our private one-on-one approach is holistic, research-based, and effective.
At Cliffside Malibu, you should only have to do this once. Call 888-CLIFFSIDE for your free report.
As America's election day draws near, there's another race in which the winner was never in doubt. In 3 separate independent polls, one name stood above all the others to win the coveted prize. San Francisco Weekly, the San Francisco Bay Guardian, and the Bay Area Reporter all agreed that in 2012, the best place to buy eyewear in San Francisco is Veo Optics. With 5 locations, over 10,000 frames in stock, and your own personal stylist, come to Veo Optics today and see why San Franciscans voted them #1.
Burnett Out Front is live from the nation's capital tomorrow at 7 Eastern on CNN.
The anticipation is building at the candidates' campaign headquarters. We're live with the Romney camp in Boston, the Obama camp in Chicago, as we get closer to the top of the hour and another round of poll closings and projections. We'd like to welcome our viewers in the United States and around the world. I'm Wolf Blitzer. We're only moments away from tonight's biggest wave of poll closings in Alabama, Connecticut, Delaware, the District of Columbia, Florida, Illinois, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts. The polls also will be closing at the top of the hour in Mississippi, Missouri, New Hampshire, New Jersey, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, and Tennessee. Get this. Together, these states and D.C., they carry 172 electoral votes. That's a huge chunk of the 270 needed to win. Both presidential campaigns know it's crunch time. Jessica Yellen is with the Obama campaign. Candy Crowley is with the Romney campaign. Let's go to Jessica first. Jessica, what's going on over there?
Hi, Wolf. Well, we are waiting here, and I hear from the Obama campaign that they do feel good about one of the upcoming states that's closing, Pennsylvania. They like the African-American turnout that they have seen in that state. You know, Governor Romney made a late stop through there, but they are predicting to me that President Obama will carry Pennsylvania, and they might even see a higher African-American turnout than we saw 4 years ago, Wolf.
From Chicago, let's go to Boston and Candy Crowley. What's happening in Boston, Candy?
Well, inside this room, very chill, Wolf. They've been playing jazz music, people sort of gradually coming in. They cheer when they see a state go for Mitt Romney. But let's face it, these are sort of white-knuckle times in that hotel room suite for the Romney campaign. When you look at Virginia, when you look at Florida, when you look at North Carolina, when you look at Ohio, just hard to see how Mitt Romney goes unless he picks up most of those states. So white-knuckle time, but down here, very chill as they await some of these results.
A lot of nervous tension in Boston and in Chicago, dare I say. Let's go to Anderson Cooper. Anderson?
Yeah, we are moments away, as Wolf just mentioned, from a huge wave of results but from Florida and New Hampshire. They're the only states in this round that are considered key battleground states. We've got correspondents in both states right now. First to Florida, that's been so decisive in past elections. John Zarella is on the ground for us right now in Riviera Beach. John?
Anderson, what we're seeing now early on in the absentee balloting and the early balloting, the president's running up very big numbers in 3 key counties, Miami-Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach counties, heavily Democratic counties. He did very, very well in 2008. He has to do just as well this time around if he has a chance to take Florida. Anderson?
Andrew Griffin is in Jacksonville for us. Drew?
Yeah, Duval County right now, Romney up by just a little under 2% in the early and absentees. But, you know, the voting is still going on, even though the polls have closed. If you're in line at 7, you continue to vote and will cast your vote. We should see precincts coming in about 8 o'clock, just a few minutes from now, Anderson.
And Brian Todd is standing by in Nashua, New Hampshire. Brian?
Anderson, here is the line. Here is the clock. The polls close here in about 5 minutes. A fresh wave of voters just came in. Secretary of State here projecting record turnouts in Nashua, Manchester, and elsewhere in the state. Nashua and Manchester downtown areas lean Democratic. Some other rural areas lean Republican. It's going to be a very tight race here. Polls closing in about 4 minutes, Anderson.
We'll check back in with you. We've got correspondents more correspondents in battleground states than anyone else. Our John King is also back at the Magic Wall. John?
Anderson, we know Florida, we know New Hampshire, battleground states. The big question, did Governor Romney's late push put Pennsylvania in play? In Florida today, look at the even divide of the electorate. 35% of the voters in battleground Florida, Democrats. 32% Republicans, 33% independents. More and more Americans saying they're independents. They will decide who wins the key battleground state of Florida. Here's a huge question here, and we're seeing this state after state after state. 62% of Floridians today say the economy, issue number one. We'll see how that breaks in the election here. This is another big issue in the state. Obviously, Florida, one of the older states in the country. Half of the voters today say President Obama would do a better job handling Medicare. Just shy of that, 46% say Governor Romney. So competitive here. It'll be interesting to watch and see how this affects the senior vote, a key constituency, especially for Governor Romney. Republicans need an edge among seniors. Let's move up to New Hampshire. This also, look at this. 43% of those in the live free or die state describe themselves as independent. 29% as Republicans, 29% as Democrats. So an even partisan divide. Independents will decide who gets the 4 electoral votes out of the state of New Hampshire tonight. It's only 4, but it could be decisive. Let's move past this one for now, and we'll look over here. The opinion of Mitt Romney, he owns a vacation home in the state. He was the governor of Massachusetts. New Hampshire voters split on Governor Romney today as we watch that one play out. And obviously, slightly more a favorable opinion of the president. One quick look at the state of Pennsylvania. Who would better handle Medicare? Another older state. 49-47, a slight advantage for the president. Wolf, we're going to watch this one play out. Florida, New Hampshire, we know our battlegrounds. Mark me down as slightly dubious that the blue DNA in presidential politics of Pennsylvania will shift this time.
We're getting ready, John, for a huge number of states to close all of their polling right at the top of the hour. We're only seconds away right now from making some major projections, so get ready and watch. And we can project several states going for President Obama. Right now, 8 p.m. on the East Coast. Connecticut, 7 electoral votes. The president will capture that state, take all 7 electoral votes in Connecticut. Delaware, the president will take 3 electoral votes in the state of Delaware, Joe Biden's home state. He carries Delaware. The District of Columbia, Washington, D.C., and its 3 electoral votes going for the president of the United States. D.C. for the president. His home state of Illinois, a big prize, 20 electoral votes, all going for the president of the United States. Illinois going for the president. Let's continue. The president also will take Maryland and its 10 electoral votes. We project Maryland going for the president of the United States. A big win in Maryland. In Massachusetts, the home state of Mitt Romney, all 11 electoral votes, all of them will be going for the president of the United States in Massachusetts. In Maine, 3 of the 4 electoral votes we project in Maine will go for the president. Maine, like Nebraska, they allocate their electoral votes differently according to congressional delegations. Maine, as of now, we can project 3 of the 4. The 4th one we cannot yet project. In Maine. Rhode Island, all 4 electoral votes we project will go for the president of the United States in Rhode Island. Several states, as you can see, we project going for the president. What about Mitt Romney? We project he will carry at this hour Oklahoma and its 7 electoral votes. Oklahoma in Romney's corner. We cannot make projections in several states where the polls have just closed, and we'll show you what they are on the right part of your screen. Alabama, Florida, Mississippi, Missouri, New Hampshire, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Tennessee. We're not yet able to make projections. So on the road to 270, take a look and see where it stands right now. Right now, the president has 64 electoral votes in his corner. We project Mitt Romney has 40 in his corner. We project. As we wait for more real votes to come in, we want to also share with you what our exit polls are revealing. Remember, these are estimates. They're based on interviews with a sampling of voters as they left select polling stations and phone interviews with a sampling of people who voted early. All right, take a look at this. Let's go to Florida first. Wow, look at how close the exit poll estimates the situation in Florida is right now. 50% for the president, 49% for Mitt Romney. A very, very tight exit poll result in Florida. In Mississippi, not so tight. 60% we estimate, according to our exit poll, going for Mitt Romney, 40% for the president. In Missouri, Mitt Romney, 53% to the president's 44%. That's Missouri. We're watching that state closely out. We have more exit polls. I want to put them up for you right now. Other exit polls results in New Hampshire. Look at how close it is in New Hampshire, a key battleground state. 50% for the president, 48% for Mitt Romney. Remember, this is an estimate. In New Jersey, they had weather-related problems. As you know, our estimate, according to this exit poll, 53% for the president, 45% for Mitt Romney. In Pennsylvania, that's a state where Mitt Romney sought to make a run in the final few days of this campaign. Look at how close. 52% for the president, 47% for Mitt Romney. Remember, these are estimates that reflect the votes of the people we interviewed at select polling places. Early voters, we also spoke to early voters who were interviewed on the phone. They may not necessarily reflect the actual outcome in a particular state once we get the final vote tallies. Let's show you some real votes that have come in. These are not exit polls. These are real votes. We'll start in Florida. 42% of the vote is in. The president maintaining a slight advantage. 51% to 49%. 73,500 vote advantage. More than 3 million votes have been counted. 29 electoral votes in Florida. In Virginia, 12% of the vote is now in. In Virginia, Mitt Romney has a slight advantage, 59%. It's not so slight, I should say, to 40%. 87,000 vote advantage with 12% of the vote in for Mitt Romney. In Ohio, only 7% of the vote is in. I want to caution you. But right now, the president maintains a lead of 62% to 37%. That's a 100,000 vote advantage with only 7% of the vote in for the president right now in Ohio. Let me give you a show of the national popular vote where it stands right now. This is the popular vote. There it is right there. Right now, with 2% of the popular vote nationwide in, 51% for Mitt Romney, 48% for President Obama. He's got 163 vote advantage. The popular vote slightly ahead for Mitt Romney right now, but it's still very, very early. Lots to dissect and digest, Anderson.
Yeah, let's get a quick reaction from the campaigns. Jessica Yellen is with the Romney campaign. Candy Crowley is with the Obama campaign. Jessica, let's start with you.
I'm with the Obama campaign in Chicago here.
Sorry about that. Yeah.
Anderson, it would be a feat, a miracle of holograms if we could actually do that tonight, Anderson. But the Obama campaign is feeling confident and cheered that they are looking at the numbers they're looking at tonight. The one worry they would have is that number Wolf just referred to, the popular vote. If Mitt Romney does come ahead in that popular vote total, that would be a grave disappointment to them because they are feeling quite confident about everything else they have seen tonight. They think that they will win this, but if they win without winning the popular vote, that would create quite a governing challenge for the president, Anderson.
And let's check in actually with Jim Acosta, who's with the Romney campaign. Jim?
Hi, Anderson. Yeah, we just spent a very busy day with the former Massachusetts governor. We departed Massachusetts early this morning after he voted near his home in Belmont. Went to Cleveland, Ohio, where we saw that dramatic scene on the tarmac with the Romney campaign plane, the Ryan campaign plane, and the vice president's plane all on that tarmac at the same time. He made a couple of stops there in Ohio, went off to Pittsburgh to talk to some voting center supporters who were there just outside of the Pittsburgh airport, and then it was back to Boston, and we understand right now he is watching the returns come in with his family here in Boston at the Westin Hotel that is connected to this convention center where we're standing right now. But on that plane ride into Boston, Anderson, I have to tell you, we heard a cheer in the front of the cabin as they departed Pittsburgh, because everybody in the front of the plane, the Romney campaign, some of his family members, his top advisors, realized that this was their last campaign flight. And so they were celebrating there for a moment. And then the GOP nominee came to the back of the plane and talked to the reporters who have been tirelessly covering his campaign for the last year and a half. And he told us at one point, I asked him the question, what is your assessment of this campaign? Do you have any regrets? And here's what he had to say.
You know, I'm very proud of the campaign that we've run, to tell you the truth. No campaign is perfect. I'm sure, like any campaign, people can point to mistakes, but that's going to be part of anything that's produced by human beings. But our team has been very solid. We've not had the kind of infighting that's reported to have occurred in other campaigns. We've worked well together, our campaign team has, and we've gotten our message across. I am very pleased. I feel like we've put it all on the field. We left nothing in the locker room. We fought to the very end, and I think that's why we'll be successful.
Now, we heard Candy Crowley earlier talking about white knuckles in Romney campaign headquarters. Mitt Romney was projecting confidence on that campaign plane. He told the reporters gathered there he has written only one speech tonight. It is a victory speech. And Romney, being the numbers guy that he is, he knew the word count. 1,118 words. Of course, he may be making some revisions before he delivers a speech later on this evening, and they still hope it'll be a speech declaring victory. Anderson?
Yeah, Jim, thanks very much for that. We'll continue to check in with our correspondents throughout the evening, obviously. Let's go to John King again at the Magic Wall. John?
Anderson, he only gets to give that 1,100-odd word victory speech if he gets to 270. Let's take a closer look at what voters are telling us in the exit polls as we watch the results come in a highly competitive election, including in the state Romney almost definitely needs to win to get there. In the state of Ohio today, 22% of the voters describe themselves as liberals, 42% as moderates, 35% conservative. Figure out the color code at home. It's blue. That means President Obama carried the moderate vote, 58% to 40% among those in the middle. We'll watch this as we go state to state because you have an electorate that's describing itself plurality-wise as moderates today. Among conservatives in the state of Ohio, a big win for Governor Romney. He wins 8 and 10 conservatives to only 18% for the president. And among those who are liberals, you can expect what's about to happen here, 89% to 90. So both candidates getting their base, the balance of power, the fight will be in the middle of the electorate. Democrats, Republicans, and independents. Governor Romney won among independents. That's why if you call the Romney campaign headquarters right now, they say, watch, don't worry about that early exit poll number saying the president's ahead in the state. They think this bodes well for them as the vote count goes on. Who would better handle the economy? By a narrow margin, Governor Romney wins on the defining question of the election. And among the voters who say he would better handle the economy, no surprise there, but that's a big slice. 95% who say Governor Romney would better handle the economy voted for him. You get an equal slice here, 99% who say no, the president's better to have his hands on the economic stewardship. He wins there. Here's a question. We're going to watch this one play out here. The president's team thinks this could be the decisive issue in the state of Ohio. 59% of Ohio voters today say yes, the federal government should have intervened, should have bailed out the auto industry. Second to Michigan, Ohio is in auto jobs. And look at this, 75% of the voters who approved of the bailout voted for the president today. Let me switch and come over here. Wolf standing by at the Magic Wall. Wolf, if the auto bailout is decisive, we see the president winning right now, but 59 to 40, but it's only 9% of the vote, so almost forget that number. We'll watch it, but don't pay too much attention to that number right now. One of the things we're going to watch is up here. Auto industry in Toledo, auto industry across this part of the state, blue collar over in Youngstown. The governor has to win out here in the middle. The president will win in Columbus. He has to run it up here. But if the
John,
numbers...
I just want to interrupt for a moment. I want to go right to Erin Burnett. She's in the Ohio capital of Columbus watching what's going on. There's some news that you're learning. Erin, what are you learning?
All right, well, we're learning, Wolf, a little bit about some of the early and absentee votes. Now, you know, we've been telling everybody for the first time every voter in Ohio got the option to vote absentee, and a lot of people voted early. I mean, those percentages surged from the last election. 1.8 million people, absentee or early. Those votes are crucial, and we're starting to get them come in. One places we've been talking about crucial is Cuyahoga County and Cleveland, and that's where Martin Savage is with some of the early count there to place so crucial for the president. And Martin, what do the numbers say up there?
Yeah, absolutely, Aaron. This is the place that the president has to do well, and so far he is doing well. But again, these are just the very first early numbers. President Obama leading 176,162 votes to Mitt Romney's 72,135. Again, those are the tallies of the early votes. More of those still to come, but right now the president has doubled the lead. He needs to do really well here if he wants to do well in the state of Ohio, Aaron.
He certainly does. And Wolf, you know, he's looking for maybe a 2-to-1 margin there. Of that 1.8 million, though, Wolf, this is the crucial number to watch as the numbers start to come in across the state of Ohio. You know, election officials have been telling me 250,000 of those votes may become provisional. That is, they don't start to be counted for another 10 days. So if your margin in this state is a lot tighter than that, then it could be a long time before we know who the victor is in the state of Ohio. Back to you.
Aaron, thanks very much. Martin Savage, thanks very much. John King is still here. Let's talk about Ohio right now. We're going to spend a lot of time tonight talking about Ohio, but what do you think?
Well, you look at the early numbers where Marty Savage is. He's up here in Cleveland. The president has to win here. Let me draw the line here. It's this part up here. I'm going to show you the difference up here. This is Lake County. This is the suburbs right here. And he's winning right now 51 to 48%. So in the city, the president has to rack up huge margins, 70 to 20. Now let's just go back in time and look, 69-30. Again, we're very early, but the president at the moment is doing what he needs to do. Get a big urban turnout, get a big African-American turnout. There's some labor up here. This election will be decided in part as to whether Governor Romney can do better here than John McCain. You see the 51-48, very preliminary vote. So don't bank on that yet, but just remember that comparison, 50-49. So this is a competitive suburban area just outside of Cleveland. That's one of the battlegrounds within the battleground. Let's come back to 2012 so nobody thinks we're in the wrong map. Blue-collar Akron, blue-collar Youngstown, across to Toledo. It's the northern industrial part of the state where the Obama campaign believes its margins will be even better than 2008 because of the auto bailout. We'll watch and see how that plays out. In the middle here, Governor Romney has to win, and Cincinnati, Wolf, is another county. We'll watch. The early returns the president's ahead in Hamilton County, but it's very early, Wolf.
That's a key county. We've got another projection to make right now. And CNN projects that Mitt Romney will carry the state of Georgia and its 16 electoral votes. Right now, with 7% of the vote in Georgia in Mitt Romney, way ahead, 67% to 32%. He's got nearly a 100,000 vote advantage. Those 16 electoral votes will go in the column of Mitt Romney. So where do we stand right now on the road to 270? That's what's needed to be elected president of the United States. President Obama still with a slight advantage so far, 64 electoral votes in his column, according to our projection, 56 for Mitt Romney. It's close. But we've made that projection in Georgia. Not a huge surprise, John. Georgia in presidential contests is pretty often a Republican state.
It would be a great shock. It would be a great shock, not since Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton in one of his campaigns competed and won down in Georgia, but it's been a long time since. So this part you expect to be red. It's this one here, the state of Florida, that is hotly contested. It's red at the moment, but just barely. Look at that. Look at little over half of the vote in there. You know, we're in the digits. We're in the We're in 80,000 votes. It's 80,000 votes separating the two candidates. Now we get to test our math skills tonight. And what's happening is, if you look at the map, fill in a way, it's doing what it's supposed to do, if you would say. It's doing what you would expect to do. Across this part of the state, Governor Romney has to. This gray area, that means we have no votes in yet. Governor Romney has to run out big margins here. Not a lot of people live here. He just needs huge margins here. Straight in here, this is your big I-4 corridor, population centers in Tampa. Let me get rid of the lines so they don't confuse people. Bring them out and take a look. We're only at 16% of the vote. 16% of the vote. Hillsborough County, 53-46. We'd like to just take a check. Look at that, 53-46 in a close state. Governor Romney needs to get tighter. You look at that. If the president's matching his performance in these counties from 2008, then he's in good shape tonight. What Governor Romney needs, especially in the population centers, bring the president down some, and then do better in the suburban areas and in the rural areas than John McCain. Now, this one, I don't think this one's going to stay this way. Broward County, 10% of the state population, going Governor Romney's way right now. It is one of the most reliably Democratic counties in the state, as you know, Wolf. But it is a test down here, again, as to whether the president can keep his margins. Because
how's he doing in Miami-Dade right now? What's the latest
go down and take a look. Very little bit of the vote in. Still really none of the vote officially in. But 62% to 38% for the president. Again, if you go back and take a look, the president's doing a little bit better than he did. If you look, let's go statewide. I just want to show you something. If you look statewide in 2008, you see the president's margin, 51-48. Florida, one of the closer battleground states, 51-48. Just about all of the president's margin came down here. So it's critical for Governor Romney to, these will be blue at the end of the night. These will be blue at the end of the night. There's no question about that. But it's critical for Governor Romney to close the margin there, get higher turnout in the rural areas. And you've just seen Tampa just changed on us. As the results come in, that's one of the great benefits of this. That's 4 years ago. That's right now. Hillsborough County just changed, so they're fighting this one out. We're up to 35% of the vote. Mitt Romney's now pulled ahead. If he can keep that red, that's a good sign. If you go, again, look at historical perspective, George W. Bush carried the state over John Kerry. Hillsborough County goes red. The president carries it 4 years ago. Mitt Romney, about a third of the vote in, ahead right now. We're going to watch this one. There's a tug of war in Florida.
We're watching it closely. Let's go to Virginia right now, because there's a tug of war going on in Virginia as well. Take a look at
and like
Virginia.
Florida, the president can afford to lose some of these. I'm not saying his team wants to lose some of these, but he has an easier path to 270. He can afford to lose some. That's 29. Governor Romney cannot afford to lose it. This is 13. Governor Romney cannot afford to lose this either. And again, very early, 18%. We're going to be doing this for a while, ladies and gentlemen. But Governor Romney has pulled ahead 57% to 42%. When you look at the map, you say, where are the votes? This has to be red. This has to stay red all night long, and it has to stay red by margins like that. Tiny population centers, but Governor Romney needs to get in the 60s, in the 70%. He's doing what he needs to do out in coal and rural tobacco country in Virginia. The challenge is the president doing what he has to do here? In Richmond, right now, If this stays this way, Mitt Romney will win the state of Virginia. I don't suspect it will.
Only 6% of the vote.
Only 6%. Gary Tuchman was here earlier. We saw this. This is more of a swing county area. It's pretty competitive at the moment. You go back to 08, 56-44. Go back to 2004, George W. Bush carried that county. That's one of the things we'll watch historically. A huge question here is we're just waiting. They're just starting to come in. Let's come close into Washington, D.C. We're waiting. Nothing from Arlington County yet. That's the closest, just across the river. Nothing from Alexandria City yet, just across the river. Fairfax County, a big population center, 55-44. Go back in time and take a peek, 60-39. So Governor Romney, at the moment, just 1% of the vote. And he was just here the other day. At the moment, he's doing what he needs to do, closing the president's margin in the suburbs, not as much as they were 4 years ago. Prince William County, just 5%. Stay tuned. Governor Romney ahead at the moment. That is a county the president carried 4 years ago. So if you're looking at this map at the moment, and I want to be careful, folks, let's come back to 2012. We're only just shy of 20% of the votes in the state of Virginia. If it tracks what it's doing now, close election, Romney's in good shape. We'll see if he can keep if he keeps the margins down up here in Northern Virginia. He's in good shape as we fill in the counts.
Yeah, he's up by about 100,000 votes, but only 18% of the vote is in. We're going to have more on these results coming in, but Anderson and Dana Bash are standing by for an update on the balance of power in the Senate. What are you learning?
Yeah, we got a lot more results on Senate races, Dana.
That's right, a lot to project. Let's start with the most important at this hour, and that is the state of Maine. Angus King, CNN is projecting that he, the former independent governor, is now going to be the new senator from the state. This was the first Republican heartbreak of this election year because this is a seat vacated by the moderate Republican Olympia Snowe. That was surely going to go Republican. Now, this newly elected independent says he won't say which way he's going to caucus, but Democrats and Republicans privately say they just can't see him going with the Republicans because they spent a lot of money to try to defeat him. Then in Tennessee, no surprise, the incumbent Republican Senator of Tennessee, Bob Corker, has won re-election there. Florida, CNN is projecting that Bill Nelson has won. This is another disappointment for Republicans. Yeah. They were disappointed in their Republican candidate. Connie Mack just didn't perform very well against this incumbent Democrat in a pretty competitive state. Delaware, Tom Carper, one of the few remaining moderates in the Senate, Democrat. He is going on to win re-election. We're projecting Maryland. CNN is projecting that Senator Ben Cardin, another Democrat, is going to win. And same goes for Sheldon Whitehouse, a Democratic senator from Rhode Island. CNN is projecting that he has won another term. But still, the drama is in those competitive races. Those two close to call. And we're going to go back to the state of Indiana, Anderson. Look at this. It is still it was pretty close, but look at this. Joe Donnelly, the Democratic candidate, is pulled ahead of Richard Murdoch. Again, he is a Republican candidate who made a big faux pas in talking about the fact that he believes that pregnancy as a result of rape as a gift from God. He plummeted in the polls, 29% reporting right now, but so far Joe Donnelly looks like he is ahead. Republicans say that Romney has to outperform Romney by 10 points to win. And in Virginia, it is also very, very close. Only 17% of the vote reporting, but George Allen is ahead by almost 34,000 points. Tim Kaine is a former governor. George Allen wants to get his seat back. He lost 6 years ago.
And let's look again how any of this affects the balance of power.
Now, remember, 51 is the magic number. That's what either side has to get. Right now, Republicans have 38. Democrats have 35. If you add one of those purple seats here, that is for the independent senator from Vermont, Bernie Sanders, who won re-election tonight. This purple one right here, this is for that newly elected senator we just told you about, Angus King. We're putting him sort of on the middle. We'll see what happens when he comes back. But neither side has the 51 needed for control. Now, remember, Republicans need a +4. Net 4 in order to win.
All right, we'll continue to watch that with you. Let's check in back with our analysts over here, Gloria Borger and David Gergen. David, you've been looking at some of these exit polls.
Well, I think two things need to be said, Anderson. One, early in the evening, we said the early exits seemed to be favoring President Obama in many of the swing states. And we said, well, we got to wait for the next round of exit polls because maybe it'll move back to Romney. It's interesting that the new round that's starting to come in now actually has two states moving a little more toward Obama, not away from him.
Where do you see that?
In Florida, Romney was up 1 in the early exits. Now Obama's up 1. In Pennsylvania, Obama was up 3 in the early exits. Now he's up 5. We'll have to wait and see. There are some actual results coming in that are not actually in accord with the exits, so we'll still have to wait and see. Right. We're still early in the evening, but I thought just in terms of where the exits are, that's a striking change.
And in terms of where our polling has been throughout this entire campaign, if you look at the early exits, and again with the caveat that it's early, on issues and the questions that divide the country, It's very, very much in keeping with what we were seeing during the campaign, with President Obama doing much better with people who think he cares about their problems, Mitt Romney doing much better with people who think the government does too much. And by the way, a majority of people in this country do believe the government does too much.
And we're very closely watching these numbers. Let's check back in with Wolf.
Anderson, thanks. Every vote counts in this election. Polls close in Arkansas in just a matter of a few minutes. In Florida, the ballots are coming in. We're watching the vote counting in that major battleground state that could potentially decide the White House. And let's check over at the Empire State Building in New York. Remember, we're turning the mast red and blue to reflect the electoral votes for each candidate based on CNN's projections. Let's add in the first round of results and watch the colored columns rise. So will the red or the blue column be higher at the end of the night? You're going to find out right here.
Election Night in America is brought to you by America's Natural Gas Alliance, smarter power today, and by Cisco, a primary provider of the network technology for CNN's news coverage. Go to CNN.com/election to get up-to-the-minute news on the races and for results from around the country.
All energy development comes with some risk, but proven technologies allow natural gas producers to supply affordable, cleaner energy while protecting our environment. Across America, these technologies protect air by monitoring air quality and reducing emissions, protect water through conservation and self-contained recycling systems, and protect land by reducing our footprint and respecting wildlife. America's natural gas, domestic, abundant, clean energy to power our lives. That's smarter power today.
It's 32 minutes to go time, and the candidate's speech is in pieces all over the district. The writer's desktop and the coordinator's phone are working out a joke with local color. The secure cloud just received a revised intro from the strategist tablet. And while I make my way into the venue, the candidate will be rehearsing off his phone.
And thanks to every young face
His phone is one of his biggest supporters.
With Cisco at the center, working together has never worked so well. Music is a universal language, but when I was in an accident, I was worried the healthcare system spoke a language all its own. With United Healthcare, I got help that fit my life, so I never missed a beat.
That's health in numbers. United Healthcare.
Hey, Tylenol, you know, we're kind of like twins.
We are?
Yeah, we both relieve coughs, sneezing, aches, fevers.
And I relieve nasal congestion.
Overachiever.
Tylenol Cold Multi-Symptom Nighttime relieves nasal congestion. NyQuil Cold and Flu doesn't.
CNN tomorrow night at 8 and 10. Anderson Cooper breaks down the results. What will it mean for America's future? Anderson Cooper 360. Live tomorrow night, 8 and 10 Eastern on CNN.
Discover more. Browse more. Understand more. Create more. Create More is San Francisco's independent Apple specialist, featuring all the products you know and love, plus some really cool stuff you may have never seen, and folks that go out of their way to make sure you get the most from your technology, whether it's a new purchase or service on your existing Mac. At Create More, you'll get more, but you won't pay more. Visit us today on 3rd and Townsend, 1 block from the ballpark.
Steel, built in America, believing in America, #1 in America. Our legendary Steel chainsaws start at just $179.95. For a limited time, get a half-price carrying case and free Steel hat. Plus, save $10 on hearing protectors and protective glasses with purchase of a Steel BR200 backpack blower. Available exclusively at a servicing Steel dealer. Visit SteelDealers.com to find a dealer near you. After, Piers looks at what it means for you. CNN tomorrow night live, 9 Eastern.
There's another watch party going on. You're looking at live pictures from Chicago. It's an outside location over the Thompson Center Plaza. They're watching what's going on this election night in America. We're getting closer to another round of results on this election night in America. It's almost 8:30 p.m. on the East Coast. Polls are about to close in Arkansas. Stand by. We'll see if we can make a projection. The state, by the way, has 6 electoral votes. And in this election, every electoral vote counts. Brianna Keeler is over at Obama headquarters in Chicago. Candy Crowley is over at Romney headquarters in Boston. Brianna, first to you. What's going on over there?
Hi there, Wolf. We're on the floor here at McCormick Place, a convention center in downtown Chicago, and supporters of President Obama have just begun to come through the door, and they're obviously staking out their position as close to the podium as possible. The campaign says they're expecting about 10,000 people here at this event, and most of them, I should tell you, are Chicago-based Obama campaign volunteers, many of whom had to agree to do at least 2 canvassing shifts, voter canvassing shifts, Wolf, in nearby battleground states, Iowa and Wisconsin, Wolf.
Brianna, thank you. Candy's in Boston. A lot of folks are already gathering behind you, Candy.
They are, and they've started sort of the preliminary program, the Pledge of Allegiance, National Anthem. We also heard from Craig Romney, who came over to talk to the folks here, and as you can hear, the music has started. But, you know, the number crunching, watching the polls, the white knuckle time is going on in that suite. I talked to a senior advisor just about 5 minutes ago. I said, what's going on? He said, well, you know, these are just, you know, this is high tension time. He did say to me the numbers are unbelievable in terms of turnout. He said, we have really turned our folks out in those Republican places where they feel they really needed to have high turnout. He said, we're now trying to figure out, like, where the Obama folks have turned out there. So, again, white-knuckling it here in private, but the party's already started here in public, Wolf.
Party in Boston, getting ready in Chicago. Let's go over to John over at the Magic Wall. What are you looking at, John?
I'm looking at these early results in the key battleground states. Let's focus on the ones we know are must-wins for Mitt Romney. Battleground Florida is blue at the moment. It's very close, though, 51 to 48. A little more than half the vote in. As we watch this fill in, Governor Romney needs this. 29 electoral votes, more counting to go, with the president with a narrow lead in Florida. Move up to battleground Virginia. It's more encouraging for Governor Romney there at the moment. We're up to about 24% of the vote, 56 to 42. Don't expect the margin for either candidate will end up that big, but at the moment, Governor Romney is performing a lot better than John McCain in the close-in Washington suburbs. Big population centers so far. Only a small percentage of the vote, though, in from these suburbs. We'll watch as that continues. And, Wolf, this is a must-win, and you see it's blue at the moment for President Obama. 20% of the vote now counted in the state of Ohio, a lead for the president. But, again, remember, the vote we see so far is from Democratic areas, so don't buy that number yet. But if that one stays blue, Wolf, the Romney campaign would be in some deep trouble.
We're watching all of these states very, very closely. Every single electoral vote will count. The road to 270 continues. We've got a couple projections to make right now. We project Mitt Romney will carry Arkansas and its 6 electoral votes. Mitt Romney will win that southern state. We also project Mitt Romney will carry Tennessee and its 11 electoral votes. 2 more states in Mitt Romney's column. So let's take a look at the total. The tally where it stands right now. Romney has taken a lead, a slight lead, 73 electoral college votes. For Romney, we project 64 for President Obama. The key number you see at the top, 270 needed to win this election. We've got some actual votes that have come in, that are coming in. I want to update you now. These are real votes that are coming in. Let's start in Florida right now. More than half of the vote is in Florida, 56%. You see the President of the United States maintaining a 51 to 48% advantage. He's got a lead of more than 154,000 votes out of nearly 5 million votes cast, already counted in Florida. In Virginia, a quarter of the vote is in. Romney maintaining an advantage, 56% to 42%. Almost a million votes have been counted, and Romney has 131,000 plus advantage, 13 electoral votes in Virginia. In North Carolina, Mitt Romney maintains an advantage as well. 45%, almost half of the vote in North Carolina has been counted. 2 million votes there have been counted. He's got an advantage of 51,000 votes, 51% to 48%. In Ohio, 20%. 20% of the vote is in. The President of the United States has a significant lead, but only 20% of the vote has been counted. 58% for Barack Obama, 40% for Mitt Romney. That's an advantage of more than 200,000 votes in Ohio right now. 20% of the vote is in. Let's move on. Remember, 18 electoral votes at stake in Ohio. Missouri, 10 electoral votes. Only 1% of the vote is in. Very, very early. Romney leads 68 to 30%. Very early in Missouri. Let's move on to New Hampshire. 4 electoral votes. 63% for President Obama. 35% so far for Mitt Romney. But remember, very early, 5% of the vote is in. Alabama, only a tiny number of votes in, 1%, 81% for Mitt Romney, 19% for President Obama, very early. New Jersey, 54% for Mitt Romney, with 1% of the vote in very, very early in New Jersey. Barack Obama with 43%, but New Jersey, that vote is very, very early. Let's take a look at the national popular vote right now, where it stands. 5% of that vote is now in. Mitt Romney maintains an advantage. 52%, you just saw a change to 47%. 8,677,000 votes for Romney right now nationally to President Obama's 7,800,000 votes. That's an advantage of almost 800,000 popular votes, but only 5% of the popular vote has been counted so far. Let's go over to John King. We're watching Florida, we're watching Ohio, we're watching Virginia, as we fully expected.
And that you mentioned it's only 5%, so let's not jump to conclusions about that. Is one of the big questions tonight. Will one candidate win the popular vote, someone else win the electoral college vote?
It's happened before.
It's happened 4 times in our history, including then. Al Gore won by 534,000, I think it was, 543,000 votes nationally. George W. Bush, of course, was president of the United States. But let's focus on where we are tonight. We'll deal with the popular vote question a bit later. I suspect a bit later. Florida is blue at the moment. Wolf, let's go through them all. This is a state Governor Romney has to win, and you're starting to get, Candy called it white knuckle treatment. We're up to nearly 60% of the vote. So that's close, but this is a time when you start to get there, and you start to look at the map, and you say, where are the votes, and where can we get them? One place is down here. You see Collier County. It's not huge, but Naples area, only 5% in. It's a big Republican area. Governor Romney needs to run up numbers here. They need to get good turnout. But for the president's side, you come over here in Broward County, in Miami-Dade County, and if you move up here to Palm Beach County, these are 3 places where the president tends to run up big numbers, and 32% in this county, but a much smaller number coming in. Broward and Miami-Dade tend to lag in terms of reporting in the state of Florida. So the president's team, as they look at the numbers, can count on more votes from here. Population centers, reliably Democratic areas. If you're looking at the Romney campaign, almost half of the vote right here. This is Orange County, a big slice of the population in the Orlando area. And let's match it up. When you match it up, you say, okay, we're about halfway there. What happened 4 years ago here? It's just right about the same, right? You have the president at 59%. You have the president at 59%. If you go back to 2004, when George Bush carried the state, it was 50-50. So this is a swing area of the state. At the moment, the president is ahead by a decent margin.
Almost half of the vote is in Orange County.
Almost half of the vote is in. A Republican needs that margin in Orange County to be tighter than that to carry the state. So let's move over. The other big county, Hillsborough. This one's gone back and forth a couple of times. Again, we're up to 61% now. It's not a huge margin, 52-47, but it's what a Democrat needs to win. If you go back to 2008, the president had 53% there, 6% of the state's population. Again, flashback to when a Republican last carried it. Republican carried this county. So if you're tracking Florida right now and you're looking at the population centers, the president is roughly matching his 2008 numbers.
If he matches it, he'll be in good shape in Florida.
Governor Romney needs to start overperforming and start pretty quickly when you're up to 60% of the vote.
Let's move to Virginia, John.
Let's move to Virginia. Again, 29 electoral votes there. The Romney campaign, almost impossible to get them to 270 without it. Now, red at the moment of Virginia, this is more encouraging to the Romney campaign. Again, we need to remember, we're only at 26%, so we're only at about a quarter of the vote. 57, though, is a good number. Why is that happening? Look where the votes are coming from. This is reliably red, conservative Republican territory. Most of your votes are in from here. Let's come up here. This is very encouraging early on for the Romney campaign, but it's only 5% of the vote. This is Prince William County. You're in the exurbs. As you start to drive about 45 minutes to an hour away from Washington. I spent some time out here recently. This is an area, if Governor Romney wins Prince William County, he's competitive in the state of Virginia. I'll go back and show you why. President Obama won with 58% here 4 years ago. Loudoun County next door, the president got 54%. At the moment, this year, Mitt Romney's carrying these 2 exurban counties, suburbs to the exurbs there. The question is, what's the margin in here? And what happens as we start to get closer to Washington? We expect the president to run up big numbers in the population centers here. At the moment, he's holding his own. Votes to count.
I want to go to Gary Tuchman. He's outside of Richmond, Virginia, watching what's going on. Gary, what are you seeing?
Well, this is Henrico County, and this is a battleground county in this battleground state. Barack Obama won it in 2008. It was the first time a Democrat had won this county since 1964, the same with Virginia as a whole. And these are the raw numbers in my hands. There's 93 precincts in this county. 25% of them have now reported. And with the 25% that have reported, Barack Obama is 15,773, Mitt Romney 14,120. This pencil you see here, I don't have a calculator. I did it by hand. 53% of the vote for Barack Obama. 4 years ago, he had 54.9% of the vote. So Barack Obama seems to be holding his own in this very important county here in the state of Virginia. We should tell you, the polls closed at 7 o'clock, but there are still people in line all throughout the state of Virginia. Officials with the state of Virginia say that voting could go until 11 o'clock tonight. The lines are that long that it may take 4 extra hours to close the polls.
Yeah, if he holds his own in Virginia, he'll do well because he carried Virginia, John, 4 years ago by, what, 260,000 votes?
Carried Virginia, 234, I think, was the end count 4 years ago. We go back. We got to send Gary Tuckman a calculator. You think we could all pitch in and buy Gary a calculator? I think we could do that. If you look, this is 4 years ago, and the president won the state 53-47. Again, when you look at the statewide map, you think, whoa, how'd that happen? All that red that John McCain had to win. This is where the population is, up here in Northern Virginia. So we're going to watch as this comes in. And again, that's encouraging for the Romney campaign. That red in the close-in exurbs, Loudoun County here, the people there saying, I live in a suburb, not an exurb, but they're a little further out from Fairfax. Governor Romney came here yesterday. That's a little bit closer margin than last time. We got a ways to go.
Only 1% of the vote in Fairfax County.
But if you pull it out, it's just simple math. Governor Romney needs it. Governor Romney needs it. Governor Romney needs it.
He needs Florida. He needs Virginia. He needs Ohio. We're getting brand new numbers from Florida, straight from election officials. We're going to go to our reporters out in the field in that crucial battleground state. Plus, another big chunk of electoral votes is up for grabs right at the top of the hour, including the swing states of Colorado and Wisconsin. We're live at election watch parties in the presidential candidates' home cities of Chicago and Boston. More results just ahead.
Election Night in America is brought to you by VoteForEnergy.org, a program of the American Petroleum Institute. Log on to learn more. And by Norfolk Southern. One line, infinite possibilities. Go to CNN.com/election to get up-to-the-minute news on the races and for results from around the country.
Nothing's more important than getting people back to work. Nothing. And energy is a good place to start. Real jobs, permanent jobs. Developing our own resources right here, it's the right thing to do. I'm Jason, and I'm an energy voter.
Okay, time for bed, kiddo. Lights out.
Trains go, the economy comes to life. Norfolk Southern. One line, infinite possibilities.
Energy is a big part of the solution to get America going again. Developing domestic energy would pump a whole lot of money into this economy, and we need it now more than ever. I'm Kim, and I'm an energy voter.
I'm a conservative investor.
I invest in what I know.
I turned 65 last week. I'm getting married, planning a life.
There are risks, sure, but there's no reward without it.
I want to be prepared for the long haul. I see a world bursting with opportunities. India, China, Brazil.
iShares.
Small caps.
Large caps.
iShares.
Industrials. Low cost.
Every dollar counts.
iShares.
Income.
Dividends.
Bonds.
I like bonds.
iShares. Commodities. Diversification.
Choices.
My own ideas.
iShares. I want to use the same stuff the big guys use.
iShares.
9 out of 10 large professional investors choose iShares for their ETFs. Introducing the iShares Core. ETFs for the heart of your portfolio. Tax efficient and low-cost building blocks to help you keep more of what you earn. Call your advisor. Visit iShares.com.
iShares.
Yeah, iShares.
iShares by BlackRock. Call 1-800-iShares for a prospectus, which includes investment objectives, risks, charges, and expenses. Read and consider it carefully before investing.
Select theaters November 9th. Everywhere November 16th.
We're ready with another projection in the state of Alabama. We project Mitt Romney is the winner in Alabama with its 9 electoral votes. Very early in the actual count but you see 59% so far with 1% of the vote in for Romney, 41% for President Obama. It's very, very early in the actual count, but we have enough information to project that Romney will carry Alabama. So where do we stand on the road to 270? Romney has a slight lead, 82 electoral votes we project he has compared to 64 for President Obama. The yellow states are the undeclared states, the states we have not yet made projections in. The red states are the states that the Republican nominee has won, the blue states, the President of the United States. Let's show you some actual votes where we stand right now. First in Florida. Almost 60% of the vote is in, and the president continues to maintain a slight advantage. 51% to 49%. He's got an advantage of 110,000 votes. Look at this. There are more than 5 million votes have been counted already, 29 electoral votes in Florida. In Virginia, approaching a third of the vote now in. Mitt Romney continuing to maintain his lead in Virginia, 55% to 43%. More than 1 million votes have been counted. Mitt Romney has an advantage of 143 votes right now. Let's take a look at some other votes that are coming in. Let's begin in Ohio right now. Approaching almost 25%, 22% of the vote is in Ohio. The president still maintaining a significant lead, just changed 57% to 41%, 200,000 plus advantage so far. 22% of the vote is in Ohio. 18 electoral votes are critical. In Pennsylvania, very early, barely votes have been counted, only 1%. You see a 165 lead for Mitt Romney over Barack Obama, but it's very early for those 20 electoral votes in Pennsylvania. Let's go over to John King, who's over here at the Magic Wall. You're doing some research over there. What are you looking at?
Looking at some exit polls, because you show that very close Florida race. I'm trying to get a sense of it's so close, what's key here. So let's look at the vote by age in the state of Florida. Then we'll come over and map it out on the Magic Wall. About 16% younger voters, 18 to 29. That's a key piece of the president's coalition. And look at this, 2/3 of them going for President Obama in the 18 to 29-year-old group right there, 67% to 31% for Governor Romney. Then let's come down the other end of the spectrum. Voters age 65 and older are a big Republican constituency, critical for Governor Romney. Let's see what the margin is here. Governor Romney winning them, probably not by the number. He'd probably like that to be a 6, not a 58, to move that up just a little bit. But 58% of those 65 or older going for Governor Romney. If you look at the key age groups here, the largest age group is this group here. They went for Governor Romney, 51 to 48. So a very competitive election there in the state of Florida. And Wolf, when you have those key subgroups so close, that's why when you come here and you pull out the map, 51-49, we got a ways to go. 60% of the vote in. When you know what?
I want to go to John Zarella because he's in Palm Beach County right now. A lot of history in presidential elections in Palm Beach County. John, what are you seeing?
Yeah, that's for sure, Wolf. But, you know, what we are seeing is that the president needed to run up big numbers in Miami-Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach counties. Heavily Democratic counties that he did very well in 2008, helped him win the state. What we're seeing at first blush here, not a lot of precincts reporting. The president, 273,000 to 167,000 in Miami-Dade. In Broward, the president, 310,000 to 128,000 for Romney. In Palm Beach County, 261,000 for the president, 171,000 for Mitt Romney. So he's getting good numbers. And where we are here, Wolf, you can see we're at the tabulation center. And behind me there, these were people who were tabulating the absentee ballots here. And they have been told to go home for the night. These were the ballots that they had problems with. 35,000 were sent out with an error on them, so they would not go through the scanner. So what they've had to do here is duplicate the bad ballots to the good ballots before they put them through the scanners. Democratic Party and Republican Party representatives have been here for 2 weeks. That's where they've been standing, back behind these cameras here. That's where they've been working. Now, canvassing board, if there were problems with ballots, right over here, Wolf, that's where the canvassing board was meeting. They rejected, they told us, about 200 ballots, primarily because those absentee ballots had not been signed. That's one of the big problems we're having, and 800 of them rejected in Broward. Wolf?
I don't know why they still have these problems in this day and age. Let's go back to John King right now. Why do they always have problems in Palm Beach County counting votes? You'd think they could get their act together.
There are certain places in the country that seem to rejoin us every 2 to 4 years, shall we say. You would think they would get their act together. You would think they would think, you know what, we've been a problem child. We need to fix this. I want to show you a few things as we wait for the vote to come into Florida. I'm going to circle some areas up here. I'm going to circle some areas up here. Look, this as John just said, the president seems to be keeping his margins down here. It's a place where Governor Romney, Jewish voters, other voters, older voters, Governor Romney hope to squeeze the margins. At the moment, we don't see it. Still some votes to count. I want to go back in time a little bit just to show you. This is 2012. You're watching the map start to fill in. Now, not all the percentages are in. So we go to 77% here, Governor Romney. So he's going to win this county. The question is, can he get more turnout? But just look at the map. How do you win a close, competitive swing state? Because remember, when the president won this 4 years ago, it was among the closest, 51-48. See the blue here? See the blue up here? When George W. Bush won before, red here. So right now, the Tampa area, Hillsborough County, is one of the big defining differences. We'll watch the rest of the margins as we come in. Governor Romney is still in play, Wolf, but when the vote tally starts to get up to where it is right now, you start to get a little nervous.
Yeah, look at how close, 2,700,000, 2,600,000, very, very close so far with 61% of the vote in. I want to check back with Anderson and Dana for an update on the balance of power in the Senate. Anderson, what are you seeing?
Some interesting results in Senate races right now.
That's right, and let's look at the first one, the state of Connecticut. This is the race to replace retiring independent Senator Joe Lieberman. The Democrat has won, so it's effectively still in Democratic hands. Chris Murphy, he beat Linda McMahon, who spent $50 million this time, $50 million two times ago.
Well, she had all the World Wrestling money.
The World Wrestling magnate lost about $100 million to two losing campaigns. And then in New Jersey, Robert Menendez easily is going on to win re-election. He, of course, is a Democrat. But those are, the ones that we can call. Still, the ones that are too close to call, or at least we don't have enough information about, are still fascinating. And we want to talk about these two because they're both Republican-held seats. First, the marquee race that we're watching in Massachusetts, the incumbent Republican Scott Brown up against his Democratic challenger, Elizabeth Warren. Only 5% reporting at this point. She's about 5,000 votes ahead. And in Indiana, again, we're still watching this. It's just changing as we're watching it. Joe Donnelly, the Democrat, is still ahead with almost 50% reporting. This is a seat, again, that if Republicans lose, it is an early telltale sign that they are not going to be able to retake control of the Senate. Now, let's look at the balance of power at this hour. So right now, 38 Republican seats, 37 Democratic seats. You see these two purple seats right here. They're for the two independents. One is for Bernie Sanders of Vermont, who won re-election tonight. The other is more towards the middle. That's because that's Angus King, the newly elected independent senator of Maine. All of these white seats in the middle are still those that are outstanding, those that are up for re-election right now. But, of course, still neither has even close to the 51 needed to have the full-out majority.
Yeah,
of the
still a lot of races to find out about. Dana, thanks very much. I want to check in with our analysts and our contributors. Van Jones, you've been looking at the wait times that a lot of folks are having. We see them in Virginia. We see them a lot in Florida.
Yeah.
Hours, a lot of people still online.
Yeah, I mean, we've been looking at the numbers. The numbers are important, but there is a human drama that is playing out on the ground in these states. People are now afraid they might have to wait until tomorrow. These lines may be 4 hours long. If you look at Twitter, hashtag stay in line is starting to move. Obama, his fate in Florida may hang on people's willingness to stay in line. It shouldn't take this type of heroism to vote in America in 2012. I don't understand what's going on.
This is happening in Florida. This is happening in Virginia. You're seeing people saying polls are going to stay open until midnight in Virginia, potentially. There are apparently 2-hour lines in the Panhandle in Florida, which is
so long to vote? I don't understand.
It's like it had a surprise election today.
Yeah. James?
From what I see so far, and it's not conclusive, I would rather be Obama than Romney. Let me give you an example of Chesterfield County, which I know is suburban Richmond, went 54% for McCain. With 3/4 of the vote in, it's going the same number for Governor Romney. It went 63% for Bush. Now, if this is indicative of something else, he'll have to make it up somewhere else. And the stuff that we see in Florida, it seems to be more favorable for Obama. But it's early and it could change.
Okay, let's check back in with Wolf.
All right, thanks. Florida, of course, a very, very close presidential battleground right now. Let's check the latest numbers that are coming in. You can see right now how close it is. 62% of the vote has now been counted. 50% for the president, 49% for Mitt Romney. You see more than 5 million votes have been counted. Barack Obama has an advantage of nearly 100,000 votes, 95,991 to be precise. So it's close in Florida with 62% of the vote in. The president, though, maintaining a slight advantage. We're only minutes away from the second biggest round of poll closings, the battlegrounds of Colorado, Wisconsin. They are on the line. We're live there. and in New York, where the polls are about to close as well. Voters are gathered for CNN's watch party right now in Times Square. Watch party right now in Times Square.
Election Night in America is brought to you by Cadillac, the standard of the world. Go to CNN.com/election to get up-to-the-minute news on the races and for results from around the country.
Count the number of buttons in your car. Now, count the number of buttons on your tablet. Isn't it time the automobile advanced? Introducing Q in the all-new Cadillac XTS. The simplicity of a tablet has come to your car. The all-new Cadillac XTS has arrived, and it's bringing the future forward.
Now, during season's best event, get zero do-it signing and the first payments on us on this all-new XTS.
This Friday, Bond. James Bond. Skyfall. Rated PG-13.
A short word that's a tall order. Up your game. Up the ante. And if you stumble, you get back up. Up isn't easy, and we ought to know. We're in the business of up. Every day, Delta flies 250,000 people while investing billions improving everything from booking to baggage claim. We're raising the bar on flying. And tomorrow, we will up it yet again.
CNN tomorrow night at 7. Aaron Burnett Out Front is live from the nation's capital. The votes are in. Now Aaron looks at how it all adds up. Live tomorrow at 7 Eastern on CNN.
Steel, built in America, believing in America, #1 in America. Hardworking steel blowers start at just $149.95. Our reliable MS-250 chainsaw is just $299.95. Plus, double your limited warranty now with your purchase of select steel products. Available exclusively at a servicing steel dealer. Visit steeldealers.com to find a dealer near you.
My husband worked at a power plant where the asbestos fell like snow.
My dad got mesothelioma from asbestos.
Oh, the diagnosis was devastating.
We chose Cooney and Conway because they're highly experienced in this area.
They were more than lawyers. They were human beings.
There was no money up front.
It showed my sons that there is justice in the world.
Call 1-800-322-5573. Cooney and Conway. Justice with a passion.
Anderson Cooper breaks down the election results. Live tomorrow night, 8 and 10 Eastern.
Check out the scene on the Las Vegas Strip right now as people watch the vote results coming in on CNN on this election night in America. We want to welcome back our viewers in the United States and around the world. I'm Wolf Blitzer. Just minutes from now, we'll get the second largest wave of poll closings in 14 states. They are Arizona, Colorado, Kansas, Louisiana, Michigan, Minnesota, Nebraska, New Mexico, New York. Also, they're closing in North Dakota, South Dakota, Texas, Wisconsin, and Wyoming. 156 electoral votes are at stake in this coming hour. Remember, 270 are needed to win the presidency. Let's check in with Jessica Yellen in Chicago with the president, Candy Crowley with Romney in Boston. Jessica, first to you. What's the mood over there?
Hi, Wolf. Well, there's a sense of nervous anticipation here in Obama's headquarters in Chicago, where people have now been let in the doors, the music is playing, and there is a sense of optimism with the returns they have seen as they wait the results and the president's arrival later this evening, Wolf.
Well, what about in Boston, Candy? What's it like there?
Well, you know, it's beginning to pick up as far as the crowd is concerned, but I can tell you as they're watching this over at headquarters where they have people still working the phones, trying to get folks out. We had a quick briefing, if you will, to this crowd from a Romney spokesperson who said, listen, we really like how it's looking in Florida, we like how it's looking in Ohio, and we like how it's looking in Virginia. They're also nervous, I can tell you that.
They should be. They should all be nervous right now as we watch what's going on. Let's check in with Anderson. Anderson?
Yeah, well, as we count down to the top of the hour, we're paying close attention to the battleground states, Colorado and Wisconsin. Wisconsin, of course, is the home of Republican vice presidential nominee Paul Ryan. We got correspondents standing by in both states. Let's start with Kyung La in Littleton, Colorado right now. Kyung?
Well, Anderson, you can see a cart wheeling by me. Those are the ballots that are continuing to be tabulated. Polls in this battleground county, a must-win county. We've just heard almost 70% have been tabulated. So we expect to know very soon how this county is leaning, Anderson.
Let's check in also with Paul Verkaman in Boulder, Colorado. What's the situation there?
Well, Anderson, Boulder, Colorado, Boulder County went significantly for Obama, 72% in 2008. The Romney strategy is to put a dent in some of these counties, not withstand such severe body blows. We should have the Boulder numbers momentarily and throughout the rest of Colorado. One little hint here, the Republicans on the ground here say they think they're doing better in neighboring Adams County and may even win that. We'll have to watch that tonight. Anderson?
All right, and our Ted Rollins is standing by in Milwaukee. Ted?
Anderson, we're in Milwaukee County, by far the largest population center in Wisconsin. Both sides looking at this very closely. We don't have a John King magic wall here, but we have the old school wooden wall which separates this county out. We'll get the results in real time as they come into here. We'll share them with our viewers.
Wow.
Anderson?
John King, look at that old school. Imagine that. You should send him one of your walls.
Nothing wrong with old school, Anderson. Nothing wrong with old school, but we like new school magic here. Let's take a quick look at these elections. In Colorado, where'd the vote come from? 29% in the Denver suburbs. The Romney campaign will like this, 38% in the more conservative areas. As you move on to Wisconsin, 51%, more than half of the voters in Wisconsin approved the bailout of the automakers. Is that a problem for Governor Romney? We'll see in the hour ahead. 52% in the state of Wisconsin have a favorable opinion of the GOP vice presidential nominee who calls their state home, Paul Ryan. The question is, Wolf, how will it play out when they make their vote?
Getting closer and closer to the top of the hour, only seconds away from some major projections. I want all of our viewers to get ready right now. Here they come. And let's start with all these states. We project winning states for Mitt Romney. We'll begin in Kansas and the 6 electoral votes in Kansas. We project Kansas will be won by Mitt Romney, the Republican presidential nominee. Continuing, other states, Louisiana in the South, 8 electoral votes. Mitt Romney will carry Louisiana. We project another win for Mitt Romney. Nebraska, we project he will get 3 of the 5 electoral votes. They allocate by congressional district. Right now, we can project 3 going for Mitt Romney. In North Dakota, another 3 electoral votes. All of them in North Dakota going for Mitt Romney. Staying in the Dakotas, let's go to South Dakota right now. 3 electoral votes. We project those 3 electoral votes will go for Mitt Romney in South Dakota. Look at this, Texas, 38 electoral votes, all going for Mitt Romney. He wins the state of Texas. That was expected, a big win. From Texas to Wyoming, 3 electoral votes. They go for Mitt Romney as well. Not only in Wyoming, but let's say Mississippi, 6 electoral votes. Mitt Romney carries Mississippi as well. We cannot make projections right now in several states, but we can make projections for President Obama. In Michigan, right now. Michigan, look at this. It was supposed to be close, but right now the polls have just closed in Michigan. We are already able to project that Michigan, the home of the U.S. auto industry, will be in the president's column. 16 electoral votes. We know some Republicans thought they had a shot there. Doesn't look like they had much of a shot. 16 electoral votes going for Michigan. New York State, another big prize. We anticipated New York State, always heavily Democratic in presidential contests, would go for the president. The president picks up all 29 electoral votes in New York State. and he does in New Jersey as well. 14 electoral votes. We project all of them will go for the President of the United States. They had severe weather problems in New Jersey and New York, but we've made those projections. All right, here's where we stand right now. In Obama headquarters, by the way, they're cheering right now. I think we got some live pictures. Let's show our viewers what's going on over at Obama headquarters as they watch what's going on. I guess they're pretty happy about Michigan specifically. No projections right now in Arizona, Colorado, Minnesota, New Mexico, and Wisconsin. We need more information before we can make projections in those states. We're watching them. The road to 270, here's where it stands right now, just after 9 p.m. on the East Coast. Mitt Romney is ahead. He has 152 electoral votes compared to 123 for the President of the United States. 270 are needed to win the White House, as you know. And as we wait for more real votes to come in, we want to share with you what our exit polls are revealing. Remember, these are estimates. They're based on interviews with a sampling of voters as they left select polling stations today, and phone interviews, by the way, with a sampling of people who voted early. All right, here are the exit poll estimates we can share with you. In Arizona, we have not made a projection, but the estimate is from the exit poll, 52% for Mitt Romney, 46% for the president. Look at how close it is in Colorado. Based on our exit poll information right now, 48% to 48%. Doesn't get any closer than that. Colorado, a key battleground state. In Minnesota right now, the president, 50%. Mitt Romney, 47% in our exit poll estimate. Remember, these are estimates only that reflect the votes of the people we interviewed at select polling places, early voters we interviewed on the phone. It may not necessarily reflect the actual outcome in a particular state once we get the final vote. We have some more exit poll information. By the way, I want to share with you New Mexico right now, 52% for the president, 43%. 43% for Mitt Romney. In New Mexico, we have not made a projection. Wisconsin, the home state of Paul Ryan, the Republican vice presidential nominee, the exit poll shows 52% for the president, 46% for Mitt Romney. Both of these states, New Mexico and Wisconsin, went for President Obama 4 years ago. Anderson, these are a lot of states coming in, a lot of projected states. A lot of states that we cannot yet make projections.
We saw the crowd reaction at the Obama headquarters. Let's check in with Jessica Yellen, who's at Obama headquarters, and also Candy Crowley at Romney headquarters. First, let's just go to Jessica. Jessica?
Hi, Anderson. Well, it's just gotten significantly noisier here since we made that projection. I know you saw how the room went wild when we called Michigan. That is a sign to people here and at Obama's headquarters as well that the auto bailout no doubt made a huge difference for the president, for voters in Michigan, and they no doubt will read it as a sign that he could score very well with voters in Ohio. Still, of course, too close to call. I can also tell you that they feel good about Colorado. They think that they are on track with where they were headed into Colorado based on their 2008 model, and that is a state that they know as well as any state because they had the same person working that state who mapped out Democratic Senator Michael Bennet's campaign there. He waged a bitterly fought battle in 2010 against a Tea Party candidate and eked out a victory when most other Democrats didn't. And that person also helped President Obama plan his campaign strategy in Colorado, and they think they will win it tonight. Anderson?
We'll be watching that, obviously, very closely. As I said, Candy Crowley is standing by at Romney headquarters. Candy, reaction that you're getting there?
Well, actually, what they're doing right now and what they've been doing over the course of this night is they beam people in from other states. Senator Kelly Ayotte from New Hampshire. Right now, we're listening to Governor McDonnell from Virginia. They all are kind of reporting upbeat numbers to this crowd, saying, hey, we're looking good here. They are encouraged behind closed doors with the high turnout. But it would be wrong to say that they aren't nervous because obviously looking at these numbers closing in Florida, this is something something that Mitt Romney, even they would say that it is really very close to a must-win. Virginia looking good for them. They feel strong in Virginia. Ohio, they continue to publicly be bullish about their chances in Ohio. They say, look, we're coming in with big numbers in the places where we have to have the big numbers. But, of course, if President Obama is doing that as well, you're kind of back to the drawing board at square one. So, again, sort of a high tension, I suspect, behind closed doors. But publicly, they are still very bullish about their chances in all these swing states.
High tension. It looks like a lot of mobile devices people are on right now. Candy, we have another projection I think Wolf can make. Let's check in, Wolf.
Anderson, thanks very much. A really major projection we're going to make right now. And CNN projects the Republicans will maintain their majority in the House of Representatives. We know Nancy Pelosi, the minority leader, thought they had a shot at winning 25 seats they needed to get the Democrats in the majority. That is not happening. The Republicans will keep control of the House of Representatives. John Boehner, the Speaker of the House. The Speaker of the House will be very happy to hear that we are projecting the Republicans will retain the majority in the House of Representatives. I want to bring in our political director, Mark Preston, who's been reviewing all of the information as far as the House of Representatives is concerned. How can we make that projection, Mark?
Well, you know, Wolf, 20 of the most competitive House races were in states where the polls closed at 8 o'clock. We've seen enough raw data in these races to tell us now, in fact, that House Republicans will hold the House, or rather, House Republicans will hold the House majority in those races. We see that the Republicans are ahead in 12 of them. Democrats are ahead in 3 of them. There's just not enough races out there, competitive races, for Democrats to get the 25 seats that they need, the net seats that they need to take back the House of Representatives. Wolf?
All right, thanks very much, Mark. John Boehner will be the Speaker of the House once again. Anderson, so the House stays in Republican control. We don't know about the Senate yet.
Yeah, and that's something we've been watching very closely, Dana Bash, you and I.
That's right. When you're talking about the House, though, what is most fascinating is Mark talked about the fact that Democrats needed a net 25 to take to the majority. Going into tonight, and even tonight talking to my Democratic sources, they think it's possible by the end of the night when we get the West Coast results that Republicans will actually pick up seats. Never mind the Democrats not getting the majority. Republicans may have a net gain of a few seats. And what I'm also hearing from Democratic sources is a lot of frustration with the President of the United States because he made, you know how many robocalls he made for Democratic candidates?
How many?
One. One for Tammy Duckworth, the Democratic candidate in suburban Chicago. It's pretty easy to record a robocall.
And also, there have been critics who said that when the president goes to a place, traditionally they'll have the congressional candidates on stage. The president doesn't do that.
One senior Democratic source told me that California, for example, it's one of those orphan states, meaning there was no real presidential race there, but there were a lot of critical battleground House states, that he went to California and used it as an ATM machine, meaning he raised a lot of money, and he never helped out some of the really, really critical races that could have helped Democrats.
So are there going to be coattails? I mean, or is there going to be reverse coattails?
Well, what I'm hearing is that that's part of the problem. There might be reverse coattails. The other thing that a lot of the Democrats saw in polling in these key House races is when the president blew it in the first debate, the bottom dropped out in a lot of the races in some of the more red states because Republicans really got their enthusiasm up.
Anderson, if you look at it, Adana's already been reporting it. It looks like the Senate is going to stay Democratic now. At least one state has already flipped to the Democrats, and it looks like one more may. I think we're going to be talking more about this over the course of the evening because if President Obama wins this, it's clear that we spent $6 billion and we came back to a status quo election.
Right.
Nothing changed.
Right.
But B, it's also clear with this close an election, with Democrats in the House not happy with him, with Republicans retaking the House, it's going to be tough to govern when this is over. We ought to talk more about that.
Yeah, we'll talk a lot about that. Yeah.
What's that?
Where we left off.
Yeah, we want to talk about that coming up, but first let's check back with Will.
All right, let's take a look at the numbers. The actual numbers that are coming in 2 key battleground states, Florida and North Carolina. And look at this. 74% of the vote is now in Florida. The president has 50%. Mitt Romney has 49%. More than 6 million votes have been counted, 6,500,000 approximately. There is a difference between these two candidates of only 16,226 votes. 74% of the vote is in. It's close in the state of Florida. 29 electoral votes at stake. Oh, look at this. It just changed as we were speaking. It's now 50% to 50%. 3,329,000 for Barack Obama, 3,330,000 for Mitt Romney. Mitt Romney, look at this. He's slightly ahead by 1,288 votes. 1,288 votes in Florida. Wow. This is pretty close, as you can imagine. Still got some votes to count. North Carolina, look at how close it is in North Carolina right now as well. 66% of the vote is in. Mitt Romney slightly ahead in North Carolina, 50% to 49%. Mitt Romney, 3 million votes have been counted, 47,000 vote advantage in North Carolina, and it's 15 electoral votes. Let's take a look at some other votes that are coming in right now in Virginia and Ohio. First, Virginia, 41% of the vote is in. Mitt Romney maintaining a lead, 54% to 45%, just changed. Still 54-45, but that's a significant lead of 1,500,000 votes have been counted. He's got a lead of 138,000 votes in Virginia, 13 electoral votes at stake. And look at Ohio right now, 27%. That's a significant number. 27% of the vote in Ohio are in right now. They've been counted. The president has an advantage, 55 to 44%, an advantage of about 180,000 votes in Ohio. If he continues to hold Ohio, that's very good news for the president, because no Republican has ever won the White House without Ohio. We have some more votes coming in, real votes right now. Let's take a look at Colorado and New Hampshire. First, Colorado, early 9% of the vote is in, but Mitt Romney maintains a lead, has a lead of 62% to 36%, an advantage of 60,000 votes. Only 9% of the vote in Colorado is in, 9 electoral votes at stake in Colorado. In New Hampshire, 13%, I should say, 13% of the vote is in. The president has a lead, 56% to 43%, 12,841 lead. Four electoral votes are there at stake in New Hampshire. Let's take a look. Let's check in with some of our battleground reporters right now. We've got several who are watching what's going on. Let's go to Boulder, Colorado first. Paul Verkaman is standing by. What are you seeing there in Colorado? Because it's close there.
Well, Wolf, this is what's happening here in Boulder County. The Republican strategy here was we cannot get beat as badly as we did in 2008 when Obama won 72% of the vote. And Republican strategists here on the ground said, the target for us is about 60%. We know we're going to lose the county, but let's get that down to 60% so we can take the rest of the state. And so far, out of Boulder right now, President Obama, 38,080. That's 70%. So that's far ahead of that 60% number. Romney, 15,299. So far here in Boulder County, again, this is expected to go heavy for Obama, but maybe at this point going much more for Obama than the Republicans had hoped for here, Wolf.
Paul Verkaman in Boulder, Colorado, a key battleground state. Let's check in with Erin Burnett. She's in Columbus, Ohio, the state capital of Ohio. What are you seeing there, Erin?
All right, well, Wolf, the Secretary of State has just been briefing reporters gathered here to try to figure out which way this swing state will go. Right now, though, we're getting some new numbers out of Cuyahoga County. As you said right now, with the number that we have reporting so far, you've got an 11-point lead for the president, but that's just what we have reporting so far, and we have a long way to go. There are some new numbers, though, just coming out of Cuyahoga County and Cleveland, which is so crucial for the president, where Mitt Romney needs to close that margin. Marty Savage has those numbers. And, Marty, what is the latest that you're hearing?
Aaron, right now, the new numbers show that the president has 188,049 votes to Mitt Romney's 80,020 votes. That would indicate that President Obama is actually increasing his lead here in Cuyahoga County. I should also point out provisional ballots. There is a concern now that the number of them being used, especially in this county, may be on the rise. I was just talking to Jane Planton. She was telling me, she's the director of the County Board of Elections here. There were 2, maybe 3 precincts towards the end of the day that actually ran out of those provisional ballots. They had to send more over there. There have been reports of them being used frequently. The problem, we know, if this race is close here in the state of Ohio, those ballots could make all the difference. The problem, though, they aren't counted for 11 days. When they come in, they'll be handled by the people right behind me. Aaron?
All right, well, Marty, and of course, Wolf, as we have heard, this again from sources in the Secretary of State's office told me earlier, they would not be surprised to see provisional ballots in this state of anywhere between 200 and 250,000. So again, if your margin is narrower than that, then those ballots could really matter here in Ohio. And as Marty said, they don't start to be counted for another 10 days.
Thanks very much, Aaron. Thanks to all of our reporters. John King, Florida. Let's talk about Florida a little bit right now. It's amazing how close it is. 78% of the vote is in, 50 to 50. Look at how close this is. What is this? I mean, 300 votes, basically.
That's called wow. That's what you call that in American politics. You call it wow. And you watch the map starting to fill in, and you're saying, okay, so we've got 78% of the vote. What's out in this close? What's out? So you see up here in the Panhandle, a couple of very small counties out. Mitt Romney will win these counties. Let's look at their neighbors. He's winning these neighboring counties about 74%. So we come over here, and we look over here. Again, this county's out, but again, it's a tiny percent of the population. Roughly, you know, it's smaller than this county. He's winning 58-41. So Romney's going to get some kind of an advantage up here. It's not going to be mathematically significant. Here's a big factor in this down here, though. In Palm Beach County, 95% of the votes in. So the president's not going to get too much more of a pad here. However, as you move to the south, only 24% of the vote in Broward County. That's 10%, Wolf, of the population statewide.
That's Fort Lauderdale.
Right. So the president's going to get a boost here if these numbers hold up. Now, we don't know which precincts are out, so there's a chance Governor Romney will close the gap. But this is very Democratic territory. This is blue, reliably blue. So Governor Romney will get some votes. But you would expect in this area, when we get the rest of the vote, that the president will stretch a bit, add to his advantage. And then you move down to Miami-Dade, same thing here. This is a Democratic area, only 15% of the vote in. It's a big chunk of the state population. So when you come back and you look at 78% of the statewide vote in, and you're missing so many votes from Miami-Dade, and you're missing so many votes from Broward County, advantage to the president in terms of running up some of the margins there. However, you start hunting the map and you look for other places. 95% in here, the Republican area, Governor Romney will pick up some, but Lee County, about 3% here. Governor Romney advantage, he'll pick up some. It's not as big a population center. So this is what you have to do at this time of night. You search the map for counties. Governor Romney likely to pad some here. Again, not a major population center. I'm making my way up here on purpose. 100% in here, nothing to be gained. 100% in here, nothing to be gained. And this is where you have to do some business. 85% of the vote in. The president leads at the moment. Let's see what precincts are out here. Governor Romney needs to narrow that gap.
Let's take a look at Pennsylvania right now, because we know the Republicans, we know Romney made visits. They thought in the last few days maybe they had a shot there.
Only 8% of the vote in, but you see what's happening so far. Our exit polls suggest the president has a smaller lead than that, but that the president has the advantage. As you watch the map fill in, the map is filling in at the moment as it's supposed to. One of the key questions is, what do you get down here from Philadelphia County and Philadelphia City? 84%, that's only 36% of the vote. If the president runs up a big lead here, this is largely African-American turnout in Center City, Philadelphia. And as you heard Jessica Yellen earlier saying they were happy about that. That was one of the concerns. Early on, people thought Pennsylvania was over. Romney makes a late play. Would the voters here get the message that they needed to come and turn out? There's not a lot of early voting, no significant early voting here. So you have to do this on Election Day. That's a good number for the president out of Center City, Philadelphia. We need these suburban counties to fill in here. This is a huge contested area here. If you go back in time, these used to be the Republican collar counties outside of Philadelphia. They have become the Democratic collar counties. If you go back here, George Bush carried one of them, John Kerry. If you go back in time here, same difference. So as we watch this fill in, you'd have to say it's only 8%. But this is the Democratic area. It's filling in blue. This is the Republican area. Again, much smaller from a population standpoint, filling in red. Governor Romney was out in this part of the state today. At the moment, Allegheny County coming in pretty strong, Union voters here. If you look at the early map, again, let's count them, but I would be very, you'd look for surprises. This is among the deepest blue DNA in presidential politics. I wouldn't look for it to change.
Republicans are always tempted by it, but usually they don't go very far. Let's go to Virginia right now, see where we stand right now. 45, almost 50% of the vote is now in. Romney continues to maintain a slight 51 to 47% advantage.
He has, and again, he's doing what he needs to do out here in terms of filling it in red. There's been some questions about, you heard earlier, our Peter Hamby sent a note about this. One of our correspondents down there, I think it was James Carville across the room talking about this. This is not as big of an edge in Chesterfield County, just south of Richmond. It's Republican territory. We'll go back in time. Look at the 53% over there. You go back in time, it was 54% for John McCain, but much higher for George W. Bush. When you need to run up margins, this is what you need in a Republican county. When you know Northern Virginia's a problem, you got to really run it up in your Republican counties, and you don't see that here. However, I want to make this point here. If you come into Richmond City, right, let's come up to this campaign. If you look into Richmond City, 76, 22%. So the president's doing what he needs to do right here. If you go back in time and match that up, that's about the same. So the president's getting his vote in the inner city. That's down just a little bit. And so what's going to happen? If all of this plays out as it normally plays out, this election will be decided, Wolf, up here. And at the moment, that's only 10%. At the moment, Governor Romney is doing better on the percentages. That's Fairfax, 54% to 45. You come over here, Governor Romney's doing a little bit better in these big population centers. He's doing a little bit better here, and he's doing a lot better out here. We'll see. He's in play in Virginia. We're going to be counting for a while.
We're not ready to make any projection in Virginia right now, but we are ready to take a look at what's going on in the United States Senate. Anderson's back with Dana.
Yeah, we've got a number of projections we can make in the Senate.
That's right. Let's start with Democratic wins. Debbie Stabenow, the incumbent Democratic senator from Michigan, CNN is projecting she is going to win another term. Same goes for Amy Klobuchar, the Democratic senator from Minnesota. Let's go to Pennsylvania. Bob Casey, he's going to win his second term, CNN is projecting. Remember 6 years ago, he's the one who beat Rick Santorum. Right. At the end of the day, Republicans tried to put a little bit of money here. They thought they could make a play for it. It didn't happen. New York, Kirsten Gillibrand is actually going on to win her first full term after a few years ago replacing Hillary Clinton.
And there are a number of races yet we cannot project.
That's right. And before we get to that, I'm going to just give you the Republican wins, because there are a few of them. Ted Cruz, he has been elected a Republican in Texas to replace retiring Senator Kay Bailey Hutchison. In Wyoming, John Barrasso, the senator there, is going on to win re-election, and same goes for Roger Wicker in Mississippi. By the way, you might see that defeats Al Gore there. That's a different Al Gore. No relation.
Right, yeah. And in terms of the races, we cannot project.
Okay, so let's go to that, because there are really some nail-biters here. Indiana, look at this. Remember, we talked about this being an early bellwether about whether Republicans can take the Senate. 63% reporting. Joe Donnelly is just 2 percentage points ahead. In fact, it is tightening. 46,000 points. We're just watching that to see if Republicans can hold on to that seat that is now held by Richard Lugar. Massachusetts, again, this is the marquee race of this year. The incumbent Republican, Scott Brown, has 48%. Elizabeth Warren, the Democrat, is beating him by over 31,000 votes, but only 23% reporting. And Virginia, look at this. This is so close, 51% to 49%, about 46% reporting. Again, just a reminder here, this is the Democratic seat here that Republicans really want to capture. George Allen, in particular, wants to get his old seat back. He was defeated 6 years ago.
And so far, does this affect the balance of power?
It doesn't, but look at what we have here. I mean, this is a good indicator of how close things are. 41 Republican seats, 41 Democratic seats. Again, we want to remind our viewers that these purple seats here are reflective of the independent senators. Bernie Sanders from Vermont, he caucuses with the Democrats. The newly elected senator from Maine, Angus King, is here. We put him towards the middle. And these white seats here, these are the ones that we don't have projections yet. But again, nobody has the 51 needed for an outright majority in the Senate.
And obviously, we're watching those numbers in Colorado very closely. Wolf, let's go to you for that.
Let's take a look and see what's going on in Colorado right now. We've got new numbers from Colorado. 22% of the vote is now in Colorado. The president has an advantage, 53% to 45%. About 600,000 votes have been counted almost. 51,000 vote advantage for the president. 9 electoral votes at stake in Colorado. We're watching that state very, very closely. We'll see what happens. Only 22% of the vote is in. We're also watching, get this, the top of the Empire State Building turn Romney red and Obama blue based on CNN's election results. We're about to figure in our latest electoral vote projections. Here it goes. There it is, and stay right here to see the colored columns rise higher as each candidate gets more electoral votes on this election night in America.
Election Night in America is brought to you by AT&T, the nation's largest 4G network. AT&T, rethink possible. And by U.S. Bank, all of us serving you. Member FDIC. Go to CNN.com/election to get up-to-the-minute news on the races and for results from around the country.
Are you there yet?
Yeah, I'm walking in right now.
Chilean granite. Chilean granite. So, how's it in person?
I should send you a picture.
Floor-to-ceiling bookshelves?
Floor-to-ceiling bookshelves.
Original windows?
Original windows, and this.
Is that a...
fireplace face? Yes, yes it is. Fireplace shaped like a face. I know, right?
Only AT&T's network lets you talk and surf at the same time on your iPhone 5. Rethink possible.
Everyone has goals. Take the steps to reach yours with us. With real advice for real goals, a U.S. Bank Wealth Management Advisor can help you every step of the way. From big steps to little steps. Since 1863, we've helped guide our clients so they can take the steps to help grow, preserve, and pass along their wealth, so their footsteps can help the next generation find their own path. All of us serving you. U.S. Bank.
Wreck-It Ralph has made his mama proud.
I love my mama!
Disney's Wreck-It Ralph is the #1 movie in the nation. Time magazine raves it's packed with wickedly smart humor, and USA Today calls it dazzling. Wow. Disney's Wreck-It Ralph, now playing in 3D, rated PG.
When you have diabetes, your doctor will say, get smart about your weight. That's why there's Glucerna Hunger Smart Shakes. They have Carbs Steady, with carbs that digest slowly to help minimize blood sugar spikes.
Glucerna Hunger Smart, a smart way to help manage hunger and diabetes.
CNN tomorrow night at 7. Erin Burnett Out Front is live from the nation's capital. The votes are in. Now Erin looks at how it all adds up. Live tomorrow at 7 Eastern on CNN.
Election night on NBC. Join Brian Williams and the NBC News political team for results and analysis. Stay with NBC News and NBCNews.com tonight on NBC.
On Election Day, voting problems aren't a matter of if, but when. That's why NBC Bay Area's investigative unit will be out making sure your vote counts. If you see problems, call our tip line or email the unit at NBCBayArea.com.
Only half of all American consumers are satisfied with their smile. Does that include you? At Ocean Dental, we're changing lives, one smile at a time. As a premier cosmetic and general dentist practice, Ocean Dental uses state-of-the-art technology and the latest dental techniques to keep your smile healthy. Ocean Dental is a preferred provider of Invisalign, the clear alternative to braces. Located in the heart of the Richmond District, call Ocean Dental today and see how a few simple procedures can improve your appearance and self-esteem.
Anderson Cooper breaks down the election results. Live tomorrow night, 8 and 10 Eastern.
A live picture from Los Angeles, Grant Park in Los Angeles, another watch party. They're watching CNN. They're watching this important election night in America. Let's show you what we know right now, the Electoral College map. We'll put it up on the screen first. Right now on the race to 270, that's the number you need to be elected president of the United States. Mitt Romney has 152 Electoral College votes. That's based on our projected estimates right now, our projections. The President of the United States has 123 Electoral College votes. The yellow states, those are states where we have not been able to make projections. The red states are Romney states. The blue states, clearly Obama states. Let's take a look at some votes, real votes, where they stand right now in states where we have not yet been able to make projections. Let's begin in Virginia, where almost half the vote is in. Mitt Romney maintains the lead, 51% to 47%, 80,000 vote advantage. Take a look at that. Just moved up a little bit. In North Carolina, and 15 electoral votes, 51% for Mitt Romney, 48% for the president, 73% of the vote is in. In Ohio, more than a third of the vote is now in. The president maintaining his advantage, 53% to 46%, just changed a little bit. He's got 162,000 vote advantage over Mitt Romney right now. In Florida, look at this. Look at this. 7 million votes have been counted, and Mitt Romney has an advantage of 636 votes. 81% of the vote is in. It's 50-50. Is this a repeat of 2000 when Al Gore lost Florida by 537 votes to George W. Bush? Right now, 636 votes. Mitt Romney is ahead of President Obama with 81% of the vote in Florida. We thought it was going to be close. I got to tell you, I didn't think it would be this close, but it is close. Still 19% of the vote. Outstanding. That's Florida for you. Let's move on from Florida right now to Missouri. Missouri has 10 electoral votes. Mitt Romney has an advantage right now with only 4% of the vote counted, 53% to 45%. Wisconsin, also very, very early, only 1% of the vote is in. Mitt Romney has an advantage, 57% to 42%. In Colorado, a third of the vote is in. The president has an advantage, 52% to 46%, an advantage of 57,000 votes. As of right now, 33% of the votes in. 22% of the vote is in New Mexico. The president has an advantage there, 55% to 41%. 5 electoral votes in New Mexico. The president leads by 25,000 votes. But the story right now, John, has got to be Florida, Florida, Florida. Can you believe what's going on in Florida right now?
600 votes. Wow. One quick point on the Electoral College map. Governor Romney's leading at the moment, as you just said. Significantly, though, only one takeaway so far. Only Indiana taking away from what Barack Obama won 4 years ago. So we need to look. That's not enough for Governor Romney. He has to take away some others, including the states you just mentioned. And let's go there. Florida. Let's pull it up at the moment here, and you look at the map. The president's actually pulled ahead in this math up here, but again, by 1,000 votes, less than 1,000 votes up here. As you watch it fill in, we're at 81% of the vote. And to our viewers at home, sometimes the feed into this wall is a little slower or faster than the feed into that wall, but we're in the ballpark. We'll update you with the numbers. Now let's watch and see what's out. When you're this close, inside 1,000 votes, somewhere in there, you're looking to see what's out. 95% in Palm Beach County. Governor Romney running a little bit better than John McCain 4 years ago there, but you could expect the president to add a few votes to his total there. Let's move down. 57% now in Broward County. This is significant because remember a while ago it was a lot less than that. The president running ahead here. Just want to double check in 08. Look at the president at 69 there. In 08, he was at 67. So the president's overperforming by percentages his numbers here from 4 years ago. Now we drop down to Miami-Dade, notoriously slow reporting at 40% right now, 62-38. So when you look at some of the vote that's still out here, as we look for others, the president's going to add to his vote totals a bit. Some of the vote out here, we have a whole county with no votes in. Very tiny county. Governor Romney will carry this county. I'll bet the ranch on that. The question is, well, you know, it's not a lot of votes. If you look, if it could be somewhere in that ballpark and he could add 20 or 30,000 votes to his ad there, then we do the math. But look at that. I mean, it is just wow. Yeah. It is just wow. And I've been emailing with some people in the Romney campaign. They say they are confident. They say their people on the ground say they're going to pull this out. But the Obama people say just the same. We're going to count this one a little bit. Let's move over to Colorado, because if Romney can win Florida, he needs Virginia, he needs Ohio, and then he needs something else. If he doesn't get Ohio, he'd have to make it up somewhere. If you come right here, 51-48, the president is winning at the moment. This is critical, Jefferson County. But Governor Romney's holding his own in the suburbs. Arapahoe County here.
You know, while you got Arapahoe County over there, I want to just go to Kyung La. She's on the scene for us. Kyung, what are you seeing?
Well, Wolf, Arapahoe County, very, very important for the president if he wants to hold on to Colorado, because he won it in 2008. Arapahoe County very much seen as a bellwether. With me is Nancy Doty. She's the county clerk of Arapahoe. Tell me how the numbers are looking right now. We're just getting these numbers in.
Barack Obama, 107,005. Romney, 93,580. 62.3% to
52.28
or 28% to 45.7%.
So President Obama leading 52% over Governor Romney, 45%. Thank you, Nancy. And so the reason why we're paying attention to Arapahoe and Jefferson County, two key swing counties in this key swing state right now, the president appears to have a slight advantage in both.
Colorado is an important state, John. I think some people thought it could be a decisive, potentially important state.
It could be. It could be. When the race is so close, any one of these smaller battlegrounds, Colorado has 9 electoral votes, could be decisive. Now, Kuhn just said the president has an advantage, but I want to make a key point. One of the things we need to watch closely here, he is winning. She's in Arapahoe County, 63% of the vote in. The president's winning 53-47. You say, wow, that's good. But remember, you have to go back in time and look. It was 56% last time. This is an area the president needs to run up the margin. He's underperforming 2008. Let's come over to Jefferson County. He was at 54% there in 2008. He's at 51% right now. So the underperforming matters if Governor Romney, look what's missing. Yeah. Look what's missing. This is conservative country. And let's go back in time. A lot of red out here. What will the margins be in here? We go back even further. You look here. There's a lot of this is red down here. If Governor Romney can run up the totals here and here, where he's winning 61%, that's what keeps this state in play. As you pull it out right now, 51-48. Still in play when you look at so much conservative territory yet to be counted.
It's still going to be very, very close in Colorado. What about New Hampshire? 4 electoral votes, but they could be decisive as well.
Another tiny one. And again, this is a state, if you go back in time, a lot of it's still out. Only 16% of the vote in. Everything up here, you see a little blue, a little red. Not a lot of people live up here. Let's come down here. This is the capital of Concord right here. A little more than 3%. That's what you expect the president to be doing there. 90% of the vote is in here in a Democratic area, so the president doesn't have too much more to add to the cushion here. But what's out, you come down here. This is the biggest piece that's out right here. Nashua, 7%. This should be a Democratic
area. Funny you mentioned Nashua. Hold that thought for a second. Brian Todd is in Nashua right now. What are you seeing there, Brian?
Wolf, a tightening race here in Nashua and Hillsborough County. They're still counting absentee ballots and other hand-counted ballots behind me here in Precinct 3. That's the moderator, Skip Barrett, right there, the gentleman sitting with the blue blazer, sitting there counting absentee ballots there with his aides. Other hand-counted ballots going on right to the left there. They're counting other hand-counted ballots. and then they're going to post those results, in addition to the results from that tabulator there, onto a tape. We'll be the first people to know the results of this Precinct 3 in Nashua. Right now in Hillsborough County, Wolf, a very much tightening race here. With about 10% of the vote in, President Obama has a lead of only about 200 votes. Latest numbers we have in Hillsborough County, 9,596 for the president, 9,385 for Mitt Romney. Tightening race here in Hillsborough County. The president also has a slight lead in the populous Merrimack County. So president looking good, but not by too much here in the populous southern counties in New Hampshire, Wolf.
Brian, thank you. You know, you and I know New Hampshire quite well. We go there a lot every 4 years or so. So what do you make of what Brian just said?
As Brian just said, remember, he just said, now this hasn't filled in for us yet. He's getting the results on the scene. They haven't flown. He said the president's leading, but not by much. Again, you go back in time and look, this was 56-43 territory down in this part of the state last time. So the president has to win by much down here. Not by much means a key state looking forward, but you pull it up here and you see where does Governor Romney need to win. Manchester, again, big population center. This is a tough one. Remember, in the New Hampshire primary back in 2008, this is where Hillary Clinton came back and beat Barack Obama. Yeah. Early on in that night, it looked like Barack Obama was going to win the New Hampshire primary after the Iowa caucuses. This was Clinton territory. Blue-collar Democrats, it's pretty close right now. 25% of the vote in, the president with a 51-48% lead. Again, we want to go back in time and take a look. 55% in this county 4 years ago. So as this starts to come in, we'll wait for more of it. That's 4 years ago. Let me come forward. We're very early on in the state of New Hampshire, Wolf. But again, in some of these key places, the president's underperforming a little bit. That means it will be closer. The question is it enough for Governor Romney to get over the top?
John, thank you. Our Battleground reporters are standing by in Florida, the squeaker contest right now. We're going to have a live update that's coming up. And we're counting down to the top of the hour when polls will close in the swing states of Iowa and Nevada. Right now on the Las Vegas Strip. Folks are watching the results on CNN. Right now on the Las Vegas Strip. Folks are watching the results on CNN.
Election night in America is brought to you by coal, the dominant source of our electricity. Clean coal. Now's the time. And by Cisco, a primary provider of the network technology for CNN's news coverage. Go to cnn.com/election for up-to-the-minute news on the races and for results from around the country.
The clock is ticking, America. It's time we focused on reality instead of rhetoric. It's time to recognize that the nearly $100 billion spent on clean coal technologies have resulted in real environmental progress. And it's time we finally get serious about energy prices and energy independence. The clock is ticking. There's never been a more important time for America's most abundant, domestically produced energy resource, coal. Visit americaspower.org to get the facts.
It's 32 minutes to go time, and the candidate's speech is in pieces all over the district. The writer's desktop and the coordinator's phone are working out a joke with local color. The secure cloud just received a revised intro from the strategist tablet. And while I make my way into the venue, the candidate will be rehearsing off his phone.
And thanks to every young face.
His phone is one of his biggest supporters.
With Cisco at the center, working together has never worked so well.
There are a lot of warning lights and sounds vying for your attention. So we invented a warning you can feel. Introducing the all-new Cadillac XTS, available with the patented safety alert seat. When there's danger you might not see, you're warned by a pulse in the seat. It's technology you won't find in a Mercedes E-Class. The all-new Cadillac XTS has arrived, and it's bringing the future forward.
How did I get here? Dumb luck? Or good decisions? Ones I've made, ones we've all made. About marriage, children, money, about tomorrow. Here's to good decisions.
Who matters most to you says the most about you. Mass Mutual is owned by our policyholders, so they matter most to us. Mass Mutual. We'll help you get there.
The way it moves, the way it cleans. Everything about the Oral-B Power Brush is simply revolutionary. Oral-B Power Brushes oscillate, rotate, and even pulsate to gently loosen and break up that sticky plaque. With more brush movements than manual brushes and even up to 50% more than leading Sonic technology brushes, for a superior clean. Oral-B Power Brushes. Go to Oral-B.com for the latest offers.
The Caterpillar Foundation makes progress possible around the world. We bring health and hope through access to medical facilities, schools, and markets. Our conservation and restoration projects help millions of families who depend on river systems for food, water, jobs, energy, and transportation. Microfinance opportunities create new businesses that are transforming poverty-stricken communities. Sometimes the most important measure of progress isn't found on a financial statement.
Another major projection. CNN projects Pennsylvania will be won by the President of the United States. Pennsylvania has 20 electoral votes, more than a quarter of the vote. The actual vote is in. Look at this. The president has 60% to Mitt Romney's 39%. That's an advantage of more than 329,000 votes. We project that Pennsylvania, a state that Mitt Romney visited today, he was in Pittsburgh, will go to the President of the United States. They're watching CNN over at Obama headquarters in Chicago right now. Jessica Yellen is on the scene for us. Go ahead, Jessica. They must be pretty excited about Pennsylvania.
Hi, Wolf. Well, this is thrilling for them, obviously, because this was a state the president was determined to hold, where Mitt Romney made a late push to take it away from the president. And to them, this is a sign that their campaign is on track to do what they plan to do. There is also something telling in these numbers, Wolf. According to the sources, the senior campaign officials I've been talking to throughout the day, part of the reason they did well in Pennsylvania is because of the high turnout by African-American voters, and that is a pattern they said they've seen in a number of states today. And if that holds, it will be a story of this election. They said to date they see that the African-American turnout in Pennsylvania, around Philadelphia, in their evidence, exceeded what it was in 2008. And it's a changing electorate, and it could say something about what the president should be doing in a second term if he gets one. That'll be all something we would discuss if that happens. And another point I'd make, David Axelrod, one of the president's senior advisors, bet that if they lost Minnesota, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, he'd shave his mustache. So it looks for now his mustache is intact, Wolf.
Mustache will be there. He's had it for 40 years. He's may have it a little bit longer. We'll see. Let's take a look at where we stand on the road to 270 electoral votes needed to be president of the United States. Mitt Romney maintains a slight advantage right now over the president. 152 for Mitt Romney, 143 we added in Pennsylvania for the president of the United States. It's very, very close, the contest on the road to 270. You see those yellow states. Those are states we have not yet been able to make projections on. Let's take a look at some votes in some of those states where we have not made projections yet. Here's where we go. Let's go to Missouri right now. 10 electoral votes at stake. Romney has a lead, 55% to 43%. Only 10% of the vote is in. 10 electoral votes at stake. No projection in Missouri yet. Similarly, in Wisconsin, Mitt Romney right now with only 6% of the vote in. Mitt Romney has a slight advantage, 56% to 43%, but it's very, very early in Wisconsin, Paul Ryan's home state. In Colorado, half the vote is now almost in. The president has 51% to Mitt Romney's 47%. He's got a 46,000 vote advantage in Colorado. In New Mexico, 23%, almost a quarter of the vote is in. The president has an advantage of 54% to 42%, 23,471 vote advantage for the president in New Mexico. 5 electoral votes at stake. Let's go to Virginia right now. In Virginia, 57% of the vote is in. Mitt Romney continues to maintain a slight advantage, 51% to 47%, almost 100,000 vote advantage in Virginia for Mitt Romney right now. In North Carolina, Mitt Romney also has an advantage. 78% of the vote is in, 51% for Romney, 48% for the president. In Ohio, look at how close it is. 42% of the vote is in, 52% for the president, 47% for Mitt Romney. 42% of the vote is in, as I said, an advantage for the president. In Florida, it's close, very, very close. But right now, with 84% of the vote in, the president has built up a little bit bigger of a cushion. He's got 50% to Romney's 49%, almost 20,000 vote advantage. A little while ago, it was about 500 votes that separated these two candidates. Now the president has almost 20,000 vote advantage. Let's check in with Anderson and Dana. They have another projection to make in the U.S. Senate.
Yeah, that's right, a major projection, in fact, in the race in the Senate.
That's right. We have two big projections, two pieces of bad news for Republicans. Let's take a look. In the state of Massachusetts, CNN is projecting that the Democratic candidate Elizabeth Warren has unseated the Republican incumbent Scott Brown. This was a very hard-fought race. Everybody remembers when Scott Brown had a surprise win a few years ago to replace Ted Kennedy. That really messed things up in Washington with regard to the health care debate. And he has now lost this race to Elizabeth Warren. Indiana, another big upset for Republicans, a huge upset, really, because Joe Donnelly, the moderate Democrat who's now in the House, he's going to move over to the Senate. CNN is projecting that he has won that seat. He beat the Republican candidate, Richard Murdoch. You remember Richard Murdoch beat the incumbent Republican, Richard Lugar, who's been in the Senate for 3 decades. There was no way that he was going to lose this seat. But when he lost the primary, Richard Murdoch was in the general election, and he made a big blunder a few weeks ago when he said that pregnancy resulting from rape was a gift from God, and he plummeted in the polls. This big picture, huge wins for Democrats, very bad news for Republicans. It is not impossible, but virtually impossible at this point for Republicans to take back the Senate.
Do we have any Republican calls, or are we going to look now at no calls?
We're going to look at really one no call, because this is also a very important race. And this is a potential piece of good news, although we have to be very cautious because close to 60% reporting. But at this point, George Allen, the Republican candidate, is a little more than 35,000 votes ahead of Tim Kaine. This, of course, is a Democratic seat right now. This could be potentially one Republican pickup, but look how close it is.
That would obviously be good news for Republicans.
It would be very good news for Republicans, but they're going to need a lot of good news tonight to make it the ultimate good news.
And the balance of power?
Yeah, let's take a look at that now. So right now, Republicans have 41 seats. You see they're being filled in here more, particularly on the blue side, the Democratic side, 43 Democratic seats, plus 2 independents. Maybe we should just say 1 independent at this time. Bernie Sanders, the Vermont senator, he caucuses with the Democrats. We've got the newly elected senator from Maine, Angus King, sort of more towards the middle. He has said that he is an independent. He will not say where he will caucus until he comes down here, but nobody thinks that he will actually caucus with Republicans because they spend about $3 million to try to defeat him. But nobody has the 51 for an outright majority so far. But boy, we still have a lot of really, really close races we're watching.
Yeah, but certainly good news for Democrats in the Senate race there for those 2 races we just told you about. Wolf, John?
Yeah, the balance of power in the Senate's going to be interesting to see what happens in Indiana. I bet you a lot of Republicans wish Richard Lugar would have gotten that Republican nomination. He probably would have had a much better chance of maintaining that Republican seat.
You're channeling your inner Mitch McConnell, who clearly wishes that right now. Look, Indiana, Dana just mentioned the big Senate pickup for the Democrats. That's the only pickup for Mitt Romney so far in the Electoral College. I want to go through this because we show Mitt Romney ahead at the moment, but Mitt Romney has to have more takeaways than just Indiana, and it's 11. So let's play a little hypothetical here. Wolf, look, we're pretty confident about this. We'll wait for the votes to come in, but these West Coast states have been reliably Democratic for a very long time. So let's, for a hypothetical, give them to the president, who would put him up to 217.
Don't forget Hawaii.
And Hawaii as well. Let's go down and do it right down here. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Nope, we got to make it blue. We can do that. It's hard to get. Now, Alaska, we think that's going to go red, right? We think, if we come out here in the prairie and we do Idaho and we do Montana and we come through here, let's not touch Colorado. Let's do Arizona. Let's just, for the sake of argument, we do this. Let's say we think that's going to go that way. Now we're back to our battleground states, right? I'm doing this on purpose for a reason, to see Governor Romney has only picked up this. As we come this way now, if these go as we think they will go, what happens? Can he get there? Which is why this is so important. Because when you start to think through these states, even if North Carolina, where he's leading, stays that way, even if Virginia, where he's leading at the moment, stays that way, 226, 217, this is traditionally a blue state. If they prove us wrong, they prove us wrong. The Obama campaign, Romney, early results have him ahead here. The Obama campaign is very confident about this, but we'll watch these 10 right here. But when you get into this kind of a map, Latino vote, let's assume that goes that way, you're in a position now where he can't win without this and without this. And so when you come back to the map here and look, unless something jarring happens tonight, this is a state right now where Governor Romney is just behind. So you say it's close, it's in play, but Wolf, with 84% of the vote out, the question is, what's missing? Well, what's missing is a bit of the vote here in Broward County, a good chunk of the vote here in Miami-Dade County, and when you're looking at 84% statewide and you're missing so much of the vote in Miami-Dade and a decent chunk in Broward County, guess what? Most of the vote you're missing is in big Democratic areas. So when you look at it now, and we'll count them as they come in, history tells you this is a number, as close as it is, with 84% in, that favors the president.
At least right now. We'll see what happens. But those three counties in South Florida are usually heavily Democratic.
We can go back in time, and you can watch them. 08, 04, 2000, 96.
Yep.
History does repeat itself.
Let's see what happens.
There.
All right, Anderson, back to you.
All eyes on Florida, all eyes on Ohio. Still, it's almost the top of the hour. That means more presidential election results. We are counting down the results, the battleground states of Nevada as well, and Iowa. People are watching the vote tallies come in downtown Chicago right now. We'll be right back.
Election Night in America is brought to you by ExxonMobil, taking on the world's toughest energy challenges. Go to CNN.com/election to get up-to-the-minute news on the races and for results from around the country.
If we want to improve our schools, what should we invest in? Maybe new buildings? What about updated equipment? They can help. But recent research shows nothing transforms schools like investing in advanced teacher education. Let's build a strong foundation. Let's invest in our teachers so they can inspire our students. Let's solve this.
I'm Rosa, and I quit smoking with Chantix. When the doctor told me that I could smoke for the first week, I'm like, yeah, okay. Little did I know that 1 week later, I wasn't smoking.
Along with support, Chantix is proven to help people quit smoking. It reduces the urge to smoke. Some people had changes in behavior, thinking or mood, hostility, agitation, depressed mood, and suicidal thoughts or actions while taking or after stopping Chantix. If you notice any of these, stop taking Chantix and call your doctor right away. Tell your doctor about any history of depression or other mental health problems, which could get worse while taking Chantix. Don't take Chantix if you've had a serious allergic or skin reaction to it. If you develop these, stop taking Chantix and see your doctor right away, as some can be life-threatening. If you have a history of heart or blood vessel problems, tell your doctor if you have new or worse symptoms. Get medical help right away if you have symptoms of a heart attack. Use caution when driving or operating machinery. Common side effects include nausea, trouble sleeping, and unusual dreams.
It helps to have people around you. They say, you're much bigger than this. And you are.
Ask your doctor if Chantix is right for you.
Introducing the new 13-inch MacBook Pro. With a stunning Retina display. For the pro in all of us.
CNN tomorrow night at 7. Erin Burnett out front is live from the nation's capital. The votes are in. Now Erin looks at how it all adds up. Live tomorrow at 7 Eastern on CNN.
I hope you find a home. I hope you find a home. Hey, maybe you'll be picked next. Maybe you'll be picked next. We've been caged together too long. We've been caged together too long. How come nobody ever picks me? Maybe they're looking for somebody different. Pick me. Well, the shelter's closing up for another day. We didn't get picked. I know. Tomorrow. Guaranteed.
My husband worked at a power plant where the asbestos fell like snow.
My dad got mesothelioma from asbestos.
Oh, the diagnosis was devastating.
We chose Cooney and Conway because they're highly experienced in this area.
They were more than lawyers. They were human beings.
There was no money up front.
It showed my sons that there is justice in the world.
Call 1-800-322-5573. Cooney and Conway. Justice with a passion.
After, Piers looks at what it means for you. CNN tomorrow night live, 9 Eastern.
We're live in Boston at Faneuil Hall Marketplace right now. People are stopping to watch election results on CNN as we get closer to another important round of results. We're back here at the CNN Election Center. I'm Wolf Blitzer. We're counting down to poll closings in 4 more states at the top of the hour. The battleground state of Iowa, as well as Montana and Nevada, another swing state, and finally, Utah. Together, those states have another 21 electoral votes. Every vote, I believe, is vital to getting to the winning total of 270. Both presidential campaigns are prepared for a long night. let's check in with Jessica Yellen over at Obama headquarters in Chicago and Candy Crowley at Romney headquarters in Boston. Jessica, first to you, what's going on over there?
Hi, Wolf. Well, the energy here is picked up as we've made those projections. Still a long night ahead, they know, but they're excited. Iowa and Nevada, two battleground states that the Obama campaign has felt good about. Nevada, largely because of the Latino vote and their work organizing there. Harry Reid, the Senate Majority Leader, has a great organization. And Iowa, because they were 18 points ahead, Obama campaign was in the early vote heading into today. Wolf.
All right, Jessica, let's go to Boston. Candy, what's it like over there?
Well, they're still waiting. I have to tell you again that a number of people are showing up either, via Skype or on the stage to talk to folks here. We just heard from Rob Portman, is almost the wingman for Mitt Romney through Ohio. Said he was feeling pretty good. We heard from Ed Gillespie, who came out here to the podium and said to the crowd, hey, we feel very confident. We feel optimistic. He's the senior advisor, of course, to Mitt Romney with a long history of political experience. So in public, obviously, they are still optimistic. They are still confident, but they're watching these numbers as well. It has to be nerve-wracking behind closed doors.
I'm sure it is nerve-wracking for both of these campaigns right now. Let's go to Anderson. Anderson?
Yeah, and obviously we're watching these numbers very closely. We're keeping an eye on the clock for the next round of poll closings, including the battlegrounds of Iowa and Nevada. Republicans won Nevada in 8 of the last 11 elections. It went for President Obama just 4 years ago. Miguel Marquez is in Las Vegas for us. First, let's go to Poppy Harlow in Des Moines, Iowa. Poppy?
Anderson, the poll's about to close here. We're in Polk County, the biggest county in Iowa, but I've been talking to counties across the state. The turnout is so huge here, bigger than 2008. Some of the counties have run out of ballots. What they're doing, photocopying ballots, but all of those are going to have to be hand counted. That could mean we might have to wait a little bit longer for the final count here in this battleground state, Anderson.
And Miguel Marquez in Las Vegas. Miguel?
Anderson, this is Clark County. This is exactly where all the votes will be counted here. In a few minutes, the polls will close, and those first ballots, 700,000 early and absentee ballots, will be reported. But there's a big but in Nevada. They will not be reported until the Secretary of State confirms that all voters have voted in the state. It could be a while. Anderson?
All right, well, we are watching, obviously, every state and every vote. Let's go to John King at the Magic Wall. John?
Anderson, when you list these two battlegrounds, Nevada and Iowa, the Obama campaign says we can win them both. The Romney campaign says not so fast. Will be in play in Iowa. In Iowa, born-again Christians are critical for the Obama constituency. 38%, nearly 40%, nearly 4 in 10 of Iowa voters today describe themselves as evangelical Christians. We'll see how that one plays out for Governor Romney as we go through here. Who would better handle the economy? Roughly an even split, slight advantage for the president in the state of Iowa, 49% to 46%. Some of the farm states, including Iowa, not having as rough a time as the rest of the country, an even divide there. Let's move out to Nevada. This is potentially very significant. 65% of the electorate is white, but 18% of the electorate today in Nevada, Latinos. That's up from 15% 4 years ago. This, a growing dynamic, growing diversity, helps President Obama. It's a long-term problem for the Republican Party. We'll see how that one breaks out. And vote by party ID, we're seeing more of this as we go across the country. Essentially an even divided electorate. Slightly more Democrats here than Republicans. A third of the electorate in the state of Nevada describing themselves as independents. Again, Wolf, when you asked both campaigns late in this campaign, because of the Latino vote, even Republicans privately concede Nevada, they soon will go blue. Iowa could be a much more contested battleground. Mitt Romney might need it.
Every vote is critical right now. Every vote on the race to 270 electoral votes, so important. We're about to see more states close at the top of the hour, seconds away from now, and get ready for a projection. All right, CNN can make a projection. Mitt Romney will carry the state of Utah. Not a big surprise. 6 electoral votes at stake in Utah, one of the most Republican states out there. Mitt Romney will carry Utah. So with Utah right now, we can make that projection. Let's see where the road to 270 stands. Right now, we have 158 for Romney, 143 for Obama. We cannot make projections right now in 3 states where the polling has just closed. In Iowa, no projection. In Montana, no projection. And Nevada, no projection. Iowa, Nevada were always considered battleground states in this race for the White House. So no projections right now. We can share with you, as we wait for more real votes to come in, our exit polls. We can show you what they're revealing. Remember, and I want to caution everyone, these are estimates based on interviews with a sampling of voters as they left select polling stations. Here are the exit poll results. Estimates in Iowa right now. Barack Obama, 52%, to Mitt Romney's 46%. This is an exit poll estimate of what we saw today. In Montana, look at this. The estimate, Mitt Romney, 53%, to Barack Obama's 43% in Montana. In Nevada, the president slightly ahead in the exit poll that we conducted. 51% for the president to 45% for Mitt Romney in Nevada. Those are the exit poll results. Remember, these are estimates that reflect the votes of the people we interviewed at select polling places, and early voters, by the way, we interviewed by phone. They may not necessarily reflect the actual outcome in a particular state. Once we get the final vote tallies, let's go over to John King. Right now, we're watching all of these states. This is the national vote right now. What we're seeing, 50 to 48%. National vote is nice, but what's important are the battleground
National
states.
vote is nice. 270 is the number that really counts, not who wins the popular vote. There may be a debate tomorrow. If one candidate wins the popular vote, somebody else wins the Electoral College. This is the state we're watching most closely right now, because this one is pivotal. 29 electoral votes, almost impossible to show you a scenario, and it is impossible, really, to show you a plausible scenario to get Mitt Romney to 270 without the state of Florida, and it's 29. Look at this, 86% of the vote counted in Florida, 40,000 votes, right? About 40,000 votes, a little shy of that, separating the two candidates. So the question then is, what's out? What's out? And I want to just show you, here's one rural county up here. Governor Romney will win this county, so he'll get some of those votes back. But look, it's a tiny Santa Rosa County, less than 1% of the state population. Let's move into some of these other conservative counties. Panama City, Bay County, 93%. So Governor Romney will get a few votes there, but there's not a lot there. I'm clicking around on purpose to show you a lot of the conservative vote is in. Wolf, 100% here. 100% here. You come down, I'm just randomly hitting the more conservative counties. The issue for Governor Romney is what's left, and can he make up that margin, or can the president pad? And that's why we come down here, and it's very significant. Only 54% of the vote in Miami-Dade County. Governor Romney's running a little bit better than John McCain percentage-wise, but look at that. The president, if you project this keeps going, the most reliably Democratic counties in the state are right here. The president will pad this total here, 84% in here, so more votes for the president likely here. 99% here, so Palm Beach County is just about in, so 59 to 41% there. We assume the math is about done there, but you start looking for other places. Where can Governor Romney get some votes? And you start tapping the red counties, and you see a lot of 100. So if you're in the Romney war room right now, you are wondering, and you're calling your people on the ground saying, where? What is out? What is out? Is there any way to make up this gap? It is very, very close. We have a lot of counting to do, but Wolf, I'll tell you, at the moment, when you're looking at Florida and you're a Republican, you're saying, find me some votes, please.
Yeah, and every one of these electoral votes is very, very important. We're watching every single state right now, those states where we have not been able to make projections, but we are ready right now to make another major projection. New Hampshire, we project the President of the United States will win the state of New Hampshire. Only 4 electoral votes, but they could be very, very important. Right now, 22% of the vote in New Hampshire is in. You see the president with a lead of 54% to 43%, a lead of 16,257 votes. So New Hampshire, there was a fierce battle for New Hampshire. Mitt Romney made a major push for New Hampshire, so did the president, but the president, we project, will carry New Hampshire. Let's take a look and see where we stand now on the road to 270 with New Hampshire in the president's column. Look at how close it is. Mitt Romney maintains a slight advantage, 158 for Romney to 147 for the president of the United States. 270 needed to win. You see the yellow states, those are the states where we have not yet made projections. Out on the West Coast, they're still voting in California, Oregon, Washington State. They're still voting in Hawaii and Alaska, so we'll get more states coming in shortly. But New Hampshire, an important state, John King, and we watched it closely from the beginning. But it's going to be won by the president.
And it's a disappointment for Mitt Romney. He ended his campaign there. He went out today in campaign, but he ended official campaign there. He has a vacation home there. He was the governor of Massachusetts. This was a state he very much wanted. It's only 4 electoral votes. You look at it and you say, well, it's only 4. Why does that matter? Governor Romney needs takeaways. He needs to look at the map from 2008 and get some takeaways. He does have one in Indiana tonight. That's 11, but 11's not enough. He needs to take away maybe Florida, 29. North Carolina at 15, Virginia at 13. He's in play here. Looks like he might get those. Virginia, we're still not so sure about either one of them, but he looks in play there. The question then becomes, though, how does he get to 270? And so when you come back to the other map, let's go back and look at it. When you look at these states, the President of the United States, at the moment, leading. And leading. So, and leading in Minnesota. They made a late play there, the Republicans. So the question is, now Governor Romney is leading in Wisconsin. Let's pull it out, though. It's only 13%. The Romney campaign keeps saying, remember the governor's race, we will surprise you here. The exit poll shows the president with a lead here. Let's watch the results. We'll see if there's a Republican surprise in Wisconsin. But that's just 10. That's just 10. Sorry for touching that again. The question is, can he figure this one out? About half of the vote in the state of Ohio. We repeat this history a lot, but it's history worth repeating. No Republican has ever won without this state. Ohio has picked the winner in every election since 1964. 1960, Richard Nixon won, and John Kennedy, of course, was elected. But, Wolf, you start looking at this and you say, again, where's it going to come from? At the moment, down in Hamilton County, Republicans need this to be red in close statewide elections. Only 18% in, so we'll watch this one play out. But at the moment, the president winning in a place Mitt Romney needs to win. You come into Franklin County in the middle of the state, about half of the vote in, 62 to 36. Let's just go back and take a peek and see. You compare that to 2008. 60%. So the president's overperforming his percentages. Let's take a quick look at the numbers. He's a little below in the numbers, but that's only half the vote. So if those numbers double up, the president will overperform in Franklin County as well. And then here's where the biggest chunk of votes are up here. Got a long way to go here. So the president's going to add to his vote total up here. Governor Romney is performing well in the suburbs. This is what he needed to do in the Cleveland suburbs. It's a very narrow win. He'd like it to be a little bit bigger than that. We got some votes still to come in. So in a sense, Governor Romney's doing what he has to do up here, but not what he has to do down here. And when you look in these, you see all this red in here. Again, just like in Florida, 100% of the vote in. Only 4% here, but it's tiny. You start going through these counties, 32% here. The question is, with the vote out in these smaller rural counties, can he make up for what we know is going to happen here? The president's leading in Toledo, a lot more of the vote to be counted. The president's leading in Wood County, a lot more of the vote to be counted. Still halfway to go in Ohio.
Halfway to go. Only almost half the vote is in, so we got a long way to go in Ohio. Let's go to Virginia right now, because that's another key battleground state. The Romney folks desperately want to win Virginia.
They desperately want it at the moment. You see both North Carolina and Virginia. Mitt Romney needs them. He's leading in both of them at the moment. The president's been inching back a little bit here, 51 to 47. We're at 64% of the vote. Here's a couple places we're watching. Watching down here in Virginia Beach. You see Governor Romney at 56% there. That's 21% of the vote. Again, want to go back in time. Governor Romney down there outperforming John McCain and roughly just a little bit behind George W. Bush. Here's a spot here, Norfolk City. This is an African-American vote center here. If you look at 08, the president got 7 in 10 votes here. So you're looking at the potential for the president to get 30, 40,000 votes to add to his cushion in Norfolk City. That's still out. Let's come back to 12 and pull it out here. And you look again. This is where we've been looking closely because this is where most of the votes are. In Fairfax County, only 30% of the vote in there. So the president will add to his totals here. Only 75% in Arlington County. Again, the president will cushion his totals there. So you see a lot of places up here where Governor Romney might be running a little bit better than John McCain in some of them, particularly Prince William County. Mitt Romney leading it by a couple of votes. Barack Obama won this county 4 years ago, but that's not good enough at the moment. So Mitt Romney has a narrow lead here at the moment, but I can find you plenty of places where there are potential votes for the president to come back.
65% of the vote is in. Let's go to Colorado right now because that's another key battleground state.
And it is blue at the moment, but we're at 51%. We're at 51% of the vote here. And if you look at this, it's quite interesting. Very, very close election. So let's go in and look. First, we look at inner city Denver. We don't have a percentage here. Obviously, it's not 0%. Sometimes the feed doesn't give us our percentages. But the president is running up those numbers in Denver. Let's just go back and look. 74% in Denver County now, 76%. So he's a little below his 2008 totals there. Arapahoe is a key county in the suburbs, the Denver suburbs, just down below, 53% now. Right. 56% 4 years ago.
Hold on a second. I want to go to Paul Verkaman. He's in Boulder, Colorado right now. What's going on there, Paul?
Well, Wolf, I want to share what's happening in nearby Adams County. As you and John well know, it's very important to the whole component. Those are the huge suburbs northwest of Denver. And the numbers right now show out of Adams County, 59,315 for President Obama and 44,810 for Mitt Romney. This is significant because Romney hoped to make a big dent here in Adams County. Maybe not win the county, but at least hold Obama to a draw there. So far in Adams County, that first dump of votes, Obama doing very well with about 55% of the vote. Also here in Boulder, as expected, Obama doing very well with 70% of the vote. And I believe we've got some other numbers. Yes, these are the Obama numbers out of Boulder. It's 70% in Boulder. He had 72% back in 2008. And again, the Republican strategy to chip away in some of these counties. That way they could win the overall state.
What did you say the number was, the actual number there in Adams County, Paul?
Forgive me for just 1 second. It's on a piece of paper. Don't you love the mix of old school fun and new technology? We've got it as 59,315 and 44,810 for Romney. So that's Obama, 59,315, and that's 44,810. That's Adams County.
Those are numbers that we don't have yet reported officially here, but you see a nice little advantage there for the president.
Now that's old school, and the nuns are going to be mad at my messy handwriting there. But you see, well, then Paul mentioned that's about 55%, right? So let's turn this off and let's go back and look at Adams County. These numbers are going to disappear for a minute, folks, when I go back in time here. 55% at Adams County. Let's go back and look at 08, 58%. So the president's underperforming a little bit, but Adams County, this is, if you look at Colorado, I'm going to blank this out, folks. Don't you love my writing there? I'm going to blank this out. This is where Colorado is won right here. Here's Denver, right in the city. As we mentioned, the president's getting 74%. Then you come up into Adams County. I was at an Obama field office out here just a couple months ago. They were working hard. Romney working hard as well, though. And then you come over here, Jefferson County. President's running. This is where Governor Romney's running ahead of where John McCain was 4 years ago. If you look at Jefferson County there, Governor Romney's doing a little bit better. So what has to happen here is that, let me come to 12 for you. The president has to run up the margins here. Governor Romney trying to shrink it in the suburbs. And then out here, there's a congressional race out here. The Republicans think they're going to bring in a lot of votes. You see 65-35 out in the Grand Junction area, 81 out here with 60% of the vote in. So the question is, we're at 52%. This is very, very close. We have to see the percentages here. When these votes are in, it's much easier to make your assessment.
Those are big counties. Let's go to Iowa quickly because that's another state that the polls have now closed there. We have not been able to make a projection. 8% of the vote is in. You see the president had 60% to 39%.
But almost all of that vote is coming from right here in Polk County and Des Moines, which is traditionally more Democratic. So let's be a little careful about that. And when you see this fill up, and I'll just show you a map of Iowa over time so you can see what I'm talking about. Des Moines is a very Democratic area. If you come out here, this part of the state tends to be Democratic. Out here is more Republican. In a year when a Republican carries the state, it looks more like this. When George W. Bush won it, you see a lot more out here. So at the moment, this is a big turnout place. The president needs to turn out the votes here. We have a lot of Democratic votes. Looks like he's doing that job here. We'll watch this one as it plays out. This is one of the places where not only the Romney campaign, but evangelical Christians say, we're going to surprise you on Election Day. We'll see if they can hold that up. The exit poll suggests otherwise, but we'll see what can happen there, because when you come back to the map, Wolf, again, when you come back to this map and you start looking, the goal is 270. I know Governor Romney's leading at the moment, but when you look at the West Coast and you look at the small size of the more prairie and mountain states he's likely to win, you're starting to have a hard time. You're starting to have a much tighter, narrow window to say, how does Romney get to 270? He needs two of these, and this is the one I'm watching most closely right now, because if Governor Romney doesn't get those 29,
you don't see how he could do it.
I'm having a really hard time finding 29 more for Governor Romney. Now that Pennsylvania is gone, now that Michigan is gone, those were the, if you would, back pocket surprises he might pull on us. So even if he holds on in Wisconsin, that's just 10. And even if he somehow pulled off a miracle in Minnesota, combined, that would be 20. That's 29. That's 18 more. That's not enough.
Yeah. And then pretty soon we're going to get the results from California, Washington State, Oregon, and those are pretty reliable Democratic states in presidential contests.
As the map fills in, the map is filling in actually a rather predictable way, in the sense of red-blue America. What the president did 4 years ago was turn 9 states, including Colorado and Virginia and North Carolina and Florida. 9 Bush states from 2004, the president turned from red to blue. Florida's a swing state. The big surprises were North Carolina and Virginia. We'll see what happens this year. Indiana, of course, has gone back. But if you look at the map at the moment, got a lot of counting to do. But if you look at the map at the moment, the Obama campaign's easier path to 270 is still in play.
We're watching it closely. I want to go back to Anderson. And Dana, there's more races unfolding in the United States Senate.
That's right, big projections, Dana.
Two big projections with big implications. Let's start with Ohio. Sherrod Brown, the Democratic incumbent, CNN is projecting that he is going to go on to win re-election. And same goes for Missouri Democrat Claire McCaskill. She is also going to go on to win re-election. She beating Todd Akin, who very famously talked about rape and abortion in a way that had the entire Republican Party on him to try to get out of the race. It didn't happen. Claire McCaskill is going to win. Let me just tell you what this means. We've been running the numbers, Anderson. What this means is that it is now mathematically impossible for Republicans to retake the Senate, even if Mitt Romney wins the White House, which would put Paul Ryan in a position of being the tie-breaking vote. So it is mathematically impossible. There are a lot of really depressed Republicans I'm talking to. This is one piece of good news, though. Orrin Hatch, the senator from Utah, is going on to win re-election. He fended off a primary earlier this year from within his own party. Now, I said that it's mathematically impossible, but the way the Senate works is that every single senator has a really big role. Sure. So all of these races are still very interesting, including Virginia. Again, look at how close this is. The Republican George Allen is ahead right now with 65% reporting. He's ahead by about 33,000 votes, actually fewer than 33,000 points right now. But this is a Democratic seat. They're hoping that Republicans pick this up still. North Dakota, same thing. This is an open seat. We haven't talked about this yet. This is an open seat in Democratic hands right now. At this point, the Republican Rick Berg is ahead of the Democrat Heidi Heitkamp, but we're going to be watching that as well.
All right, I want to go over to our contributors and our analysts over here. In particular, I want to talk to James Carville, because, James, you have been just mumbling over and over, Florida, 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 Florida. And during commercial break, you said to me, this puppy's about done. What do you mean?
Well, I mean, John's reporting, which has been excellent. And there's one story, only one story right now, Florida. Florida goes, the election is over. If Florida goes to Romney, then there's one story, Ohio. But let's not kid ourselves.
But the fact that it's so close right now, and the areas that are not reported are traditionally Democratic.
Right, it's not that close. It's actually, it looks like, based on John's reporting, I can say this because I'm a contributor, and this is not a CNN thing, based on this, it looks to me like it's awfully probable that President Obama's going to carry Florida and win the election right now.
Boy, I hate it. I hate it when he's right.
And you agree with him?
Yeah. Well, parts of Florida that are out are very Democratic, Dade County, Broward County, the Tampa area, Pinellas County there, that's a place that picks presidents. You know, whoever carries that area usually carries Florida. One rule is when you're running a race, don't shoot yourself at the starting line. And on any path to the presidency, Florida is essential for Mitt Romney. And right now he is hanging on to a shot at winning that thing by his
So when you
finger.
look at all the numbers, I mean, where's your heart right now?
Right now, I think it's my silent majority that I hoped would be there. It's not only silent, but invisible. So it's looking very tough right now for Mitt Romney.
I think you'd have to say that it is. If you look at the state of Florida, that the president is winning with non-Cuban Hispanics. And I think if we were to look at sort of a larger picture tonight that's going through states, of course, we don't know the result in Colorado. 13% of the voters in Colorado in 2008 were Hispanic. But if you look at the exit polls this evening, by a 2-to-1 margin, people in this country believe that there should be a path to citizenship. And the Republican Party, I mean, you have to give George W. Bush credit. 10 years ago, he really did battle with his own party, and he lost. And I think when you look back on this election, you look back to the primaries, you look back to Mitt Romney moving to the right on immigration, I think it was a huge opportunity they missed. The president himself said it in an interview with the Des Moines Register.
A lot of enthusiasm over Camp Obama right now. David Gergen?
I do think Latino is a very, very important part of this, but look, the two stories here. One is Florida, which is a surprise. Frankly, we all thought, I think many of us thought Romney would win that. But the other part of this is the Midwest. You know, this has been a swing area, and for the president not only to hold the upper Midwest, but almost all the states now, he's got a significant lead in the exit polls. He seems to be doing very, very well. That was intended to be his firewall, as everybody says, but it's turning out to be a huge area of strength for him, and that's the industrial Midwest. That's with working whites. That's the automobile bailout. That's a lot of the kind of things he's been doing.
So if this continues to hold up and President is reelected, there's going to be a huge postmortem among Republicans.
Yeah, this is not going to be just a loss for Mitt Romney if it goes this way. And again, there are a lot of states to vote, a lot of people to vote. This is going to be a repudiation of the Republican Party. This is going to be, Democrats move to the middle, new Democrats, and they transform their party. Republicans are still the party of no, that we're not seen as having enough solutions. We've got a failing, tanking economy going over the cliff, and the opposition party was not seen as an alternative. If that's what happens here, we got to go back to the drawing board.
In the 80s and in the 70s, we were losing elections, and President Clinton, David, you remember as well, was able to shed a lot of the 60s and 70s and even some of the 80s baggage. We lost 5 out of 6 presidential elections and ran as a kind of new Democrat. Somebody in the Republican Party is going to have to break out of what I call the Tea Party talk radio talking head, sort of bellicose, in your face, you're not like us.
I think there's a different way of doing that.
The cautionary note is here. Yes, Barack Obama is winning a lot of these swing states. But it remains true that if you look at the overall national vote, it's quite close. And that is a message that is going to be sent to the president, too. It may be 50-48 or something.
Some people are going to blame Romney because Romney's message was my business credentials, my business credentials. And you can make the case against Mitt Romney that he didn't sell those business credentials well enough, that if you look at these exit polls, he's at parity with the president on who's best able to handle the economy. He's way behind the president by 10 to 12 points on who cares about my problems. So there will be some Republicans who will say it wasn't us, it was him.
This isn't just that's part of it, but this election also tells you that the coalition of the ascendant that the Obama campaign bet on, and Van, you know about this, young people, professionals, women,
and we're seeing big turnout among African Americans.
This is not just about Republican weakness; it's about Democratic strength. We have been hearing about this enthusiasm gap and this whole thing. Yes. Where is it? You see a huge turnout from the African American community.
In some states, even exceeding what it was in
2004. Ben Jealous from the NAACP, who put 1 million new black voters in play, is a hero tonight. The youth vote, it looks like it may be a bigger percentage of the election than last time. The Latino vote, bigger. This is not just about Republican failure. It's about there is a new coalition that wants to govern, that has a vision, that has a leader named Barack Obama, and that's what's happening tonight.
So what should viewers who are watching look for in the next hour or two? I mean, James, what are you looking for? You're just looking at Florida?
I'm looking at Florida, and Florida. But once I see Florida, then I'm going to look somewhere else. But I really don't care about anything else. Morgan, I know you had something to say.
Another thing we're going to also have to talk about, Republicans are going to deconstruct this, but a lot of money was spent by Republicans and Democrats on this race. Almost $90 million more dollars on the Republican side if you count all the outside groups and the hard dollars raised. Republicans are going to be looking at each other wondering where that money went.
Let's go back to Wolf Blitzer. Wolf?
Anderson, there's still a lot of yellow on the CNN electoral map right now. States that we believe are still too close for us to make projections, including Ohio and Florida. Let's take a look at the votes in Florida right now. 87% of the vote is in. The president maintains a slight advantage, 50% to 49%. Almost 8 million votes have been counted already. 46,000 vote advantage, 46,518 vote advantage for the president. Still 13% of the vote is outstanding. 29 electoral votes are at stake. In Ohio, more than half of the vote is now in, and the president here, too, maintaining a slight advantage, changing right now 50% to 48%. The president has an advantage of about 85,000 votes. More than 3 million votes have already been counted, 18 electoral votes in Ohio, where we're watching Florida, Ohio. We're watching the battlegrounds, including Colorado. How late will this night go before we can project a winner? Stay with us and don't miss a moment.
Election Night in America is brought to you by Cisco, a primary provider of the network technology for CNN's news coverage, and by America's Natural Gas Alliance. Smarter power today. Go to cnn.com/election to get up-to-the-minute news on the races and for results from around the country.
It's 32 minutes to go time, and the candidate's speech is in pieces all over the district. The writer's desktop and the coordinator's phone are working out a joke with local color. The secure cloud just received a revised intro from the strategist tablet. And while I make my way into the venue, the candidate will be rehearsing off his phone.
And thanks to every young face
his phone is one of his biggest supporters.
With Cisco at the center, working together has never worked so well. We have big dreams. One is for a clean domestic energy future that puts us in control. Our abundant natural gas is already saving us money, producing cleaner electricity, putting us to work here in America, and supporting wind and solar. Though all energy development comes with some risk, we're committed to safely and responsibly producing natural gas. It's not a dream. America's natural gas, putting us in control of our energy future now.
Music is a universal language, but when I was in an accident, I was worried the healthcare system spoke a language all its own. With United Healthcare, I got help that fit my life, so I never missed a beat.
That's health in numbers. United Healthcare.
You know, I relieve coughs, sneezing, fevers.
Me too. And nasal congestion.
What?
He said nasal congestion.
I heard him.
Tylenol Cold multi-symptom nighttime relieves nasal congestion. NyQuil Cold and Flu doesn't.
CNN tomorrow night at 8 and 10. Anderson Cooper breaks down the results. What will it mean for America's future? Anderson Cooper 360. Live tomorrow night, 8 and 10 Eastern on CNN.
Election night on NBC. Join Brian Williams and the NBC News political team for results and analysis. Stay with NBC News and NBCNews.com tonight on NBC.
On Election Day, voting problems aren't a matter of if, but when. That's why NBC Bay Area's investigative unit will be out making sure your vote counts. If you see problems, call our tip line or email the unit at NBCBayArea.com.
This Civic is great. Maybe I should get one. And they do have a great deal on it. But then again, I waited a few months to buy that digital camera, and the price went down a lot. But since this is a clearance event deal, this car probably won't be here much longer.
The 2012 Civic clearance event is happening now. Get 0.9% APR for up to 60 months. Now at your Honda dealer.
Internet Out Front is live from the nation's capital. Tomorrow at 7 Eastern on CNN.
Little watch party going on at Times Square in New York City. They're watching us. They're watching CNN. They're watching history unfold of the election continuing. We're counting votes right now. Nice to see all those nice folks in New York City. It's a little chilly out there, but they're watching us at Times Square. Thanks very, very much. There are lots of watch parties going on around the United States, indeed around the world. We're going to show you more of them. But let's update you right now on where we stand in this race for the presidency. Right now, remember, 270 votes, electoral college votes, are needed to be president of the United States. Mitt Romney maintains a slight advantage, 158 electoral college votes we project in his corner compared to 147 for the president of the United States. But there's still several states that are still out there out of the West Coast. We're getting ready to see what happens in California, Oregon, Washington State, Iowa, Hawaii and Idaho. We're watching all of those states. They're going to be closing those states up at the top of the hour. Let's take a look at some key battleground states right now and where the contests stand. We'll start in Missouri. We have not made a projection there yet. A third of the vote is in. Romney is ahead 57% to 41%, a significant lead of 153,000, 10 electoral votes in Missouri. Wisconsin, a quarter of the vote is now in. Mitt Romney, look at that. He's ahead 51% to 48%. He's got an advantage of more than 20,000 votes in Paul Ryan's home state of Wisconsin, which has 10 electoral votes. In Colorado, the president is ahead. More than half of the vote is in, 51% to 47%. The president maintaining an advantage of about 50,000 votes. It's now 47%. 9 electoral votes. In New Mexico, the president is ahead there as well. 40% of the vote is in, 54 to 43%. In New Mexico. Let's go to Virginia, a key battleground state. 68% of the vote is in Virginia. And Mitt Romney is ahead 51% to 48%. 72,000 vote advantage in Virginia right now for Mitt Romney. That's a key state. North Carolina right now, Mitt Romney slightly ahead. 94% of the vote is in North Carolina. 4 million votes have been counted. Romney is slightly ahead. Ohio, very close, 50% for the president, 48% for Mitt Romney. A 65,000 vote advantage for the president right now, but only 59% of the vote is in. There are still a lot of votes out there. In Florida, 87% of the vote has been counted. But look at this, 50% for the president, 49% for Mitt Romney. Almost 8 million votes have been counted. 46,518 votes. 518 votes for a presidential advantage, at least right now. We got more votes coming in Iowa. Right now, a quarter of the vote is in Iowa. 59 for the president, 40 for Mitt Romney's significant lead already, 77,956 votes. In Arizona, Mitt Romney is ahead. 47% of the vote is in, almost half. He's got a significant lead, 56% to 42%. That's a lead of almost 154,000 votes. That's significant there. And in Montana, only 6% of the vote is in. 51% for Romney, 47% for the president. Very early for those 3 electoral votes in Montana. So what does the popular vote, the national vote, show us right now? These are all the states where we have votes. So far, 39% of the national vote is in. Mitt Romney is ahead by almost 1.5 million votes nationally, 51% to 48% over Barack Obama. That is a significant advantage, at least right now. 39% of the national vote is in. We'll see what happens once California and some of the other states on the West Coast close up. Ted Rowlands is joining us from Wisconsin right now. Ted, Milwaukee, what's happening out there? Because as we see, a quarter of the vote is in. Mitt Romney is ahead in Paul Ryan's home state.
Yeah, and Milwaukee County, Wolf, is where the vast majority of the folks live in terms of the highest population center in the state. This is where people from both sides are looking very closely. We're just getting some initial results from inside the county of Milwaukee with our old school board here. Hales Corner, now this is a predominantly Republican part of this county, has come in, and two things that is good news for the Republicans. Voter turnout is higher this time around than it was in 2008 by a few hundred votes, and all of those votes have gone to Mitt Romney. In fact, Barack Obama lost some votes in Hales Corner. We're waiting on Franklin, Greendale, River Hills, Oak Creek. These are the predominantly Republican areas. If they can replicate what happened in Hales Corner, that is exactly what the Romney-Ryan folks would want. On the other side of the coin, we're getting real-time results from the city of Milwaukee, and that's the mother lode of all of the votes. And this is good news for the president because voter turnout is exceptional at 73%, and he is carrying the vote at this point with 32 precincts in with 87% of the vote. If Milwaukee continues to come in at that clip, it's hard to imagine a scenario where the president would not win Wisconsin.
Yeah, he's counting on Wisconsin big time, even though it's the home state of the Republican vice presidential nominee, Ted Rowlands, in Milwaukee for us. John, Wisconsin is an important state in this battle. The Republicans thought they had a pretty good chance, and they still might win.
They still might win. However, Ted makes a very important point, and I'm going to show you in Wisconsin, and then I'm going to move around the map, because if you're in the Romney war room right now, you're looking at all these counties, and you're calling Republican county chairman, and you're saying, what do you got? Where are the votes out there? What do we have? And if you look right now, yes, Governor Romney's ahead, but that's 18,000 votes, right? If you look at it right there, 51 to 48. As Ted just said, this is your biggest population center right here. 17.5% of the statewide population, a huge Democratic base, a tiny percentage of the vote in. The president's going to get 70% or more right there. There are an awful lot of votes right there that would not only erase but obliterate the Romney lead at the moment. Then I want to come over here to Madison, Dane County. You pull Dane County out there, it's another 8% of the population, just a third of the vote in. You see the president with about double, almost about a 30,000 vote lead. So if you project that out, if that stays the same, if the other precincts track these precincts that are in so far, there's more votes for the president. You come out here, just a footnote for history. This is Paul Ryan's hometown, is right here in Janesville. The president, they're running more competitive down there. Only 20% of the vote in, but the president is even winning down there. So when you look across here and you look, okay, well, here's Republican vote center here. It's a smaller area, though, 1.7% of the population. So you look where the people are, and you look at this map now, and you see how the Romney lead is shrinking as the votes come in. You have to look at this map, barring something huge out of Milwaukee, and think the later vote count is going to be advantage to the president. Plus, you remember the history of this state with the deepest blue DNA. And I want to say, the same things are happening if you look closely at the map in Virginia and even North Carolina. You look here, Mitt Romney is ahead, but his lead has been shrinking. 69% of the vote in, so you ask yourself the question, what's out? So let's look down here, and you move down here. One of the things that's out is Norfolk City. It's 3% of the statewide population, a little more than that. Guess what? President's going to win big in Norfolk. He's going to win by a decent margin down there, African-American vote down there. So there's one place the president's going to make up ground in the state of Virginia. Then you ask yourself, what else is out? You come up here to the biggest population centers, only 29% of the vote in right now in Fairfax County, Virginia. Look at the president's margin there. Governor Romney's doing better than John McCain in the close-in suburbs, but that's a margin. The president's going to pick up some votes there. Most of the votes are in over here. You come up in here, only about half of the votes in Alexandria City. Again, president, let's say he picks up, as that comes in, if he picks up another 10,000 votes there. So when you look at this map, Romney ahead, but where the votes are missing are largely Democratic areas. And I'm going to say the same thing when you come down here. This one is very close right now. I won't get as detailed as I just got, but you go into Raleigh. They're in there now, finally. You come across here. You come into Greensboro, still votes out in Democratic areas. If you're looking at the map and you start touching the Republican counties, you're at 100%. You go to the Democratic counties, there's still room for the president to catch up, even in North Carolina.
Yeah, well, if he carried North Carolina, he won North Carolina by 14,000 votes. 4 years ago, it was very close. Let's see what happens this time. Let's go back to Anderson for now. Anderson?
Yeah, we're obviously tracking every vote in every state that could decide this election. Let's talk to David Gergen and Gloria Borger. I mean, fascinating to look at these numbers as the night progresses. I mean, this thing may not go as late as we had thought earlier.
It may not go very late. If we know Florida, I just don't know what, you know, let's say we get to the end of the count, 100%. I don't know what they still have to count, right? What kind of, you know, other ballots they have to count. But if Florida goes, I think James and Alex are right. I think this is basically over. But I think the way we've been talking about this, and I want to come back to this from time to time, the way we've been talking about it has all been interpreting through the lens of the Electoral College, especially the battleground states. And that looks Obama, Obama, Obama. But if you look at the national race and look at the national votes, at the moment, Mitt Romney is ahead by 1.5 million votes. Now, Obama may wind up with more national votes, but clearly we have a very divided country.
And again, the significance of that is no matter who wins, it affects how they rule and how they're able to get everything done.
And particularly when we're headed towards a fiscal cliff. I mean, if you look at these numbers, and I was adding them up, 77% of the voters, if you're to believe the exit polls at this point, believe that the economy is either poor or not so good. 77%. So, should the president win, he still has a country that's very unhappy with the direction it's headed. They believe we're headed over the fiscal cliff. 47% believe the taxes should go up on people earning over $250,000 a year. So you're setting yourselves up for the same kind of arguments we had before the election.
If you, in the exit polls, if you ask people, should we raise taxes to pay for the deficit? By 63 to 33, people say no. The same people who are voting for Obama are saying no to taxes for deficits.
We are, as I said, we're tracking every vote. Our correspondents are embedded with election officials in Colorado. They're going to have some new numbers to share ahead. We're also counting down to the next round of results at the top of the hour, including the biggest electoral prize of the night, California. We're live at an election watch party in Los Angeles for that. There they are for there. When will we know a winner? Well, get ready for more results ahead. For that, there they are for there. When will we know a winner? Well, get ready for more results ahead.
Election Night in America is brought to you by Cadillac, the standard of the world, and by VoteForEnergy.org, a program of the American Petroleum Institute. Log on to learn more. Go to CNN.com/election to get up-to-the-minute news on the races and for results from around the country.
Count the number of buttons in your car. Now, count the number of buttons on your tablet. Isn't it time the automobile advanced? Introducing Q in the all-new Cadillac XTS. The simplicity of a tablet has come to your car. The all-new Cadillac XTS has arrived, and it's bringing the future forward.
Now, during Season's Best event, get zero due at signing and the first payments on us on this all-new XTS.
Look ahead. We're going to need more energy, no matter what. There's a lot here, and the know-how to get it. Domestic energy to power our economy for the long term. That's good for our kids. I'm Felice, and I'm an energy voter.
Has anything ever made you snap?
You lost your wife. I'm getting engaged. You lost your house. I'm getting a new house. Stop talking about all the stuff that's good for you and bad for him.
Has anyone
Tiffany, this is Pat.
ever made you snap out of it?
Hey! Whoa, why don't you run somewhere else?
Calm down, crazy.
Taking the proper medication. Happy. Taking a little bit too many.
Bradley Cooper, Jennifer Lawrence, Robert De Niro, and Chris Tucker.
Black it up, Pat.
What's that mean?
You know damn well what it means.
Black it up.
Silver Linings Playbook. Rated R.
It's not complicated. We're sitting on a lot of energy. We can develop more oil and natural gas right here, become more self-sufficient. That'll put us in charge, more secure, and that's a good thing. I'm Edward, and I'm an energy voter.
I grew up in a socialist country, and I have seen what that does to people. There is no hope, no freedom, no pride in achievement. The nation became poorer and poorer, and that's what I see happening here. As a young boy, I was fantasizing about one day going to America, making a success of myself, the American dream. America's wealth comes from the efforts of people striving for success. Take away their incentive with bad-mouthing success, and you take away the wealth that helps us take care of the needy. Yes, in socialism, the rich will be poorer, but the poor will also be poorer. People will lose interest in really working hard and creating jobs. I think this is a very slippery slope. It seems like people don't learn from the past. That's why I'm voting Republican and putting this ad on television. I'm Thomas Peterffy, and I'm responsible for the content of this advertising.
Nobody said an inkjet had to be slow, or that printing in color had to cost a fortune. Nobody said an all-in-one had to be bulky, or that you had to print from your desk. At least, nobody said it to us. Introducing the Business Smart Inkjet All-in-One series from Brother. Easy to use, it's the ultimate combination of speed, small size, and low-cost printing.
We're looking at a live picture of New York's Empire State Building. Election results being displayed in the lights. The blue and red lights on the top of the spire. CNN's election results. The Romney with 158 electoral votes right now, 147 for Obama. But again, the story right now, Florida, as James Carville said. We are watching results coming in there. Also the state of Ohio as well. Jim Acosta is standing by Romney camp with some information about what it's like right now behind the scenes of the Romney campaign. Jim, what do you hear?
That's right, Anderson. We have heard from a source inside the Romney campaign that the mood over at Romney headquarters, their war room where they're watching these returns come in, is, quote, very tense. And that is obviously because they are watching these returns come in from across the country and seeing states that they had hoped to perhaps capture tonight slipping out of their fingers. And, Anderson, I can also tell you that is somewhat the mood in this room. Just to show you what's going on behind us on these big jumbo screens, the campaign has been showing different networks in their programming as to what is being reported tonight across the country as all these returns come in. And each time it flips to another network, there seems to be more bad news being reported for this campaign and in various Republican races that appears to be having an effect on the mood in this room. Every time that channel flips, the mood in this room gets a little more somber. Anderson?
Jim, thanks for that. We'll continue to check in with you. Wolf, let's go back to you.
Take a look at what's going on. The state of Florida, John King, is obviously critical right now. 88% of the vote is in. 12% still outstanding. The president has a slight advantage right now, 50% to 49%. If you take a look, 3,866 to 3,850. What is that, 16,000 votes?
That's about 16,000 votes, and you say 12% of the statewide vote, and the big state's still out, so anybody's game, and that's true. Anybody's game. This is still very close. But remember a while ago I was saying, were the votes still out? Well, this is one of the counties that was still out back then. And I'm sorry, it was this one here. It was Santa Rosa County, and as I predicted, Romney's winning it big. But again, look, there's not a lot of numbers there. So that's 88% of the vote. He might have an almost 40,000 vote advantage. They're just shy of that. But it's not enough, Wolf, to match this. When you come over here and you look at what else is out, we go to Orange County, where Orlando is. The president's running up big numbers, nearly 60-40. So there's more votes out here. Logic tells you when you're at 92%, the president's going to add to his vote total there. And you come down here, the three most reliable Democratic counties, Palm Beach is almost all in, so let's consider that one done. But if you come down to Broward County, the president is outperforming his 2008 totals in Broward County by a percentage, 84%. The president's going to add more to his votes here. Miami-Dade is at 70%. The president's a bit under his 2008 performance here. But again, logic tells you the president's going to add to his total here. So when you pull out to the state and you look statewide, and you're in the Romney war room, you're doing what I'm doing. And you're calling into these counties, and you're saying, wait, do we have any votes here? 93%, sure. They might get some votes here, but it's pretty close. So there's a little bit of math for Governor Romney here. Then you keep tapping around. 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, you get the point.
Yeah.
You come out to the full statewide and you look at places where there are still votes to be counted, okay? So the Democratic votes in up here, 100%, 100%, 100%. But when you come down here, where the people live, still some votes to be counted. Still some votes to be counted, just a few here, but the president's winning. In places where you find significant population centers with votes still out, you find the president running up big numbers.
So he should have a cushion there.
When you look at this map right now, we have to count the votes, but I'm having a very hard time finding places where I can show
a nice slight advantage. Let's go to Ohio right now, because that's obviously a key battleground state as well.
And at the moment, it's still blue. When you look at this map, Romney needs that. He needs that. He needs more than those two, but he can't win without those two, and it's blue at the moment, too. Again, incredibly close. Wow.
50% to 48%. 64% of the vote in Ohio has been counted, and he's up by about 90,000 votes right now.
He's up by about 90,000 votes. So here's your largest county in the state right here, Cuyahoga County, Cleveland area. Again, this is bad news for the Romney campaign. If only 30% of the vote is in up here and it's 70-30, you know when the rest of the vote comes in, this is the president's breadbasket right here. And one of the things you have to say is not having a primary challenge. Not having a primary challenge. One of the things I did early in the campaign is travel around to some of these areas, and the Obama campaign was going into the African-American community and saying, he's had your back, now you're going to have to have his in November. No primary challenge. They got names, they got phone numbers, and they have proven so far they're turning out the vote in places where you thought in an off year, a tough economy, a re-election year, maybe they wouldn't vote. Cuyahoga County, 7%. You have to tip your hat to the Obama turnout operation here. You come down into Akron, 66%. Let's just take a peek. 58% in 2008. 66% now. Across the northern industrial part here, the turnout operation seems to be working. And two more words, auto bailout.
I want to stay in Ohio right now. Erin Burnett is watching what's going on. She's got a front row seat in Columbus, the state capital. Erin?
That's right, and we've been getting updates from the Secretary of State here, John Husted. You're talking there about the north, where the president needs to really pick up votes and increase his margin. I want to go to the south, though, an area where Mitt Romney was hoping to pick up. Let's get to Don Lemon, who's at the Board of Elections there in Cincinnati. Don?
63-35 now in Hamilton County, a county, Aaron, that usually goes Republican, except in 2008, a correction. I have 53 to 46. This county usually goes Republican except for 2008, and this can sort of be a bellwether for what's to come. If you look over here, all these results are coming in now, and everyone is watching from really around the world, from the BBC, all over. People are coming in here, and those results are going up on the screen. And then back around here to the left, you can see this is really the war room. This is where everything's coming in. They're crunching those numbers in here. They're going onto those cards. They've got about 25 trucks that have to come in and out. They said so far about 5 of those trucks have come in. But here's the interesting thing, what I'm being told here. They're saying many people underestimated the Obama ground game here, and they're believing that's where Obama is winning, in the bigger counties, in Montgomery County, in Franklin County, in Cuyahoga County, up where Martin Savage is. They believe that he built up such a bulwark for the smaller Republican rural counties that it's going to be hard to fight against that. Of course, there's still a lot of numbers to come in, but they believe just because of the sheer size of those counties, it's going to be tough to fight against that. So right now, the president leading, but still all of the numbers are not in, Aaron.
All right, well, Don, thank you very much. And Wolf, you know, this is something we've heard a lot about. You know, the Obama campaign has said, we have a better ground game. We have a better ground game. It's going to serve us well in Ohio. Obviously, the jury is still out, but at least from the numbers we have so far, it seems to be the case. They've got the better ground game. Back to you.
They certainly do seem to have the better ground game. And the Hamilton County is really important for Cincinnati, is only 21% of the vote officially in so far. The president has a 55-44% lead.
This is the home of Rob Portman, who was his debate practitioner. A lot of people in Ohio thought he should have been the vice presidential nominee. If you look at Hamilton County right now, 55% to 44%. Let's go back in time to 2008, 53% to 46%. So if that holds, the president will essentially match his totals from 4 years ago. Now, why is that significant? Because to win Ohio in a statewide election, here's the last time George W. Bush won it, Hamilton County was red. So again, President Obama matching his performance so far, Wolf, in the counties where he needs to.
Stand by. I want everyone to stand by, because we have 2 projections to make right now. First projection, Minnesota, 10 electoral votes. The President of the United States will carry the state of Minnesota. We project Minnesota goes for President Obama. In Arizona, winner will be Mitt Romney, 11 electoral votes. in Arizona. We project Arizona going for Mitt Romney. So where does that stand? Leave us right now in the race to 270 electoral votes needed to be elected president of the United States. Right now, Mitt Romney has 169. Barack Obama has 157. You see a lot of yellow states that are still out there. Those yellow states are states where we have not been able to make projections. We're getting ready for more projections, though, at the top of the hour. Anderson?
Yeah, we're watching a slew of battleground states that may be too close to call right now. Also,
advantage Obama.
They're getting ready to close the voting on the West Coast, including in California. And we've got some major projections right now. All right, CNN can project that California will be won by the President of the United States. All 55, a huge number, the largest state in the United States. All 55 electoral votes will go for the President. 55, add those to his column. Hawaii, where he was born. 4 electoral votes. The President will carry Hawaii. He will also carry Washington State on the West Coast. 12 electoral votes. They all go for the President of the United States. Mitt Romney, he's got some wins out on the West Coast as well in Idaho. For example, he'll carry 4 electoral votes in Idaho and 3 in Montana. Right now, we cannot make a projection in Oregon. We don't have enough information right now. But let me show you where the race for 270 stands right now. The President now taking the lead, 228 for President Obama to 176 for Mitt Romney. 270 needed to be elected president. Those yellow states out there, those are the states we have not yet made projections in. As we wait for more real votes to come in, we want to share with you what our exit polls are revealing. Remember, these are estimates. They're based on interviews with a sampling of voters as they left select polling stations. And they also are based on phone interviews we made with a sampling of people who voted early. Here's our exit poll result for the state of Oregon. The president with 52%, Mitt Romney with 45%. Remember, this is an estimate only that reflects the votes of the people we interviewed at select polling places, early voters we interviewed on the phone as well. They may not necessarily reflect the actual outcome in a particular state once we get the final vote tallies. We're watching all of this. Those states we just projected, California, we knew it was going to go for the president, but it certainly adds to his road to 270.
That's the big basket of eggs comes out of California. It goes into the Democratic basket. It puts the president 228 to 176. So let's just do some common sense. Let's do some common sense. Some of this is, educated guesses. This is common sense. Oregon is likely to stay right there. There are most people, even most Republicans, will tell you Nevada will stay right there. So then you start coming across New Mexico, likely to stay in the blue column right there. Now, we'll see if that changes. But if you do that, and I think it's very hard, Republicans at home can't argue with me very strongly on those states, that gets the president to 246. Then you start coming this way. I'm going to leave Colorado for now. That's a battleground state. So then you start coming across here. And, Wolf, with the president at 246, you start looking here. Missouri, let's assume that one goes red. So you're looking here, this 10 right here. Wolf, let me go to you. You'll move the map a little bit for me.
Let's get to some more projections, important ones, in fact, right now. All right, moving quickly right now. Wisconsin, we project, will be won by the President of the United States. Its 10 electoral votes will go for President Obama. This is the home state of the Republican vice presidential nominee, Paul Ryan, but CNN now projects Wisconsin will be in the president's corner. North Carolina, on the other hand, we project will be won by Mitt Romney, and its 15 electoral votes will go for Mitt Romney. So where do we stand now? On the road to 270. The electoral votes needed to be elected president of the United States. The president is ahead. He has 238. He's inching closer and closer to 270. Mitt Romney has 191. You can see those yellow states out there. Those are the yellow states where we have not yet made projections, but we have votes that are coming in. John, Wisconsin, the Republicans really wanted to win Wisconsin because they thought Paul Ryan would help. They won that recall election. They won big time in 2010, but this time the president once again will carry Wisconsin.
And so if you think about the Romney strategy, especially in the final weeks of the campaign, no Republican has ever won the White House without Ohio. They know the president has been leading there. He's leading right now. So what did they do? They said, well, we need a plan B. Plan B was Pennsylvania and its 20 electoral votes. That's now in the president's fold. Well, so then we need a plan C. Maybe that would be Michigan. We could get 16 there and make up most of Ohio. That one's now in the president's fold. Well, then we need a plan D. Wisconsin was going to be 10 of those, and then they'd find somewhere else. So plan B, plan C, plan D are now gone. And so you start looking at the Romney math, and you're saying, well, then, what's plan E? And if you start looking at where's plan E, forgive me, but history tells us that's going to stay there. Logic tells us the Latino vote, that's likely to stay there. Even a more Latino vote presence here, and Republicans should be listening to this over and over again, Latino vote here. The Latino vote could make the difference here. I'm not going to touch it right now. Let's just assume Missouri keeps its Republican DNA and stays there. President Obama did not carry that 4 years ago. That gets you to 256, right? So the president needs only 14. From that, if this happens as we expected, well, the president needs only 14, which means he could do this with Colorado and Iowa. Never mind Ohio, where he's leading right now. Never mind Florida, where he's leading right now. And never mind Virginia, where he's slightly behind, but still in play because of the votes are out right now. So you look at this map right now, plan B, plan C, plan D are gone. I have a very hard time coming up with a plan E. Don't ask me about a plan F.
Stand by for a moment. We have another major projection right now. CNN projects the Democrats will retain their majority in the United States Senate. They have won enough Senate seats to make sure that the Senate Majority Leader, Harry Reid, will continue to be the Senate Majority Leader. A major, major win for the Democrats in the Senate. Earlier, we projected the Republicans would retain their majority in the House of Representatives. Let's go to Anderson and Dana for more.
Yeah, in particular in Virginia, it was a tight race, but we're projecting Tim Kaine.
That's right. That means that this Democratic seat is staying in Democratic hands. This was a very, very tight race, but the former governor will now be the new senator from the state of Virginia, Tim Kaine. And in California, Dianne Feinstein is going on to win a very easy re-election. And in Hawaii, we have a new senator-elect, a Democrat, Mazie Hirono. She beat the former Republican governor. They thought maybe that she would have a chance because she was pretty popular, but that didn't happen, particularly with President Obama at the top of the ticket.
And again, let's go to look at the balance of power.
Okay, so look at this. Right now, we have 42 Republican seats, 48 Democratic, with 2 independents. But because of the remaining seats that we know are out there, it is very clear, as Wolf just reported, that Democrats will be able to retain control of the Senate. The open question now is, what will the balance of power be? How many seats will there be? But, Anderson, I think it's really important to underscore the fact that going into today, or going into this election year, Democrats were defending 23 out of 33 seats. With this bad economy, Republicans just had to pick up a net 4. They thought it was a no-brainer.
Yeah.
And there are a lot of Republicans who we're talking to who are very upset because there was a combination of unforced errors, bad candidates that really set them back. So Republicans are depressed, I think, is probably an understatement to describe them right now.
A much different story than it was just 2 years ago, 2010.
Very much. And at this point, they're actually even telling me, I was just talking to a top Republican source who said that they think they might even lose seats, never mind gain, lose seats by the end of the night.
Still some races we're watching. Dan Bash, appreciate that. Let's check in over here maybe with David Gergen, Gloria Borger. As you look at this, obviously, I mean, the question really becomes, what happens now? What happens tomorrow, assuming President Obama is reelected?
Well,
in terms of actually being able to get things done, does anything really change?
No, I don't think anything does change. I mean, before this evening, I was talking to an aide to a Republican aide to a leader in the Senate who said to me, you know, nothing has changed unless the president comes to us and proposes something that we can live with on the fiscal cliff. We're not going to be willing to deal with him. I think, however, that, you know, to Dana's point about how upset and depressed these Republicans are, you know, they had a couple of real opportunities in 2010 and again to try and regain power in the Senate. And again, it's the Tea Party in 2010. There were 3 seats they could have won, and they kind of threw him away.
I'm nervous to turn to Alex Castellanos because I keep hearing some deep sighs from him over the course of the night.
I'm going for the hemlock here. No, you know, I think there is a chance that we're going to get something done, Democrats and Republicans coming up soon.
Where do you see that?
If President Obama is reelected, and again, that's still an if, long way to go, Because one is Republicans, the Congress is going to be reelected every 2 years. They have a lot of pressure. It's going to be a little hard for them to move. But this president's never going to be on a ballot again. He's demonstrated tremendous flexibility before. Bush tax cuts, keeping Guantanamo open, all those things. I think he knows his legacy. He'll be judged by history, by whether he gets his hands around the fiscal health of this country, whether he puts this country on a sound fiscal track. He'll get on Mount Rushmore if he does that. He won't if he doesn't. Now, he can move 80% to where Republicans are. He can embrace something like Simpson Bowles. The good news for this election, there's no agenda. Nobody ran proposing anything on either side.
We're going to have more from you guys. We have another
table.
projection to make, so let's go to Wolf. Wolf?
We have another major projection to make right now in another key battleground state. And CNN can make this projection right now. The President of the United States will be the winner in Iowa. Iowa, and its 6 electoral votes, the President will carry. Right now, with 53% of the vote in Iowa counted, the President has a 55-44 lead, 98,648 votes advantage in Iowa. They're thrilled over there at President Obama's campaign headquarters in Chicago. They're dancing over there at campaign headquarters. They're watching what's going on. Jessica Yellen is watching as well. You know what? Let's listen in briefly a little bit of the celebration that's going on at Chicago, over at Obama headquarters. Jessica, are you there?
I'm here, Wolf. There's an enormous enthusiasm in this room as they've been watching the returns come in all night. For them, this was a campaign that they didn't know for so long if it would turn out with a night like this. For these people, they remember 4 years ago a very different mood throughout the campaign, a campaign based on a very different theme of hope and change. This time, a battle focused on demographics, on ground game, on an operation driven to turn out specific people who are Obama supporters.
All right, Dana, hold on for a second. I'm sorry to interrupt, but we have yet another projection to make right now. And CNN projects the President will carry New Mexico. New Mexico will be won by the President of the United States. Add another 5 electoral votes to his column. The President carries New Mexico. You can see he has a 52-44 advantage with more than half of the vote counted. Let's see where it stands right now. If we add up his electoral votes right now on the basis of New Mexico being in his counter, he has 249. He's getting closer and closer and closer to the 270 he needs to be reelected President of the United States for another 4 years. Mitt Romney has 191. They're thrilled, obviously, in Chicago. Jessica, I interrupted you a moment ago to project New Mexico. Go ahead, talk to us. How thrilled are they over there?
You know, Wolf, they're thrilled in this room, but as I talk to the people who are back at the Obama boiler room, they are still staying cautious on email and in their contacts and waiting for all the final numbers to come in. But there is a great deal of enthusiasm here, as you can see. They also get excited anytime they see themselves on TV, so that's part of the cheering they see when their picture is up. Huge excitement. The President watching this now from a hotel room not far away with his wife and 2 girls and friends and family who are gathered in town. And then he will be joined by the Vice President and his family when they head over here later this evening, as well as Chicago Mayor Rahm Emanuel and a whole bunch of people who will put on quite a, what they said would be an early night and a victorious night. That's what they predicted, Wolf. They said it would come out that way, and so far, that's what it's looking like, Wolf.
All right, let's stay in Chicago. Our Brianna Keeler's right in the middle of the crowd over there. Brianna, they seem pretty excited right now as the President gets closer and closer to 270. He's got 249 by our count right now.
Well, the excitement here in McCormick Place in downtown Chicago is really just building with each projection that comes out, especially when we saw Iowa. I will tell you, I'm standing among people about 10,000 were expected today, and I'll tell you that almost everybody here has volunteered.
All right, Brianna, hold on a moment. Unfortunately, we can't hear you. That crowd is very, very excited right now. Let's go over to John King. The President, 249. He's not that far away from the 270 he needs to be elected.
Takes 270. You can do the math at home. He's 21 shy, right? Well, let's do a little history. This is a safe bet, okay? We'll have to count the votes, but Oregon has been a Democratic state for a very long time. That would get the president to 256. Some Republicans say, watch, watch, watch. I've talked to a lot of people out in Nevada today. They expect that one to go right there. That puts the president at 262. You know what that means, Wolf? If you look at the map and he's at 262, look at anyone left. Anyone left, pick one more state, turn one more blue, you get 4 more years. That's what's happening. Now, we have to count these. We haven't officially called these yet, but history is history. Our reporting shows very strong. Oregon will stay blue. Nevada is likely to stay blue. When it comes to that, he's at 262. That would put him over the top. Colorado's 9. He won't win Missouri. Ohio's 18 would put him way over the top. Virginia's 13 would put him over the top. He's leading right now in Florida. That's 29. That's called way over the top. You look at this map right now, and you're a Republican, and we're just picking the numbers. We're just counting the votes, folks. We don't take sides here, but getting Mitt Romney to 270, looking at this map, is almost impossible and completely improbable.
I stand by for another moment because we have another projection to make right now. CNN projects Oregon, the state of Oregon, will go for President Obama. That's another 7 electoral votes. The president will carry Oregon. You see 40% of the vote is in. He's got a lopsided advantage, 59% to 38%. So where does it put him now? Where does that put him now on the road to 270? He's got 256 electoral votes, 191 for Mitt Romney. He's well on his way to 270. You see those yellow states there? Those are states we have not yet made projections in, but the president getting closer and closer and closer to that magic number of 270, John King. It's, as you say, any one of these other states could really push him over the top pretty quickly.
Assuming, and it's an assumption, and I know there are Republicans at home watching saying we will prove you wrong, but I called into this state, and inside the Romney campaign, they'll push back a little bit. They don't push back hard. They expect because of the Latino vote, and this is a conversation we're going to be having for weeks and weeks and months inside the Republican Party. They expect because of the Latino vote that one will stay blue. That will put the president at 262. Wolf, Colorado would be enough to put him over the top. Even if he couldn't do that, we don't expect him to win Missouri. Any one of these would put him over the top. At the moment, he's ahead in Ohio. That's 18. At the moment, he's ahead in Florida. That's 29. Let's switch the map and we come over here and look at, just see where we're looking at it right here. Again, Ohio would put the president over the top at 71%. Governor Romney's still in play. That is very, very close. But when you look at places, what's out? A lot of the vote that's out is right there in Cuyahoga County. That's the president's territory. Some of the vote that's out is down here in Franklin County. That's the president's territory. So if you're looking for a Mitt Romney comeback strategy, can it happen here in Ohio? It's unlikely to find it there. And Wolf, as I go back to you, I'll also just show the Florida number one more time. A narrow but stubbornly consistent lead for the president in battleground Florida as well.
John, we have another projection to make right now. They're coming in pretty quickly. Let's take a look. And CNN projects Missouri will be won by the Republican presidential nominee, Mitt Romney. He will capture all 10 of Missouri's electoral votes. If more than 50% of the vote is now in, 58% for Romney, 40% for Barack Obama. Based on those indicators, we have projected Missouri will go for Mitt Romney. So where does it put us on the road to 270? Romney now has broken the 200 barrier. He's at 201. The president of the United States significantly ahead at 256. So Missouri helps Mitt Romney, but maybe not enough.
Maybe not enough. If you look at what's left out there, the only sure bet for Governor Romney right now is the state of Alaska. So let's assign the state of Alaska to Governor Romney. That would get him up to 204. Then you look at the map right here, and at the moment, the president is favored in Nevada. The president is leading in Colorado. The president is leading in Florida. The president is leading in Virginia. And last time I looked, Governor Romney, and let's switch maps, was leading but just narrowly in Virginia. So you're looking at the map right here. Let's just do this before we switch maps. That's a relatively safe bet. That would get the president at 262. And again, after that, any one state gets you over the top. Wolf?
We've got a really major projection to make right now. CNN projects that Barack Obama will be re-elected president of the United States. He will remain in the White House for another 4 years because we project he will carry the state of Ohio. By carrying Ohio, he wins re-election. The president of the United States defeats Mitt Romney in this at this time right now. We have made this projection, so the president wins this battle for the White House. They're excited in Chicago. They're excited at Times Square in New York. They're watching all over the world right now. The President of the United States has been reelected right now. Let's listen in to some of the excitement. So you can see the Empire State Building now has turned blue because that is our projection. The President of the United States has won re-election. Let the world know that 11:18 p.m. on the East Coast of the United States, we projected this win, the re-election of Barack Obama for another 4 years. The president will be the winner. Mitt Romney will lose this election. We'll see what happens in these other states. But let's go to Jessica Yellen right now, our chief White House correspondent, watching all of this unfold in Chicago. Jessica.
Well, the euphoria in the room is evident. These people have worked hard for the president. Everyone in this room was in one way or another a volunteer for the campaign. While this was a very different kind of campaign from 2008, what is not different is the kind of coalition the president put together to reelect him. A very different vision of or makeup of America that is diverse, that is heavily Latino, African-American, relied on single women, and where the president played heavily to their interests. And this is a kind of coalition the president made clear he was interested in appealing to, and it's a lesson that the Republican Party will learn from. I will also point out, Wolf, that the president did make some explicit promises about what he would do in a second term, cutting the deficit and not extending the tax cuts for the wealthiest Americans, among others, Wolf.
Jessica, hold on for a moment. I want to listen to some of the people cheering. They are so excited right now. The president's supporters at Times Square, the president's supporters in Chicago, elsewhere around the world. Let's go back to Chicago. Brianna Keilar, our White House correspondent, is right in the middle of the crowd up there. We're going to try to hear what you have to say, Brianna. Get that microphone right up to your mouth.
Hi, Wolf. It's a very excited crowd here, but I will tell you, I did talk to some people after our projection of Ohio, and I said, are you surprised that things wrapped up so early? And they said, yes. I think people here were settling in for a rather long night. They thought it was going to be more suspenseful, but they're certainly very excited, obviously, Wolf. With each projection that continues to come out, they get even more excited, and this is going to be continuing on for hours. Many of these people here were volunteering for President Obama. These are Illinois-based volunteers. They went door knocking, phone banking in Wisconsin and Iowa, key battleground states for President Obama. So these are certainly people who really feel like they have some ownership in his re-election here, Wolf.
Very excited in Chicago right now. I assume they're excited all over the country. All of the president's supporters, they worked hard for him to get reelected. It's interesting that Ohio, by our projecting that he will carry the state of Ohio, that put him over the 270 mark. So the president goes on to win another 4 years in the White House. Anderson, 4 years ago, we projected his win at exactly 11 p.m. on the East Coast. Tonight, we projected his win 18 minutes later at 11:18 p.m. on the East Coast.
Well, we continue to watch the crowds of Obama supporters celebrating. Let's talk to our panelists, our contributors, and our analysts. Just some initial thoughts. Alex?
Well, boy, that hurts. But the current President of the United States is now the future President of the United States. And now it's time for all of us to remember that what this is all about. And that's about leading a country to a better place. So now I think it's incumbent for Republicans to be as gracious as they were passionate about this election and go sit at the table and see what we can do to deal with some of the impending problems.
Ben Jones, they're from the Democratic perspective.
I agree. I think that the Republican Party is a great party historically, a party of Abraham Lincoln, a party of Teddy Roosevelt as an environmentalist. It's a party that I respect and admire. I think that there have been some elements in there that maybe pulled it too far in one direction. That can be corrected. This is an opportunity for us to come together. It is, as you said, Mr. Bergen, it's a 50-50 country. But this is, I think, for people who saw this president struggling and wanted to see him be able to have a second chance. It's a big emotional moment for us, but it's also a big opportunity for the country.
Margaret Hoover, a Republican, I mean, do you think that's the message the Republican Party takes away from this, that they went too far to the right? Because I think there's a lot of elements of the Republican Party will say they weren't true to their conservative values.
I think what you'll see is the Republican Party take a moment, step back, and descend a little bit into warlordism, as it did at the end of in 2008. I think there's going to be a lot of fighting because the Republican Party is made up, the conservative movement, of many different factions: libertarians, economic libertarians, social conservatives, national security hawks. There's going to be fight over the narrative, over who is going to control the Republican Party, and there is no elected leader of the Republican Party for the next 4 years.
You don't win the middle as a Republican by becoming a Democrat, by just, quote, moderating. If you're tied and you want to take market share from Fab, you don't say, hey, I'm more like Fab. You say, I'm new, improved Tide. The Republican Party needs to move forward, not sideways.
Put this in a broader perspective if I can. I had the opportunity today to go to the Jefferson Memorial. And it just reminds you what a pageant of democracy this is. This is a wonderful country that can have an election like this. And an African-American can not only win once, but can win twice. There's something about that that speaks to sort of what America is and our promise. I think the question now, my interpretation of a lot of this data is that there were an awful lot of people that voted today who would like to see more moderation in our politics. The moderates were the largest self-identified.
Both on the left and the right.
And left and the right. They're asking the right on immigration. As Gloria said earlier tonight, they're clearly in favor of doing something now about providing a path to citizenship, but they also don't want the president to go too far over to the left. So I think there's a chance for them to come together. But they ought to have a moment here in all of this where they all sort of can celebrate the democracy. It's a wonderful thing to see us go through this. Most countries don't have anything like that.
These moments are always wonderful, and I think we need to give an awful lot of credit to the Obama campaign, which ran yet again another terrific campaign. The contents of the campaign, however, are not as great as these moments, because we saw a very negative, nasty campaign, a small campaign that didn't rise to the kind of joy we see in people's eyes today. And I think what they are asking for as we go ahead and we look at a Congress that has to confront the fiscal cliff, I think they're looking for the Congress and the president, even though it's a status quo situation, to come back in a different frame of mind.
We should just point out, I just want to show the popular vote right now, because right now Mitt Romney is leading in the popular vote. Of course, those numbers can change, but we are projecting, of course, that President Barack Obama will be reelected.
And it's such a divided country, as we saw in all the exit poll results, and you see in the division in the popular vote.
Does President Obama now have to lead differently? Do Republicans in Congress have to behave differently?
President Obama got one of the rarest things we get in politics and in life, and that's a second chance. He is now a more mature leader. He now has seen some of his shortcomings tested in the public arena, that he hasn't built relationships, that he hasn't addressed some of the fiscal matters that he needs to address. my hope is that we're going to see, Bill Clinton stumbled, fell, came back into American politics,
James
and
Carville's
grew as a
also
president.
joining us. James, come on in
He
here.
may do it. I hope Obama does the same.
James, Alex was just making the point that he thinks President Obama has to now lead differently, that he's seen some of the mistakes. Do you agree with that?
Well, I'm watching an election. The president's going to be reelected. The Democrats are going to retain the Senate. And people are saying, well, the Republicans are not budge. Obama has to meet them 80% of the way. Why did we have an election? I mean, there's a reason that we have it. You know? I mean, and he's going to, sure, Obama's not going to get everything that he wants, but he should get more of what he wants.
Do you think he should interpret this as a mandate?
No, it's not. I don't think it's a mandate. It's not a mandate. But what the public is saying is they're giving him power back. He certainly doesn't have to give up 80% of what he wants. He should get more of what he wants than the Republicans because we had an election.
But he didn't run on what he wanted. He ran on don't go back to what the other guy did. So there is no...
President Obama, both candidates said you have a clear choice. They both laid out a vision. There was a more laissez-faire vision that was laid out by Mitt Romney, I think taken to extremes, and President Obama said very clearly he wanted to have a way forward with a balanced approach when it comes to deficit. He laid out a vision, and he has a mandate for that. And part of that mandate is taxes will have to be raised on the wealthy people. People who have done well in America will have to do well by America and begin to pay America back. He was consistent about that for a year. That is a part of his mandate going forward.
And you're looking at the picture in Boston, in Romney's hometown, where you see cheering among Obama supporters there as well.
I'm not sure that either of these candidates laid out a true vision. I think that right now is an opportunity for both the Republicans and for the president. And, you know, I was told that the president, as early as the end of this week, may give some sort of economic speech or may hold some sort of availability to talk to the American public.
Well, we're certainly, and we're expecting to hear, obviously, from President Obama tonight, as well as from Governor Romney. We are obviously bring you those both those speeches as soon as they happen. Certainly a lot to digest in not only tonight, but also in the weeks ahead.
Yeah, he's got the fiscal cliff coming up very, very soon, so he does need to lay out sort of what everybody's been expecting him to lay out.
But what is the path to actually change? I mean, at this point, who needs to give more? Because Obama supporters will say Republicans have been intransigent from early on.
The predominant thought in the marketplace too is that, you know, Wall Street was hoping that Romney would win only because they felt that the combination of the president and the Republican Congress, this intransigent Republican Congress, simply couldn't get the deal done. That something needed to go.
But that's like saying that the Republicans get to be rewarded by being intransigent because Democrats couldn't get anything done, so you got to give it to Republicans.
The tone that we're going into Washington in is entirely polarized. 80%, over 80% of the advertisements on both sides in this election were negative advertisements.
It's going to be so self-destructive. I mean, let's look at that. They're going to go over the fiscal cliff and cause another recession. I choose not to believe that, but I do believe they could come up with a framework of some kind.
This beating has been so large that I think you're going to find Republicans not accommodating, but you're going to find Republicans very realistic. Until Republicans learn how to move forward, you're going to find Republicans, and I think right now
so
we're
looking at... So where do you see movement? You see movement on immigration reform?
I think you see movement right now. They're going to be, quote, revenues, as Democrats say, especially on upper-income taxpayers. I don't think they should start with something like immigration because it's a very polarizing issue. Go to the economic stuff where you're going to find common ground now. But please don't put immigration on the table first because the fighters will go to their respective corners and become polarized again.
David, we have to go.
What's important here is the president not go immediately into the details of where he wants to go. What's important is to set a new tone. He wants to, in effect, close the chapter on the first term and open a new chapter in his relationship with Congress in the second term. He needs to open a new chapter with the business community to go to your because there's hostility there. And I think he, as Churchill would argue, in victory magnanimity, he has to take the first step. He ought to make the first step, but then he ought to invite them to the White House. I agree with James. He shouldn't give up 80%. I don't think that, but I think he's got to have.
But is that in the president's DNA? Because
no, he can't. No, you couldn't dictate. That's not what he can do. But the idea that somehow or another Obama has to, the election has to have a consequence. The voters, in effect, have weighed in tonight. Their view has to be respected. Obama has to respect the view. And yes, I don't know what the magic number is, but there got to be some movement.
And there are some liberals.
By the way, we know how this works. We've seen it done successfully before by a very brilliant Democrat and his very, very talented team of operatives, Bill Clinton and James Carvin. They did it when they got beat in a midterm election. This president now, even though he won, has to do the same thing. He has to move toward the middle.
Listen to what he said.
So do Republicans. So do
Well,
Republicans.
that's what will put pressure on Republicans to do that.
Yeah, I agree with Mr. Gergen. There's a myth here that this president did not want to reach out, that he did not want to. Many of his efforts were rebuffed. He tried to put forward tax cuts for small business. He was rebuffed. He tried to put forward help for veterans. He was rebuffed. He tried to put forward tax cuts for 98% of Americans. He was getting rebuffed on putting tax cuts on the table. I think the Republicans now have a chance to say, you know what? We'll take your offer. The Republicans now have an opportunity to behave differently and to reach out across it. It should not just be on Barack Obama. Both of them have missed opportunities to cooperate with each other.
The president has to lead.
Fair enough.
The president has to lead, and in talking to Democrats, I think there's a discussion going on right now inside the Democratic Party about how is best to do that. Does the president go and say, here's my plan, here's what I want to do, and put it on the table and have them come to the table and negotiate? Or does he just sort of open it up for discussion?
What happens about the battle of Obamacare? Does that now...
Obamacare?
So it's settled.
Done.
It's resolved.
Settled.
Nothing will happen to it.
I think the question becomes partly here how the Democrats interpret this election. If they see this as a big thumping victory because they won these electoral votes, that's going to lead them to a path I think will get them into trouble. I think if they realize the country is deeply divided, and they have won, they've won a very substantial election, but it's worth remembering, I've gone back, you go all the way back to the beginning of the 20th century. Every second-term president who has won re-election has always done so by increasing his share of the vote the second time out. This is the first time we've had a president go from a big percentage to a smaller percentage. And that ought to be the
point out, if you look at the popular vote right now, it is getting closer and closer now. Mitt Romney's only ahead by 226,000 some odd votes in the popular vote, 63% of the popular vote being reported. Brianna Keeler is with some Obama supporters right now who are obviously elated. Brianna, what are you hearing?
Hi there, Anderson. I am here with a 15-year-old supporter of President Obama's. Her name is Kendall Herbert, and she's actually been volunteering with the Obama campaign since she was just 8 years old. So, Kendall, tell me, what did this feel like to see the projection that President Obama has been reelected?
It was kind of like, again, 2008. I kind of just had the moment again. I started crying in 2008, and then it came again. And I kind of felt like my hard work paid off, and it's just a really good feeling.
So you actually are too young to vote, obviously. You're 15 years. How does it feel to have spent all of this time working to elect someone who you will never be able to vote for?
It kind of, at the same time, is like a bad feeling, but at the same time, it feels like so good knowing that I can make an impact at such a young age, which I like. But voting-wise, it's kind of sad. Like, I watched my mom fill out her ballot, and I'm like, can I just step in for a second, check it off? But, yeah.
Now, to be clear, you're not quite satisfied. You said to me that you're hoping next time that you will see what elected?
A woman. Like a female for once, like Oprah.
Well, I'm not so sure about that, but certainly this is a supporter of President Obama's, Anderson, who has very high hopes. She spent time doing phone banks and canvassing in Iowa and Wisconsin, despite the fact that she is 3 years shy of voting age, Anderson.
We're obviously waiting to hear from President Obama as well as Governor Romney. If you were Joe Biden tonight, by the way, are you now looking at 2016 and getting very excited?
Let's wait till midnight.
He's got a career still on Saturday Night Live. But this does make it a little more difficult for Hillary Clinton. Assuming she leaves the administration. Now, James says she's got no thoughts of such a thing, and he'd certainly know better than I do. But this does make it more difficult for Hillary Clinton.
And who becomes Secretary of State?
John Kerry. I actually don't know if it makes it more difficult for Hillary Clinton. I think President Clinton is going to get a great deal of credit in this. I think Secretary of State Clinton has done a great job. I think that's all down the road. One thing I think we haven't talked about is look at what's happening in the Senate. You have, from a Democratic point of view, this has been a great night in the Senate. You have Elizabeth Warren, a true progressive hero, going in. It looks like you're going to have a stronger liberal basis in the Senate. Again, that's no reason to move to the center recklessly. It's not about moving from the left to the right. It's about finding a deal that will work for America. And I think that this president was willing to do that a year ago. I think there's a myth out there that this president did not want to cooperate. I think he did want to. I think he had a hard time finding a partner because of the Tea Party caucus.
James, you were talking earlier about this being a testament to the ground game, to this much vaunted ground game that President Obama put in place and the money that they devoted to it. You work in that world. Explain why it was so significant.
Well, it looks like if you just look at the results, it does seem that President Obama's vote in the battleground states is exceeding his vote outside the battleground states. And they have spent an enormous amount of money. I've heard up to $3 million developing $300 million, a very sophisticated operation. A lot of people, including me early on, were very skeptical about it. There was a lot written about it. There was a big piece in New York.
What was your skepticism early on?
That I don't know if this stuff can really work. In a sense, it's never been tried before. And it looks like, yes, without getting into the details of it, it looks like, just based on a back-of-the-envelope calculation, that it probably did work, that they're exceeding vote totals in swing states that they weren't. But this is going to be fodder for political scientists for a long time to come. To see what this is. It's hard to dissect in a night.
I mean, this is highly scientific, advanced market segmentation of voters. What they do, I mean, the Bush 04 campaign did this, and then the Obama campaign took it to the nth degree. What they do is they identify voters based on their consumer preferences. They overlay consumer preferences with prospective voting preferences, and then they are able to micro-target based on all of these consumer preferences, emailing, knocking on doors, how that voter would like to be touched, how are they going to best receive that campaign's message.
It also did seem that President Obama did a very good job of sort of targeting groups, traditional supporters within the Democratic Party and energizing them, gay and lesbian voters by switching his position on marriage equality, getting a lot of support for that, Latinos as well. I mean, they went sort of piece by piece and appeal to them.
Yes, and I think it's been well remarked that whereas Romney had a more of a national message, that the Obama people are very smart about understanding the elements of their coalition. They not only appealed to them, but they did things along the way, such as with the Latinos, when they stopped enforcing the laws effectively and sort of created their own DREAM Act kind of a situation. What they did with women, with Lilly Ledbetter, and what they did on abortion issues and everything like that. I mean, they actually did deliver some things, and of course with working class wage, which was so important in the Midwest.
And women, it seems, were very important, obviously, when we look at tonight.
Women have put him back in the White House. I mean, women made up 54% of the electorate, and they voted 55% for President Obama. And that gender gap, which was large, really had put him back.
And Romney didn't get enough men to counterbalance that. But in terms of the coalition, the one thing as we look forward, and maybe Van can speak to this, which is if you put together this coalition, a progressive coalition, there's already fears that I'm hearing about a grand bargain betrayal of the base that put him back in the White House if the president were to do something on the well, that's the question. That's what I'm asking about. Well, if he compromises...
I got to jump in here. I want to go to Jim Acosta, who's been following the Romney campaign. Jim?
Yes, that's right. I just got off the phone with Gail Gitcho, who is the communications director for the Romney campaign. She told me as of 5 minutes ago, and I want to caution that's about 5 minutes ago, that the Romney campaign was not prepared to concede this election to President Obama. Now, that may have changed in the last 5 minutes. I can show you right now. There are, I would say, dozens of people filing in the room. Maybe, I don't want to say hundreds because it's not that many, but it's a very large number of people filing into this room. And you can see the stage is sort of being set there around the podium. People are gathering in this room for what appears to be a speech. I was told by Gail Gitcho with the Romney campaign that they don't have a timetable for a speech. but that there will be a speech later on this evening. But at this point, according to the Romney campaign, they are not prepared to make that concession to President Obama. Not at least right now. Maybe in a few minutes, we'll see. I'm trying to get back in touch with the Romney campaign because this could be changing minute by minute, but wanted to get you that information.
Jim, appreciate that. We've got to go to John King right now, the Magic Wall. John?
Well, Anderson, one of the reasons we're told there's some pause in the Romney campaign is that we've already called the state of Ohio. They dispute this. They're still saying they think they have a shot in the state of Ohio. If you look at it, it's 49-49, so it's very close right there right now. One thing I was told by an activist here, a longtime Republican activist here in Hamilton County, they say they think they're going to win this county, and as the more votes come in, Governor Romney has caught up. The president was ahead by more. This is a traditionally Republican county. If the Democrats win it, the state is gone. The president's leading here now, but just narrowly. But here's why we're confident in our call. Because if you look up here, even if Mitt Romney makes up some ground down here in Hamilton County and Cincinnati, come up to Cuyahoga County where Cleveland is, it's 12% of the state population, only half the votes in. The president's going to get more of a cushion up out of Cuyahoga County. That's why we're confident in our call. And I want to come over here to Toledo as well. Lucas County, it's 4% of the population. Look, only 12% of the vote in so far. The president's winning 2-1 in that county as well. Again, Toledo, auto bailout, Jeep ad. So the president's doing very well across the industrial part. The Romney campaign wants to see more numbers here. They say they still think Ohio's in play. I would argue against that. They also say they still think Florida is in play. Very, very close. Look at this, 3.9 to 3.9. So you're talking about 50,000 votes. They're just shy of that. But again, when you look at this map and you say, okay, find me the Republican votes to get Mitt Romney back in play in Florida, pick your conservative county. Pick anything red, 100% in, 100% in, 90% in here, but a very small county. And you look at places where some Democrats' votes are still out. Orange County now up to 99%, so that one's filled in since last time we checked. If you come down here, we're at 83, more votes for the president. We're at 97, a few more votes for the president. 99, so Palm Beach County is about done. Again, you look at the map. You want to give anybody, any campaign, the benefit of the doubt. It's hard to find a place here. Now, we haven't called this one yet, but it's hard to find a place there where they make up the votes. And since last we spoke, the President of the United States has moved ahead of Governor Romney in battleground Virginia. So the Romney math is getting incredibly hard. Again, only 85% here. We'll watch this one. But remember, we were talking about this earlier with Mr. Carville, and we wanted to see Norfolk City. Norfolk City has started to come in. The president made up a lot of ground there. And as more of the Northern Virginia suburbs closer to Washington have come in, the president, Fairfax County, almost 60-40. Still some more votes to count there. Arlington County, just a few more votes to count there. The president winning big. You move over to Alexandria City, almost all the vote in there. But if you come into these areas here, still more votes to be counted. But where the votes are out in Virginia, where the president is now past Governor Romney, they're mostly out in Democratic areas. So the Romney campaign wants to wait. You can't blame them. It's a long, hard-fought campaign. But when you look at the map, whether you're looking at this map or whether you're looking, more importantly, at this map, we have the president over the top. The president got 365 electoral votes last time. If he runs the board, he'll get 330, 331, I think. Maybe there's one or two in there for Governor Romney, but warm up the fat lady.
He's going to get one more electoral vote, John. We've just projected that in the state of Maine, we earlier projected he would get 3 of the 4 electoral votes. That 4th electoral vote in the state of Maine will now go for the president. So that number will go up from 274 to 275, another 1 electoral vote for the president, the magic number being 270. So he's got, with Ohio, enough to win. Let's take a closer look at the votes right now and see where we stand right now. We got in the remaining states that we're watching, and we're watching Virginia. 86% of the vote is in Virginia. You see the president is ahead by 21,716 votes in Virginia right now. We're watching Virginia, still 13 electoral votes in Virginia. It's very, very close. Colorado right now, 70% of the vote is in Colorado. The president is ahead 51% to 47%. He's got an advantage of 60,000 plus votes in Colorado. So those 2 states, we're counting the votes closely there as well. In Florida, 91% of the vote is in. The president is slightly ahead, 50 to 49%. He's got an advantage of 47,000 plus votes. Only 9% of the vote still outstanding in Florida. In Nevada, 63% of the vote is in, 54% for the president, 44% for Mitt Romney. Those are 6 electoral votes in Nevada. Those are the states we have not yet made projections on, but you see the president is doing well. Take a look at the popular vote right now. 65% of the national vote is now in, and you see the president is now ahead, slightly ahead by 166 1,000 votes over Mitt Romney. Romney is ahead. Romney is ahead by 166,544 votes. He's gone up now to 172,000 votes. He is ahead of the president, 66,000 votes, but they're still counting votes in California, the largest state in the United States, and that's the state that the president will carry. We projected that the president will win in California, so we'll see where that popular vote goes. If the president loses the popular vote but wins the electoral vote, won't be the first time that has happened. Back in 2000, as a lot of our viewers remember, Al Gore won. Al Gore won the popular vote by 500,000 votes, but he lost the presidency because he didn't have enough votes in the electoral vote. All right, we got some more projections to make right now. Nevada. We project that the president will win in Nevada. We'll carry the 6 electoral votes in Nevada. 63% of the vote is in. The president has a significant 54 to 44 point lead. So with that, the president's numbers have now gone up to 280 electoral votes. He needed 270 to be elected president. So Nevada in the president's corner. He's building up, obviously, a little cushion over there. So we're still waiting for Florida, still waiting for Virginia, Colorado.
Yes, and Alaska. So let's assume Alaska stays to its Republican DNA.
They don't close till 1 a.m.
They don't close till 1 a.m. I'll make you some scrambled eggs.
Yeah.
Let's assume that one sticks to its Republican DNA. That would get Governor Romney after 2004. But at the moment, Wolf, and we'll check the vote totals in a minute, at the moment, the president is leading in Colorado. The president has a narrow lead in Virginia, and the president has a narrow lead in Florida. So the president could get up above 330. Again, he had 365 electoral votes when he beat John McCain 4 years ago. If you look at the map, if this is the final map, if the light states are not called yet at home, but if this is the final map, what will the takeaways be? Governor Romney would have taken away North Carolina, a traditionally Republican state. The president won last time. Governor Romney would have taken away Indiana, a traditional Republican state. The president won last time. So if this is how we end up, Republicans are going to be profoundly disappointed, not only in losing when you had the president with no president since Franklin Roosevelt has won with an unemployment rate above 7.1%, has won re-election. So President Obama tonight making history again, if you will. Not only will Republicans be disappointed in losing, they'll be disappointed when they look at this map and thinking all they got back were very traditional Republican states, and they just barely won North Carolina. There are still some Obama people emailing me saying, why'd you call that? But we think that's a safe call. But they just narrowly won that, and they won Indiana. And so if you look at this map and you're the Democrats, you have to give them credit. They didn't have a primary campaign. When you traveled early in this campaign, that's all they focused on. Identify people who might or will vote for us, learn how to turn them out on Election Day. As Mr. Carville was talking about earlier, it's an impressive operation. And if you switch the map over here, if these stay, let's just check real quick. It's very close. It's very close, but we're at 91%, and I've been searching these counties, Wolf. Most of the vote that's out is in Democratic-leaning areas, so it's hard to see it happening. Not impossible, but it's hard to see it happening. Virginia, again, the president has passed Governor Romney, and most of the votes that are out, not all, but most of the votes that are out are in Democratic areas, so it's hard to see. Let's go out to Colorado, another big battleground. The Republicans really wanted to get this one back, but you see this edge right now. Not impossible, but the president is doing what he had to do in places like Jefferson County. A narrow win, but he's winning the suburbs. That's only 1%. You come up here to Adams County here, a narrow win for the president. You come down here, the president's doing what he has to do, and he wins inside Denver. I want to show you one thing, though. There's a lot of conversation over from our analysts about what happens now. How do we govern? We know the Republicans will keep the House. We know the Democrats will keep the Senate. We know President Obama, with less of potentially a popular vote loss or a narrow popular vote win and a smaller electoral college win, will come back. But there's a reason this country, will there be a mandate? Will there be compromise? I want to show you something. This is by county, the vote for president tonight across the country. Most counties in America are voting Republican for president tonight. The president wins in urban areas, and he wins in the big suburbs. That's why he is being reelected. But if you look across the country, this is a center-right country, even though a center-left president, some would say a left president, is winning re-election tonight. We are going to end the night, I believe, with 30 Republican governors. A Republican House, 30 Republican governors. We're going to have a civil war, perhaps. Alex, Margaret, you can answer this better than me. A generational and, I think, literally an ideological civil war in the Republican Party. But when the president says it's time to raise taxes on the rich, these people are going to say no. And so from a governing standpoint, a lot of question marks tonight.
Yeah, but it's still a win. A win is a win is a win, and the president is going to be the leader of the country for the next 4 years, and that's something that's going to energize that base, that's going to energize all those Democrats out there. So you got to give the president a lot of credit for putting that coalition back together and winning, and maybe even not necessarily the popular vote, but the Electoral College potentially pretty decisively.
Well, again, I want to say we're comfortable in our call, but while we were standing here, the map sometimes tells me things while we're having conversations. The map just switched. Mitt Romney is now leading in the actual vote count in the state of Ohio. I saw it turn red, so I wanted to see what happened there. But again, as you look for the votes that are out still, a lot of votes still out in Cuyahoga County. That's the most Democratic area, also the most populous area of the state. You come down to Akron and Summit County, still some votes out. The president is winning there. So we're very confident in our call, but we'll watch it as the light comes on. Lucas County, again, the president's winning much of the vote out there. But I was struck by just looking at the map when it turned back this way. The moral of this story is Mitt Romney is running a closer race, and to a degree a much closer race than John McCain, but a close second is still second.
Yeah, still second. And we're going to be waiting to hear speeches from both the President of the United States and from Mitt Romney. But so far, you just heard Jim Acosta, Anderson, say Romney's not yet ready to concede.
Yeah, there's also a number of state ballot initiatives we want to get you up to date on. We're going to get you numbers on that shortly, on marriage equality, also on marijuana in a couple of states. We'll get you the numbers as soon as we have them on that. More with our panel. John King talking about the idea of some sort of civil war within the Republican Party. I mean, where does the Republican Party go from here? How do they see this? Alex, Margaret?
Well, generationally, nothing new grew under the shade of the big Bush tree. We kind of missed a generation. That generation is ripening now. It's the Marco Rubios, the Bobby Jindals, the Susanna Martinez. Even Jeb Bush belongs to that next generation of Republican. Those are the folks who need to step up and lead the party. Otherwise, if it's the same old guys in Washington, then we will have
but where does the Tea Party
warfare.
fit into all of that?
You know, the Tea Party is really not a social issues party. The Tea Party is all about fiscal control. If something is done in the next year, and it has to be, to get put our fiscal house in order, the Tea Party will become less of a factor. But government has become this crazy thing that allows all of us to take more of each other's money than any of us actually have. Somebody has to do something about that. I mean, yes, Barack Obama won a mandate tonight. I think he did. He said, I'm for bigger government. Government needs to be a bigger part of your life. But he is also constrained by reality. We're broke.
I don't recall him saying I'm for bigger government.
He said a government, he advocated a government-centered society that would be a more important part of your life.
That's your spin on it, and I get that. But I just want to speak a little bit about the Democratic Party and what this means to us. The coalition held. The coalition held. Nobody believed 4 years ago that in this country you could put together, you could have black folks and lesbians and gays and Latinos and young folk and all standing together and trying to move the country forward. We are in a world now where we don't want to be thrown overboard into the global economy with no help from our government. We want a partner in the United States government to help us the same way that other governments are helping everything. But we want to be able to make progress as a society. Here's my problem, and here's what I'm saying about it. There is vindication here. We felt like this man was being demonized, like he was being just turned into some sort of a cartoon character. And a lot of African Americans felt, if Barack Obama is not acceptable, who is going to be acceptable? He is a clean-cut, good father. He's a hard worker. He's somebody who cares about the country. He has integrity. He is somebody who then was mistreated, in our view, by people who would rather see him fail than see America succeed. So there's vindication. The reason you see the tears out there, the reason you see people cheering out there is because there's vindication. And now
do you think that's because, and that has led to some of the high turnout we've seen in some states?
So there's a backlash against the backlash. Can we just give these Democrats some credit? There's a backlash against the backlash. You saw African Americans stepping up. You saw young people stepping up. You saw Latinos stepping up. You saw people standing in line for hours and hours and hours and hours saying, listen, we are a better country than what we've been seeing in the attacks on this president. And I am proud of America, and I'm proud of this coalition. The coalition held.
Can I say one thing, though? It is entirely possible, and I hope that we've come to a place in America that even a black man can be a bad president. In other words, this had nothing to do with race and why anyone demonized Barack Obama. Barack Obama came into office in a country that was going bankrupt, and a lot of Republicans are concerned he spent it farther into
When you
bankruptcy.
look at some of these coalition groups, though, Alex.
Government said it, and that was a...
But look, some of the rhetoric, I mean, the doubting about his birth certificate, you don't think that had a backlash, that had a backlash effect on some voters?
I think that is one of the worst parts of the Republican Party. I think that alienated a lot of people in the suburbs. But I think to say that that's the only reason that Republicans voted... I never said we elected Barack Obama 4 years ago.
But, James?
Yeah, look, first of all, the man won re-election, okay? That counts for something. My point that I said earlier tonight, that the consequences for the losing party were going to be dramatic. The Republican Party is going to have to reassess itself. The Tea Party has cost him 5 Senate seats. I don't know the value of a Senate seat, but it's very high. They cost him Senate seats in Nevada, Colorado, Delaware, Indiana, and Missouri. All right? They're going to have to figure out how to come to terms with these people because they can't afford they can't live with them and they can't live without them.
Candy Crowley standing by at Romney campaign headquarters. Candy, obviously a very different mood than the images we're seeing among Obama supporters.
Yeah, really different, Anderson. I mean, this has been a quiet crowd all night long and subdued. They're waiting. They did see an analysis on another network about why the Ohio numbers might not be right. That gave them some cause for cheering. But right now what we're doing is wondering about what's going to happen here with the Romney campaign. They are up in their rooms. And I asked last time, about half an hour ago, what are you doing? And I was told we're pulling the numbers. So they're not ready to concede, as Jim Acosta just said. And they are sitting here, in fact, waiting to see what Mitt Romney is going to do.
And at this point, do we know what the Romney campaign is doing? I mean, Governor Romney is clearly not, at this point, ready to concede, correct?
Right. No, not ready to concede. They're still pulling numbers. They're looking at Ohio in particular.
All right. Candy Crowley, appreciate that. As soon as you hear anything different, let us know. Again, continue with our panel. Margaret, you were...
You know, I was just about to say, we're talking about these different demographic groups, and one thing about the millennial generation, any cohort, generational cohort, when they come of age politically, if they vote 3 times in a row for the same party, their partisan identity is solidified for the rest of their lives. The millennial generation split their votes for Al Gore and George Bush. They voted for John Kerry. They voted for Barack Obama. They have voted for Barack Obama again. They will not self-identify as Republicans for the rest of their lives. So this generation is lost to the Republican Party, and we've got work to do with women. We've got work to do with women, and that's, I mean, you can talk to any demographic specialist that studies cohorts and how partisan identity solidifies over time.
The velocity of that process is picking up speed all the time, just like everything else.
I just fundamentally disagree with the proposition that people are lost forever, you know, politically. That it just happens. Yes, I know they're Roosevelt Democrats. I know they're hard to get back. But, you know, politics changes over time. I think the critical issue is it's extremely unhealthy for the country to have a party, the Republican Party, that relies on whites for about 90% of their national vote. And the other party becomes much more inclusive as a minority, huge minority population, but that the minorities all sort of collect in that party. Would be much healthier for the country, and frankly, the Republicans will become a permanent minority party unless they find ways to appeal to the minority community through immigration and doing things like that. But they've got to find a way to appeal to the
That should always be our message. That's always been our message. We're supposed to be the party of opportunity for everybody.
But it is not working.
Look at the primaries. I mean, you sat there during the primary debates with me, Alex. That was not the party you saw during the primaries. And let me just go to one of Van's points, because it's kind of interesting here. We have split popular vote, obviously, and the question of mandate has been raised. Is there a clear mandate? What does the president do? One of the questions I was looking at, and this speaks to the Tea Party, is your opinion of government. Should government do more, or does government do too much? And 53% of the people in this country believe that government does too much for you.
And some of those people voted for Obama.
And some of those people did vote for the president.
Let me just ask you just a procedural question tonight. If Mitt Romney does not concede and is not willing to make a speech conceding, does President Obama go ahead and make a speech?
I think Mitt Romney...
We have a precedent in 04.
I think Mitt Romney has to have a rationale very quickly within the next half hour of why he's not conceding.
In 04, Kerry said he was going to contest the provisionals in Ohio. And so he did not concede until the next day. President Bush did not go out that night, as I recall. Because I actually made the phone call. My wife took the phone call in the White House, and I said, look, I just heard that the Kerry people are going to contest the provisional, so you may want to think about before you tell the president before he goes out. Back to the other point is, I did write a book, 40 More Years. And it is true, and you're exactly right, that the science shows that repetitive voting as a young person is an indicator. How you vote at 24 is an indicator. At 54. Not totally, but it is.
We both wrote books about this.
If we come to the same conclusion from different parties. Yes.
Yeah, we came to the same conclusion.
Right.
The other issue is that we have Hispanics. About 25% voted for Mitt Romney this time, down in 2004 from 40%, maybe 44% for the Republican Party. So clearly the Republican Party has work to do with this. And President Obama won 12 points women, that he increased his margins on women. So the Republican Party has to, I mean, look, we talk about Nixon's 1972 strategy, a 50-state strategy. It's not just about geography anymore for the Republican Party, it's about demographics. And we've got to start growing the party and thinking about how we're going to grow the party.
I also, as soon as possible, I want to be able to put up some of those numbers on some of these ballot initiatives in the states, because there's some significant ones, obviously, on marriage equality in Maine and Maryland, also on marijuana, I think, in Colorado. So let's put that up as soon as we get the numbers on that.
That's great. I really agree with Margaret on this particular point. You know, the Tea Party is allegedly libertarian and doesn't care about social issues, but then you have problems on the social issue side. If you didn't have Aiken, you didn't have, you know, those senators who were saying such atrocious things about women, you probably would have had a different outcome. So I think the Republican Party has two problems.
But you know, to that point, which I think is right, it's not just about women. This is a recidivist attitude. This is still part of that kind of a 1950s America that we lost. So it's not just women. It's an old way of looking at the world.
My only point is that if we're going to be able to govern together, we got to have two healthy parties. We have problems in the Democratic Party. We talk about them all the time as Democrats. My concern is that you had a Bill Clinton who came to the Democratic Party and got us ready for the new century. I don't see who is going to get the Republican Party ready for the new century. And until they do, my fear is that everything that's wrong in Washington, D.C. is laid at Obama's feet. And when I actually think that he has tried to find a partner, and he has not been able to in the Republican Party. And I don't think there's enough credit for trying.
Briefly point out that the Democratic Party has its own problems still tonight. It is not seen as a party of economic responsibility. Right now, competitively across the country, it's a 50-50 split. The Democratic Party is back to being the party that James Carville had to save with the economy stupid. And there are those next-generation Republican leaders out there, and we saw a lot of them on the periphery of this election.
If that's true.
Well, look, the demographic deck for the Democrats is going to do nothing but get better. So, Ernest is right.
It keeps getting very much better, James. The country will go bankrupt.
You know what, Alex? I don't want to argue this tonight. I really don't want to get into this because everybody says it's only 15% of Obama's policies for the death of the inherited recession, because it's not the discussion now to have this discussion. We can do that later.
We'll do it later. The
discussion is that, and you're right, somebody is going to grab hold of the Republican Party. There's going to be a healthy debate in there, but it's going to be a real, because tomorrow morning people are going to say the reason that Romney lost is he wasn't conservative enough. Or we did this, so we did a Massachusetts liberal, or Chris Christie stabbed us in the back, or the storm helped, or the media was against us. Until somebody says, look, we got to deal with what it is that people are seeing about us that are turning them away. And until they do that, it's going to be a big mess.
This is the best advice James Carville has ever given the Republican Party. On that idea.
If you're playing identity politics, the Democrats are going to win. That's just the way it is right now. Yeah. And the Republicans have to find a different message and a different lead. The thing about Mitt Romney was, and I think we all sensed this at the Republican convention, was that people saw him as a transitional figure even before this, right? And the fact that he is not going to be the next president of the United States means that they can move on. There were people at the convention auditioning for the next spot as they spoke in favor of Mitt Romney, including Chris Christie and Marco Rubio, and I don't have to, and maybe even Paul Ryan. But so I think Romney was transitional, older, and now they have to move on to something else.
starting in about 1968, Republicans started winning national elections. They won 4 out of 6. And Bill Clinton was the one who understood, if you can take this party more back to the center, the Democratic Party more back to the center, we can start winning. And since Bill Clinton got elected, now Democrats have won 4 out of 6. And it seems to me that the lesson should be clear for Republicans that they have to adjust, that they've gotten too far out. They are seen now as an extremist party by too many Americans. The people who were moderates, who were self-identified moderates in this election, went heavily for Obama. They went heavily for Obama.
Independence.
Let's check back in with Wolf and John. John?
You know, it's interesting that we have still not heard any indication that Mitt Romney is ready to concede, not ready to deliver a concession speech. The president obviously not delivering a victorious speech yet. What's going on, you think, behind the scenes?
This is always a very tough moment. You remember in 2000, Al Gore was coming to concede. Then he pulled back and didn't concede, and Bill Daley, as campaign chairman, came out and spoke. There's always communication. Each staff has a designated person who talks to the other staff before the candidates speak to each other. We have no knowledge and no belief that there's been any candidate-to-candidate phone call yet. Why were they waiting? Because they still want to wait and see what happens here. But, Wolf, we're up to 91% now. And why are they waiting? Because this is painfully close. If you're Governor Romney after a hard-fought campaign, you're looking at that and saying, there must be a way. There must be a way. I'm so close. I've been looking to see if there's a way, not to help Governor Romney, just to check on the math. And you keep going. Small amount of Democratic votes out there. Small amount of Democratic votes out there. Little more votes out there in Miami-Dade. So Governor Romney's not going to make it up there. The president's winning almost 2-1 in that county. And I keep looking and looking and looking. Are there places where there are Republican votes out? So pick your place. 100%, it's in. 100%, it's in. 100%, it's in. Now, there's always the possibility that some county down there, and they're in touch with somebody who's telling them, we've got some votes somewhere. So we'll wait and see their rationale, but I can't find them. And when the other guys have been talking across the room, that's what I'm doing. I'm hunting for votes there. Last time you and I spoke, this turned red on us in the middle of the conversation, the state of Ohio. We've already called it for the president. We're very comfortable in our call, but it's back turning blue now. The president has pulled slightly ahead. But again, if you're in the Romney campaign and you're looking at this math, only 81% of the vote in, you have to be thinking, is there some way we can get Ohio?
Because we discussed earlier, this is 20,000, about a 20,000 vote advantage that the president has with 81% of the vote in. But what, there were about 200,000 provisional ballots out there that potentially could be counted beginning November 17th in 10 days.
Could be counted in 10 days, but our decision team has made their own calculations based on this, based on where those provisional ballots are. You look at the demographics of a county, the voting patterns of a county. You look at where the provisional ballots are. Our team's a really good team. They've been through this many times before, and they're cautious. So when they make the call, they do it based on things. And in part, they base it on the fact that, yes, at 81%, you have that very narrow lead. But where are we missing votes? We're still missing votes in Cuyahoga County. That's a Democratic area. The president's margin is only going to go up in that regard. You come over here to Toledo, we have only 12% of the vote in Lucas County right now. It's 4% of the population statewide. It's blue collar, big Chrysler plant there. The auto ballot helps the president. He's winning more to 2-1. So you look at the places where the votes are out, and they are largely Democratic areas. Again, now I've talked to some Republicans down here in Hamilton County. They promise me when the night is done, this will be red, not blue. You see it's 50-49 right now, so that's conceivable. But even if Governor Romney catches up and passes the president, if the president's up 4,000 now at 775, maybe Governor Romney gets a net gain of 4,000 votes or so, maybe 10,000 votes or so, if he makes that up, if they have some numbers that we don't have yet. But when you look elsewhere around the state, again, we can go state by state by state. I'll give you another example in Virginia. I mean, look at this, 50-49, painfully close. If you are the Republicans and you're looking,
votes.
If you're looking at this math, painfully close. But again, you say what's left, and the places where you still have some outstanding votes, Prince William County. I told you earlier this was red for Governor Romney. This has now turned blue for President Obama. You move in; these are more Democratic when you move into Fairfax County. Not a lot of the votes still out, but still. It's a big, you look at the population center, there's a lot of votes there. When another 10% or 9% comes in, you can only assume the president's going to boost his numbers some. So if you're in the Romney war room, and again, Wolf, you can't blame them. This has been a hard-fought campaign. You are calling frantically. Got to a Republican governor in this state, to a Republican governor in this state, to a Republican governor in this state, and their staff and their political teams, and you are saying, what's out? Is there any way this can be possible? So Democrats out there are probably frustrated. We haven't heard from Governor Romney yet. At the end of a hard-fought campaign, if we were on the flip side and it was President Obama in this situation, you'd probably have many of the same questions. I'm going to walk over and switch walls for just one quick second to the conversation the analysts were having over there. I just want to help them with the numbers in this campaign. Remember, one of the advantages for the president here is he didn't have a primary challenge. He was not pushed as Governor Romney was a man who once supported the Bush-McCain-Kennedy immigration proposal, to say he favored self-deportation. 65% of the people who voted nationally tonight think illegal immigrants should be offered legal status. That is a change in our politics from 2010. Let's slide this over this way. Van was talking moments ago at the president's coalition. Republicans are winning among 65 and older voters, 17% of the electorate tonight. But Governor Romney won about an 11-point victory among older voters, critical to him in some states. But the president's coalition was intact. The Obama campaign told us this number would be stable or go up, and it did. And the president won hugely among younger voters, a key part of the Democratic coalition. This will be discussed after the election. I want to wander over here as well. Margaret was just talking about this. And Gloria, women were a majority of the electorate. They will be a majority of the electorate for some time to come. And among that group, you see a 12-point gender gap in favor of the President of the United States, 55 to 43. It's simple math, folks. We sometimes try to say politics is complicated, but as Bill Clinton said at the Democratic Convention, often it's just arithmetic. And if you look at the breakdown of the electorate, the Romney campaign needed this number to be higher. 72% white electorate. Given the president's coalition, given the unique characteristics of Barack Obama's coalition, a 72% white electorate is not enough for a Republican to win. Among those white voters, Governor Romney got 50%, but President Obama crossed the line. His staff always said if he could get to 40%, he would win the election, and Wolf, he did.
He certainly did. All right, stand by, because we want to take a closer look at one of the battleground states in this presidential race. Look at this map of Ohio. Mitt Romney is carrying the counties that appear in red. The dark blue counties are going for President Obama. Now let's highlight the major population centers that are critical in deciding who wins the state. And let's take the counties that are decided out of the picture. We'll turn all the counties reporting 99% of the vote gray. And you notice most of the state, most of the counties are blue. Take a look at that. You see, most of the counties remaining are blue. That's why we feel very confident in our projection right now, in our projection that Ohio will be won by the President of the United States. John?
And Wolf, when you look at the map and you go through this, I'll remember we went through this a lot in the Republican primaries as well. You see all this red if you're a Republican, you're saying there's no way my guy is losing the state. We went through this a lot in the primaries. Remember when Rick Santorum would rack up wins across small rural counties of a state, and Governor Romney would win because he would win in the suburbs where you had more people. That's what's happening tonight, and that's part of both any Democratic coalition nationally to win an election, and especially President Obama's coalition. You just showed there the depth of the population in Cuyahoga County again, not to sound like a broken record, but you win a state by winning big where the people are. Major population center, you run up a 68% to 31 advantage, then you're going to do very well. You drop down here, Summit County, 60% to 39%. This can be more competitive in some statewide elections, the president keeping it up. You drop it down again to Stark County. This is always a swing county. This one is always, if you go back in history, in 08, the president carried it 52-46. In 04, John Kerry even carried it 51-49. In 2000, George W. Bush over Al Gore, 49-47. So it's always a swing county. So the president is holding it 61% at the moment. And that's what you look for. You go through these. Where are the swing counties? The 50-50s? The president's holding those. Then where are the big Democratic counties where he has to run up a margin? There's one in Franklin County, African-American vote. He's doing what he has to do. His base voters live here. They turn them out. That's how you win a close statewide election. And when you pull it out, the same thing at the moment is happening here. Got a little math to do still in Florida, still at 91%. It's been stubborn at 91 for a while. We'll wait and see what happens. And this is the fascinating one. Governor Romney sprinted out to an early lead here. President Obama has caught up and passed him. And slowly, he's adding to his vote total. Again, you're looking around. You say, well, can Romney catch up? Just pick one randomly. Just pick a red county. 100% of the votes in. 100% of the votes in. Let's move back this way. 100% of the votes in. You just go around. 96% there in Franklin County. But look, we're not talking about a lot of votes. Governor Romney could get a few more there. But you keep going across. There's another 100. There's a 92. Tiny county. Might get a couple hundred votes there. But you come up back up here, and you get closer to the Washington suburbs, Wolf. There's Richmond. 100% is in there. Then you come all the way out, and you come up here. There are still votes missing up here, which is the most reliably Democratic area of the state. And back to the point our friends were talking about across the room, there's where you find your college-educated women. There's where you find your younger college students. There's where you find your Latinos. It's all blue.
Stand by. I want everyone to stand by. We're waiting for the President of the United States, Barack Obama, to speak about his election victory. His supporters clearly anxiously waiting over at his headquarters in Chicago. We also hope to hear from Mitt Romney soon, though an aide says he's not, repeat, not yet willing to concede. A lot more coming up on this big historic night in the United States.
Election night in America is brought to you by coal, the dominant source of our electricity. Clean coal. Now's the time. Go to CNN.com/election for up-to-the-minute news on the races and for results from around the country.
The clock is ticking, America. It's time we focused on reality instead of rhetoric. It's time to recognize that the nearly $100 billion spent on clean coal technologies have resulted in real environmental progress. And it's time we finally get serious about energy prices and energy independence. The clock is ticking. There's never been a more important time for America's most abundant, domestically produced energy resource, coal. Visit americaspower.org to get the facts.
Select theaters November 9th, everywhere November 16th.
We're going to try and stump some political junkies with questions from Bing Elections. Do you know where your polling place is?
Maybe somewhere around my house.
Mine's this right over that way. But you can find out exactly where it is using Bing Elections. But it's a good day for politics. Which way do you lean politically?
Conservative, Republican.
Well, using the Bing News selector, you can find news from whichever way you lean. Social on this side, financial. Which party is currently predicted to win a majority in the Senate?
The Republicans?
Would you make a bet on that?
No.
Are you a chicken?
Music is a universal language. But when I was in an accident, I was worried the healthcare system spoke a language all its own. With United Healthcare, I got help that fit my life, so I never missed a beat.
That's health in numbers. United Healthcare.
Tomorrow night, 9 Eastern, the day after, America makes its choice. Now, Piers Morgan looks at what it means for the economy and you. CNN tomorrow night live, 9 Eastern.
Major League Soccer playoffs, Wednesday at 8 on the NBC Sports Network.
This Civic is great. Maybe I should get one. And they do have a great deal on it. But then again, I waited a few months to buy that digital camera, and the price went down a lot. But since this is a clearance event deal, this car probably won't be here much longer.
The 2012 Civic Clearance event is happening now. Get 0.9% APR for up to 60 months. Now at your Honda dealer.
Field at home. Special night Saturday, 8 Eastern on CNN.
We have another projection to make right now. CNN projects Colorado will be won by the President of the United States. The President will win Colorado in its 9 electoral votes. 73% of the vote is in Colorado. Right now, the President has 51% to 47% for Mitt Romney. He has a 65,000 vote advantage. So let's show you where it stands right now, where the President needed 270 to be elected, re-elected for another 4 years. We now have him at 290 electoral votes compared to 201 electoral votes for Mitt Romney. Two states we have not yet made projections in Florida and Virginia. Alaska, the polls have not yet closed. In Alaska, they'll close at the top of the hour. Colorado was a state the Republicans desperately wanted.
And I'm going to call it the exclamation point for President Obama. I'm going to show you why. We have him at 281 right now. Before you gave him Colorado, let me give him Colorado. That gets him to 290. What's the significance of that? Well, he's 20. He's already over the top. 270 gets you over the top. But let me do this. Here's a hypothetical for you. So the Romney campaign has been unwilling to concede because they dispute some of the things. So let's just say Governor Romney wins Alaska, as we expect him to do. Now let's say we're not wrong. But let's just say, for the sake of argument, we were wrong, and our Ohio call was wrong. So let's give it to Governor Romney. Virginia right now, the President leads narrowly. Let's say Governor Romney comes back and wins the state of Virginia. And the President's ahead in Florida right now. Let's just say, for the hypothetical, Governor Romney comes back and wins Florida. It's not enough. It's not enough. Now that the President has Colorado, even if Governor Romney wins Florida and wins Virginia, and somehow we have to take Ohio back, which I don't think we're going to have to. I'm very confident in our call. But even if we had to, if they're looking at the map saying maybe here, maybe there, even if they get there, and there, they can't get there.
Colorado, clearly a little exclamation point, as you point out. Colorado, let's take a look at Colorado and see where it stands right now in terms of the actual vote from Colorado. This is the national vote. The popular vote right now in Colorado, 51-47%.
This, Wolf, again, not to sound like a broken record, but to agree with our friends across the room, this is a wake-up call and a message to the Republican Party. This was once one of the most reliably red states in presidential politics. Bill Clinton carried it once with the help of Ross Perot back there, but this is a fast-changing state. Most of the change is here, in Denver, in the Denver suburbs, in the Boulder area, and so let's dig in. You win by winning where the people are. Let's come straight into Denver first. Let me get this out of the way for you. We'll come straight into Denver. In Denver County, 13% of the population, not all the votes in yet. President's getting 3/4 of the vote. That's a great way to start your foundation. You turn out your base in the biggest population center, and you thump your rival. It gets you off to a huge cushion. Then you come out into the suburbs. Jefferson County, much closer here, much closer. These are more competitive, once very reliable Republican areas, but they're growing. The Latino population is growing. Suburban women, again, critical to the president's coalition. Bang. Let's come over here to Arapahoe County. Again, 11% of the population. Most of the population of the state is right in here. Denver and the suburbs. Governor Romney's close, but close isn't good enough. In a county like this, again, the president's pulling up, and you pop up here to Adams County. I spent some time out here last time I was out in Colorado, or 2 times ago when I was out in Colorado. Latino population is growing in Adams County. Again, if you go back in time, this is once solid Republican territory, although you can see them carrying it there. Adams County, whoop, we lost it, 92. We don't have the county data. You see the president pulling up again in here, and then you come out, and you're looking at the map, filling in here. Winning in the center state, winning where the people are. Republicans are running it up out here, but it's just not enough.
We've
the
projected
people are
a
out
win,
here.
Colorado for the president. Let's go back to Virginia right now, because 89% of the vote in Virginia is in. The president's slightly ahead, 50-49%. We have not yet gotten indication that the Republican presidential nominee is ready to concede.
Right, and let's do my math real quick. 1.74, 1.689 are in the ballpark of 50,000 votes right there. Again, it's very close. You're looking at a state like this. It was 234,000, the president's margin in Virginia 4 years ago. So Governor Romney is closer. But as we said earlier, and I don't mean to be mean about it, a close second is still second. The president winning big in the Democratic vote here. Some of the votes still outstanding is down here in Norfolk. That's a big Democratic area. The president's going to pad his margin there. You keep coming up and looking for places. You come out here. Governor Romney's doing quite well, not in Roanoke itself, but there's more votes out here. He's doing very well around it out here, smaller population centers, but most of the vote is in. Well, what you do here is you hunt and you say, where are their votes out? And the places where you're shy of 100 are right up here in the Washington suburbs. Prince William County used to be Republican, trending Democratic.
Hold on 1 second, John.
It's just hard to find the votes.
I want to just show our viewers. Take a look at this. Look at this wall over here. You see the popular vote for president of the United States. 73% of the popular vote is in. 49%. You see the Mitt Romney lead nationally by 335 votes. Look at how close it is. 49%, 49%, 49 million for each of these candidates. Mitt Romney, right now, with 73% of the vote in, has 335 more votes than Barack Obama has. Wow, that's an amazing statistic, Anderson. We watched the popular vote. I don't know what's going to happen in the end when 100% of the popular vote is in, but it shows how divided this country is right now.
Yeah, 73% of the popular vote in. Does that matter in terms for President Obama moving forward if he does not win the popular vote?
Oh, yes. Yeah. Oh, yes. I think already, you know, the first debate still mattered in this whole election because I think had he won that first debate, I think he would have won tonight by a much more convincing national margin. And I think that would have given him the mandate that he was looking for and given him the kind of authority he needed to go to the Congress and say, look, the country spoke in a clear, decisive voice. The country has spoken tonight. It's not as clear and decisive as it would have been had President Obama won that first debate. I think now it's a much more complicated thing. The Republicans can still say, look, the House of Representatives, we won the House. That's the people's voice. in Washington. That's the change.
We already hear a lot of Republicans that tonight, though, blaming Mitt Romney as being a Northeast liberal and not conservative enough.
They can go that way. They can double down. They can double down in Arizona, and they can say, you know, yeah, with their own peril, they can be a minority party for a long time to come.
You know, I mean, the big story tonight is the demographic story. I mean, John King just put up the number before, which is that whites are now 72% of the electorate.
And that's been coming down like that.
Right.
And it's going down. And Bill McInturff, Republican pollster, I've got his stuff here, predicted, rightly so, that if whites dropped to 72% of the electorate, the president would win. If whites were 76% of the electorate, that Mitt Romney would win. But this is a party that has not done any reaching out and looking, and demography is destiny here.
Also remember, too, that to be a successful president now, which is what Barack Obama wants, and now he is unencumbered politically in how to do that. He has won a second term with a remarkable campaign. But to be a successful president now, his biggest challenge, there's a challenge even before he deals with the economy, and that's bringing the country together. Because right now it is split into pieces.
But how does he do that?
He knows how to do that. He's done it before. He got elected president by saying there's no red and blue, by saying we're one America. Americans, I think, are going to be more than hungry to see if he wants to hit the reset button, if he wants to be that guy again.
But is he the one? I mean, he can't do that alone. Doesn't that also require Republicans
if he
in
does
Congress
that,
to
he
say,
will
you know what,
put
let's do that too?
incredible. He's the president. He has all the flexibility and the power to do that. And if he does that, he'll put an incredible amount of pressure on Republicans to step forward and meet him, if not halfway, if not 80%, if not 20%. But he'll put an incredible amount of pressure on Republicans to come to the table, too. He's done this before. Clinton's done this before. This is not hard to do.
Again, I want to go back. The pressure is going to be on the Republicans because guess what? In 2016, they're going to be faced with a 70 or 69% white electorate.
Right.
They're going to have to, they're not going to be able to deal with things the same way they did before. The Democrats, we have our own problem. I completely agree with that. But what the trend that's going on in this country is going to continue, and we need to realize that.
Yeah,
Big Tim.
I think James is right. I think they've got to do that, and it's absolutely right. But there is a practical problem for Republicans in the Senate, which I've always thought they would go along with tax increases after this was over if Obama won. But Grover Norquist pointed out to me, look at who's up among Republican senators just in 2 years. Mitch McConnell is up in 2 years. Lamar Alexander's up in 2 years. The senator from Georgia is up in 2 years. All of them, if they vote for tax increases, are going to face primary fights from their right and could get knocked off. That is a serious problem within the dynamics of the Republican Party. I think this goes back to your point. This is going to be hard for them.
And McConnell could really be primary.
If they keep throwing Todd Akins and Richard Murdochs and Sharon Ingalls out there, they're going to keep, that's their problem. They got to wean from that. And yes, they could beat Lamar Alexander, who was an enormously popular politician in Tennessee, with a challenge from the right, but that's just gonna hurt them more when they run into
the Lamar's the guy who wants to see if they can find a middle. There are people in the Republican Party who want to see the middle.
They're vanishing species.
And when they go to the middle, then they do face these challenges.
The Democrats did not win this election by going to the middle. The Democrats won by polarizing the heck out of this country and churning out their base. Just because Republicans are not doing so hot does not mean the Democrats have found the holy grail here of politics. This is a party that has gone backwards in terms, they're not trusted with money, they're trusted more than us, but that doesn't mean a lot.
We're trusted with lesbians and gays, we're trusted with Latinos, we're trusted with who America is becoming, and that's important. And
that is important, but just not with money.
And if you look at
and to the point about money, against the backdrop of a $16 trillion debt and deficit, the one issue that Mitt Romney consistently pulled ahead of Barack Obama in every single swing state by all the independent voters, every single time you asked him, debt and deficits. Not necessarily economy and jobs. Debt and
not tonight. Tonight it was 1 or 2
No,
points.
they didn't vote on debt and deficits tonight. They voted on.
But who's better?
It was a mandate on the president, and he needs.
But on the exit poll question, which was asked specifically, who's better able to handle the debt? It was a 1 or 2 point difference. So the president managed to close that gap, and I think it was because the president was seen as best able to deal with my problems and to understand the middle class and care about
Both parties want to deal with the debt.
There's a bigger problem.
The problem is
different ways to get there.
If you look at a politician, be it a senator or a House member, ask yourself, is that politician more afraid of being beat in a primary or a general? Because that is going to produce entirely different behavior.
Exactly.
Entirely different behavior.
Exactly.
So if you're from Tennessee, you're more afraid of getting beat in a primary.
Or Kentucky.
Now, or Kentucky.
Yeah.
All right? So they have their behavior, or the same thing is true in a House member. That's the first thing when you go in to see a senator or a congressman. That's the first question you have to ask, because that's going to govern that person's behavior.
There's common ground between me and Alex I want to point out. Both parties are concerned about debt and deficit. That is common ground. Now, there's a difference about how you approach it. And do you have a more balanced approach, which is what the president was talking about, where you both have increase in revenue and some cuts, or do you do all cuts? But there is common ground. Nobody wants to be Greece. Neither party. And so there is common ground.
Dan, there may or may not be, because Gloria was raising a point about how much are the Democrats going to be willing to cut spending after this election?
Right. I mean, that's a question. If the Republicans are going to give on taxes, the Democrats have to cut spending. And that's going to be a big problem, particularly with the Democratic.
Let me jump in here because I want to go to Wolf, who's got to look at the popular vote, because really interesting movement just here happened. Wolf?
All right, as more votes come in from California, check this out. All of a sudden, the president is now ahead in the popular vote with 75% of the vote in. Both of these men have 49% of the vote, but the president has 40,699 more votes right now. As we get more votes in from California, Oregon, Washington State, probably that number will go up because a lot of those votes are still being counted out on the West Coast, California, the largest state in the United States. So you see right now, they both have 49,500,000 votes, but the president now has a nearly 40,000 advantage in the popular vote. This will be very important psychologically, politically. If the president does win, and we have projected he will have more than 270 electoral votes, so he will be reelected president. But it's psychologically important for this president to certainly say he won more votes nationally than the Republican presidential nominee. We'll see where that number goes. I suspect it will continue to increase as we get more votes coming in for the West Coast, especially from California. But right now, as our last count, the president has an advantage of 38,711 votes. It does underscore how divided this country is, how Mitt Romney has managed to do, even in losing in the Electoral College, managed to win almost as many votes, at least so far, as the president of the United States. And until a few minutes ago, he was actually ahead in the popular vote. So this is something we're watching very closely. We'll continue to watch it. Interestingly enough, the president has not yet spoken because as of right now, Mitt Romney has not yet conceded. We don't know if there have been any phone calls between the president and Mitt Romney. We have projected that the president will be reelected. But so far, there's no concession coming from the Republican campaign, no concession coming from Mitt Romney. We're watching this very closely. Anderson.
Yeah, we're also watching these ballot initiatives, major one in Maine on marriage equality, also in Colorado on marijuana legalization. We're going to get you those results shortly. I want to go to Jim Acosta, who's standing by with the Romney campaign. Jim, what are you hearing behind the scenes about when or if Governor Romney may concede?
Anderson, it has been radio silence now for the good portion of a half an hour to an hour from the Romney campaign after we spoke to Gail Gitcho, the communications director, at around 11:30 when she said that Governor Romney was not ready to concede this election. I can tell you, though, within the last half hour, I did talk to Mike Leavitt. He was going to be the transition head for Mitt Romney, transitioning from candidate to president-elect. Were Mitt Romney elected president of the United States, I can tell you that he's seated among some of these other dignitaries that have been brought in by the Romney campaign. Off to my right over here, we could perhaps pan over to this area or show you this area perhaps with one of our other cameras in just a few moments. But I can tell you that Scott Romney, the brother of Mitt Romney, is also in the room right now. I saw a brother of Paul Ryan make his way into the room. So family members of the candidates are starting to make their way into the room. That is also a sign of what's to come the next stage of this night. But as of right now, and Anderson, I keep checking, I keep looking down at my iPhone just to make sure nothing official yet from the Romney campaign. We'll keep checking.
Behind the scenes, Dave Gergen, James Carville, how does this work? I mean, when a candidate...
I've worked on the presidential campaign, and these guys are dying. They have wanted this in 2008. They've wanted it in 2012. Inside the Romney family, Governor Romney, all the people that worked on it, I mean, they believed, and they really believed they had a shot. It is a sad thing. I mean, I might have voted for them, but when a campaign loses, you're dying on the inside. I mean, it hurts like you can't even imagine how much it hurts.
And the gracious thing to do, which I'm sure Barack Obama will do, is you give him time to get that together, and it probably won't be long.
Alex, you know Mitt Romney better than I do, probably better than anybody else here. My impression of him is that, he told me his wife talked him into running, and I don't think he was like some of these candidates that I've known who've been obsessed with becoming president. My sense is he'll bounce back pretty fast.
Well, he's been running quite a while, though.
He's been running quite a while, but I think he's a pretty resilient guy. I think he'll bounce back.
He has a life. He has a life outside of politics. He has family, he has faith, he has friends. But he asked a lot of people to believe and invest in him. And when a candidate disappoints those people, it leaves a pool of tears in the bottom of your heart. It's just a brutal, brutal thing.
He's been running for, he wanted this. He's been running for president now for a long time. James, you seem...
The loss he's imposed on other people.
No, I think he wanted to be. Obviously, no one does this unless they really want to do it. And he's done it twice. He knew he was getting in. I'm just saying, internally, it is a hard... It lose. Somebody's got to lose in every race. But I'm just saying, I can understand why they're taking a long time. I can understand that he wants to play out every possible option, and I think that President Obama understands that too. I mean, at some level, if you've been there, you know what it's like.
In spending some time with the Romneys and the family, I'll tell you one thing. His wife made a video for him after the 2008 campaign and said to him, "Never again." And then she and Ted, as David was saying, came to him and said, "We want you to do this." It's a staff that's been with him, just like the Clinton staff. It's a staff that's been with him since, some of them since he ran for the Senate seat in 1994, but since he was governor in 2002. So it takes a lot of time. They got it together a second time. And I think James is absolutely right. I think there are people who are so emotionally invested in this, in his family, because it's been a real family kind of campaign. He's got 5 grown sons. They've all been out there. His wife has been out there on the campaign trail this fall, 40, 50 days. So I think, it's a very tough thing.
You missed the last shot in the tournament and let the team down. But on top of that, you actually believed that you were doing something important for the country. And if you didn't succeed, you've left the country in a not as good a place. So it's a tough thing for these guys.
But don't you think that he actually ran a good campaign, given who he was? He ran a good campaign, especially the first debate. He redeemed himself. I think he lost to a considerable extent because of the primaries when he was sucked so far over to the right.
Well, this is a really interesting question, is whether the Republican primaries and having 20 debates were actually good for the Republicans in the general election. And I think there are a lot of Republicans who will scratch their heads, and they will defend it. But there are a lot of folks who will say this was not a good thing because Mitt Romney simply could not reconcile saying to Hispanics, self-deporting.
We got another projection to make.
Yeah, we got a major projection to make right now in this race for the White House. The Commonwealth of Virginia will be won by the President of the United States. The President will win all 13 of Virginia's electoral votes. You see 89% of the vote is in. The President is ahead by about 50,000 votes. More than 3 million votes counted already. We have projected, though, right now that 13 electoral votes from Virginia will go for the President of the United States. So that adds his total right now. Let's update you right now what's going on at 303 electoral votes for the President, 203 for Romney, 270 needed to win. Let's go to Candy Crowley right now. She's over at Romney headquarters in Boston. Candy?
Still very quiet here, Wolf, waiting for Mitt Romney to come over here. The last we heard, Jim Acosta hasn't heard from anybody. I haven't heard from anybody despite our efforts to call. Listen, it takes a little while to adjust to this. If they believe the things they were saying as they moved into an election day, they thought they were going to win. So that's a hard thing to sort of adjust to. We know that Mitt Romney said that he had only written one speech, his victory speech, so that takes a little time. And they wanted to follow Ohio. But we have seen signs, as Jim said, that they're getting ready to do this. We know that Paul Ryan is here, at least in the general area, in the adjoining hotel. We expect him to come first, and then we expect Mitt Romney to come. But so far, we have not gotten any definitive word as to when they might be here. The last we heard, they were still looking at Ohio, still thinking that those numbers might be other than what the projections have said on our network and others. So that was the last time we heard. But again, we've seen people in here, relatives, brothers, kids of the candidates, and it leads us to believe that he will be here at some point. But you got to write that speech. You got to get everybody together and come out and put on a good face and give a speech.
So we're just waiting, Candy. We're waiting for Mitt Romney to go ahead and concede, assuming he's going to do that at some point tonight. We'll stand by for that. We do want to update you on some major initiatives that were on the ballot in several states, and we've got some results. Beginning with the issue of marijuana. Let's show you what we know right now. In Arkansas, allow medical marijuana. We project the final vote in Arkansas will be no. They reject allowing medical marijuana. Let's go to Massachusetts. On the other hand, they say yes. They do allow medical marijuana. Question 3 in Massachusetts. We project that that will pass in Massachusetts. Let's continue. Right now in Colorado, this would legalize marijuana, not just medical marijuana. It legalizes marijuana in Colorado. Yes. That goes forward in Colorado. That's Amendment 64. In Oregon, they're legalizing marijuana. Similarly, that's Measure 80 in Oregon. That is a no. We project that that will be a no. They do not go ahead and legalize marijuana in Oregon right now. Let's continue. We've got some more ballot initiatives. Here in Maryland, take a look at this. Allowing same-sex marriage in Maryland, that is a yes. Question number 6 in Maryland, we project will be approved. Maryland will go forward and permit same-sex marriage in the state of Maryland. There are 3 other states, by the way, that had that on the initiative. Maine, by the way, had that on the initiative, and Minnesota, I believe, as well, in Washington State. Let's get some more information on those 3 states there, and we'll let you know what's going on. But right now, Maryland, historic moment, has approved same-sex marriage. Anderson?
We should also point out Maine passed it as well, correct?
Maine also passed it with flying colors. Look, I cannot emphasize what a historic night this is for the gay rights movement.
It's the first time it's been put up to vote and actually passed.
It has gone to a ballot 33 times and failed. And now in one night, it is likely that 4 of 4 have won. We won't know Washington for 3 days or so because they're all mail-in ballots. But this is a watershed moment for the gay rights movement. It has.
We should say it looks like it is in Maine. We haven't called it yet. But others have.
Okay, so first this passed in the courts, and the opponents said this is judicial activism. Then it passed in the legislatures, and then the dissenters said, well, it will never pass at the ballot box. And tonight it is passed.
It's interesting, though, this whole issue did not come up in any of the debates. And, I mean, there are some who criticize that for not being brought up by the moderators, but the flip side of that is it was not being used as a wedge issue in this election.
The Republicans have a problem here, you know. This is an area where there's a schism in the party, where the party's at war with itself. You know, is big government a good idea for Republicans when it agrees with some of them? The next generation of Republican leader, I think you're going to see freedom nationally, values locally. Live your life. But the Republican Party can't be the party that thinks one of the biggest problems is that there's too much love in the world. We're not going to move forward.
I agree with that. And I think this is a huge civil rights issue. I want to say that as an African American. This is about liberty and justice for all, period. And there was an attempt to turn African Americans against the president and the wrong way on this issue. The problem in the African American community is not that we have too many people who want to have lifelong loving commitments. That's not the problem. If people want to be able to stand together and not be judged by their race, by their gender, or by their sexuality, the African-American community needs to follow and lead. Ben Jealous, once again from NAACP, took the right position on this, and he lined up a lot of African-American preachers who needed to be brought on board. It's a civil rights issue.
Julian Bond was also very much...
Julian Bond is a civil rights issue, and it's moving forward. And people who are against it are on the wrong side of history.
We got to take a short break. When we come back, we are anticipating hearing from Governor Romney shortly. We'll be right back.
Election Night in America is brought to you by AT&T, the nation's largest 4G network. AT&T, rethink possible. And by U.S. Bank, all of us serving you. Member FDIC. Go to CNN.com/election to get up-to-the-minute news on the races and for results from around the country.
Let me see. Are you kidding me?
No.
Mr. Woodson?
Hello. 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 Caleb, I got someone I want you to meet.
Hello. AT&T, the nation's largest 4G network, covering 3,000 more 4G cities and towns than Verizon. Rethink possible.
You see us at the start of the day. On the company phone list that's a few names longer. You see U.S. Bank on busier highways, on once empty fields. Every day, you see all the ways all of us at U.S. Bank are helping grow our economy, lending more so companies and communities can expand, grow stronger, and get back to work. Every day, you see all of us serving you around the country, around the corner. U.S. Bank.
Music is a universal language. But when I was in an accident, I was worried the healthcare system spoke a language all its own. With United Healthcare, I got help that fit my life, so I never missed a beat.
That's health in numbers. United Healthcare.
There are a lot of warning lights and sounds vying for your attention. So we invented a warning you can feel. Introducing the all-new Cadillac XTS, available with the patented safety alert seat. When there's danger you might not see, you're warned by a pulse in the seat. It's technology you won't find in a Mercedes E-Class. The all-new Cadillac XTS has arrived, and it's bringing the future forward.
We don't just come up here for the view up in Alaska. It's the cleanest, clearest water. We find the best, sweetest crab for Red Lobster we can find.
Hurry in to Red Lobster's Crab Fest, the only time of year you can savor 5 succulent crab entrees, all under $20. Like a half-pound of tender snow crab paired with savory grilled shrimp, just $12.99. Or our hearty crab and roasted garlic seafood bake.
I wouldn't put it on my table at home. I wouldn't bring it in. My name's John Forsythe, and I see food differently.
I know the name of 8 princesses. I'm an expert on softball and tea parties. I'll have more awkward conversations than I'm equipped for because I'm raising 2 girls on my own. I worry about the economy more than a few times before they're grown, but it's for them, so I found a way.
Who matters most to you says the most about you. Mass Mutual is owned by our policyholders, so they matter most to us. Mass Mutual. We'll help you get there.
The idea of an inside man is somebody who's giving you information that you normally don't get. You really do get this window into what makes America tick.
Morgan Spurlock, Inside Man, premieres this spring, only on CNN.
All right, let's go to Candy Crowley. She's at Romney headquarters in Boston right now. Candy, what are you learning?
Hey, Wolf, I can tell you that the phone call has been made between Governor Romney and President Obama. We know this. Jessica Yellen has sources on her side, and we have sources over here, so that's happened. We also know that the motorcade, which honestly you could walk from where he is to here, but the motorcade, we are told, has taken off. So we are expecting to hear from the governor very shortly, Wolf.
Yeah, we just saw one of somebody put some paper up on the podium behind you over there, so I assume we'll hear from the governor first. The governor will concede, and then the president of the United States will speak after that. Normally, that's the way it goes, Candy. So he'll be speaking right behind you, and you're saying he's not very far away from that location in Boston?
Right, exactly. We think he will speak in the next 5 minutes or so. So he's not far away at all. He's in an attached hotel.
All right. Thanks very much, Kenny. We'll get back to you. Let's go to John over here. John, you're getting some more information as well. What are you learning?
Emailing some sources right now. I hate to be on the BlackBerry, but I'm just told by a very good Republican source that it was a short conversation, a polite conversation, and that Governor Romney conceded the election to President Obama and said he was going to speak shortly to his supporters.
Yeah, so that'll be a sad moment for him. He'll speak to his supporters out there. That's normally the way it goes. The losing candidate calls the winning candidate, congratulates the winning candidate, concedes, and then we hear from the concession speech first and the victory speech second.
It's one of the rituals of American politics, and it's an important ritual, and I'm sure our group can see it, but it's an especially important ritual when you have a country that is so evenly divided. As you look at this right now, this is the national vote total. The president's lead is ahead. What's that, 100,000 votes?
Yeah.
About 100,000 votes in the popular vote, thanks to California. We're watching the rest of the votes come in. Here's where we are. This is the older electoral map. I'll stay away from that right now. We just reset the wall, so we don't have the up-to-date totals in there right now. But when you look at this and you watch and you see a state like Florida, where the president won, 4 years ago with a bigger margin, 50 to 49, you go through these battlegrounds, and Governor Romney, this is why it took so long. The president won this state by 240,000 votes last time, 234,000 votes last time. You see against 50,000 votes this time. You go through state by state by state, and the Romney campaign, as Candy was just noting, takes a little longer. The feelings are harder. James has been through this in winning presidential campaigns and losing other campaigns, Alex as well. You see a state like Ohio, 50 to 48. You're looking at such a narrow vote margin. It's harder to digest. In some ways, coming this close and losing is harder, but I am told the conversation was short, polite, and that Governor Romney is prepared to step forward, concede the election, and then we'll hear from the president.
Yeah, we'll hear from the president after we hear from Governor Romney. Very difficult, painful moment, I'm sure, for him, for his wife Ann, the 5 sons, 18 grandchildren, a very close-knit family. They worked really, really hard for this. They came up short.
They worked hard, and look, a lot of people have talked tonight about how the first debate in this campaign was game-changing in terms of the competitiveness of the national election. If you go back to the Republican primaries, it's easy to forget because they seem so long ago. But remember, here you have Mitt Romney. His opponents called him Moderate Mitt. He was the governor of Massachusetts. He once favored abortion rights, was more moderate on gay rights, and he was pilloried in the primary by his conservative opponents, saying he was not a true conservative. And yet, in the first election after the rise of the Tea Party, he won the Republican nomination. A tenacious guy. People will say, oh, it was a weak Republican field. Oh, he had a better fundraising operation. But he proved his tenacity time and time again in the Republican primaries, and he proved his tenacity in the general election as well, with the strong debate performances, and then a strong but not strong enough performance on the ground in these final days.
We're told maybe a minute or so away from Mitt Romney walking to the microphone there in Boston, over at the Boston Convention Center. His supporters are pretty quiet right now. They're waiting for Mitt Romney to come over. Candy Crowley is on the scene for us. Candy, it looks like it's going to be very, very soon we'll hear from the Republican presidential nominee.
Indeed. And, you know, Wolf, I'm not sure in any of the elections that I've covered have I heard a crowd as quiet as this crowd has been. They've started a couple cheers now. You can hear them sort of starting to sing God Bless America, but it has been incredibly subdued. I think we're about to hear the announcement. Here we go, Wolf.
Yeah, here he comes. He's walking out right now, and he's getting thunderous applause from his supporters. Mitt Romney, the Republican presidential nominee, getting ready to concede. Let's listen in. Let's go to Boston.
Thank you. Thank you, my friends. Thank you so very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I have just called President Obama to congratulate him on his victory. His supporters and his campaign also deserve congratulations. I wish all of them well, but particularly the President, the First Lady, and their daughters. This is a time of great challenges for America, and I pray that the President will be successful in guiding our nation. I want to thank Paul Ryan for all that he has done for our campaign. And for our country. Besides my wife, Ann, Paul is the best choice I've ever made. And I trust that his intellect and his hard work and his commitment to principle will continue to contribute to the good of our nation. I also want to thank Ann, the love of my life. She would have been a wonderful First Lady. She has been that and more to me and to our family and to the many people that she has touched with her compassion and her care. I thank my sons for their tireless work in behalf of the campaign and thank their wives and children for taking up the slack as their husbands and dads have spent so many weeks away from home. I want to thank Matt Rhodes and the dedicated campaign team he led. They have made an extraordinary effort, not just for me, but also for the country that we love. And to you here tonight, and to the team across the country, the volunteers, the fundraisers, the donors, the surrogates, I don't believe that there's ever been an effort in our party that can compare with what you have done over these past years. Thank you so very much. Thanks for all the hours of work, for the calls, for the speeches and appearances, for the resources and for the prayers. You gave deeply from yourselves and performed magnificently. And you inspired us and you humbled us. You've been the very best we could have imagined. The nation, as you know, is at a critical point. At a time like this, we can't risk partisan bickering and political posturing. Our leaders have to reach across the aisle to do the people's work. And we citizens also have to rise to the occasion. We look to our teachers and professors. We count on you not just to teach, but to inspire our children with a passion for learning and discovery. We look to our pastors and priests and rabbis and counselors of all kinds to testify of the enduring principles upon which our society is built: honesty, charity, integrity, and family. We look to our parents. For in the final analysis, everything depends on the success of our homes. We look to job creators of all kinds. We're counting on you to invest, to hire, to step forward. And we look to Democrats and Republicans in government at all levels to put the people before the politics. I believe in America. I believe in the people of America. And I ran for office because I'm concerned about America. This election is over, but our principles endure. I believe that the principles upon which this nation was founded are the only sure guide to a resurgent economy and to renewed greatness. Like so many of you, Paul and I have left everything on the field. We have given our all to this campaign. I so wish that I had been able to fulfill your hopes to lead the country in a different direction, but the nation chose another leader, and so Ann and I join with you to earnestly pray for him and for this great nation. Thank you, and God bless America. You guys are the best. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Very sad moment for the Romney family, for Paul Ryan and his family. They worked obviously very, very hard, but they did not succeed. They lost tonight, the President of the United States and Joe Biden. They have been reelected. You see Mitt Romney there. He's there with his 5 sons, his 5 daughters-in-law, 18 grandchildren. I don't know if all the grandchildren are there. It's pretty late after 1 a.m. right now on the East Coast of the United States. Those 5 sons worked very, very hard for their dad. Paul Ryan worked very hard as well. Momentarily, we'll be hearing from the President of the United States. He'll have a very different speech. He will not be conceding. He will have a victorious speech because he was reelected rather impressively in the Electoral College. I must say, Mitt Romney and Paul Ryan, they worked hard. There they are on the stage over there in Boston at the headquarters. You can see how painful in her face, Ann Romney, how difficult this has been for the evening. It started off, they had high expectations. All of their aides were pretty pumped going into this night, but it didn't work out well for the Romneys or the Ryans. We'll wait to hear from the President of the United States very, very soon. Anderson?
Well, thanks. David, it is remarkable when you think about it. After all the years of campaigning, all the hundreds of millions of dollars, all the speeches, it boils down to that, making a speech and walking off the stage, and it's over for Mitt Romney.
And walking basically out of off the national stage. He doesn't have a place right now, and parties aren't kind usually to the people who
you don't see him having a role in the Republican
Party.
Well,
I thought he, Paul Ryan will. He's going to be a key figure.
He's still in Congress.
He's still in Congress. He's chair of the Budget Committee in the House. So he was either going to be the negotiator for a President Romney, or he's going to be one of the chief negotiators for the House of Representatives with President Obama. So he'll have a role, but there's no formal roles. I kept waiting in his speech. It was a very gracious speech, and I think we really got a sense of the basic fundamental decency of the man, which has come through more over the last few weeks. But he had no mention about how he might work with President Obama. There was nothing about that. You sort of wait for that. Are you going to, and sometimes in the past, say when Franklin Roosevelt beat Wendell Willkie, and just as a war, Wendell Willkie became a real partner in helping him.
But as you say, he has no real role because he has no role in Congress or anything.
And he didn't have a role after 2008 either, when he wrote a book, and then he started running again.
He'll have an important civic life, but he'll be a critical civic life.
Charitable
and he may go back to Maine.
We've got new voices joining us on the contributor table. Paul Begala is with us, Ana Navarro, Ari Fleischer, Van Jones remains. Paul, I just wanted to get your thoughts. We haven't heard from you.
Your heart goes out to Governor Romney and his family. I've been there. I've won and I've lost. Winning is better. And I thought he handled this most difficult of political tasks with real grace. I was really struck that he spoke so authentically about family and friends and staff and volunteers and donors and all the other people, because, it's his name on that sign. He gets all the glory, and now he's going to get all the blame. What was not there, and I think David Gergen alluded to this, was the agenda he might continue to push. In other words, if he really were a movement leader the way Ronald Reagan was, the way Paul Ryan probably is, he would have, made a case for a collection of issues that will live on. And that's usually standard fare in a concession speech. And that was absent. It was a very personal and wonderful speech, but it didn't have that movement.
We're just getting a photo now of President Obama and Vice President Biden and their wives after the news that they had, in fact, won. That's the first photo we're being released. And I saw online, and I haven't verified this, but a tweet went out under Barack Obama's Twitter account. Apparently, it's now been the most returned tweet ever. And it's a picture of him hugging Michelle Obama after the announcement was made, but I think it's an older photo. Ari, your thoughts?
Well, no, and Paul picked up on something very important there. It was not a concession speech from a movement leader. And if you remember going back throughout the primaries, I kept talking about this in the primaries, that there are other ideological leaders of the party who are stepping up and then being defeated. Michelle Bachmann, Newt Gingrich, Herman Cain, not quite, but Mitt Romney was a very strong resume, background, businessman, Olympic fixer, personal candidate, not the movement ideological candidate.
And we should point out Michelle Bachmann is in a very tight race right now, and we're still watching it closely.
Right, and so, the interesting thing about my Republican Party is we don't nominate the most conservative in the Republican primaries. We haven't done it for the last 3 primaries in a row, Romney, McCain, and George W. Bush. But our party still has to do some careful analysis. But I would urge Republicans, though, take a deep breath, take some time. If the Democrats after 2010 said the sky was falling, they wouldn't have been here tonight despite suffering the biggest loss since 1938 in a midterm election, 63 House seats and 7 Senate seats. Republicans need to take their time, take a deep breath, start the conversations. We've got a lot to learn.
Republicans.
Anderson, I think what we heard today was an unprepared speech. I think he really thought
the Romney campaign really thought he was going to win today.
He had told reporters earlier he only had one version of the speech.
He only had one speech. It's like, 4 years ago, I was standing there when John McCain gave his speech in the Biltmore Hotel in Phoenix, and we knew he was going to lose. He had days to process that. He had days to write a beautiful concession speech. I think this was a surprise, and it's going to take some time for him to process it. It was very gracious for a quickly written speech.
And there you see a very different mood right now. Obviously, Obama supporters are very excited to hear from President Obama. Let's just listen in for a moment. No, we're listening to a videotape of President Obama, and they're responding to it. The crowd obviously very excited, waiting to hear from their candidate. Ari, we haven't really talked to you about, you said Republicans shouldn't think the sky is falling, but there does need to be some sort of look inward. Where does that look go? Because we're already hearing from conservatives tonight online and in public statements saying we didn't elect a conservative enough candidate, and that's the problem.
Right. Well, let's start with the demographics. Those are the simplest to get your arms around. One, America's becoming increasingly non-white. Happened another 2 percentage points this election. When George Bush beat John Kerry, the percentage of the electorate that was white was 77%. 4 years ago, it was 74%. Tonight, 72%. The youth vote and the black vote turned out once again. And this is to the president's credit and the Obama campaign credit.
And I guess, Dan, you actually predicted this when a lot of folks were saying, we don't see the enthusiasm among young people, and we're not sure about African-American.
I appreciate you pointing that out. I've been saying the whole time that I think people are going to be surprised that the enthusiasm gap was a myth, that there was going to be a backlash against the backlash, that the idea that you're going to push people away from voting, that you're counting young people out too early, and you had groups like the Dream Defenders, young groups like Vote Mob, Hoodie Vote, all these young groups that didn't get any press, they were out there working hard and they did great.
Okay, sorry, again.
Two other points I wanted to make, though. One is Romney took independent votes. McCain didn't take them, and neither did Bush. So this is to the Republican credit. Unusual to take the independent vote, and he did it by 4 points. And secondly, senior citizens. Senior citizens went 5 points for Bush, 8 points for McCain, double digits for Mitt Romney. And seniors are actually growing because of the baby boom retirement. The bottleneck is at the front, the 65 to 70. It's not the other end. So there are good demographic factors for Republicans, but there are bigger issues.
But you say good demographic factors, but having a party based on older whites is not necessarily
that's
great
That's my point. You have to put all of these data points together, but it's not as if it's the seniors in the 80 to 90 range who are the Republican core. It's the ones who are just turning 65 to 70. That's a growing group of seniors, and that's good news for Republicans.
Persistent myth that because Republicans are winning independents, they are winning moderates. Okay, the exit poll asked both. Obama won moderates. Romney won independents. Why? Because you remember Venn diagrams from elementary school math? The Venn diagrams have moved. The independents who leaned left have become Democrats. Obama has done his job. President Obama has done his job, and he's won them over. So now they've re-identified. They don't call themselves ICE, they call themselves Team D. So the remaining cluster of independents has shifted rightward. Meanwhile, some Tea Party Republicans are identifying as independents and Tea Party conservatives. So what a pollster would say as independents is very, very different today than moderates. In fact, in many cases, they're independents because they're even more right-wing. So I think it's a myth. If you say, look, we're winning independents, we're going to be okay, you got to actually look at moderates.
And what independent means.
56% for President Obama. And don't you think that's because of social issues? I mean, they may be fiscally more conservative, but on social issues, they would be with the president.
I also want to bring Jeff Toobin, who we haven't heard from as well.
Hello,
Jeff. Welcome.
This idea that the Republican Party is engaged in some sort of introspection, where is any evidence of that? Where is a single elected Republican for same-sex marriage? Where is a single elected Republican for abortion rights? I mean, they are way out of the mainstream at this point.
Lindsey Graham was very emphatic about this point the other day. He said basically, if I hear anybody say that Mitt Romney lost his because he went too far to the center, I'm going to go nuts. The fact is,
he said it a lot better than that.
Yeah, he did say it a lot better.
There's a lot of people saying that.
We're losing Latinos, we're losing women,
So,
and
so he's the
we've got.
moderate?
Yeah,
he's the one.
He's more of
but
a.
He doesn't. I mean, he's saying that. But,
well, he's more of a.
Well, let me tell you this.
You're not going to. You're going to get a center right Republican. You're not going to get a center Republican.
Let me tell you this. I spoke to Lindsey Graham today, and I think that's exactly where his head is. I know we talked about Latinos, we talked about immigration, and I talked about it with 2 or 3 other senators today who are Republican leaders, and some former senators as well. I think we're going to see a much more vocal, moderate Republicans on some of these social issues. I think that folks like Jeb Bush, he's in the middle of writing an immigration book. I think Marco Rubio realizes it's part of his duty and something that he has to do. I think the Republican Party is going to look at Marco Rubio.
Is there a new star born in the Republican Party today with the new senator from Texas?
You know, yeah,
Yes.
because
Is that possible?
But he got elected by calling his opponent a moderate. I mean,
I'm not saying he's a moderate, but I'm just asking you, can he lead the party better?
He is incredibly smart. He is a good orator, but we already have some stars. Susana Martinez is a star that does not get mentioned enough.
But can any of these people be elected? I mean, if in a primary were the immigration issue, I mean, you had Governor Romney going to the right of where he originally had been on immigration. If that's where the thrust of the party is, can these folks...
They couldn't get elected this year. They can't get elected today. But I think we are going to have a conversation about this. If we don't do better with Hispanics, we are going to be out of the White House forever. It's just that simple.
The party has to be ready to change. They need leaders and followers. And so far, neither seem to be ready to change. Bill Clinton ran in 1992 and got nominated in the primaries for welfare reform, for the death penalty, for 100,000 cops, for NAFTA. And he survived and won. Had he run on that same platform 4 or 8 years earlier, my party would have rejected it. Democrats weren't ready to change until Governor Clinton came in 1992. I have no idea if the Republicans are ready to change. I don't see much sign that they are.
George W. Bush did on immigration. He got put through the meat grinder for it, right?
Well, that's right. He got
10
put through
years
the
ago.
meat grinder by both parties for it. He couldn't get the conservative wing of the Republican Party on board, and the liberal wing of the Democratic Party wasn't going to compromise also on immigration, especially labor. So, but Anna is right on this. The big issue Republicans are going to have to wrestle with is the Hispanic issues. It's not the social issues, Jeffrey. It's not. You're not going to make the Republican Party the party that's pro-choice and pro-gay rights. I think you've made the Republican Party the popular party. We have a party like that. It's the Democratic Party. The issues, though, are going to be the economic issues and the Hispanic immigration-related issues where Republicans are going to have to figure out a different way forward.
You've missed something very, very important that Jeff is really bringing up, and that is for women, it's not only reproductive rights, it's also pay equity. That is hugely important to a lot of women. And I think if the Republicans continue to be seen as resisting that and Lilly Ledbetter, they're going to get killed on that.
Well, don't forget, there was no gender gap 2 years ago. 2 years ago, the gender gap was eliminated in the 2010 midterm election. That's my point about you need to take your time and not just react immediately.
The Republican Party used to be against abortion, which is a well-established and very popular position. I mean, it's not a majority, but it's close. In the past year, they have become identified with opposition to contraception. That is, moving backwards at a pace that is astonishing and politically disastrous. Where is one Republican talking about how out of the mainstream they've become on
Can I say one thing about the Democratic Party? I mean, since we just won, we just won. So I just want to say a couple things about the Democratic Party. This is, again, I said it earlier, this is not just about Republican failure, Republican weakness. This is about Democratic strength and Democratic success. We have been able to hold together the coalition of 2008. That coalition, which people said was catching lightning in a bottle, it was only about Barack Obama's smile, it was only about George W. Bush. Surprise, surprise, it is not true. There is, in fact, a governing coalition that's emerging in this country. It looks different, it talks different, it thinks different, and has a different view. And I think as long as we don't recognize that, there was a backlash against the backlash. There was a backlash against this president. It took some very nasty forms. It took some very ugly forms. And it brought the best out in the African-American community, who went out in record numbers tonight. It brought the best out in a new generation of young people who came out. And you see now, look at these ballot measures. A sea shift, a watershed moment on marriage equality, I mean, this is a big, big night. This is a watershed moment for the country, and I just think we got to give a little bit of credit to the folks who won here tonight.
We got to go to Wolf. When we come back, I do want to talk more about what we should anticipate hearing from President Barack Obama tonight and what he does moving forward to try to bring the country together. Wolf, let's go to you for a moment.
Thanks, Anderson. We're told about 10,000 people are over there at McCormick Place. That's the Obama campaign headquarters in Chicago. We're anticipating that the president will be speaking very, very soon. Now that Mitt Romney has conceded that he lost this election, we're going to hear from the President of the United States. He's getting ready to speak. Let's go there. Our Chief White House correspondent, Jessica Yellen, is on the scene for us. Jessica, I'm told it's going to be pretty soon. What do you hear?
Hi, Wolf. That's right. The president has left his hotel and he is on his way here to McCormick Place to address a crowd of, frankly, euphoric supporters. I'll tell you, they have been cheering and chanting at turns USA and Obama, not just since we called this race for him, but frankly, since we called the state of Michigan for him. And now I've been in touch with a number of the president's aides, and I have a little bit of color for you. I'm told that he will come here with his family, Mrs. Obama, his girls, also Craig Robinson, her brother, and his sister are in town with their children. And the president has worked on his speech with his chief speechwriter over the last few days. And I asked if there's a way you describe the speech. I was told by one person if there's one word they would use to describe it, it is the word hope. A word we remember from his last campaign when they emphasized hope and change, Wolf.
We certainly remember that. Thanks very much. Let's stay at Chicago over at the Obama campaign headquarters. Brianna Keeler is on the floor. What are you seeing? What are you hearing, Brianna?
Wolf, I will tell you, this crowd is anxiously awaiting President Obama and his speech. They're not really aware of the timing, even though we are, that soon this is going to happen. And they have been waiting for some time now. I'll tell you, talking to the people here in the audience, as the night progressed and projections were made, they were very much surprised that things were moving along so quickly. They were ready to kind of hunker down for the evening, and they thought it would take a while. Also, while they watched Mitt Romney's concession speech, which was broadcast here live, this audience was rapt, and I'd say it's safe to say for the first time, for I'd say almost everyone here, they were cheering as Mitt Romney spoke. And now it's very much a party atmosphere as they await President Obama and his acceptance speech, Wolf.
No doubt, Brianna, once he walks up to that stage and starts to speak, the crowd will get even more excited than they are right now. Let's bring in John King once again. It was a pretty impressive win. He's ahead of the popular vote as well. Is he ahead of the popular vote right now? It looks like it's still very close, but it looks like the Romney, well, maybe over here.
He's ahead. Yeah, he's ahead here. You might have, sometimes the feeds come at a different speed. At the moment, California is keeping him narrowly ahead in the popular vote, so people will say, wow, he's under 50. It's a very narrow victory, and that's a fact. We'll see what the final numbers are as we count them. But if you look at this map, Wolf, it's a significant victory in the sense that you heard Van talking earlier about the coalition. There'll be a debate about exactly what's in and what's out, but if you look at the Obama map from 2008 and you look at the map tonight, I'm going to trace as elegantly as I can North Carolina and Indiana. That's the only thing that changed. That's the only thing that changed. Two of the most Republican states in our history, in our lifetimes, that President Obama turned blue 4 years ago, Mitt Romney turned back, and just barely, in the case of North Carolina, turned back. So that's the only big change. Democrats will celebrate that in terms of a presidential coalition. One little fun footnote for those of us who like to study maps and look for quirks out there in the country, this little county right here in Indiana, which Mitt Romney carried handily, but Vigo County, since the 1880s, has only twice gotten it wrong. The last time it got it wrong was back in the 1950s. Vigo got it right tonight, just barely, by 162 votes, if my math is right there. But Vigo County's streak continues. Only twice since the 1880s, and since the 1950s, Vigo County has called the winner in our presidential election. One other thing. I know we're waiting for the president. I just want to make this point. When you look at the 2012 map, I want to circle some states out here. I'm going to circle Nevada. I'm going to circle Colorado. I'm going to circle New Mexico. Those are just three of the examples. The conversation across the room about demographics. Yes, the gender gap women is one thing, but Latinos are the fastest growing segment of our population. And in 2008, the president carried these three states. Back in 2004, George W. Bush, when he got 40% of the vote nationally among Latinos, carried these 3 states. If you go back, New Mexico has traditionally been a swing state. It goes back and forth. I would make the argument New Mexico is now more and more part of the Democratic coalition. If I can swing over here just 1 second. Nationally, Latinos tonight crossed 10% of the U.S. electorate for the first time. It's the first time that has happened. It's the fastest growing segment of the population. The president got 70% of those votes. And, Wolf, if you just look at the percentages, if you go by, in the state of Nevada, Latinos, 19%. In the state of New Mexico, Latinos, 37%. In the state of Colorado, 11%, into double digits and growing. In the state of Virginia, only 5%, but a growing slice of the population in those northern suburbs that matter. And in the state of Florida, which Honor across the room knows very well, if I can get that to flash up. That one doesn't want to come. There we go. 17%. Now, some of those Cubans are more conservative, but a growing non-Cuban Latino population as well. If the Republican Party doesn't deal with that issue, it risks dramatic changes in the map. In fact, it risks not being a very competitive national party.
I'm sure you're absolutely 100% right on that. We're getting ready to hear the President of the United States deliver his victory speech. He's been reelected for a second term as President of the United States. We'll, of course, have live coverage. We're standing by for that. We want to see all of what's going on, the excitement over there at Obama's campaign headquarters in Chicago. In the meantime, let's go back to Anderson.
Yeah, historic moment. You will definitely want to see that live with your families. Let's talk about what John King was just mentioning. I mean, extraordinary to think back. George W. Bush getting 44% of the Latino vote. What a difference a couple of years made.
And it wasn't because he spoke broken Spanish. It was because he tried. Because we knew he liked this. It was because he talked in a way that his tone was the correct tone, and because he tried. He tried on immigration reform. I would tell you that Mitt Romney lost this race in the Republican primary. He self-deported from the White House. He didn't have to go. He did not have to. I'm going to say this. Look, it's just, you know, it's time to start having this conversation. We cannot pretend that some of the things that were said about Latinos and about immigrants in the Republican primary were not hurtful. Look at the numbers. They speak for themselves. I can tell you that, you know, it was unimaginable to me that we would be having these numbers. Barack Obama was vulnerable with the Latino vote. He told Univision, no less, that his greatest failure was not having delivered on the promise he made on immigration. Latinos were disillusioned with Barack Obama, but they were absolutely terrified by the idea of a Mitt Romney.
But he did do that executive action on the DREAM Act.
Yes.
Which sort of remedied a lot of the problems that he had had.
And it worked beautifully.
Right.
It's not just that these are the fastest growing groups in the country and that the young vote is growing. It's the spread. George Bush lost to John Kerry among young voters by about 9 points. Now President Obama is winning the young vote by 30 points. The Hispanic vote, as Anna pointed out. George Bush was able to hang in there with the Hispanic vote. He lost it by 9 points as well. But now it's up to 30 points again. So the growing groups, the spread against Republicans is even getting bigger. It's a double whammy.
Well, also, I mean, the Republican Party does not know how to deal on the issue of gay and lesbian Americans. They're invisible on the campaign trail among Republican candidates. Right. They're not mentioned. Democratic candidates at least mention the word, whereas you never hear about it from Republican candidates.
It's a great danger for a political party to represent people who are leaving the stage and have another party represent people who are coming onto the stage. And that's what the Republican position right now. They're increasingly in that position. And we started this by talking about how the Democrats now, going into this campaign, had 19 states they've won 5 times in a row, equal 242 electoral votes. You start talking about what John King was talking about, and new states being added to that coalition, and it becomes really, really hard for any Republican.
As we wait for President Obama, and we anticipate him very shortly, you can see the crowd is really eagerly anticipating him. Let's just talk a little bit of what we anticipate him saying tonight, because this is a crucial moment for President Obama in terms of the next 4 years and what he can accomplish. And to a point Alex Castellanos made earlier, he knows his legacy is at stake, and he wants to secure his legacy. He wants to get things done. What happens now?
A couple of things I'm told. One thing I want to add that has nothing to do with the speech, but I suspect he may mouth the words. He called Bill Clinton after he spoke to Governor Romney tonight. President Obama called Bill Clinton and thanked him for all his hard work out on the campaign trail. And I think if you look at the close margin in Ohio, if you look at the close margin in some of the other states Bill Clinton visited, that was a call well placed. Another thing I'm told the president will say tonight is that, yes, he won the election, and yes, he will be inaugurated in January for 4 more years, but there's work to do even before then, and quickly get to the idea, and he will thank Governor Romney for what I think we can all agree was a gracious speech, saying the election's over, it's time to reach across the aisle, it's time to try to do some business. The president will try to follow up on that.
He needs to be conciliatory. Tomorrow he is the president-elect of a very divided country. And somehow he needs to bring us all together, not only as Americans, but also figure out a way to work with this divided Congress.
This is an evening to set the themes for his presidency, and then he needs to hold a press conference in the next 2 or 3 days and get into specifics.
Or give a
This is not the time for specifics about what he wants to do about the fiscal cliff. It is to set, open these new chapters, close chapters from the first term, open new chapters with the Congress and with the business community.
Whether he does it through a press
and
conference,
the Republicans generally.
whether he does it through a press conference or whether he does it through a speech, there is talk that the president is, by the end of the week, going to talk about the fiscal cliff and start leading on that. The question is how. We don't know the answer to that yet, whether he'll come out with a plan or
should
they
Mitt
get
Romney
together.
tonight have said, I have ideas on how to spur the economy and help jobs, and I would like to work with the president and help him.
He lost the election. It will be interesting to see if the president reaches out to Mitt Romney. Look, we saw in the debates, they don't know each other very well. They hadn't met before really the debates once or twice before that. It was clear they didn't like each other much in the debates. It'll be interesting to see. You could say Mitt Romney and Bill Clinton, they'd be the good co-chairman of a coalition to deal with some of the fiscal cliff issues, wouldn't they? Paul Begala is shaking his head. He says, no, he doesn't want Mitt Romney in the room because he lost the election. But I think the most important relationship that has to be repaired is the President of the United States and Speaker Boehner. They have a frayed relationship because they came very close to a grand bargain. It collapsed. The Speaker blames the President. The Speaker believes the President undermined him with his own caucus because he went to try to sell that deal, and the Speaker says he walked away from it. And that's a tough relationship.
And I don't mean disrespect to Governor Romney, but he can't deliver the president any votes for a fiscal compromise from the Republican Party. He just can't do it. That's why he's the wrong choice. John Boehner can. That's why King is right to say he's got to go to Speaker Boehner. He's got to go to others. I don't really know the Republican Party well enough, but I know the criterion. It needs to be someone who can deliver Republican votes for a compromise, bipartisan solution to this fiscal problem.
He also has to go to some Democrats. He's not known for having very warm, fuzzy relationships with many of the Democrat leaders.
They're pretty warm and fuzzy right now in Chicago, let me tell you.
He needs to strike up some friends quickly on both sides of the aisle.
It's easier to strike up friendships, though, when you've just been given a second term. You do. I mean, it is worth saying. The first election was historic. This re-election is miraculous.
well said. But to Anna's point, there is a base of folks in the party who just went out there and threw ourselves on hand grenades and did a lot to make sure he's reelected. And we're concerned about how the fiscal showdown is going to be handled. Our view is different. We say, if America is broke, we didn't go broke helping grandmama too much with Medicare. That's not how we went broke with the Bush tax cuts and the Bush wars. And if you're going to fix it, you've got to start with the revenue question first. And we want to make sure that we don't get in a situation where we have a 3-to-1 or 4-to-1 or 5-to-1 cuts versus revenue.
Sorry, Van. I'm just reading the statement from the aforementioned speaker-to-be, John Boehner, who says the American people re-elected the president and re-elected our majority in the House. If there's a mandate, it's a mandate for both parties to find common ground and take steps together to help our economy grow and create jobs, which is critical to solving our debt. Nice tone, no specifics. Good luck, gentlemen.
Candy Coelho is also... Candy, what do you expect tonight?
Well, I think a couple things. First of all, there are a lot of groups, I'm sure you all are getting them as well, currently blasting out emails about their part in President Obama's victory. Now, these folks, and largely these are progressive groups, are expecting something from this president. They do believe they helped reelect him. So I think that puts him in a difficult position in terms of certainly with the tax cuts, starting with the fiscal cliff. And I believe, check me if I'm wrong, that Speaker Boehner told our Deirdre Walsh that the tax, letting the tax cuts on the rich expire was not something he was willing to do. So I'm not sure where we are. Nothing much gets done in lame ducks. I don't care if it is going to be the same president coming up. I think the best you're probably going to get out of this lame duck Congress is some sort of extension for 2 or 3 months, and then they come back in January.
David, you agree with that?
record yesterday as saying he wasn't going to go along with the decoupling, as it's called, separating out the high income from everybody else. He's also said he's not expecting much out of this lame duck. I think that the real issue is the president needs to get him in. He needs to sit down with him and see what they can work out.
Jessica Yellen has some new information. I just want to get her. Jessica? Jessica Yellen, you have some new information? Go ahead.
Oh, Anderson, yes. The president has arrived here at McCormick Place. His motorcade has pulled up, and he should be appearing here any moment. You now know this before the crowd here does. So as soon as they emerge from what I'm told is the largest motorcade members of the White House press corps have ever seen, because he is with an extended group of his family and close friends who are here to observe it, this historic night with him. When he emerges on that stage, this crowd is going to erupt in enormous cheers and excitement.
Do you have a sense, Jessica, how long before he starts speaking?
No, we don't have any timing on that yet, but it won't be long now, Anderson.
Okay. We continue.
It's also a re-election with no coattails. In the House of Representatives, the last I looked, which is about half an hour ago, Republicans are actually a net up 2 in the House. The Senate's a series of failures for Republicans to take advantage of any of the multiple Democrat-held seats, but the composition of the Senate's not going to change very much either. So the president gets reelected. We'll see what the margin is. As he break 50%, that'll be psychologically important. But we're still in the muddle. We're still in the muddle that we've been in all the last 2 years with Congress and the president.
There are two important things about Congress. One is the redistricting really hurt Democrats. We got murdered in places even where Obama did well. So that's something I think that is going to make it tougher for us going forward. But in the Senate, you see a strengthening of liberal voices in the Senate. You see an Elizabeth Warren coming in.
In Indiana. Well, Indiana, you've got a pro-life conservative Democrat.
Fair enough, but if you look at Elizabeth Warren coming in, if you look at Tammy coming in, you've got a strengthening of the liberals in the Senate. So it's a mixed message. It's mixed.
Necessarily help the president.
He ran ads.
Elizabeth
Warren's case saying would never cut Medicare, never cut Social Security. So the fiscal cliff issues.
Look, we had a real chance. We had a very good chance to retake the Senate. The truth is that the Democrats had dumb luck. They got lucky, and we had candidates that said dumb.
It wasn't luck. You had bad candidates, and you had some Tea Party candidates there. And if I keep saying this, if it weren't for the Tea Party, Republicans might have had control of the Senate, and it cost you 5 or 6 candidates since 2010. But on the fiscal cliff, my guess is that it's a very large can that gets kicked down the road in the short term with maybe some kind of a framework. You can't do a big deal.
The president said he won't sign a short-term extension. He said that he won't sign one. He's going to force it to a head.
The Tea Party, if nothing else, stands for austerity, for a radical anti-government agenda. It was rejected even in conservative states tonight. The president, I think his best ad was one of his concluding ads. It was a 60-second ad. He looked right to the camera, and finally, he said, here's my economic agenda. And on the screen, it says, higher taxes for upper-income Americans. He ran on that. I can tell you from a lot of polling, 2/3 of the American people want those Bush tax cuts to expire for the upper end, for the high income.
By the way, didn't you get a shout-out from Sarah Palin tonight? Did I hear
I'm happy to say our super PAC I advised ran all these Bain Capital ads, and the former governor of Alaska, thank you for mentioning it, went on the air and said those ads inundated the people in Ohio and turned the race. And I do want to thank Governor Palin for her trenchant and accurate political analysis.
I was sure you would have said that the best ads of this campaign were the priorities ads.
Even I'm not that arrogant. The president's ad was the best.
By the way, we're told we're see you from her house. She's going to get in trouble for having that channel on.
By the way, we're told President Obama is probably about a minute away from speaking. So again, you do not want to turn away from your screen at this point. A historic moment as this president comes on that stage. We're going to listen to the crowd, obviously, as he approaches.
It's interesting, quickly, of these guys over there, some of them have served him 3 consecutive 2-term presidencies.
Yeah.
Bill Clinton tried to deal with some of these issues, divided government, got welfare in a balanced budget. At the end of his second term, the Lewinsky scandal kept him from doing Medicare and Social Security. George W. Bush tried, whether you agree or disagree with his proposals, he tried, couldn't get it done. Barack Obama in the first term had the one attempt with Speaker Boehner to grant compromise, didn't get it done. These problems, Gloria mentioned the Ken, when it comes to Medicare, Social Security, the fundamental big budget questions have been kicked down the road now. Now we're going into the second term of the first president.
The big question I want to know, Are the Democrats willing to compromise? If the Republicans will compromise on taxes, will they make big changes on Medicare?
Who's going to blink? Who's going to blink? That's the question. As Van is saying, the liberal base of the party is going to say to the president, "You can't do this to us. We just got you elected, by the way."
It's not an even Steven deal.
You're going to fight against him?
The good news is he doesn't have to get reelected.
Wait, I'm sorry. The president's about to come out. Let's watch.
Thank you so much. Tonight, more than 200 years after a former colony won the right to determine its own destiny, the task of perfecting our union moves forward. It moves forward because of you. It moves forward because you reaffirmed the spirit that has triumphed over war and depression, the spirit that has lifted this country from the depths of despair to the great heights of hope, the belief that while each of us will pursue our own individual dreams, we are an American family and we rise or fall together as one nation and as one people. Tonight, in this election, you, the American people, reminded us that while our road has been hard, while our journey has been long, we have picked ourselves up. We have fought our way back. And we know in our hearts that for the United States of America, the best is yet to come. I want to thank every American who participated in this election. Whether you voted for the very first time or waited in line for a very long time. By the way, we have to fix that. Whether you pounded the pavement or picked up the phone. Whether you held an Obama sign or a Romney sign, you made your voice heard, and you made a difference. I just spoke with Governor Romney, and I congratulated him and Paul Ryan on a hard-fought campaign. We may have battled fiercely, but it's only because we love this country deeply, and we care so strongly about its future. From George to Lenore to their son Mitt, the Romney family has chosen to give back to America through public service, and that is a legacy that we honor and applaud tonight. In the weeks ahead, I also look forward to sitting down with Governor Romney to talk about where we can work together to move this country forward. I want to thank my friend and partner of the last 4 years, America's happy warrior, the best vice president anybody could ever hope for, Joe Biden. And I wouldn't be the man I am today without the woman who agreed to marry me 20 years ago. Let me say this publicly, Michelle, I have never loved you more. I have never been prouder to watch the rest of America fall in love with you too, as our nation's First Lady. Sasha and Malia, before our very eyes, you're growing up to become two strong, smart, beautiful young women, just like your mom. And I'm so proud of you guys. But I will say that for now, one dog's probably enough. To the best campaign team and volunteers in the history of politics, the best ever. Some of you were new this time around, and some of you have been at my side since the very beginning. But all of you are family. No matter what you do or where you go from here, you will carry the memory of the history we made together. And you will have the lifelong appreciation of a grateful president. Thank you for believing all the way to every hill, to every valley. You lifted me up the whole way, and I will always be grateful for everything that you've done and all the incredible work that you've put in. I know that political campaigns can sometimes seem small, even silly. And that provides plenty of fodder for the cynics who tell us that politics is nothing more than a contest of egos or the domain of special interests. But if you ever get the chance to talk to folks who turned out at our rallies and crowded along a rope line in a high school gym, or saw folks working late at a campaign office in some tiny county far away from home, you'll discover something else. You'll hear the determination in the voice of a young field organizer who's working his way through college and wants to make sure every child has that same opportunity. You'll hear the pride in the voice of a volunteer who's going door to door because her brother was finally hired when the local auto plant added another shift. You'll hear the deep patriotism in the voice of a military spouse who's working the phones late at night to make sure that no one who fights for this country ever has to fight for a job or a roof over their head when they come home. That's why we do this. That's what politics can be. That's why elections matter. It's not small, it's big. It's important. Democracy in a nation of 300 million can be noisy and messy and complicated. We have our own opinions. Each of us has deeply held beliefs. And when we go through tough times, when we make big decisions as a country, it necessarily stirs passions, stirs up controversy. That won't change after tonight, and it shouldn't. These arguments we have are a mark of our liberty. And we can never forget that as we speak, people in distant nations are risking their lives right now just for a chance to argue about the issues that matter. The chance to cast their ballots like we did today. But despite all our differences, most of us share certain hopes for America's future. We want our kids to grow up in a country where they have access to the best schools and the best teachers. A country that lives up to its legacy as the global leader in technology and discovery and innovation, with all the good jobs and new businesses that follow. We want our children to live in America that isn't burdened by debt, that isn't weakened by inequality, that isn't threatened by the destructive power of a warming planet. We want to pass on a country that's safe and respected and admired around the world. A nation that is defended by the strongest military on earth and the best troops this world has ever known. But also a country that moves with confidence beyond this time of war to shape a peace that is built on the promise of freedom and dignity for every human being. We believe in a generous America, in a compassionate America, in a tolerant America, open to the dreams of an immigrant's daughter who studies in our schools and pledges to our flag. To the young boy on the south side of Chicago who sees a life beyond the nearest street corner. To the furniture worker's child in North Carolina who wants to become a doctor or a scientist, an engineer or an entrepreneur, a diplomat or even a president. That's the future we hope for. That's the vision we share. That's where we need to go. Forward. That's where we need to go. Now, we will disagree sometimes fiercely, about how to get there. As it has for more than 2 centuries, progress will come in fits and starts. It's not always a straight line. It's not always a smooth path. By itself, the recognition that we have common hopes and dreams won't end all the gridlock or solve all our problems or substitute for the painstaking work of building consensus and making the difficult compromises needed to move this country forward. But that common bond is where we must begin. Our economy is recovering. A decade of war is ending. A long campaign is now over. And whether I earned your vote or not, I have listened to you. I have learned from you. And you've made me a better president. And with your stories and your struggles, I return to the White House more determined and more inspired than ever about the work there is to do and the future that lies ahead. Tonight, you voted for action, not politics as usual. You elected us to focus on your jobs, not ours. And in the coming weeks and months, I am looking forward to reaching out and working with leaders of both parties to meet the challenges we can only solve together. Reducing our deficit, reforming our tax code, fixing our immigration system, freeing ourselves from foreign oil. We've got more work to do. But that doesn't mean your work is done. The role of citizen in our democracy does not end with your vote. America's never been about what can be done for us. It's about what can be done by us together through the hard and frustrating but necessary work of self-government. That's the principle we were founded on. This country has more wealth than any nation, but that's not what makes us rich. We have the most powerful military in history, but that's not what makes us strong. Our university, our culture, are all the envy of the world, but that's not what keeps the world coming to our shores. What makes America exceptional are the bonds that hold together the most diverse nation on earth. The belief that our destiny is shared, that this country only works when we accept certain obligations to one another and the future generations, so that the freedom which so many Americans have fought for and died for comes with responsibilities as well as rights, and among those are love and charity and duty and patriotism. That's what makes America great. I am hopeful tonight because I've seen the spirit at work in America. I've seen it in the family business whose owners would rather cut their own pay than lay off their neighbors. And in the workers who would rather cut back their hours than see a friend lose a job. I've seen it in the soldiers who re-enlist after losing a limb. And in those SEALs who charged up the stairs into darkness and danger because they knew there was a buddy behind them watching their back. I've seen it on the shores of New Jersey and New York, where leaders from every party and level of government have swept aside their differences to help a community rebuild from the wreckage of a terrible storm. And I saw it just the other day in Mentor, Ohio, where a father told the story of his 8-year-old daughter whose long battle with leukemia nearly cost their family everything. Had it not been for health care reform passing just a few months before the insurance company was about to stop paying for her care, I had an opportunity to not just talk to the father, but meet this incredible daughter of his. And when he spoke to the crowd, listening to that father's story, every parent in that room had tears in their eyes, because we knew that little girl could be our own. And I know that every American wants her future to be just as bright. That's who we are. That's the country I'm so proud to lead as your president. And tonight, despite all the hardship we've been through, despite all the frustrations of Washington, I've never been more hopeful about our future. I have never been more hopeful about America. And I ask you to sustain that hope. I'm not talking about blind optimism, the kind of hope that just ignores the enormity of the tasks ahead or the roadblocks that stand in our path. I'm not talking about the wishful idealism that allows us to just sit on the sidelines or shirk from a fight. I have always believed that hope is that stubborn thing inside us that insists, despite all the evidence to the contrary, that something better awaits us, so long as we have the courage to keep reaching, to keep working, to keep fighting. America, I believe we can build on the progress we've made and continue to fight for new jobs and new opportunity and new security for the middle class. I believe we can keep the promise of our founding, the idea that if you're willing to work hard, it doesn't matter who you are or where you come from or what you look like or where you love. It doesn't matter whether you're black or white or Hispanic or Asian or Native American or young or old or rich or poor, able, disabled, gay or straight. You can make it here in America if you're willing to try. I believe we can seize this future together because we are not as divided as our politics suggests. We're not as cynical as the pundits believe. We are greater than the sum of our individual ambitions, and we remain more than a collection of red states and blue states. We are and forever will be the United States of America. And together, with your help and God's grace, we will continue our journey forward and remind the world just why it is that we live in the greatest nation on earth. Thank you, America. God bless you. God bless these United States.
Bruce Springsteen, his new song, We Take Care of Our Own. He was a big supporter for the President of the United States. They're celebrating at Obama headquarters in Chicago over at McCormick Place. You can see the confetti, you can see the Bidens, you can see the Obamas, a lot of their close friends, family members. They are there on the stage celebrating this historic win, a second term for the President of the United States and the Vice President of the United States. They are pretty happy. Perhaps earlier in the day there was a little tension, but they came through and they won. They won decisively in the Electoral College, and they're winning one right now in the popular vote as well. Nearly 1 million votes by my estimate. Right now, 800,000 votes in the popular vote. The president 50%, Mitt Romney 49%. They're still counting votes across the country right now, but the president clearly has been reelected. And he promised to get down to business right away. He promised to work not only with Democrats, but with Republicans. We had a statement, by the way, just a little while ago from John Boehner, the Speaker of the House, and the Republicans will maintain their majority in the House of Representatives, also saying he wants to work, he wants to cooperate, he wants to get down to business, and pretty soon they're going to have a lot of business to do because they have crises issues between now and the end of the year, the so-called fiscal cliff. So there's no shortage of work to do. They'll celebrate tonight, but before you know it, Anderson Cooper, they're going to have to get down and deal with a lot of very, very sensitive issues.
Yeah, certainly indeed. And really an extraordinary speech by President Obama, especially when you compare it to his acceptance speech 4 years ago, a much different tone. Paul Begala, you were remarking on that, and also you were remarking on just what an extraordinary win this is for the president.
It really is, and it looks like I think the president has told friends that he thinks the economy really is going to take off the next 4 years, and this was much more optimistic, exuberant, energetic. This was more like the Barack Obama we were introduced to at that Boston convention in '04 than the very somber young president-elect we were first introduced to in Grant Park. I loved it. I thought it was wonderful. But it's hard for me actually to put it into context. No one has, in the modern era, has ever been reelected with an economy this soft, or even close to this soft. It's really remarkable. He held off any primary challenge from his own party, job one for an incumbent president, and then he made the case in the most difficult environment you can imagine. I mean, the guy, I know Barack means blessed, and maybe he is, but his first weeks in office, there was an economic collapse. His last weeks before the election, there was a hurricane, and in between, he didn't have very many easy days.
By the way, the hurricane was a blessing.
The way he handled it was, had he handled it, frankly, the way President Bush handled Katrina, he'd be ex-President Obama tonight. So he had to rise to the occasion, and he had to have a team in place that could do it. And I think both in his campaign and certainly in FEMA, he seems to have had that team. But the campaign staff, having been an old staffer, the real hacks, we understand this is an even bigger, more difficult, and more impressive win than 2008.
Really?
Yes.
Just because of so many odds stacked against
so many, that economy was so bad.
Final 6 months of 2008, we lost 3.47 million jobs. Final month before this election, we gained 171,000 jobs. He purposely was somber in 2008 because he said he could not walk out there and give this exuberant speech knowing full well the economic condition that we were in. He even signaled that to the First Lady. She walked over and she wanted to give him a high five. He said, no, not tonight. From that moment, that's why he walked out there and he said, remember, he said, we have to rebuild this country brick by brick, house by house, street by street. And so he understood the grind. The last 4 years, it was a grind. And so what you saw tonight was them putting that coalition back together. You saw them expanding out west, winning those critical states. Folks say, okay, Nevada, New Mexico, you throw in Colorado. I mean, so you're talking about a different sort of focus this time around.
David?
Listen, I think that Paul and Roland and other Democrats, especially the president and his team, deserve a night of big celebration. This was a big victory. For an African-American, for a black to win 2 straight elections in this country is a significant accomplishment in political history, and I don't take anything away from that. I do think it's possible to overinterpret just how big the win is. I mean, it is worth remembering that when he beat John McCain, he beat him by 10 million votes. And tonight he's winning currently by about 1 million votes. I think it'll get higher. But it's not, I don't think it was as overwhelming a victory as what he got last time when he broke through. Right. What I also found interesting about the speech, and I think that gave him some, it was a little tempered tonight about where he was going. It was much more a speech about values. Paul was absolutely right. This speech echoed 2004, the convention speech. It sounded like, a redux, right? But what I thought he carefully steered away from was something he had been arguing earlier, and that was that this election was going to clear the air. this election would resolve what path we were going to take. And instead, he came out and talked about tonight that the arguments go on. People are going to, the passions continue. And we need to see if we can figure out how to get there.
But David, size doesn't always matter.
He didn't seize and say, you know, I've been elected, now we ought to, I've got an agenda, this is what the country
Well, I'd just like to make an observation about one throwaway line in the speech where he said, you know, and all the people who waited online for 3 and 4 hours to vote, and we've got to fix that. You're damn right we do. What a disgrace. What a disgrace in this country that you have to wait online for 3 or 4 hours in order simply to vote.
Paul, you were making the case that you've worked on elections in Brazil, which is obviously a very modern country, has a lot going for it, but they're...
Much better system of voting, much better. They're electronic, it's instantaneous, and it is verifiable, so there are careful checks against corruption. A lot of people in America...
It's on a Sunday, and it's mandatory.
Right.
And I just got to quickly check in with Candy Crowley and just yell. Candy, you first, from your perspective tonight.
Well, I actually was thinking about that 2004 speech that he made when he gave this speech. I also, talking back and forth, a colleague said, you know, the thing is you want to say, okay, what's the plan? And I think we still don't know what the plan is. And what we do know is that we've had the president tonight saying, I'm going to reach out to Republicans and Democrats. We had the speaker, who may or may not even expand his majority in the House, say, I'm willing to work with the president. But then both men have said, Speaker Boehner said in his statement tonight, this should not be seen as some mandate to raise taxes. And we know also that the president has said that he'd veto any bill that didn't end the tax cuts for the wealthy. So I'm not sure where we are. I don't know what the plan is. Tonight's not the night for it, but it's going to come pretty quickly, Anderson.
And Jessica, let's check in with you, the campaign.
Well, Anderson, you know, I think one of the things we're overlooking is that the president is very clear about when he says something, he actually does do it. And what he has said during this campaign, or he tries to do it, is that he believes his mistake in the first term was trying to reach out to Congress without reaching out to the American people more. And what he said in that speech was, I return more determined and more inspired than ever. What we saw during this campaign was the president, who became increasingly cold and detached in office, became energized and alive on the campaign trail, as if it breathed new life into him being on the campaign trail. And what his advisors tell me over and over is that when he gets back into office, if they thought he would be reelected, when he gets back into office, instead of working just with Congress, he will take the show on the road. I know people say it can't be done, whatever. They think it can be done, and that he will continue to make the case to the American people. He thinks that's the answer, and that will energize Congress to move, and that he did lay out a second-term agenda, they think, pretty clearly.
Okay.
You could disagree, but
we want to talk about that with our panelists ahead, exactly what that means, taking the show on the road, but I want to go to Wolf and John first, because a lot more numbers to look at on the map.
Yeah, I want to make sure that we take a closer look right now, John King, at the pathway to victory. How did the president of the United States, he's up now by more than 1 million votes on the popular vote, but on the Electoral College vote, the all-important reach for 270, he got it. He went beyond it. How did he do it?
And they will be critically happy in the Obama campaign if they can get above 50, Wolf, and keep that above 50. A much narrower victory than last time when he had 53% of the vote. If he can crack 50, this will make them happy as they go back into the White House. You're a sports fan, as I'm a sports fan. A winning team in sports, what does it do most of all? It defends its house. It defends its turf. You have to win at home. So this is the Obama map of 2008. When you come to the Obama map of 2012, remarkably successful. In a much tougher year for Democrats, they lost only Indiana and North Carolina, the two most Republican states. Of all the states President Obama won as Senator Obama 4 years ago, the only ones he lost tonight.
Remember, North Carolina 4 years ago, they only won by 14,000 votes.
These are the two states from 2008 that had the deepest Republican DNA of the two states he lost tonight. You have to say it is a remarkable achievement, given the economy, given persistent high unemployment, that the president defended this map. And it is a remarkable achievement. Now,
I want to just point out to our viewers, Florida is the only state we have not projected a win yet, or a loss. We haven't made any projections of Florida. It's very close. 97% of the vote has been counted. The president has 50%. Mitt Romney has 49%. There's a difference, though. Not much there in Florida. But I think for the reason we have not made a projection is that they've decided to stop counting votes, at least for the night. They're going to resume tomorrow morning, and then we'll wait and see for the official number. But we have not made a formal projection in Florida.
We have not. About 65,000 votes there in my rough math. I've gone through this looking at the county. If you're looking for the conservative votes in these red counties, you're not going to find them. The question is, what else is there? They have other votes to count down, and here are a few votes here, and perhaps they know something in Florida.
Maybe absentee ballots or whatever.
Absentee ballots and the like. So we'll wait and let this one play out. At the moment, though, Florida is blue, and you're right. If this one happened to go red late, that would be a third one. But at the moment, he's only lost 2, which is pretty remarkable when you look at this. And so then you come to this map here. The president successfully defended the map. He is on the path now. He has 303. If he gets the state of Florida, he'll crack. That would put him over 330. He won 365 electoral votes last time against John McCain. Again, in defending his map, it's a very impressive electoral college victory, a more narrow victory when it comes down to the national election. But from an electoral college perspective, you have to tip your hat. This is exactly what they said they were going to do: defend their turf, keep their coalition intact, turn out their vote. They did it.
A lot of Republicans were bad-mouthing the pollsters, but you know what? Those pollsters in most of those battleground states proved to be pretty accurate.
Very accurate. If you go state by state and look at the late polls, dead on.
Yep, pretty good. All right, we're taking a closer look at the president's path to re-election. How did he get to some key voting groups, and what does it all mean for his second term? Much more coming up right here at the CNN Election Center.
Election Night in America is brought to you by Cadillac, the standard of the world, and by VoteForEnergy.org, a program of the American Petroleum Institute. Log on to learn more. Go to CNN.com/election to get up-to-the-minute news on the races and for results from around the country.
Count the number of buttons in your car. Now, count the number of buttons on your tablet. Isn't it time the automobile advanced? Introducing Q in the all-new Cadillac XTS. The simplicity of a tablet has come to your car. The all-new Cadillac XTS has arrived, and it's bringing the future forward.
Now, during season's best event, get 0 due at signing and the first payments on us on this all-new XTS.
We need to keep energy costs down. New energy taxes could hurt drivers and families. Better to produce more energy here, like oil and natural gas. That'll help the economy. That's good for everyone. I'm Dan, and I'm an energy voter.
The pace of change is accelerating. The way we perform, compete, and grow. And people are driving this change. That's the power of human resources. The Society for Human Resource Management and its members know how to harness that power because we help develop it. From the next economy to the next generation, we help get the most out of business by getting the best out of people. SHRM, leading people, leading organizations.
For me, this election's about jobs. Millions of people are out of work. Developing more energy here is vital to turning this economy around. We've got to do it. I'm Kelsey, and I'm an energy voter.
Closed captioning hours provided by Aspercream. Maximum strength medicine knocks out pain.
Break the grip of back or arthritis pain with odor-free Aspercream. Powerful medicine relieves pain fast with no odor, so all you notice is relief. Aspercream.
Who will become the CNN Hero of the Year? Join Anderson Cooper for CNN Heroes and All-Star Tribute live Sunday, December 2nd, 9 Eastern.
Major League Soccer playoffs, Wednesday at 8 on the NBC Sports Network.
For the highest paying gold buyer in San Francisco, look no further than Oxbridge House. Oxbridge House has the experience, honesty, and trustworthy reputation to be the Bay Area's go-to gold buyer. A verbal appraisal is free, and there's no obligation to sell. Gold, silver, platinum, flatware, coins, watches, and more. Even what's broken or dirty are purchased with cash at our safe location in Pacific Heights. Contact Oxbridge House today.
Field at Home, special night Saturday, 8 Eastern on CNN.
Another 4 years for President Obama and Vice President Joe Biden. They win re-election in the Electoral College. They're winning the popular vote right now. The demographics of this win, how do they put together this impressive coalition throughout the United States?
It sounds overly simplistic, but who votes determines who wins because of voting patterns in the United States. Here's the nationwide vote by race. 72% of the electorate was white tonight. The Romney campaign told you going in, any smart Republican did, that number needed to be 74% or higher for Governor Romney to have a reasonable chance. Among white Americans, Governor Romney did win nearly 60% of the vote, 59% to 39%. The president needed to be right around 40. But, Wolf, when you look at the non-white vote, African Americans, 13%. That is exactly consistent with 4 years ago. The Obama coalition turned out. They did a good job there. Latinos, for the first time in our nation's history, in double digits nationally. And look at that. The president winning even more of the Latino vote than he did 4 years ago, 71%. This is a crisis for the Republican Party on the national level going forward. There you have the vote by race. Then you come over here, a gender gap in our voting tonight. Governor Romney won the men's vote. That's why that's red. But 53% of the electorate were women. President Obama carried that and carried it by a pretty healthy margin, 55% to 44%. So if you look through the demographics there, again, a win for the president. Let me slide this one over here. Again, proof the Obama coalition, they kept it together. They turned out 18% 4 years ago, 19% now, 18 to 29 voters. Look at the president's lopsided win among younger voters. As those voters age, if the Democrats can keep them in the coalition, that's the question for the party. Are they Democrats or are they Obama voters? This number here went up a little bit from 4 years ago. It's a reliably Republican constituency. Governor Romney getting his win among seniors, those 65 and older, 56 to 44, but not enough. Not enough nationally because of the president's strength among other voting groups. Now we ask these questions. Does the election give the president a mandate? Big electoral college victory, narrow popular vote victory, it seems. 47% of the people who voted today did say taxes should be increased on those above $250,000. That has been a big Obama pledge in the campaign that he would push that. He won 70% of those votes. No surprise there. Here's an interesting one. We'll watch how this one plays out. He promised in a Des Moines Register interview, if he won, to push quickly for immigration reform. The president wants to offer legal status to those who are here illegally. 65%, that's a high number. 65% of those who voted today said some legal status should be offered to those who are here illegally. And you can see here, when you bring out the pie chart here, they voted overwhelmingly, those voters do, 61% for the president. So, Wolf, the president kept his coalition by race, by gender, by age. He kept the coalition alive. He can cite the exit polls and say he won on some of the big issues, but you just heard Jessica Yellen say he's going to take it on the road. Here's the map. The president won an impressive victory. I don't say this to rain on the president's parade. I say this to reflect America's political reality. If you look at the vote by county across the United States of America, there's a whole lot more red. So when the president takes it on the road and says, let's give legal status to illegal immigrants, when the president takes it on the road and says, let's raise taxes on the wealthy, a lot of these red counties are Republican conservative counties that will say, no, that's not what we voted for. The president won re-election because he ran up the numbers in urban America, ran up good numbers in suburban America, but to a lot of the country, even though he has this victory, it'll be a tough sell.
Did you just say he got 39% of the white vote?
Yes.
Because last time he got 44% of the white vote, so it went down even though, but he made up with it because Hispanic voters voted in bigger percentages for him.
And his victory, his margin of victory is smaller. Governor Romney did better with the white vote than Senator McCain did. That's our national number. If you go state by state for the battleground states, which are more important if you look at the calculation, but the president's percentage among white voters came down. That's one of the reasons. This is 50 and not 53.
Yeah.
He had 53 last time.
He's building up that lead right now. Good point. All right, Anderson, back to you.
Yeah, Gloria, and you just got a statement from, I think, Mitch McConnell?
Yeah, Mitch McConnell, the Republican leader in the Senate, who, remember, said that he wanted to make his job number one was to make Barack Obama a one-term president. Tonight released a statement that, forget the kumbaya, he said, you know, the voters have not endorsed the failures or excesses of the president's first term. And then he went on to say, now it's time for the president to propose solutions that actually have a chance of passing the Republican-controlled House and a closely divided Senate. And then he goes on to say, we look forward to hearing the president's proposals. So this is the first shot across the bow. Mitch McConnell, as you pointed out, is up for re-election, could be primaried by a more conservative Republican. So
What
he's
does
the
history
leader.
tell us about second terms for presidents?
The tough. Very few. I can't think of any offhand who've had a successful thing.
Bill Clinton.
Bill Clinton. In fact, I served
He got impeached. He was impeached. He got impeached, but he actually got 4 straight balanced budgets. He got welfare reform.
Yeah, but I mean, I think impeachment is going to be in the second paragraph of his obituary. I mean, that's a pretty big deal.
But I understand one.
He left office at 64%.
But there's one thing you're going to see though this time you didn't see last time. In 2008, many of the people who voted for President Obama saw it as a moment but not a movement. They pretty much said, okay, the president, he's there, he's got it. And so in many ways, they sort of left. They've learned the last 4 years, they can't sit on the sidelines and just say it's all up to him. You're going to see a lot more active participation. You're going to see folks who recognize what happened with the Tea Party in 2010. They're going to say the president needs troops in a battle.
Is that really true? It wasn't more of a movement. It was more of a movement back then than it is now.
No. After when he won, many folks said he's there, he's in the White House. And look, if Van was here, he talked about it as well. That's one of the reasons why he has rebuilt the dream.
What about all that talk about? Remember that they had a whole email list and they were going to mobilize people.
But that was Obama for America that was pulling to the DNC. I'm talking about the people who externally, in terms of who are there fighting for your agenda. And the White House will tell you they did not effectively mobilize people.
When you hear the president say he's going to take it on the road, what do you make of that?
I switch that. I don't think the president's supporters quit on them. I think the president didn't ask. And if Jessica Yellen's reporting is right, and I'm sure it is, he's going to ask now.
So what does that mean?
It means, for example, when he passed the Recovery Act, he passed it and went on to the next thing. He should have toured the country. He should have gone to... Yes, gone to sites where they're fixing roads and bridges.
He lost the narrative.
You've got to take it on the road.
At one point, he said that one of his biggest failures had been not selling the story. And I think what does it mean that he's going to take it on the road? That he recognizes we are a divided country today, and that he's going to try.
Reagan did that with his agenda. Clinton did that with his agenda.
David, then we got to take a break.
Okay. I'm not sure it's going to be that easy to go on the road now. I think it's critically important that he actually. He's got a plan. But I think he actually needs to spend time with his own party in Washington. He needs to spend time with the Republicans in Washington. He does not like to do it. But if he's going to get there, I think he has to do both. I don't think he can do one at the expense.
Well, we got to take a quick break. The Democrats are holding out to control the Senate. We know that. We're going to look at the priorities in Washington going forward and whether partisan gridlock, well, will be as bad as ever. Has anything really changed? We'll be right back.
Election Night in America is brought to you by ExxonMobil, taking on the world's toughest energy challenges. Go to CNN.com/election to get up-to-the-minute news on the races and for results from around the country.
When I was in high school, I wanted to do something that impacted the world in a positive way. I had a very influential chemistry teacher. He had studied chemical engineering and worked for NASA. He was passionate about teaching, and it was powerful. And I realized that that's what I want to do. I want to be an engineer that's going to make a change. Teachers make a world of difference.
If you have rheumatoid arthritis, can you start the day the way you want? Can Orencia help? Could your I want become I can? Talk to your doctor. Orencia reduces many RA symptoms like pain, morning stiffness, and progression of joint damage. It's helped new RA patients and those not helped enough by other treatments.
Do not take Orencia with another biologic medicine for RA due to an increased risk of serious infection. Serious side effects can occur, including fatal infections. Cases of lymphoma and lung cancer have been reported. Tell your doctor if you are prone to or have any infection like an open sore or the flu, or a history of COPD, a chronic lung disease. Orencia may worsen your COPD.
Now, learn about a program committed to you and copay assistance that can reduce monthly Orencia out-of-pocket drug costs to $5. If you're not satisfied after 6 months, you get that money back. Call 1-800-HORENCIA.
The idea of an inside man is somebody who's giving you information that you normally don't get. You really do get this window into what makes America tick.
Morgan Spurlock, Inside Man, premieres this spring, only on CNN.
Our soldiers defend our freedom, but face unexpected conflicts when they return home. The Battlefield at Home, an Anderson Cooper Veterans Day special, Saturday, 8 Eastern on CNN.
This Civic is great. Maybe I should get one. And they do have a great deal on it. But then again, I waited a few months to buy that digital camera, and the price went down a lot. But since this is a clearance event deal, this car probably won't be here much longer.
The 2012 Civic Clearance event is happening now. Get 0.9% APR for up to 60 months. Now, at your Honda dealer.
Mary Gonzalez had a cold. She also has asthma. So she sees her allergist, who has a receptionist, Susan, who sees that she's due for a mammogram. Mary has one that day. That's when she finds out she has a tumor. She has a successful surgery, and because her health provider has an amazing connected system, she has her life.
I don't know what you have, but I have Kaiser Permanente.
Kaiser Permanente. Thrive.
Now for your favorite 2012 CNN hero at CNNheroes.com.
Let me update you right now on the popular vote nationwide for President of the United States. The president is ahead. He's got more than 1 million votes ahead of Mitt Romney, 50% to 49%. To be precise, the president has 55,248,000 to Mitt Romney's 54,095,000. He's got 1,153,000 plus votes more than Mitt Romney right now. Let's look at what's ahead in the United States Senate. The Democrats retaining control of that chamber tonight. Our Tom Foreman is in the CNN virtual Senate. Tom.
Hey, Wolf, you know, even as Democrats are celebrating tonight Barack Obama's re-election to the presidency, all eyes are on this chamber and how the final vote is going to play out here, because that's going to have a huge impact on what happens to the president's agenda. Let's take our shot up high so you can take a look at the chamber as we saw it earlier tonight. You can see that there are 47 seats in red there that are the Republican seats that they've been able to control, and there have been 53 seats that have been held by the Democrats over there. If you include these purple seats back here, those are independents back there. Take a look at those a little bit closer, because I want you to consider that. One of those is the existing independent seat that was caucusing with the Democrats. The other one is Angus King from Maine, who just came in tonight. It's not clear if he'll caucus with the Democrats, but it seems very likely. We're also changing 3 of these seats to plain wood there, so because there are 3 races out west that are currently undecided. It's not clear what's going to happen out there. In any event, the Democrats are going to maintain their majority here, and that could help the president with his agenda. Although, when you think about things like raising taxes on the wealthy, as we heard just a short while ago from Gloria, I believe, there is already pushback from some Republicans who are basically saying, look, the victory here wasn't profound enough. The president's victory wasn't profound enough to make them back down on their resistance to things like this. Other matters, for example, what's happening with immigration reform, the idea that the president might light into that, that may find some more wiggle room as Republicans look at the polls, they look at the results, and they look at the Latino vote and what they might want to do about that. Other matters, though, that might come up in the next 4 years, for example, an empty Supreme Court seat, that could be a different case where the Republicans will push a good bit more. Presidents often get their appointee in any event, but they could see some Republican pushback. The bottom line, though, is exactly what we said earlier on. There is no 60-vote supermajority. That's what you need to overcome a filibuster here in the U.S. Senate. Absent that, the big question is how much will Republicans want to push back and how cooperative will they feel? The president, if he wants to get his agenda through, is going to have his party find a way to work across this aisle with the Republicans, whether there's reluctance or not, or else we will probably see a lot more of the gridlock we've been seeing so far. Wolf?
Tom, thanks very much. No supermajority, but a pretty good night for the Democrats in the United States Senate. They retain their majority. Let's get some more details right now. Anderson's back with Dana.
Yeah, I'm glad his legs grew back as well. So what are we looking at here in the Senate?
Well, we wanted to point out something that we saw that was interesting, a trend that we saw develop tonight, that there are a record number of women, or at least will be in the next Senate. Tammy Baldwin, we can project that she is going to be the new senator from Wisconsin. She happens to also be the first openly gay lawmaker or senator elected to the Senate. Nebraska, she's a Republican, but another new a new female face we're going to see, Deb Fischer from Nebraska. Massachusetts, we already talked about Elizabeth Warren. She is going to win there. And then Mazie Hirono in Hawaii. So there will be 19 females in the Senate. So less than 20% of the Senate, But of course, 50% of the country is female, though.
A number of races we're still watching.
And these are very, very close. Also, a couple of female candidates still outstanding here. North Dakota, Heidi Heitkamp is fewer than 4,000 votes ahead of the Republican Rick Berg. This, of course, is an open Democratic seat, so we're watching this very closely still. Nevada, as well, is very, very close. The Republican incumbent, Dean Heller, is slightly ahead of the Democrat, Shelley Berkeley. And in Montana, this is a little bit of a surprise because Jon Tester and Denny Rehberg were really, really, really tight. Only 56% reporting, but Jon Tester, the incumbent Democrat, is ahead right now.
There are a couple of House races also we're watching closely with some well-known names.
That's right, very well-known names, and boy, these are really squeakers. Look at this, Florida. Allen West, he is pretty well known because he was an outspoken freshman Tea Party-backed member. 50% to 50% for his Democratic challenger, just a little more than 2,000 votes separating them with 99% reporting. Very, very close. And probably the most well-known name when it comes to the Tea Party, Michelle Bachmann. She is now neck and neck, fewer than 2,000 votes ahead of her Democratic challenger. So this is pretty remarkable.
With 85%.
With 85% reporting. And, so we also want to talk about some Tea Party backed congressmen, forgive me, who lost. And one was in Illinois, Joe Walsh. He was on television a lot. He lost to Tammy Duckworth, the Democrat. And Dan Maffei in New York, he won back his seat, and he beat the Tea Party-backed candidate who beat him last time around, Anne Marie Buerkle. So we are seeing some defeats of the Tea Party wave that we saw 2 years ago.
Interesting stuff. Dan, appreciate it.
Thanks
very much. Let's go over here to Gloria Borger. Jeff Toobin as well. Let's talk about how government moves forward. I mean, where do things go from here, Gloria?
Well, it's very hard to say. I mean, Mitch McConnell is clearly not conciliatory. He's the leader of the Republicans in the Senate. They've kept their majority there. They've kept their majority in the House, even added a couple seats in the House. I don't think they feel to compromise with the president. They feel like the popular vote was a million difference, and I think they're waiting for the president to propose, and then they'll decide what they ought to do. Personally, I believe in terms of their own survival, why would they want to go off the fiscal cliff? Doesn't seem to make a lot of sense to me, but I think they want to hear from the president
Isn't
first.
the one certainty that the president will attempt immigration reform, like, sooner rather than later?
No,
Well, I mean, I know, but I'm talking sometimes. Well, that's right. He owes Latinos enormously.
He didn't deliver 4 years ago. He better deliver on
and
this
also,
one.
it puts the Republicans in an enormously difficult political position because, as we saw during the primaries, they are defining themselves by, bigger fences, more deportations, and,
where
where
else do you see movement besides
It will either be
immigration?
a challenge for the Republicans or an opportunity. I hope it's the latter.
So where else do you see movement besides immigration?
They have to do something about this fiscal cliff. Right. In that package, though, if they're smart, they'll add infrastructure, transportation, highways, roads, bridges. Republicans drive too, they tell me. Or they are driven, I guess. But they need to use these roads and bridges too. And it used to be that was always the guaranteed bipartisan bill on the Hill, because everybody needs roads and bridges. And perhaps after this, but no, but it's actually called Rebuilding America.
Yeah,
and after this terrible storm on the East Coast, I think people are seeing how fragile their infrastructure is. So I have real hope for that, and you could actually put it all together. Short-term, 6-month, 1-year package of Rebuilding America, which would actually create jobs, which we still need, and then long-term structural deficit reform. But I looked it up. There's no even Steven here. Republicans say, well, we won't give in on taxes for the rich, and the Democrats say, well, we won't give in on cutting Medicare. Raising taxes on the rich is supported by 72% of Americans.
Right.
Cutting Medicare is supported by 21% of Americans. So it's not an even Steven deal. What the Democrats want to do is what the American people want, which is ask the wealthy to pay a little bit more. What the Republicans seem to want to do, they don't seem to get it. The country's just not buying what they're selling. This is not a country that wants to cut Medicare. If there's any lesson we got from the defeat of Tea Party candidates, even in very conservative states, is that this country don't want to cut Medicare.
Well, this was a very close race. There's no clear messages coming out of it. You can't talk about a mandate. This was a very close race, very close in most of the swing states.
Go ahead, raise taxes on the rich. You just got $700 billion over 10 years. The debt is still going up $10 trillion over 10 years. So, Paul, what you're talking about, you can look at the polls. You're not solving any of the nation's problems. Fact is, we are in so deep.
I don't want to be snippy, but it's 2:30 in the morning. You created those problems for our nation, Ari. Calamity. I worked for the guy that balanced the budget. You came in and squandered it, and now you're complaining to me?
Now President Obama can blame the guy who came right the last 4 years. The problem still is all the spending. We still have $1 trillion deficits as far as the eye can see, an economy that grew in 2012 at a rate of 1.8%. The economy remains weak. And Anderson, your question was, what do they have to do when they come back? Somehow, the president's going to have to put this together with Mitch McConnell, with Harry Reid in the Senate, not easy to do, and with the Republicans in the House. And also keep the Democrats on board the House to cut Medicare, to make changes in Social Security, to cut entitlements. And I'm not sure what the answer is on taxes. Republicans are going to say, we'll put taxes on the table if you put Obamacare on the table.
And it's no shock Ari didn't bring it's no shock Ari didn't bring up defense in this whole issue as well. Look, when the president talks about taking to the American people, what he's actually saying is Congress has such a terrible approval rating. Mitch McConnell can make all these comments he wants, but the bottom line is he is going to have to come to the table because the American people are not going to sit here and watch another 4 years of the crap that we saw the last 4 years, okay? Cutting right to the chase. Now, will the president do so? Yes. Is he going to go bold? Will he go big? Absolutely. On fiscal as well as on immigration. And so he's going to tell the folks, look, I won. They didn't win. You can say all you want to about a mandate. That's a Washington, D.C. nonsense. When you win, you win, okay? And he's going to say, I'm the president. So watch him do that. But he's going to look Mitch McConnell and say, you need to be at the table, quit the press releases, and you also need to lead. Because you can't just say it's all on the president because he needs to get his people in order, and Boehner's going to have to get his folks in order as well to say, we got to solve the crisis together, but it can't be solved by one party or one branch of government.
Mitch McConnell, though, has a race coming up in 2 years, wants to get reelected.
And that's right, and he could be challenged on the right.
On the right. President Obama says he's going to return to work at the White House more inspired than ever. We're going to take another listen to some of the victory speech ahead.
Election night in America is brought to you by coal, the dominant source of our electricity. Clean coal. Now's the time. Go to CNN.com/election for up-to-the-minute news on the races and for results from around the country.
The clock is ticking, America. It's time we focused on reality instead of rhetoric. It's time to recognize that the nearly $100 billion spent on clean coal technologies have resulted in real environmental progress. And it's time we finally get serious about energy prices and energy independence. The clock is ticking. There's never been a more important time for America's most abundant, domestically produced energy resource, coal. Visit americaspower.org to get the facts.
Let me see. Are you kidding me?
No.
Mr. Woodson?
Oh, hello. Hello. Hello.
Caleb, I got someone I want you to meet.
Hello. AT&T, the nation's largest 4G network, covering 3,000 more 4G cities and towns than Verizon. Rethink possible.
The world needs people with a different perspective, a global view. Not all business graduates are the same. Not all business schools are the same. Holt International Business School.
When back pain strikes, I reach for the heat. Salonpas, the dual-action gel patch that soothes on contact and delivers deep, penetrating waves of heat. Heat I feel, relief I need. Salonpas, powerful relief when and where you need it. Excellence in flight. Korean Air. Our soldiers defend our freedom, but face unexpected conflicts when they return home. The Battlefield at Home, an Anderson Cooper Veterans Day special, Saturday, 8 Eastern on CNN.
Hi, Phil Swift here for Flex Seal, the easy way to coat, seal, and stop leaks fast. We listened to your suggestions, so we came out with a new color. Flex Seal Bright. Flex Seal Bright coats and seals while remaining completely flexible. It's actually liquid rubber in a can. Perfect for sealing cracks and quickly repairing decorative items. This light coating holds back water. A lot of water. It's like the Hoover Dam in a can. Don't call a repairman to fix leaks around your home. You can get Flex Seal Bright for just $19.99. But hold everything. we're going to include another can of Flex Seal Bright. Plus, we'll include this Aero Grip Sprayer, absolutely free. You get 2 large cans of Flex Seal Bright and the Aero Grip Sprayer, all for just $19.99.
To order Flex Seal Bright, call 1-800-810-1640. That's 1-800-810-1640, or go to flexsealbright.com.
Vote now for your favorite 2012 CNN hero at cnnheroes.com.
How did the president score this victory tonight? Well, take a look at this. These are some of the battleground states, the most important battleground states, all of them. In fact, take a look. He won New Hampshire. He won Virginia. He won Wisconsin. He won Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Michigan. He won Wisconsin. Once again, we got Wisconsin over there. We had it once over here. But he won Iowa. North Carolina went for Mitt Romney. Arizona went for Mitt Romney. But Colorado, New Mexico, Nevada, they went for the president of the United States. Florida, by the way, we have not yet made a projection on. They stopped voting for the night in Florida. You see the president is ahead by about 64,000 votes in Florida, with 97% of the vote in. Once again, the president won his re-election for another 4 years because he won almost all of the battleground states. He didn't win North Carolina. He didn't win Arizona, but the president did well, obviously, in most of those battleground states. The president spoke eloquently in his victory speech tonight.
Our economy is recovering. A decade of war is ending. A long campaign is now over. And whether I earned your vote or not, I have listened to you. I have learned from you. And you've made me a better president. And with your stories and your struggles, I return to the White House more determined and more inspired than ever about the work there is to do and the future that lies ahead. Tonight, you voted for action, not politics as usual. You elected us to focus on your jobs, not ours. And in the coming weeks and months, I am looking forward to reaching out and working with leaders of both parties to meet the challenges we can only solve together. Reducing our deficit, reforming our tax code, fixing our immigration system, freeing ourselves from foreign oil. We've got more work to do. But that doesn't mean your work is done. The role of citizen in our democracy does not end with your vote. America's never been about what can be done for us. It's about what can be done by us together through the hard and frustrating but necessary work of self-government. That's the principle we were founded on. This country has more wealth than any nation, but that's not what makes us rich. We have the most powerful military in history, but that's not what makes us strong. Our university, our culture, are all the envy of the world, but that's not what keeps the world coming to our shores. What makes America exceptional are the bonds that hold together the most diverse nation on earth. The belief that our destiny is shared, that this country only works when we accept certain obligations to one another and to future generations, so that the freedom which so many Americans have fought for and died for comes with responsibilities as well as rights, and among those are love and charity and duty and patriotism. That's what makes America great.
The president's victory speech tonight in Chicago. The president reelected for another 4 years. We're going to ask our analysts if anything about tonight's results surprised them. Their answers, that's next.
Election Night in America is brought to you by America's Natural Gas Alliance, smarter power today, and by Cisco, a primary provider of the network technology for CNN's news coverage. Go to CNN.com/election to get up-to-the-minute news on the races and for results from around the country.
Every day, all around the world, energy is being produced to power our lives. Well, energy development comes with some risk. North America's natural gas producers are committed to safely and responsibly providing generations of cleaner burning energy for our country. Drilling thousands of feet below fresh water sources within self-contained well systems. And using state-of-the-art monitoring technologies, rigorous practices help ensure our operations are safe and clean for our communities and the environment. We're America's Natural Gas.
It's 32 minutes to go time, and the candidate's speech is in pieces, all over the district. The writer's desktop and the coordinator's phone are working out a joke with local color. The secure cloud just received a revised intro from the strategist tablet. And while I make my way into the venue, the candidate will be rehearsing off his phone.
And thanks to every young face
His phone is one of his biggest supporters.
With Cisco at the center, working together has never worked so well.
Okay, time for bed, kiddo. Lights out.
Wherever our trains go, the economy comes to life. Norfolk Southern. One line, infinite possibilities.
When a major hospital wanted to provide better employee benefits while balancing the company's bottom line, their very first word was...
Aflac, Aflac.
Find out more at forbusiness.com.
Nobody said an inkjet had to be slow, or that printing in color had to cost a fortune. Nobody said an all-in-one had to be bulky, or that you had to print from your desk. At least, nobody said it to us. Introducing the Business Smart Inkjet All-in-One series from Brother. Easy to use, it's the ultimate combination of speed, small size, and low-cost printing.
This is Anna. Her long day teaching the perfect swing begins with back pain and a choice. Take Advil and maybe have to take up to 4 in a day. Or take Aleve, which can relieve pain all day with just 2 pills. Good eye.
President reelected for another 4 years tonight. Here's what his Republican challenger Mitt Romney had to say to his supporters tonight.
And I ran for office because I'm concerned about America. This election is over, but our principles endure. I believe that the principles upon which this nation was founded are the only sure guide to a resurgent economy and to renewed greatness. Like so many of you, Paul and I have left everything on the field. We have given our all to this campaign. I so wish that I had been able to fulfill your hopes to lead the country in a different direction, but the nation chose another leader, and so Ann and I join with you to earnestly pray for him and for this great nation. Thank you, and God bless America. You guys are the best. Thank you so much.
Very gracious concession speech by Mitt Romney to the President of the United States. Let's bring in Soledad O'Brien. Soledad?
Wolf, thank you. You guys have been toiling through the night, now into the early hours of the morning. I want to get a sense of what you think were the biggest surprises of the night. Lori, I'm going to let you start.
Well, and just in looking at the numbers, that a president was reelected when 77% of the people in this country thought that the economy was bad or poor. And in looking through the numbers, It's very clear Mitt Romney did not have an advantage on who's best able to handle the economy, and it was all about demographics and the way the country is growing and the way the country is changing.
Do you agree with that, Jeff Toobin? It comes down to the demographics?
Well, I think that's very important, but I'm going to pick an entirely different thing. I think the fact that voters in this country, for the first time in American history, in 2 states, approved same-sex marriage, marriage equality in Maine and Maryland, and we don't know about Washington and Minnesota. I just think in the broader scope of American history, that's going to be seen as a big deal, because that's a cause that 15 years ago was considered a fringe cause. In 2004, Karl Rove put those ballots because they knew they'd lose. And
are those all the same things, essentially, really? I mean, those are not necessarily not connected.
Right.
Changing demographics and the vote on gay marriage.
We're a radically changing country. By the way, we just re-elected not only an African-American president, the Republicans nominated a member of a once-hated religious minority, something they ought to be very proud of. So this country is really changing, I think, in the best possible ways, right? And we've just elected our first openly lesbian senator, Tammy Baldwin, senator-elect from Wisconsin. We re-elected a president who endorsed gay marriage. 19 years ago, I was working for Bill Clinton on his political team, and we thought it was progress to pass Don't Ask, Don't Tell, so that gay service members could lie about their lives but still serve their country. I think Jeffrey's right. This might be, for somebody who believes in that cause, one of the most wonderful things about tonight.
Ana Navarro, you and I have spoken a lot about the Latino vote over the last 17 months or so. Big surprise for you tonight?
Florida. I'm surprised that Romney lost Florida. I thought he was doing much better in Florida than what it ended up being. I'm also surprised that that after we know that the eyes of the world are on us when it comes to voting, we couldn't get it right this second time around. I'm hoping that the governor of Florida, that the legislature in Florida get together and figure out a way to fix our ballot, fix our system, so that we don't have these waits and some of these issues that we saw in this election.
Ari Fleischer, what was your big surprise of the night?
My surprise was the coalition that showed up once again to elect the president, and that is the African-American vote and the youth vote. You know, I thought going from 2008 that it was that magic in a bottle. The pride the African-American community felt for having the first black candidate who had he could win. And so they turned out in record numbers in 2008. Well, you know what? They matched those record numbers in 2012. So did the youth. The sense going into the election was it wasn't that excitement on college campuses anymore. The magic was gone. They couldn't get jobs. That poster was fading.
Apparently the magic was not gone.
They showed up in the same numbers.
My surprise is tied to what Ari just said. The real surprise to the Republican Party, you picked the wrong time to tick off the wrong people with voter suppression. I want to tell you right now, there was a lot of folks who are African American, who are young folks who were not enthusiastic. When the Republican Party essentially said, we're going to deny folks the opportunity to vote, we're going to force through these voter IDs, I'm telling you right now, I literally saw the shift the last 9 months in places all across this country where people were ticked off, and they said,
so it wasn't for Barack Obama?
No. It was for President Obama. What I'm saying is, when folks were saying, oh, you're going to deny me an opportunity to vote, the anger was there, and people vote 3 different ways. You saw the hope and change, you see fear, or it's anger. And so that was a big surprise. I got to give a shout out to Stephen Horsford, elected tonight, first African-American ever to serve Congress from the state of Nevada, and give up to him and his wife, Sonia. Congratulations.
We're going to take a short break. When we come back in just a moment, we'll talk about the Marcus reacting to President Obama's re-election tonight. We're back in just a moment. Stay with us.
Okay, time for bed, kiddo. Lights out.
Trains go, the economy comes to life. Norfolk Southern, one line, infinite possibilities.
I gave birth to my daughter on May 18th. 5 days later, I had a massive heart attack. Bayer aspirin was the first thing the EMTs gave me. Now, I'm on a Bayer aspirin regimen.
Be sure to talk to your doctor before you begin an aspirin regimen.
Learn from my story.
The clock is ticking, America. It's time we focused on reality instead of rhetoric. It's time to recognize that the nearly $100 billion spent on clean coal technologies have resulted in real environmental progress. And it's time we finally get serious about energy prices and energy independence. The clock is ticking. There's never been a more important time for America's most abundant, domestically produced energy resource, coal. Visit americaspower.org to get the facts.
When a major hospital wanted to provide better employee benefits while balancing the company's bottom line, their very first word was
Aflac. Aflac.
Find out more at forbusiness.com.
Can a car be built around a state of mind? Announcing the all-new 2013 Malibu from Chevrolet. With a remarkable new interior featuring the available Chevrolet MyLink infotainment system. This is where sophisticated styling begins. And where it ends? That's up to you. It's here. The greatest Malibu ever.
Hello, I'm an Idaho potato farmer. A while back, we sent out a truck and crew to tell folks about our 75th anniversary, and we haven't seen hide nor hair of them since. Here's the description. It's about 70 feet long, bright red, and has our name, Idaho Potatoes, painted all over it. Oh, it's hauling an Idaho potato, a pretty big one. If you see him, we hope you let him know. It's time to come home.
Hi, Victor.
Mom?
I know you gotta go in a minute, but this is a real quick meal that's perfect for two. Campbell's Chunky Beef with country vegetables poured over rice.